Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Once upon a time there lived a famous blacksmith. The young man swung his hammer over his sword. He had a shop where he sold his products. These were swords, helmets, shields, and so on, and also a lot of money and jewelry. One day he was lucky enough to cooperate with the kingdom of Cairo. The flag fluttered in the wind. At that time there was a war, and for him it was an incredible chance to increase his status. People in armor fought. He knelt down. After the end of the war he was awarded the title of Baron, and this blacksmith is the owner of this land, the father of Mr. Roman. The young man listened attentively to the old man's story. The man sat opposite him and said that something like this. The smart man looked at them and thought, why is he even listening to a story that everyone already knows? A few hours ago they met. The guy looked at him and asked if he really wants to say that he is the eldest son of the Dmitri family. Then he imagined the city, and this is the kingdom of Cairo, located on the continent of Lamandra, and the world called Nuria does not exist. The man looked at him and answered embarrassedly that yes, he thought it was strange what came over him, although he is too smart, but he sees it like this for the first time. Then he turned around. In the background were guys sitting and talking. The man thought that he was really on drugs. He heard that it is popular now with rich kids. Yes, he thinks so. The guy came up and addressed him. He raised his hand and said that today his fiancée is coming to him, the lady and the Lawrence family. He thought that this was more than possible, since Mr. Roman, unlike his brothers, sat in his room for the last 25 years. Therefore, he was nicknamed a fool and with the Dmitri family. The young man looked down. The servant told him that the lady appreciates elegance and manners, so he needs to. But the boy interrupted him and said that there is something more important than that. He turned around and added that he needs to be taken to the elder of this land. For him this lady is less important than the ability to live in this world. The man looked at him and thought, why, a person who has lived here all his life says so, but what can he do? Being a simple servant, he just needs to fulfill all his whims. After which he said that he understood everything. Present tense, the man raised his hand and said that this is all he knows. The guy folded his hands, thanked him for his help, said that he would reward him for this. After which the old man scratched the back of his head and said that it was an honor for him to even talk to him. The brunette lowered his head, thinking that he is Roman Dmitri, but his real name is Baek Jung-hak. He imagined the magician as a true follower of the martial arts of Murim. He lived a stormy life and, having achieved everything he aspired to, peacefully accepted his death, but for some reason he woke up in the body of Roman Dmitri. He looked down and wondered if this was the will of heaven, or if this was God's punishment for not accepting the ascension. He turned around. The elder did not understand what was happening. In the street, he could hear people shouting that he was a degenerate. They kicked the boy in the head, shouting for him to die. Everyone around looked at this with horror. The young man was lying on the ground near the vegetable counter. He was bleeding, barely breathing. The man looked at him and smirked and said that he was a vile spawn. After that, he hit him on the head again. Two people held his hands and beat him. The servant went there, asked him to go through, but then he was very surprised. He saw a tattoo on his hand. It was a tattoo. Then he raised his head and thought about what was happening. Next to him stood a brunette. The servant raised his head and said that it seemed to be Bloody Fangs. The young man looked at him and asked again who it was. Then the man opened his eyes and imagined a gang of scoundrels. This is a usurious group that operates not only on the clan's land, but also in the surrounding territories. It seems that this boy is in great debt to the Bloody Fangs since they have gone so far. Then he whispered to him that they should just pretend that they do not see anything, but the guy had already left. He approached them and told them to stop. The man turned around and did not understand what was happening. The servant ran after the master. Interfering was clearly a bad idea. He stood and looked at them. One of the gang members realized that it was Roman. He exhaled and began to shout that he thinks that he can do anything because he is a nobleman. What an idiot. The young man continued to silently look at him. The men started laughing and said that he better get out of here and not disgrace himself. He should leave them alone before they get to him. The servant intervened, said that they should leave. The Bloody Fangs are dangerous people, but the boy stopped him. He turned and said that he still did not fully understand the laws of this world, so he had to explain something to him. He lowered his eyes and asked who broke the law and what punishment should they receive. Hans was shocked. He looked at the youth and the men. Since the boy could not return the debt on time, he was to blame. But the Bloody Fangs did not have the right to decide this issue themselves, and more importantly, they showed disrespect to him, the eldest son of the Dmitri clan. Then he lowered his head and said that this was a crime that would cost them their lives. According to the law of this land, it would not be strange if they received the death penalty. The man looked at him furiously. The man felt uneasy about this. Then the guy stepped forward and asked if they heard. They broke the law of this land. He took a stick and said that's why. Raised it up. He, the eldest son of Lord Romero Dmitri, will carry out justice. One of the gang members looked at him and said that he understands that he is a noble man who does not know how the world works, but He took out his knife. He puts them in a very difficult position. In his opinion, he does not even know what situation he got into now. The guy smiled and said that this confirms everything. The man did not understand what he was talking about, and the young man stepped forward, said that they were a bunch of scum since they were talking like that to the lord of this land. He ran forward and started shouting that he did not give a damn what they were doing there. The gang was shocked. They shouted that they must attack him. The man clenched his teeth, preparing to attack. He stretched his hand forward but missed. This surprised him very much. Blood flowed. A blow was struck. The guy stabbed one of them in the throat with a stick. He groaned, and blood began to drip from the stick. After he pulled it out, he went to the others. They were scared. Then they began to attack and insult him again. Hans was screaming in fear at this time. The second member of the gang swung. He struck, but the young man turned his head to the side and he missed. Then he kicked, and again he struck with the stick. Blood flowed in all directions. Hans was simply horrified. He thought, was this man really Mr. Roman? And the guy at that moment eliminated another member of the team. He looked ahead and thought that the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a will written by Roman in several tablets on the floor. He remembered this very will. The kingdom of Cairo, which often fought, chose representatives from each family and forced them to serve the kingdom. He picked up this will. Roman, who was chosen to go to the army and represent his family, committed suicide out of fear. It was a miserable life, but no matter what life he lived. He swung his arm and thought that the current owner of this body was the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Jung-hak. He imagined himself in his past life. Since he occupied this body, he would live like Jung-hak. He moved his hand to the side. All his opponents were dead. Suddenly, something distracted him. He turned around and thought there were monsters there. A man was running away from him. He was screaming. The guy grabbed him by the hair. He bent him forward. The man screamed for him to let go. Then he put him on his knees and said that in order for the group to act in the existing manner, it was necessary to enforce the law. He raised the knife and said that he would not take his life, but he would still have to pay. He bent his head. The man screamed. His eyes suddenly widened and he screamed. After that, his cut tongue fell to the ground. He held his mouth. All the people around were shocked. The guy said that his name was Roman Dmitri. He stood in front of them and added that if any of them did not like the punishment he gave them, they could speak up at any time. His eyes were burning. With his stunning strength, the man climbed to the top of Murim. There was a mountain of corpses around. Hundreds and thousands of masters challenged him, but were eventually killed. Blood was everywhere. When it formed a river, the whole world recognized that the heavenly demon sector controls all of Murim. The guy looked at his bloody hands. I thought that now it took him so long to deal with some gang of bandits. Their lifeless bodies lay on the floor. Then he turned around and turned to Hans. The man answered him, and the guy said that he should call the guards, report what happened, and tell them to take care of this matter. He put his hand to his chest and agreed with a shaking voice, after which he hurried to run away from there. The young man continued to look at his hands and thought that this body was useless. It had almost no life energy and the flow was simply terrible. He clenched his fist and thought that he needed to gather information as soon as possible and strengthen this body. The boy who was being beaten came up to him and thanked him for helping him. The brunette turned around and thought it was the boy who was being beaten by those bandits. He turned around and said that the boy had misunderstood everything. He did it to help him. He looked down and added that the Bloody Fangs had broken the law, so he had to punish them, and he was no exception. So he would have to tell everything, even if he didn't try to lie, otherwise he would end up like them, if of course he wanted to keep his tongue. The boy lowered his head and thought. Then he started talking. He came closer and sheepishly said that his parents had borrowed money from the Bloody Fang to buy land for farming. They could easily pay them off if they sold the harvest. The boy started screaming that those bastards had destroyed their entire harvest. He remembered coming to the field. Corn cobs and broken bushes were lying on the ground, so they couldn't pay them off. Then he clenched his fist and said that later he found out that these freaks did it because they wanted his little sister. The boy fell to the ground and started screaming with tears that it was unfair. They had never hurt anyone. He looked at the Lord and started asking him to at least save his little sister. But the main character at that moment was looking at his eyes. They were filled with horror. It felt like looking at a crazy demon who was one of the 4 heavenly kings. The brunette raised his head and thought that he also met one crazy demon in the same backwater place, and also asked the boy his name. The guy lowered his head and said that he was Kevin. Roman turned around and said that okay, he would check what he said a little later and take care of what happened today. The boy started screaming that he was very grateful, and the guy closed his eyes, thought that it was just a feeling, but something told him that this was not their last meeting. The chariot was driving through the city. Conversations could be heard from there. They would soon arrive at the land of the Dmitri family. Inside sat a girl. She closed her eyes and agreed. She lowered her eyes and said that she would soon meet Roman Dmitri. A month before, she was furious. She screamed so loudly that it could be heard even in the street. A marriage of convenience with the Dmitri family did not suit her. The father looked out the window and replied that she understood that their lands were in a precarious position, they had no other choice. The blonde raised her hand and thought that it could not be, she would have to marry, and even one of the Dmitris, she would spend the rest of her life in this family. She imagined men with equipment, thought that almost all of this family were minors. The girl put her hand to her chest and said that this was too much, but the father did not want to listen to her. He understood the head and said that he was really very sorry that he felt sorry for her. The father had to make such a decision. She looked to the side, they said they had arrived. The servant helped her out of the carriage. She was supposed to marry her son's second son, who had a bright future ahead of him. They walked down the corridor and she understood that even this was not destined to happen. The young man turned around. Flora continued to think that her eldest son Roman Dmitri had forced her to marry him. She closed her eyes. Roman was an idiot who lived for his own pleasure. Why would he get so carried away? Even though the girl understood the deplorable state of their land, but she simply could not do this. Flora turned around and started to leave. Then she raised her head and thought that she should definitely tell the Lord about this. She turned around and suggested that they forget about the marriage, and he smiled in response and said that it was wonderful. The girl was very surprised. Roman put his hand to his chest, said that he had heard about this marriage and did not understand how such an idiot dared to marry someone like her, so he would also like to celebrate this wedding. Flora looked at the Lord and wondered if he was serious. It was somehow strange. Roman turned around and was going to go tell his father about it, and the girl asked him to wait a little. He turned around and asked what was wrong. The blonde replied that she heard that he expressed a desire to marry her, and added that now he wants to call off the marriage without a good reason, so she was a little taken aback. The young man looked and did not understand whether Flora wanted to marry him in the end or not, to which she replied that she did not really. The brunette went further and said that this was great. They both agreed to call off the marriage, so this could be the end of their conversation, and yes, he would take full responsibility. She had nothing to worry about. Then he raised his hand and said that he was already called the idiot of the family, so it was not such a big problem if he added a divorcee to it. The blonde looked at him in shock, wondering what was wrong with him. She watched him leave. Did they really call him an idiot? Shouts were heard from the garden office. He asked what his son was talking about. Cancel the marriage? Was he out of his mind? Well, the guy stood in front of him and calmly answered that yes, he had already agreed on everything with the lady. The father was incredibly angry. He shouted that he was an idiot, despite the fact that people called him the idiot of the family. He, as a father, tried to prove the opposite. The man looked at him and shouted that marriage with the Lawrence family is the best way for them, the Dmitri family, to take a good position as nobles. He also added that all he had to do was marry this noble girl, but he can't even do that. The young man exhaled and apologized. The father took a glass, swung it and asked, does he really think that an apology can fix anything, and threw it right at his son's head. Then he pointed his finger at the guy and said that if everything went smoothly, he would be able to do something with his summons, but now in 6 months he will have to go to the battlefield. Is there anything to say? Roman lowered his head and said no. The man added that he also heard that he had some problems with the Bloody Fang. Witnesses say that he punished them, but no one believes it. Surely someone helped him. Romero put his hand on the table and added that the problem is that the Bloody Fangs are a group that even he can't do anything about, and now the guy is responsible for his own problems, since he couldn't do his duty. He stood up and said that from now on he will deal with everything that falls on his head himself. The son listened humbly. The father said that he will now burst into tears and ask for goodbye, but the young man answered well. He raised his head and said that he will deal with it himself. His father was shocked. The guy turned around and said that it was all his fault. He thinks he should take responsibility for it, said that he will return as soon as he completely sorts it out. The man sat back and said to stop. Roman left the office, took a handkerchief out of his pocket. He started wiping the blood from his forehead and closed his eyes. Suddenly a girl came up to him and asked if he had gone crazy. He looked at her and walked on. Then he asked what she was still doing here. The blonde stood nearby and was silent. Then Flora turned around and said that these Bloody Fangs were not afraid to terrorize even nobles. She followed the guy and added that if he somehow annoyed them, they would not let it go. What could he do without the help of his family? The young man did not pay attention to her and continued to leave. The girl added that everything would be fine if he just asked his father for forgiveness, after which he finally turned around and asked why he should do that. She asked again. The brunette turned around and asked if she really did not know her place. The girl was shocked and asked again. They, estate. Hands sprayed the guy with perfume. He didn't like the smell, but the man said that it couldn't be helped. He smelled like blood. Roman straightened his tie and said that this suit was also very tight. The servant said that since this was their first meeting with Liddy, they should show her respect. The guy looked at him and asked about the wedding. Then he looked down and thought that he had just started to get used to this world. Marriage now would only add to their troubles. The servant turned around and said that they would arrive soon, so they should wait downstairs. The young man thought that Hans was right. He had no reason to disrespect a girl who had not caused him any trouble. The brunette looked ahead and thought that he needed to somehow refuse this engagement, and at the same time not hurt her feelings. The blonde looked at the young man. He thought that this was what he was going to do, but it seemed that she was not going to show him any respect. The guy looked at the girl and thought that this gave him even less reason to show her respect. Roman turned around and said that she was quite an arrogant person. Then he raised his head and added that he understood what she was getting at. Most likely they had not even taken into account his circumstances when it came to breaking off the engagement. Flora was embarrassed. As soon as he said that he would take full responsibility, she became worried. He frowned and added that it became the moment the topic of breaking off the engagement arose. She had no right to interfere in his decisions. She believed that was all. The girl lowered her head, and Roman, leaving, added that since their paths diverged, they should not interfere in each other's personal affairs. He reasoned that the only reason he said he would take full responsibility was to prevent any talk of marriage that might arise as a consequence of the broken engagement, but it was also because he didn't want to have any relationship with her. The young man walked away down the hallway. Then he introduced the girl, and so, this is their first and last meeting. Night, an estate. The woman said that her husband drinks a lot. He took another glass. She asked if that was enough for today. Romero looked down and said that he raised his hand against Roman again. He looked at the drink. When they were commoners, often beat him, but from the moment they became nobles, he promised himself that this would not happen again. Rihanna hugged her husband and said that thanks to this promise, the other children grew up and became decent people. The man replied that he believed, but he put his hand to his forehead. Roman, the only child who survived that difficult time with him, does not know how to feel about him. The woman hugged her husband again and said that he shouldn't blame himself. Even though he may not have been a good enough parent, they are the only ones who can influence their children's behavior. Then she looked at him and said that Romero, who knows, is not the one who would let his own son stray from the true path. He still has a chance to fix everything. They continued to sit in the room. The wife asked about the bloody fang. Their son is a proud child. He probably blurted it out in the heat of the moment. The man replied that if they leave everything as it is, who knows what will happen next time. Rihanna moved closer and asked why not just ask the captain to help him. The husband agreed, then called the servants. A guy entered the room and asked if they called him. Romero ordered to call Captain Jonathan. The hero and his servant walked through the streets of the city. They shouted at him from all sides. It was too dangerous to walk outside. Hans raised his head and said that they do not know when the Bloodfangs will attack. Maybe they should go back. But Roman turned and asked what he thought. When did the Bloodfang gain the power it has now? The man could not answer this question. Then the boy looked ahead and continued. The Bloodfang got its bad reputation when it ran away to kill its enemies. It gained it in war on those who committed a misdeed. Bad words create fear, and fear motivates to do what is said. The servant looked at him and asked if they were still not dangerous. The boy smiled and answered that they were, but only as long as they could make him afraid. The sun was shining. It was a nice day. They came to the 8-Lire Tavern. There were many people there. There was a lot of food on the table. The waitress said that this was all they ordered. Hans was very surprised. The boy got up from the table, said that the servant can stay here and eat, but he must go. The man was surprised and asked what he was talking about. The young gentleman looked at him and replied that from now on he would continue the investigation himself. Hans should stay here, as you are too dangerous. The man jumped up and shouted that he would not allow him. Then he came closer and said that even if he could be in danger, he could never send the gentleman alone. The boy looked at him and asked if he really was one of his men. The servant was surprised, asked again, then said that of course, one of his men. Roman raised his hand and said that then he should stay here. He had done more than enough just accompanying him outside. He would be back soon. The man stood and looked at him. Then he took a step forward and thought that he did not believe that his master could say such a thing to him. He did not expect such a thing from him. After which Hans ran to the exit and thought that now was not the time to think. He needed to report this urgently. Roman walked down the street and thought that if he had learned anything about the Bloodfang over the past few days, it was that their strength was not that great, but since they worked in small groups, it was difficult to track them down. He walked among the houses. Perhaps they did not show themselves because they were afraid of the consequences if they failed to kill him. The boy lowered his head and thought that the leader sitting in the shadows, if he could not find them himself, he should just make them come to him. The young man continued walking in crowded places. He deliberately walked along the streets with the servant. They probably already knew where he was. Then he turned the corner. On top of everything, today was the day of regular night training. And because of this, the number of guards on the streets was greatly reduced. This meant that they were planning to take revenge on him. A man snuck up on Roman from behind. This was the perfect chance. He took out his knife. It turned out that it was a whole crowd. They turned to the young master. The bandit ran at the guy, shouting that this was the revenge of the Bloody Fang. But the young man continued to stand motionless. He only turned around a little. At that moment, someone called Jonathan. The captain turned around. Hans was running towards him. The man ran towards him and asked what happened. He was trying to catch his breath. The captain said that he should calm down and tell him what happened. The man lowered his head and said that the young master. He raised his head and said with fear that he must be found urgently. Roman was in danger. Meanwhile, a battle was going on in the alley. One of the bandits frowned and insulted the young man. He grabbed his hand and knocked the knife away, after which Roman caught it in midair. He plunged it straight into the brown-haired man. The guy pulled the knife out, blood flowed. The young master stood and watched as the man backed away. The other bandits were in shock, did not understand what was happening. Their eyes widened, shouted what was happening, not at all what they heard. And the guy smiled and asked why they stood rooted to the spot. Let them come to him quickly. The lord raised his hand and the bloody knife. The captain looked at the servant and asked if he really wanted to say that the young master went into the city without guards in order to fight the Bloody Fang. They exchanged glances with the other guards. The men laughed loudly and said that this could not be and added that Hans was joking. But the brunette raised his hand and said that it was true. Why lie like that? They did not have time, they needed to hurry. Jonathan thought about it. Then I remembered Romero, how he told him that the young master and the Bloody Fang had a big fight, asked for help since they asked for it. The captain scratched his head and thought why he went there at all if he did not even know how to properly hold a weapon. The other knights looked at him, received an order to prepare their weapons immediately. The man turned around and said that they needed to be taken to where the young master might be now. As long as they were nearby, the bandits would not dare to touch him. Then he frowned and thought that if everything the servant said was true, then the young man really was an idiot. The two bandits looked at their dead comrade. The guy turned and asked why they stood like valves. The members of the Bloody Fang looked at him in shock. The young man raised his hand and said to come to him. The brown-haired man began to get angry. He took out a knife and ran at the guy screaming. They decided to attack together and wished him death. The man struck, but the young man returned. Then he looked at him and thrust his knife. At that moment, another man ran up. Approaching, he swung and tried to strike. But here, too, the young master dodged. Roman jumped up and kicked him. The man flew straight to the ground. The guy came closer and asked if that was all, and he answered with fear that if he killed him, there would never be safety again. The young man squatted down and asked if he was serious, but he had already killed two, hadn't he? They only knew how to wag their tongues. The brunette raised the knife up and said that it was better to answer wisely to what he was asked or. He abruptly stuck the knife right into his leg. The man screamed. Roman looked at him and asked who their leader was. A gang member was walking down the street like a sec. He approached a bar. There were a lot of people there. They were sitting and talking at the tables. One of the visitors was telling a story, then turned around. He was shocked. The main character entered this bar. The bartender turned around, said hello, immediately recognized the young gentleman. He came closer and said hello in return. Everyone around was whispering if it was him. The young man sat down at the bar. Then he put his hand on the table. The bartender asked what the guy would like to order. He answered that he wanted to drink Tears of Dawn. The man raised his hand and apologized and said that they don't have that. Maybe he should recommend something else. Roman agreed and asked for something stronger. The bartender frowned, and the young man said with a smile that he had something to do in the morning, so he wanted a little drink. Everyone looked at him very cautiously and the bartender suggested a dawn race. A cheerful sign above the door. A tall building. This pub stands in the middle of the street. That's where they get their orders. A gang member looked at the young man and said that they are given tasks if they say a special code. The guy asked what the code was. The man replied, a dawn tier, something stronger, for work in the morning. That's the order, you have to say it. Roman was sitting at the bar. The man addressed everyone present. He took a knife from under the table. Then he raised it straight above his head and said to attack. But it seemed it was too late. Everyone around was in shock. The man fell dead. Everyone started screaming and insulting the main character. People with knives started appearing behind him. But after a while, everyone ran out of the bar and shouted that they needed to call the guards. They turned around and were very scared. The main character dealt with them very quickly and skillfully. And here he was holding the man by the throat. Someone asked what happened. He instantly laid down 3. Was it really the young master? There were other rumors about him. The gang members were scared. The guy threw the enemy on the floor and thought that the greatest technique in Muram allows you to increase your strength through simple breathing. In an insignificant time, the heavenly demon was able to strengthen his body with the help of martial arts. Now the guy is not even close to his former self. Bloody Fang tried to attack again. They shouted that he was alone here and there were more of them. The young man smiled. These people are nothing but trouble. At that moment, the man took hold of the counter. The bartender came to his senses and asked what had happened. It was just in time. The guy was approaching him and said that he was just about to finish. The men held on and asked what he was doing here, but the Lord replied that the bartender was not the first to decide to attack him, and it seemed that they were alone here. He was interested in something. The gang member looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Roman offered to chat. Jonathan asked in surprise what it was. There were unconscious people around. Someone was lying on the floor. The captain came up and wondered if the young lord had done it. One of the knights approached him and said that there was a survivor on the second floor, said that the young man was heading to Lawrence. The man looked up and asked why. In response, he heard that he said that the main base of the Bloodfang was with them. An hour before, in the bar, the guy turned to the innkeeper and said that it was in their mutual interest for him to talk. He rolled his eyes. He was clenching his hands, several fingers were missing, and he already approached him and said with a smile that 2 fingers were already missing. But the man sent him and said that he would not say anything. He could kill him. He would be sure that the Bloody Fang would take revenge. Roman smiled and said that they should have done so right away. He even liked people like him a little. He raised his head and added that those who remain silent even after terrible torture and are not afraid of death, because such people usually have the most valuable information. The bartender sat bandaged and said that there was no point in wasting time. It was just better to kill him. The young man was surprised. He turned around. He approached the photo and said that it was time to make sure if the man was really not going to open his mouth until the last. Then he picked up a photo with his son. He showed it to the man and said that if he said that he would find his son and kill him. The innkeeper was shocked. He simply turned away and said that he did not know what the guy was talking about. This was not his son, but the young gentleman asked who the man was going to deceive. They looked the same. This made him very angry. The man started shouting that he was a fucking bastard, an aristocrat, threatening to kill his family. Roman came closer and said that he had recently accidentally learned something interesting about the Bloody Fang. For the sake of together, people from this group are ready to sacrifice their lives. From this he found out one curious detail. These guys are not so bad, just strong ones owed the Bloody Fang. The innkeeper listened to him attentively. The young man looked at the photo and said that this is why they became scoundrels. The Bloody Fang does not disdain crimes to drive people into debt, and turning the debtor's family into enemies is for them to sleep through. This is the truth about this group. They put people on the edge of their propo, threatening to kill their family. Does not this offer seem very reasonable? The photo showed a man with a satisfied son. At this point, he began to frown and replied that even if the young man knew the truth, nothing would change. The Bloody Fang always gets his way. Roman raised his head and said that he should think twice. He shouldn't be so sure, because he wasn't joking when he said he would kill his son. Then he threw the picture on the floor and swore on his own name. The young man came closer and said that he would tell the soldiers to find the boy and then kill him. He stepped right on the picture of the youth, very slowly and very painfully, but before doing so, he would give the man another chance. Tears appeared in the innkeeper's eyes. The young lord looked at him and said that he would remain silent for the sake of the Bloody Fang and let his son die a painful death, or share with him the information he needed so that he could deal with the Bloody Fang wetly. The choice was his. The sun was shining brightly. There was a basement in the house. The stairs went down quite deep. Screams could be heard from there. Was this really what happened? The young man stood in front of the chair and said that Roman single-handedly defeated an entire squad. If the knights of the family are in business, their affairs are bad. Ben gritted his teeth and said that he refused to believe it. The guy was not capable of such a thing. He looked directly at his subordinate and thought that they were going to declare themselves by destroying the Dmitri family, and the one who evaded service in the Royal Swordsman Academy dealt with the whole squad. The man raised his hand and asked where the young man was now. The brunette replied that he had just left the family lands. He thought he had knocked the information out of the morning dew. The leader asked again whether he was alone, and received an affirmative answer. Then he raised his hand and said that the guy was mocking them, daring to attack their bases alone. They needed to gather forces immediately. The people stood up and said that they understood everything, and the man added that they would kill Roman before the family knights got to them. They needed to deal with this bastard. He frowned, thinking that the boy dared to challenge the Bloody Fang. Today he would kill him mercilessly and hang his corpse in the city square. The Bloody Fang would avenge the shame. The sun was shining over the city streets. The Democrat put his hand on the documents and asked what happened to the Barco family. They answered that they had made a decision. There were many people sitting at the table. One of them said that there was a rumor that the family had taken a large loan from the gold bank. The only reason for this was to prepare for war, and another added that the outbreak of war was a matter of time. They must gather forces first. The Viscount folded his hands in thought. Then he raised his head and said that he believed that war was inevitable. He did not think that this could happen when he received the documents from the family. The brunette raised his hand and said that he would never have thought that the central government would take their side. At this rate, everything would end with the transfer of their lands to the Barco family. The old man raised his hand and added that they must hold on to the land at all costs. The Lawrence family lives only on fertile land. The men began to argue. According to the documents, their ancestors owed the family land. This cannot be true. Well, even the central government, they did something in secret from them. Everyone turned their attention to the Viscount. He asked to leave everything as it was. He lowered his head and added that no matter what happened, but they should not give up the land. If this happens, other families, like hyenas, will come running to grab a piece for themselves. Since the Barco family is not going to compromise, they must resist with all their might. The man lowered his eyes and said that this is why the engagement with the Dmitri family was concluded. Everyone around began to rejoice, as if this family exists. They are one of the richest in the northeastern region, although they were once commoners. The brunette said that no matter how much the Barco court took, the Dmitri family is still richer. The Viscount lowered his hand and said that he hoped so he sent his only daughter to this idiot of a family. Another young man intervened in the conversation and said that it was for the sake of the family. As the head, he did the right thing and should not reproach himself. All this conversation was heard in the corridor. The girl leaned against the very door. Then she put her hand to her chest and thought what she should tell them. She began to walk from side to side and thought that she broke off the engagement, and now she does not know how to look her father in the eye. But why worry about what has already been done? This is her life. It cannot be sold to such an idiot. But this is her father's plan and the future of the family. Okay, she must tell him. The blonde collected her thoughts. She cannot marry someone she does not have feelings for. At that moment, a knight ran to the door. The girl turned around and looked at him. He ran closer, greeted her. Flora greeted him in return. The young lady continued to watch as the guy tried to deliver an urgent message, asking to open the door quickly. The guard above replied that he had already said, "First you need to hand over your weapons and do everything that is required." But the man shouted that the young gentleman was in danger. He raised his head and said that if something happens to Roman, he will not forgive it. Seriously. Another guard ran up and shouted that this was a big problem. Yes, Lawrence Square is now in riots. The captain was very surprised and said just not to tell him that this was the guy's doing. Now he will wash the door to hell. City Day. People watched in horror at what was happening. What was this? God, should I intervene? There was blood everywhere. The beaten man looked up and begged for mercy. The young man was dragging him by the collar across the square. The man thought it was easy. He was going down the stairs, then thought the enemy was just a fool from the nobility. The bandit stood in front of the door. He thought that just one person was a piece of cake. The door opened. The man crossed his arms over his chest and thought that there were several of them. They were armed. Ben smiled and thought that they couldn't lose. It was just impossible. He opened his eyes wide in shock. In front of him were his dead people. His pupils narrowed. The hero took a step forward. Ben thought he was done for. He knelt down. The man looked ahead and thought he was definitely done for. Roman came closer. The leader of the gang thought he didn't want to die and asked for mercy. He looked up and begged for his life. The hero dragged him along the street. He stopped. The old man begged him. Roman dropped him. People gathered around. Ben was shaking and saying that if he spared his life he would do whatever he wanted. He would become his loyal dog and serve him for the rest of his life. Roman looked at him and said that he would become his dog. He should have said that before showing his fangs. He stepped on his head with his boot. People looked at them. Someone said that it was the leader of Bloodfang. The hero said that they probably knew what an asshole he was. Bloodfang had crossed Dimitri's family. The boy looked at him in shock when he said that they had dirty tricked people and tried to kill him so that he could not stop them. Roman looked down and said that these were the crimes of Bloodfang and therefore in front of them all he would tear out evil by the roots. The hero stepped on his head. Everyone screamed. Jonathan came galloping. He looked forward in shock. Blood spurted. Someone asked if this was true. The knight looked at the council and said that they allowed Roman to cross the border of the lands because he was Miss Flora's fiancé, but about an hour later he appeared in the square dragging a man behind him. Everyone looked at the guard in shock when he said that the hero announced that the man Ben Miles was the leader of the Bloodfang and then publicly executed him. Lawrence looked in surprise. Everyone around was discussing how true it was. The man looked at him and said that the important thing was that he killed a man without his master's permission. It cannot be left like that. The old man frowned and thought that this was not the main problem. The important thing was that the man who would become his son-in-law dealt with the Bloodfang. The Viscount said to call Roman here immediately. He wanted to hear everything from him personally. The knight and the boy walked forward. The doors opened. Roman entered the room. Lawrence looked at Captain Jonathan and thought that the hero was helped by the knights of the Dmitri family. Roman folded his hands behind his back and saluted the Baron. The guy looked at him and said forget the formalities and get down to business. He came all the way to the Lawrence lands to commit atrocity here. The guy looked at him and said it all started a couple of days ago. A bloody fang attacked an innocent citizen and he executed them on the spot. The doors were open. Flora was eavesdropping. She called out to the guard. He turned around. The blonde pointed to the door and asked, the one who came with him was Roman, why was he here and why did he come to his father's office? She looked in shock when the guy said that she did not seem to know. The brunette looked ahead and said that he decided that this could not be left like this. He went to their main lair and killed the leader. He looked at the Baron and said that everything was like that. The Baron frowned and asked if he had the right to do that. He said that he had no right to execute someone in the Lawrence lands. The boy's expression darkened and he said that he knew that, but he doubted that they could handle Bloodfang on their own. He said that the identity of Bloodfang's leader was no secret, his crimes were known in their lands and he had been released on bail many times, so he took care of him himself, decided not to trust this matter to their family. The brunette frowned and shouted, how dare he? Jonathan looked at him in shock. Roman closed his eyes and said that he was disappointed. He expected gratitude from them. He had blood on his hands, solving a problem that the Lawrence family had ignored. The Baron frowned when the hero asked if he had done anything wrong. Lawrence looked at his employee and asked if he knew about Ben. He replied that he knew that he was a criminal, but he did not know that he was their leader. The blonde looked ahead and said that they would close the topic here. If the Lawrence family had taken care of this earlier, none of this would have happened. The hero and his knight bowed when they were told that they would be rewarded later, and now they could go. The doors opened. They left. The Baron laughed. He grabbed his beard and said that he had gotten him. This was the same Roman. The brunette asked, they couldn't just forget about it. He answered that they could. He would become Flora's husband. It took courage to do such a thing. The Baron closed his eyes and said that he didn't want to hear anything. He didn't think that Roman would be a suitable match for his daughter. He asked to bring her here. He wanted to tell her about it. In the evening, the horses walked forward. Jonathan looked at the hero, asked if he really needed to be cheeky to the Baron. Maybe this time everything worked out, but if he had gotten angry. Roman said that Lawrence was not responsible for what happened. All he did was show that their carelessness was to blame for what happened. The redhead looked at him when he said that the Baron had not heard about the engagement being cancelled. He did not want to punish his daughter's fiancé. Jonathan thought that he had planned it all. He looked at the hero and thought what had happened. This man in front of him was not the Roman he knew. The brunette looked into the distance. Someone called the protagonist. Jung-hyuk looked up. He was told that he was the son of a heavenly demon. His father looked at him and said that if he really had enough skills to be his heir, he must prove it by getting out of the cold hard ground alive. The man looked down and said that he was one of his 12 children. His death was nothing to him. Even if everyone died, he would just make new ones. The boy looked at his father when he said that the only way to prove that he was worth something was to seize power over everyone. Children appeared behind the hero. They began to beat him. The brunette looked at him and said that he thought that the son of a heavenly demon could do something, but it turns out that he is just an arrogant little bastard. The hero stood up and prepared to attack. He was hit in the face. The children looked at him. He thought that in childhood, when other children were protected by their parents, the boy was beating him. The fist flew towards the hero. He was hit in the face. He remembered that he was simply thrown into a world where the strongest survive. In the evening in the Dmitri estate, candles were burning. Roman was taking a bath. He closed his eyes and thought that he was very exhausted. He quickly gets tired in this body. He thought that he had been through a lot since waking up in this world. The guy looked away. He raised his hand and thought that most of the events were related to the Bloody Fang. In order to destroy it, he swept away everything that stood in his way. The hero looked at his hand and thought that he did not regret anything. His personality had not changed. He cuts and tortures those who hinder him and gets rid of those who want to kill him by any means. This is the life he led until now. He thought that becoming Roman did not change anything. The brunette threw his head back and thought that always acting like this time could be dangerous. He still did not fully understand how this world works and his strength was much less than before. He was lying in the bathroom and thinking what to do now. Someone called him. The guy opened his eyes. Someone said that the Lord was calling him. He replied that he would be there soon. Romero pounded on the table. Jonathan approached him and said that Roman really did it. He noticed that the young master had changed a lot. The man looked at the Lord and said that the current master was not the person they knew before. Romero looked at his hand and said that his son had always been a headache for him. He was the only one of his children who did not stand out in any way. And he is the only child of his who remembers the time when he was a commoner. The child called for his father. He put a candy in his hand. Young Romero looked at his hand and asked what it was. Roman said it was a candy. His father looked at him and asked. Leon ran all this way just to give it to him. He told him to stay away from here, it is dangerous. The boy smiled and said that he worked all day, so he wanted to give him a candy. He told him to eat it and then he will finish work faster and get home faster. The man looked at him in surprise. Romero raised his eyebrows and said that he wanted Roman to be happy. He clenched his fist and said that he treated him special because of this, allowed him a lot so that they would not be laughed at because of poverty, but he never thought that because of this he would take a wrong turn. The redhead looked at the Lord when he said that some part of him had already given up on his son. He clenched his fist and said that when he heard that Roman had destroyed the Blood Fang, hope returned to his heart. He looked forward when they said that his son had arrived. The Lord thought that no matter how he defeated the Bloody Fang, if he really did something of his own free will, he would do anything for him. Romero looked forward and told him to come in. The door opened. He thought that he would become the father he was missing. The brunette looked at him. He smiled. Romero said that he heard that he dealt with the Bloody Fang alone. The hero looked at him and thought that he saw that he had high hopes for what he would say. He looked away and thought that achieving beyond expectations could have bad consequences. If he kept silent about it now, he could buy some time for self-development. He frowned and thought about whether to tell him the truth or not. The second option was definitely more rational, however. The white-haired man was hit in the face. The boy smiled and asked if this was all he could do. The hero took a stone and hit the offender in the head. Blood started to flow. The brunette grabbed his face and screamed. Jung-hyuk swung. Blood spurted. He struck one blow after another. His stone was covered in blood. All the children looked at him in shock. The white-haired man threw the stone. He remembered that in his childhood, when other children were protected by their parents, he was simply thrown into a world where the strongest survives. The boy turned and said that they said that he was the main one, so let the rest of the cave know that the one who broke their main one's head. The hero remembered that he had seized power over that place. The boy's pupils narrowed and he said that it was him. Roman smiled and said that it was him. He thought that he was a heavenly demon and he couldn't hide his superiority. After some time, wooden swords hit each other. The boys were training. Someone shouted to stop training. He took a step forward. The Baron walked forward. The boys bowed and greeted them. The blonde man stood with his eyes closed. He looked up and wondered what Roman had lost. The hero wasn't looking at him. The captain stopped. He turned around. The redhead looked at the students and asked for their attention, saying that a sword fight was about to be held for Mr. Roman. Everyone looked at him as he told those who wanted to step forward. The guy looked at the hero and wondered why they would suddenly fight this fool. The brunette wasn't looking at him. An hour earlier, the hero said he did it. He was looking forward. Romero looked at him and asked how he had even dealt with the whole Bloody Fang. The guy closed his eyes and thought that he should answer him in a way that wouldn't make him doubt his words. He replied that in fact he had been practicing all this time, improving his sword skills. The father looked at him and asked why he hid his training from him. If he only knew, he would have thrown all his strength into helping him. He replied that it was a long and difficult period for him, when he did not live, but existed and behaved like a child. The hero said that the one who was called Dmitri the Fool, he wanted to show that he could handle everything on his own. The father said that even if so, is it possible to first hone his skills alone, and then take and defeat the Bloody Fang? The hero looked at him and said that the Bloody Fang is an organization that issues loans, maintaining its authority by intimidating and recruiting those debtors who can be useful. He decided that he could deal with it only if he pulled out the weed by the roots, and so he deceived their leader and attacked. The man looked at him in shock and asked if he had lured the leader of the Blood Fang. They would definitely want to take revenge on the noble. The hero said that was why he became bait. The Lord raised his hand and shouted that it was a very dangerous plan. If they decided to take revenge, they could simply abandon their leader and even kill him. The brunette looked at him and said that the people who created this organization through intimidation and coercion had no reason to risk their own lives for the leader when they could finally gain freedom. There was silence. Romero frowned and thought that it took a lot of courage to pull off such a thing. There were no words to express his pride. He wondered if his son was capable of this. The Lord asked his son to fulfill one of his requests. The hero looked at his father when he said that he wanted to see his swordsmanship. Romero thought that he wanted to see it with his own eyes to the point of madness. Everyone was silent when Jonathan asked if there were any volunteers to participate in the duel. The blonde guy frowned and thought that of course there were none. If you win, you will only earn yourself a headache, and if I lose, you will be humiliated forever. Who would want to participate in this theater of the absurd, where a fool will show his talents to his father? Jonathan looked ahead and thought that they needed someone who could resist the master, to maintain the prestige of the knights and at the same time test Roman's strength. He said that since there were no volunteers, he would choose himself. The red-haired guy looked ahead and thought that he would like to fight him himself, but the captain would most likely choose anyone to swing his sword a couple of times. There is only one here who can handle it. Chris looked to the side when he was called. His eyes widened in shock when he was told to step forward. He remembered the first time he met Roman last year when he was on patrol and received a report of some drunkard behaving violently and immediately rushed there. The knight ran in and said that the guard was there. Someone was shouting that these idiots were making fun of him. There was liquid spilled on the floor. The stranger was shouting how dare he say something to him. There were broken bottles on the floor. The guy was shouting how he really wanted to close his shop. A married couple looked at him and asked for forgiveness. The brunette shouted at them to shut up. Roman looked at them and told them not to dare open their mouths. He raised one eyebrow and told them to come to him. He threw a bottle at the people when they asked him to calm down. Chris came up to him and said that he had enough. The man asked who he was and that he should get out of here. The knight took him by the hand and said that even if he was the master, but if he continued to behave like this, he was hit on the cheek. Roman screamed, "How dare he touch him?" The blonde looked at him. He said, "Look at how he looks at him." The knight remembered that as soon as he slapped him on the cheek, he immediately understood everything. This man had never trained his body in his entire life. The hero pushed him. Chris thought that his physical training was several times less than that of any adult man. He thought how pathetic he was. Roman screamed something. The knight thought that he was bragging completely out of hand, that he was the son of a baron, but in fact he was just a loser. The guy wanted eyes and remembered that he sincerely thought that he would rather die than become such scum, and they wanted him to fight him. Chris looked in shock when he was told to step forward. He looked at the captain and said that he did not think this task was for him. He replied that the master single-handedly dealt with the Bloody Fang to equalize the forces. He would go. The boy raised his hand and tried to say something, but he was interrupted. He looked away and said that he understood everything. The boys stood opposite each other. Chris looked at the hero. He looked at him. The captain looked forward and began to speak, but he was interrupted. The knight said that he had one suggestion. He looked at the captain and said that in addition to the usual sword swings, he trained so that he could fight in real duels and battles, whoever his opponent was. He did not want to be careful with him. The blonde looked forward and asked to let him perform without restrictions. He would take it as an honor to fight with the master. He thought that this fool could not deal with the Bloody Fang. Taking this opportunity, he would show him. Romero nodded approvingly. He looked at his son. He laughed. Chris frowned and wondered if he was laughing. He pursed his lips. The captain said that it seemed that the master agreed. He looked to the side and told the opponents to get ready. The boys stood in their places. They looked at each other. Chris's pupils narrowed. The hero looked at him. The captain ordered to begin. They started. The knight ran at the hero. He narrowed his eyes and blocked the blow. The observers looked at them and said how fast Chris was. Jonathan looked at them in shock. The blonde looked at the brunette and wondered if he had blocked. He frowned and jumped back. Chris gripped the sword and thought he felt the power when he crossed swords with him. Roman stood when he thought he had a stable attack posture. Was it possible that this was just an accident? He frowned and thought, so what if he didn't expect this? He rushed into the attack and thought that he should grind this guy into dust now to calm down. Roman dodged. Chris looked at him. He struck again. The hero looked at his sword. They separated their swords. The guy frowned. He struck, but he dodged. Roman looked at him. The blonde's eyes widened. He took a step forward. The brunette struck him. The knight looked at him in shock. He jumped back. The guy stopped. He looked ahead and thought that now it was dangerous. Romero and Jonathan opened their mouths in shock. The baron asked if it was possible. The observers looked at them and said that he almost. Chris frowned and thought, is the master really capable of such a thing? He looked at him. The knight clenched his teeth and thought that there were no flaws in his defense, dodging and counterattack. Was he really the one who punished the Bloody Fangs? He looked ahead and thought, what was he even talking about? Is Dmitri the fool and he is worried that he will lose in front of everyone? Roman said that this is enough for a warm-up. The knight asked again. The hero flew up to him and said that this time he will be the first. The blonde frowned. He raised his sword. The guy blocked the blow and thought, why this idiot is so fast. The brunette retreated. He looked at him. A blow happened. Roman delivered one blow after another. Everyone looked in shock and wondered what kind of furious attack this was. The blonde frowned and thought how hard it was for him to defend himself. He opened his eye and thought that this was dangerous. There must be some way to attack. Roman swung his sword. The knight began to fall. His pupils narrowed. The brunette swung his sword. Chris thought that this was a good move. He saw an opening and thought that he had a lot of disadvantages. The blonde swung. He looked to the side. The hero dodged. He smiled. The blonde wondered if he really wanted him to attack. He realized that he would lose. Roman smiled. Chris sent mana into the sword. Jonathan frowned and shouted at him to stop. A divine aura appeared around him. The hero looked at him in shock. An explosion occurred. The onlookers closed their eyes and asked what the hell was going on. Romero frowned and called out to his son. He exhaled. He looked up. He dodged the attack. Chris looked at him in shock. He fell. Everyone looked at them in shock. Roman pulled out his sword and looked at his opponent. Someone asked who this new deputy captain was. There was a blow. The stranger said that he must be joking. He is the captain's best student and at his age. Jonathan and Chris fought. One of the knights looked at the other and said that he is a 2-star knight of aura. He asked why he is so young and already 2 stars. The other answered that they say that after 6 months of training, mana was felt in him. The guy attacked the captain. The green-haired man raised his hand and said that he rose to the 1-star rank in more than 3 years. The other asked if it was really that fast. The red-haired man dodged. Someone said that they heard that his swordsmanship is simply incredible. The girl smiled and asked his name. The guy knelt down. The captain looked at him. He clenched his fist and said that that's enough for today. Chris closed his eyes. He stood up and said no. The guy wiped the sweat off his face and asked to fight again. Jonathan smiled and thought that despite his talent, he continued to work so hard on par with the others, he was definitely a genius. Chris fell. The sword fell from his hands. Everyone looked at them in shock. Roman pulled out his sword and looked at the enemy in the castle. The knight was lying down and called the captain. The Baron looked at him and asked what the hell. The guy was a 2-star knight, which they always showed off. Jonathan frowned and thought what was going on here. Just a month ago he was a slob who did God knows what. To achieve such skill, it takes years of diligent training. He fights as if he spent his whole life training. Romero looked at the red-haired man when he told him not to be surprised and to listen. Anyway, Mr. is a real genius. Roman stood next to the enemy. He looked down. The knight was lying down. The hero thought that he was able to press the enemy and see his next move, such as he could easily cut all the bloody fangs alone. He thought that the guy deserved to make Jonathan proud. He had good data by the standards of this world, but if you compare them to his, then they are terrible. The brunette looked down and thought that even their lowest ranked warriors would be stronger than him. He looked ahead and thought that at the end he surprised him. What kind of power was that? The Baron laughed. Everyone looked at him. The hero turned around. The man smiled and said that this was his son. His eldest son was a real master of the sword. He turned to the captain and asked if he was sure. He nodded and said that he had no other explanation for this. He was a fool if he could not notice it sooner. Romero frowned and said that it was incredible. Roman looked at him. He told him to quickly go to him. He spread his arms and said that he had not been in such a good mood for a long time. He praised him for being able to achieve something himself. The brunette crossed his arms and said that reward and punishment should always be deserved. He can ask him for whatever he wants. He smiled. The guy looked at him and said that his father told him that in 6 months he should go to the battlefield since he dissolved the marriage with the lady. He asked if he wanted him to settle the issue with his call. Roman looked at him and said no, he wanted to choose the people who would go with him himself. Romero looked at him with incomprehension. He raised his hand and asked if they really didn't have more time because they could settle the matter with the marriage. The hero looked at him and said that he would go. The father looked at him in shock. He closed his eyes and said okay. He looked at his son and said that he could regulate everything concerning his service himself. Roman said that there was something else he wanted to ask him. He replied that since he had shown his true face, how could he not listen to him? The guy looked away. He was looking at the knight. He frowned and shouted, were they really asking him to teach the master aura? Jonathan crossed his arms and said that this was the Baron's order. He replied that this was too much. The knight told him to look at him, at his face. After he used the aura against the master, everything went so far that he was simply knocked out, and he woke up only now. He grabbed his head and said that just from this he already wanted to die, and to teach this, even if his head was cut off for refusing. Jonathan looked at him and told him to listen to him. The knight looked at him. He said that while he was teaching him, he would learn more about his incredible transformation, and if he copes with it, he will agree to let him receive secret skills. Chris looked at him in shock. He stood up and asked if it was true. He thought that if he could do this, he would have the key to what made the captain become a 3-star aura knight. The redhead looked at him. The blonde frowned and told him not to take it back then. Hans called the master and said that he heard that he was incredible today. Roman was putting on his shirt. The man said that there were many rumors going around the castle. He held the shirt and said that the deputy captain was a 2-star aura knight. Defeating him was incredible. The hero looked down and asked if Hans knew what aura was. The man said that he didn't know for sure. Wasn't it a power that uses mana? The guy looked ahead and said that it was called mana here. He thought that the power that Chris used was definitely a burst of Kai energy. However, in his world, it was used differently. What was called aura here had many disadvantages. He thought that he didn't understand why they used it like that. The brunette smiled and thought that it would not be superfluous to learn more about the power used in this world. He thought that tomorrow they would start doing this. They stood opposite each other in the backyard. The blonde looked at his cheek silently. The brunette also did not express any emotions. There was a bandage on Chris's cheek. Roman exhaled, which tensed the second. He cursed, but trying to calm down, he took a deep breath. Before they began, he wanted to tell what an aura was. The word aura appeared on the screen. In the center was a bright glow of outgoing energy. Aura is one of the parts of mana, which is usually used by knights. A figure in black armor with a light cloak collected magical energy in his hands, while wizards store mana in, how can I explain it, special circles. A knight in white and red armor was surrounded by a fiery whirlwind. They spread this power throughout their bodies. An elderly man with a gray beard stood calmly. The creator of the aura is Emperor Alexandro, who is also called an innovator. The model showed the direction of energy in the human body. He was the first to find a way to strengthen the human body. It was he who learned to distribute mana throughout the body, unlike wizards. Aura implies the power of instant release of this mana. The hand under its influence became stronger. Usually, mana distributed throughout the body instantly splashes out, demonstrating incredible power. Chris folded his arms across his chest, listening to his interlocutor. In fact, it is not necessary to know the history of the aura, only the chosen ones can use it. 1 in 1,000 follows the path of a knight and only 1 in 10,000 becomes a wizard. Roman calmly continued to tell. Therefore, it is very important to know whether a person has any inclinations for this. The minimum skill that a knight must have is the ability to feel mana. This is where most people have problems. The brunette listened silently. It took the blonde half a year to feel mana, but even if he felt it after a goal, it would already be a good result. Roman interrupted him. So it depends on his abilities. Then he needs to start by feeling mana. Can he describe what it feels like? Chris didn't look at him intently. Agreed, thinking that he had only been able to defeat him once, and he had already become so proud. The blonde looked at the guy in front of him, thinking that this time everything would not be as he had imagined. Swordplay talent and mana talent were two completely different things. Today he would understand what a cruel reality was for him. The premise of this training was initially wrong. The guy stood with a naked torso, concentrating his magical power. He had long felt the mana of this world. Although there was little of it, it should accumulate in the lower abdomen. The brunette closed his eyes. The shortest way to the bottom is to blindly follow common sense. Even if it is impossible to understand, first of all, he must follow their methods. Chris began to walk around his student, telling him to breathe evenly and calmly. It is important for him to feel as if something is slightly tickling his skin. Small bright lights began to appear in Chris's palms. If he succeeds in learning how to use mana, he will be able to detect his aura, the concentration of mana that wanders throughout the body at one point. This is the manifestation of the aura. White smoke began to emanate from the hero's palm. When he succeeds in manifesting his aura, he will become a single-tasking knight of the aura. The same thing happened with the second hand. The manifestation of the aura can be used in completely different ways. By covering a sword with it, you can increase your destructive power. The blonde continued to walk around the student with his eyes closed, but his body began to emit a glow, or apply it to his body. He opened his eyes and was surprised at what he saw, and he will immediately become many times stronger having received it. Chris paused, his mouth open as he watched an aura begin to appear around Roman. He was shocked by what was happening. It couldn't be an aura. The guy stood surrounded by a bright light. Had he manifested his aura? Streams of fire were pouring off his shoulders. Roman opened his eyes, his pupils turning bright red. He was right after all. The way they used energy streams here was nonsense. The man with long hair sat in the lotus position, concentrating the ball. In the Muraim, they got rid of everything unnecessary, directing their energy upward, ultimately accumulating it in their stomachs. Here, everything was completely different. He hoped that the mana would accumulate where it needed to by itself. There was no way to achieve that this way. The guy mentally imagined two energies, dark and light. This had nothing to do with the Kai energy of their Muraim. So abundant and heavy. Mana is very light, there is very little of it. You lose as much as you get. He looked at his hand, which was concentrating a bright glow. Although their method of using aura is similar to the one used in training in Muraim, although those trainings were only for hardening. This method not only does not make you stronger externally, but does not even allow you to accumulate mana inside. The hand was holding an object from which streams of energy were emanating. There would be no point in scattered mana that would fly in different directions. Roman lowered his eyes. In this way, even after hundreds of years, you will not reach the maximum. He turned to the surprised Chris. He asked how he did it at all. The sun illuminated the crowns of the trees. He himself saw everything. That's what he was asking. It took him so many years to splash out the aura. His mentor switched to shouting. Did Roman know how to use the aura and just decided to mock him? Chris lowered his eyes, tears welling up in them. Now he understood everything. Everything was suspicious even since that defeat in the duel. If he has such power, then why did he 2 years ago? Roman interrupted the shocked interlocutor. He is making everything up as he wants. But this is the only reasonable explanation. He trained to the point of exhaustion to get the second star, spent 10 years on it. These words made the hero laugh. The blonde raised his eyebrows, stupefied, asking why he was laughing. Because it was funny, the guy answered dryly. Chris clenched his fist. Did his efforts make him grin? Roman looked at the blonde with a smile, asking him while he was striving for this level. He couldn't even answer Chris's subsequent words. Did he ever doubt the quality of these trainings? He just lowered his head, asked if he was trying to say that people are sometimes mistaken. The training methods passed down from generation to generation are simply a delusion. Young people who put on protection trained with a sword together. He thought so while he was learning aura from him. The men stood trying to feel the mana. The disadvantages of this method were obvious, so why was it necessary to be stubborn? Roman looked emotionlessly at Chris's surprised face. He didn't know that either, maybe because he had such a strong belief in Captain Jonathan, who he learned from. It's much easier to just repeat after everyone else. If you follow the trial and error method, you won't get criticism or condemnation." And he came closer to the amazed blonde. Let him not deny the fact that he had worked hard for 10 years. And during all this time, the fact that he had never doubted this method made him laugh. Putting his hands in his pockets, Roman walked on and began to leave the yard. And he had nothing to say in response. The path he had blindly taken was just a branch of someone's doubts. The hero lowered his eyes and thought, "These doubts make life miserable. Having made many mistakes, always coming to an unsuccessful result." He imagined the guy leaving under the condemning glances of the crowd. All that was left was to cope with someone else's condemnation and his own despair. But no matter how you look at it, changes were simply necessary, as if he did not follow his father's instructions to complete his own mission. Having already walked away from the mentor, the guy said that the training was over. Chris lowered his head and stopped him. The hero stopped and turned to him. He asked him to tell him what he should do now. Someone's hand clenched. There was a stain of blood nearby. A man with a sword in his hand stood in front of a man on the ground. He looked at him, asking if he would still go crazy. The guy answered that he would admit his defeat. The evil of blood would now follow Jung-hyuk. The man had already started to leave when the guy stopped him. On the ground lay a sword split in half. He saw such a powerful warrior for the first time. What should he do to become like him? The guy rose to his knees. Whatever it was, he was now forever devoted to him. So if he became stronger, wouldn't it be better for both of them? He shouted for him to tell. Roman looked at Chris, who was confused in front of him, remembering his words. The hero looked at him carefully. He threw his pride aside and smiled. His eyes glowed a bright blue. Interesting. The man with long hair stood surrounded by red lightning. The blood demon, the one who created the blood evil in the past and then led it. He and the gray-haired man went down in battle. He was one of the masters who dominated the Muraim, and therefore his feud with Jung-hyuk because of the demonic power was inevitable. The guy stood on the ground leaning on his hands. In the end, after a fierce battle, he lost. Roman calmly looked ahead, but then this guy overcame his shame, still asked the hero to teach him. Chris looked confused. He threw away his pride, all for the sake of his desire to become stronger. This guy looks like a blood demon. The sky was illuminated by the setting sun. He asked how to become stronger. The two stood opposite each other. The hero can't tell about it. But then what should he do now? He looked at him, advising him to stop believing everything they say first. He won't be able to change anything even if he hears the answer. But if he really wants to learn something. The blonde opened his mouth from what he heard. From now on, he must stay by his side. In 6 months, he will leave for the battlefield. Chris imagined the hero in the field among the open banners. He must watch how Roman becomes stronger, how he goes out alone against hordes of enemies and how he wins. And if in 10 years he will still be by his side. The blonde continued to listen silently. He will be able to get an answer to his question. The stars were shining brightly in the night sky. Moonlight came through the closed window. Chris sat on the bed with his head bowed, putting his hand to it. He remembered his training with the other guys. They trained until they could feel mana. The other students looked at him in surprise. Only 6 months had passed and he already felt it. Jonathan looked at the student. He was telling how to manifest an aura. The other guy was surprised to hear him call him a genius since he reached 1 star in half a year. He was holding a wooden training sword. The mentor addressed him, saying that he was now a 2-star aura knight. He remembered Roman's words, that he had been training for 10 years and had never doubted the method. It made him laugh. Chris frowned in anger. The sunlight illuminated the castle walls. Jonathan sat in a chair and looked at him in surprise, asking the boy to say it again. He stood opposite, said that he was going to follow Mr. Roman to the battlefield. Wants to become stronger. Between them stood a large wooden table. The mentor asked if something had happened. He answered affirmatively and lowered his eyes. Jonathan looked closely, expecting something else, but he closed his eyes and put his hand on the table. Okay, if he decided so, there was a reason for that. The mentor folded his arms across his chest, saying that from now on he was no longer part of the Knights of the family. No matter what happened, he must stay by Roman's side and achieve what he wanted. He looked into Jonathan's eyes, thanking him. He looked at the boy with a smile, and remembered their first meeting. Then he noticed, a little boy was crying next to a dead woman. His hands were covered in blood, and his face was covered in tears. Now he was not the same little boy who held tightly to the body of his dead mother and cried. The mentor stood up from his chair, leaning on the table. Thanks to him, he was now sure of one thing. Since Chris, whom he knew, said that he would follow Mr. Roman, he was no longer the fool he used to be. Jonathan walked up to the big door and opened it, telling the guy to follow him. From today on, they would start preparing. The man turned his head towards him. To survive on the battlefield, he had to have at least one ace up his sleeve. This made Chris very happy and he agreed. People were walking along the city street. Someone put a wooden box and asked if he had heard the rumors. 2 people were discussing something. Roman punished the bloody fangs. There is no point in that, the second answered. This fool, who can't do anything at all, the red-haired man added. It's all about him, but who saw it? I describe it so colorfully. The knights of the family played along with him. He suddenly became confused. Mr. Roman dealt with a gang of bloody fangs. I remembered that fight with the bandit. The gentleman who dealt with that guy with just a branch. It wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the Bloodfang gang by himself. Tears came to his eyes. Was it really what he said to him back then? The guy brought his hand to his face to wipe his eye. No, to do such a great thing for someone like him. But he really did solve the problems with that lone shark gang back then. The other guy turned around and called out to him. Kevin, isn't Lion going to quickly clean up the mess and leave? He came to his senses and said yes. The sky was lit by a pink sunset. His boots creaked with every step. Kevin was carrying another wooden box. He really wanted to become a man like Lord Roman, a strong warrior who could protect his people from everything. The guy looked down as he thought. There were still many people like the Bloodfangs in the world. He had to be strong so that his family could survive. The guy walked without looking ahead. How could he become like that? If only he could meet the master one more time, but he had no chance. He heard his name called once and looked up. His eyes grew smaller in surprise, and he dropped the box of potatoes. Roman was standing opposite. Master, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy was completely confused. He tried to find out why he was here, and not thinking of anything better, he fell to his knees in gratitude. Thanks to him, his family can live on. The redhead raised his head smiling. The hero asked if everything was okay with him. Yes, the bloody blades didn't touch them anymore. He was even able to get a decent job. The hero looked at Kevin with a smile. He continued that he didn't know how to express his appreciation and gratitude to him. The hero replied that maybe he had a chance to do it when he heard the offer. He folded his arms across his chest. He would no longer have to worry about the lack of funds for his family's livelihood. He would get a warm home and delicious food. The guy listened to him in amazement. Instead of struggling for existence, he would be able to enjoy his life. He thinks so. Roman stood against the backdrop of the setting sun. In exchange, he will live for him. If he swears allegiance to him, he will give him a new life. Kevin was completely confused. He wanted to say something, but instead he bowed, hitting his head on the road. He will live for the master. Blood appeared on his forehead. If he has to die, he will die. If he has to kill someone, he will risk his life, but do it. The guy raised his head. There was madness on his face and blood flowing from his forehead. All he needs is a promise to take care of his family. Roman looked at him carefully, showed his loyalty with blood. He looked so much like a mad demon. The hero remembered the red-haired man with long hair cutting through enemies with fiery swings. One word and the mad demon fought against hundreds of enemies, not even keeping the thought of retreat in his head. Even though he walked on the edge between life and death, the hero looked at the guy sitting on the ground. Because Chris looked so much like a blood demon, he remembered this guy. He smiled. The sun's rays fell on his face. There was a benefit to his presence here. He said that from now on, the guy belonged to him. The white walls of the estate were illuminated by sunlight. Roman was talking to Kevin and Hans. He handed him the newcomer and told him to help him settle in. The guy was delighted. The hero told him to rest. He thanked him. As he left, he turned to them, saying that he would be and he could be found in the library. The two went in the other direction. The man offered to show the guy the house. The library stairs led to other shelves. Candles were burning on the table and several books lay. Roman sat in a chair and turned the pages thinking about the Aura Knight. Let the Aura Knight. He was described in the book he was reading. To become an Aura Knight, you first need to manifest your aura. This way you will become a 1-star knight. The hero put the book on the table. A 2-star knight must use his aura so that he can cut steel with it. Then the stars are divided depending on the power of the aura and its destructive power. Jonathan stood in armor against the background of a red banner. 3 or more stars is a power that an ordinary knight cannot obtain. In the entire kingdom, such people are treated with special attention. A content map appeared on the screen. There are even 6-star knights on the entire salamander, but there are no those who have reached the level of 7 stars. Different armor and weapons were collected together. Not even all knights in the top 10 of the strength rating have all 6 stars. The hero thought while reading these lines. 6-star knights in the rating. On the Kirsch, he checked the level of 2 stars. Jonathan's 3 stars will be slightly lower than the average level. He picked up the page with his hand. Receiving 6 stars means going beyond the boundaries of human strength. An explosion of great force destroyed everything around. The size of the aura, which is ejected every month, reaches several tens of meters. Its power is also unimaginable. The various heroes stood one after the other. There were 12 people on the continent known as the 6-star knights. They were treated as extremely important people in all countries. The 12 swords of the continent, that was their nickname. The hero thought as he studied the book. Apparently, they were quite strong. Even with such an inefficient way of using Kai energy, these people achieved the best result. He looked at the open book lying next to him, and the wizards, about the archmages. The man in the red cloak spewed flames from his hands. Wizards who had mastered the magic of the seventh circle were called archmages. In other words, these half-gods, half-humans were a real walking disaster. Fireballs fell from the sky. Their magic was capable of turning the earth upside down and bringing down the sky. For many, their appearance caused more awe and fear than the presence of the 6 Star Knights. Roman thought about what he had read. Magic. Niram did not have this power. Now it was clear to him what he had to do. He closed the book and put his hand on it. Maybe the characters in it would become enemies, who knows? For someone like him, there was little chance of dealing with such an enemy. The hero folded his arms across his chest. But variables that could not be predicted were very dangerous. The gray-haired man's cloak fluttered in the wind. He was not the kind of person who was born far from the dangers of the world. You can only survive if you have enough skills and knowledge. The guy lowered his eyes. He had been waiting for this. Well, now it was time to start full-fledged preparations. There was a click in the door, and it opened. Hans was visible in the doorway. He looked at Roman and said that this was the place. He asked what it was used for. The sun illuminated the dark roof of this house. This was the workshop that the Baron had used in the past. Entry for outsiders was strictly prohibited, and it was also closed from the outside. The hero nodded, saying that it would be suitable for training. He entered and looked around. He told the mustachioed man that he was going to stay here for a week. He didn't need anything, not even food, so don't let anyone in. He turned his head towards him. He told him not to forget about it, and to look for him only if his people were in danger. Hans was surprised by this, but he agreed. Leaving, he closed the door behind him. Roman was left alone in the middle of the room. He looked under his feet and saw fresh straw. It looked like Hans's work. The hero bent down and began to remove it. This was very attentive of him, but this way the flow of energy would only become more dispersed. All the straw was in the corner. The guy sat in the lotus position on the wooden floor and concentrated. He accumulated a minimum of mana in his stomach. In order to regain his former power, he must take the first step. He must do it. The hero exhaled deeply. Demonic martial art. Step 1. An aura appeared around him. Human. He frowned. Veins appeared on his face. Moving mana, getting rid of bad energy. Blood flowed all over his face. Roman became calm again. His aura was shining brightly. The mana that needs to be moved is blocked. Let the bad energy come out. Compared to an ordinary human body, this one has accumulated a lot of bad energy. The hero sat on the floor, bright yellow lights emanating from him. If you think about the future, you will need some mana to enter the first stage of a human. He must at least briefly regain his former power. His eyes turned red, blood flowed from them. Since he makes so many new acquaintances, he must protect each of them and achieve his goal. The hero sat facing the wall. Entering the human stage is the beginning. In a week, dark boots rustled on the gray tiles. A white door opened into the room. The bald man bowed politely, asking to wait. Tea and sweets would be brought in a moment. Opposite stood a man and a woman, Flora and Lawrence. The man turned to the servant, asking him about Roman. He replied that he still had unfinished business. The door closed behind them and they were left alone in the room. Lawrence lowered his head. To arrive so suddenly, he did not like this. They came up and sat down at the table. In any case, they must wait. The father looked and turned to his daughter. She lowered her eyes. This was their chance to correct the mistake. She must be careful with the conspiracy and behavior. A cry was heard throughout the estate. Divorce. The girl stood in front of her father with her head lowered. During the visit, she shared her opinion with him on this matter. She wanted to follow her father's will, but no matter how much she thought about it, she could not marry a man she did not even respect. Her father shouted at her and put his hand to his forehead. He really thought she was a wise child, but she had caused a big problem. Brown curtains covered the high window, as if he had not told her how serious the situation with the land was, how much money the Bracco family had taken from the bank. She knew what it meant. Lawrence imagined fighting troops and a blazing sky. All that would remain now was war. The man sat down in a chair. An arranged marriage with Roman was an inevitable decision. There was a Bracco family in the northeast. Flora looked at him hopefully. They were not that weak. Wouldn't they have a chance without Roman? Her father sighed heavily. He would have, if only the Bracco family had come out. But the central government had approved documents whose authenticity had not been verified. Several documents lay against the background of a dark building, and the bank lends money that does not have proper protection. This is no longer just a battle between two families. The man's voice became lower. They will not be able to defeat the forces given to the Bracco family. The girl folded her hands in worry. There will be excuses. Many want to deprive them of this, their land and good name. Flora was very surprised by what she heard. and their dear flower. The girl clasped her hands. She understood everything clearly. The girl looked at the floor. What is the situation with the estate and what tormented her father when he decided to do this? Knowing everything, she pretended not to understand anything, only for herself. She closed her eyes, thinking that she cannot remain the flower of the family forever. Clouds hung over the roof, illuminated by the sun. Someone was restlessly walking from side to side. What to do? When will the master come out? Hans looked very worried, thinking that the guests had arrived in the morning and it was already getting dark. He kept looking at the workshop door, knowing that this would happen, but the master had ordered not to disturb him. And yet, suddenly the door opened. He was delighted, but the joy was replaced by surprise. Sir, the sunset sky was visible from the window of the room. A white painted cup stood on a white table. Father and daughter were sitting opposite each other. Everything had been predetermined from the very beginning. The girl sat with her eyes downcast. After her mistake, the man sat with his eyes closed. Lawrence had to arrange a marriage of convenience as soon as possible. His hands were shaking. Veins jumped up on his face. He quickly got up from the sofa, surprising his daughter, being very angry that he himself would go to the Baron. The tip of the pen left a mark on the paper. Someone's footsteps were heard near the door. Lawrence threw the door open and shouted. What kind of reception was this? Romero was sitting at the table. If they had not come to the state, he should have informed them about it. They would not have caused trouble with their presence and left. He could not have imagined that the Roman family could be like this. Romero was distracted from writing and looked at the guest, and he dipped his pen into the inkwell. He understood him, but had their visit been arranged in advance? The father spread his hands. He explained his unannounced visit by saying that he had expressed a desire to meet a week ago, but the Baron had refused. He would not have been so upset if they had not refused from the very beginning. Romero answered calmly. Was he rude to them? And he made his voice rougher. But was that all he wanted to say? The father and daughter were surprised at what he heard. Did Lawrence just want to show his anger because they had waited so long that even the sun had set? He remembered Roman. On the day Flora visited them, he told him about his intention to break off the marriage. He remembered how he had shouted at his son. He had cursed and shamed him, but even a child would understand that. Roman had done it because it had something to do with the girl's decision to break off the engagement. The Baron slammed his fists on the table. Even knowing this, he was not going to interrogate them. He thought the boy wanted to take care of everything this way, so he shut his mouth and did not resist, like a real fool. Lawrence stood and listened silently. They found out about it without expressing their opinion. The girl lowered her throat, even if the idea of marriage was voiced by their family. Romero's fist tensed and trembled with irritation. They reproached him for his hospitality only because they had to wait too long. The man hit the table again with his fist, even if their visit was unannounced, but forget about their own mistakes. Both stood with their heads down. Now they came to him with these claims. The Baron sighed deeply. He began to say that a month ago the Barco family contacted him. If he had sealed the alliance with them instead of their family, he would have received part of the land and direct connections with the top of the government. From the blows, the ink flowed and spread across the table, but he rejected their offer. And did he know what the reason was? Lawrence raised his eyes and looked at the Baron, asking the reason. If he agreed, he would have received much more benefit. Romero clenched his fist. The reason is simple. That family has power, which means they can choose. They listened carefully to what the Baron was telling them. His son adores the girl. For this reason, he rejected the offer of the Barco family, and he was wrong. The father lowered his eyes and thought. He should have been patient, but because of his pride, he made a big mistake. How can this be? Romero folded his arms across his chest. They both understand that they are completely different. But he must understand what place the Barco family occupies. The coat of arms with a shield and a hammer was against the background of fire. As long as Dmitri is added to the name Roman, its value and importance change. Both understood what the Baron was talking about. Therefore, this marriage was not needed, but the Lawrence family. Romero looked at the girl. She stood in confusion with her head down. Or was he wrong? She remembered that time. A girl with blonde hair was sitting at the table in front of an open book. When she was very young and attended the academy, the children sat at their desks looking at the teacher. The children of prestigious families studied there and later became real aristocrats. The girl turned her head to look at her classmate. There was also a child from the Joel family studying there. The boy was looking at a book with his hands on his knees. A family whose status was questionable in the Northeast. The boy's desk was smaller and stood behind the others. In a world where there were children who believed that they were born noble, Joel was a mutant. One day, a glass vase of flowers fell to the floor and broke. Joel made a small mistake. When other aristocrats' children caused great trouble, they got away with it. Two teachers stood and scolded the boy. This child's mistake was reported to the disciplinary committee. An adult man stood next to the child, bowing his head. Between the figures of the screaming teachers, another one appeared. It seemed to be the boy's father, bowing his head. The children smiled as they peeped through the window. The father asked them to forgive him, he would keep a better eye on him. The girl watched what was happening. She thought so when they looked at him. She felt sorry for him. Now she looked at the floor. If you think about it now, it even becomes funny. Lawrence bowed. He had nothing to say. The Baron sat in front of them with his arms crossed. Who could feel sorry for whom here? Lawrence justified himself by his daughter's immaturity, and that's why she made such a huge mistake. The father stood bowed. Then Joel had no strength, just like now, Lawrence. He asked for forgiveness. He should have started asking him, but instead he only showed his own stupidity. The weak can only bow their heads before the strong. The girl also bowed down and began to apologize, just like her. All three looked at the door of the room. Mr. Roman arrived. The girl was surprised by what she saw. She realized it too late. Brown shoes were knocking on the floor. The guy was dressed in a three-piece suit with a black shirt and a white coat. He looked at those present and stopped in front of the guests. Having greeted his father, he was also surprised by his son's appearance. He asked in confusion if his training had gone well. The hero approached his table. They would return to this conversation. The son turned his attention to the table. The Baron had called him here to discuss the issue of marriage with Flora. Roman noticed the spilled ink. Since everything had started with his decision, no matter what the consequences, he would follow his choice. The guy turned his attention to the girl standing behind him. He understood what his father wanted to say. The hero reached for the inside pocket of his jacket. He understood perfectly well what the union of two families meant. Taking out his handkerchief, he began to wipe the ink off the table. In a situation where the Barcos were threatening the peace and security of Lawrence, their family's wealth guaranteed their safety. The father was surprised by what he heard. Even knowing this, he still wanted this marriage. He thought it was worth it then. The boy collected the ink with his handkerchief, leaving the divorce on the table. When he met her, listening to the words about breaking off the engagement, he changed his mind. The girl closed her eyes. Surely she had heard rumors about the fool of the Dmitri family, so she decided that she could not marry such a man. A decision made under the influence of these rumors. He picked up the handkerchief and looked at the ink marks. He would like to be with a man who believed and followed what he himself had seen and experienced. Regardless of how this world assessed the Dmitri family. He turned to the guests. The father and daughter looked away. What about the other one? Roman stood with a dirty handkerchief in his hands. He would like to continue without any changes. To continue breaking off their engagement. The Lawrence family stood in amazement. It was all over. The man closed his eyes. A political marriage was their last hope. Because of the stain of shame called a quarrel, no family line would want to tie the knot. To overcome the crisis, they would have to rely on their own strength. The girl imagined herself rejected by everyone. A frightening thought came to Lawrence. What if Dmitri, by a lucky chance, entered into an alliance with the Barco? Then even desperate resistance would be useless. He bowed deeply. If only he could prevent it. The blame for this mistake lies entirely with the Lawrence family, he said. Father and son looked at him. For the time being, they would not collect taxes from the merchant Dmitri passing through his lands. For the kings of ore mining, these kopecks are a mere trifle, but he sincerely wanted to apologize for his irresponsible attitude to such an important event for the family. The Baron was calm. He replied that there was no need for this. He is not interested in profits that jeopardize the future of his son. The girl stood with her eyes closed. Let Flora announce the dissolution of the engagement for personal reasons. Nothing more, only then they will not have to unite with the Barco family. Lawrence stood bowed before him, expressing gratitude. Both stood in a bow, sincerely thanking. The door to the room opened. The guests began to leave. The man looked at them goodbye. The father folded his hands. The son stood next to his table and watched him go. Roman, he closed his eyes. If he had seen his true value even a little earlier, he would have done everything to prevent Flora from making a rash decision. He left the room, realizing that he had made a huge mistake. The large door closed with a click. Both looked at her. The boy looked at his father when he called him. He turned to his father sitting in front of him. What happened in just a week? A week ago, the hero felt the pain of his own blood. He spent a week in confinement, purifying his body of impure Kai in order to ascend to the end stage. Every vein was tense, his aura was burning brightly. An easy task for Murama warriors. A new day was dawning. The boy continued to purify himself in pain. The nature of this world is especially abundant in mana, and since Roman's body was overflowing with accumulated toxins. A little later, the pain passed, and he sat quietly. Just forming a foundation would be fatal for him. The boy continued to think. Even the change in appearance during cultivation would prove that he was now a completely different person. Although he could not explain it, Romero stood up from his chair, looking at his son. While he was training alone, enlightenment overtook him. The memories are blurry. Father was surprised at what he heard. But, apparently, mana was circulating within him. Did he just mention that? Circulating natural mana within the body makes the body perfect. Father sat down with his hand on the table. Only a few managed to catch luck by the tail. The father remembered his former son, Roman, whom everyone called the fool Dmitri, starting with a bloody fang, overcomes unimaginable difficulties. The metamorphoses happening to him defy common sense. The father continued to think, this does not cancel the truth that he is his son. The man looked at his son. No matter what difficulties await, he will not turn away from him. Romero looked into his son's eyes. Therefore, let him always remember, his name is Roman Dmitri, and he Romero Dmitri is behind him to support him. He looked at his father in surprise, remembering the past, how he held onto the sword. In front of him stood a man with a weapon in his hands. Above stood a heavenly demon, who called him a pathetic non-entity. The hero closed his eyes from these memories. He looked at his father in front of him. Not tough, not cold-blooded. A father who will not abandon a child in a dangerous place. The guy seemed to be about to say something. He smiled and looked warmly at Romero, thanking him. He thought to himself that he was not so bad. He pushed the door. He went out and closed it in front of him, where he bumped into Flora. She lowered her eyes. Ikreen apologized for judging him biasedly and for arbitrarily disposing of an important event for his family. He passed by, saying that it was not necessary. He thought that the wedding was not in his plans from the beginning. The girl followed him. She fully understood the reason for his anger. Even if it was a political marriage without the right to choose, she still broke her promise. Both walked along a long corridor. She asked to say only one thing. The guy looked at her. She had a reason to break off this engagement. Flora remembered the guests in the common room, a social event where all the aristocracy of the northeastern region gathered. That's where it happened. Several girls were discussing something. As soon as the news of her engagement spread, the aristocratic acquaintances shared terrifying rumors with her. Another girl approached her and whispered something. Roman stood sideways to her, listening to what she was saying. She told him that she heard him dabbling in drugs that destroyed his mind and sanity. She lowered her eyes. She thought he should know about it. The hero did not respond to this. Now, she understands that this was just stupid gossip. He turned away and walked on, but then she could not ignore them. He replied that whatever happened in the past, it would not affect their relationship. The girl watched him leave. Therefore, she no longer needed to interfere in his affairs. She was left alone standing in the middle of the aisle. Luna looked out the window. Hans and Roman were sitting at the table in the common room. Drugs, then. The guy thought about it. There was no energy in this body due to addiction. There was a cup of tea on the table. When he ended his life, the medicine he took kept some uneven energy in his body, and he had completely eliminated all the toxins through cultivation. The man stood up from the sofa. He asked him if he had ever seen him swallow pills, or maybe there had been situations when he had thought about it. This question surprised Hans very much. The guy saw how nervous the man was. He said that he was not looking for a reason to reprimand him. He just wanted to look back at his past life. He closed his eyes, trying to remember, not from his own memories, something like a look from the outside. He squeezed the book he was holding in his hands. He personally did not see it. The guy listened emotionlessly. There were some oddities in his actions. He asked when, about half a month ago, Roman entered the house. The servant asked if he had attended a social party. He looked at the guy with surprise. In general, nothing special had happened, but after returning to the estate, the guy looked lost, pursing his lips. He fell into a strange state. Among the white walls there was a dark closed door, and with a white face he locked himself in his room. There he sat behind a chair. There were many empty bottles around, every night demanding a lot of alcohol. Hans thought that at the party he could well have been drugs. The guy continued to listen to him. Now this thought seems insanely stupid to him. The hero remembered what Flora told him, and frowned, asking who was the organizer of the party. The guy stood against the background of the family coat of arms, the eldest son of Barco Anthony. Roman closed his eyes in thought. On the eve of a political marriage, the boy receives an invitation from the Baron to a social party, after which he goes crazy. He remembers himself lying on the floor and commits suicide. Now, in general terms, he sees what happened. The boy stood against a dark background. From the very beginning, there was a lot of ambiguity in his death. The sheet of paper was crumpled. In the suicide note he left, it was written that he was being sent to the battlefield instead of his two younger brothers, and he was terribly afraid of this. The girl was sitting in a blue dress. At that coin, the decision had already been made to marry Flora, whom he desired so much. His father shouted at him, and a married aristocrat had several ways to avoid fulfilling his military duty. The boy lowered his eyes, and yet he was so afraid of military service that he committed suicide. Somehow it does not fit. He turned to the servant again, asking, in his opinion, whether he and Anthony were close. He answered that no one was close to him as he was. It's true that there had been some awkwardness between them lately. Roman had new ideas when he listened to him. Around the time rumors of his wedding began to circulate, he imagined the wedding, A political marriage between Dmitri and Lawrence would be a huge hindrance for the Barkos, who wanted to seize the lands of the latter. The picture of the wedding cracked. The easiest way to solve this problem was to make sure that the marriage could not take place in the first place. The hero looked ahead. For this, they would go to any tricks, which was the reason for Roman's suicide. His thoughts were interrupted by a servant. The guy looked at him. In fact, a couple of days ago, an invitation to a party came from the Barko estate. The guy was interested. Barko invited him. Hans held the invitation in his hand. Yes, just when he was training in solitude. What to do with him? The hero smiled, thinking, what impudence. Or do they consider him a nobody? In any case, he confidently looked ahead. Annoying. The tea was getting cold in the cup. When is the party? In exactly 2 weeks. He settled himself more comfortably in his chair, asked to convey that he accepted the invitation. The rays of the sun fell on the walls of the estate. The servant gestured to the red-haired man, said that the young master was waiting for him. He came closer and whispered. He had changed a little, but let that not change him. The door opened loudly. Kevin entered, seeing the hero with a sword in his hand, asking if he was called. Roman turned to him. He was very surprised to see him. So these are the changes they told him about. They were standing in the middle of the training field. He asked how he was living here. He was getting used to it without much difficulty thanks to Hans. He lowered his head. A little worried, he said that he was trying to understand what role was assigned to him in this place, but he did not know at all how he could be useful. The hero listened to him calmly. He said that he needed to live for him, but he was an ordinary person, no better than a stone on the side of the road. What could he do? The guy calmly looked at him. Kevin was surprised by the answer. He was going to make it his sword. He asked again from shock. He showed him his fingers. He said that others cannot decide for a person who he should be. Therefore, he will name 3 paths and he will choose himself. The hero bent his finger to refuse the path of the sword. If he is afraid to hold a sword in his hands and spill blood, then he can become his hands and feet. He imagined how he helps the servant, following him, learning the business of carrying out safe orders. This will be the role. Roman held out the sword, saying that it is possible to be nearby as a sword. He interrupted him, lowering his eyes. He said that he had never touched the sword. The hero replied that if he still chooses it, he will test its will by separating muscles and pulling apart bones. This scared Kevin. Separating muscles and pulling apart bones. The man was practically torn apart, a method that causes pain from twisted bones and muscles. The guy opened his eyes wide, listening to what this meant. He doesn't need verbal determination, the result will be proof of his greatness. The hero took the sword out of its sheath, the third way, and threw it on the floor in front of the red-haired man. He would cut off his own hand with this sword. Kevin looked at the weapon in horror. If he could endure the pain to the very end. Roman continued calmly. Inflicted on himself, he would be able to gain strength faster than anyone else. He remembered another red-haired guy. The crazy demon grew up on the streets and knew nothing about martial arts. He rose to the 4 heavenly kings only thanks to his unwavering willpower. The hero looked closely at his interlocutor. What about him? Whatever his choice, it would benefit him. Kevin stood in front of the lying sword, so he would have to find a use for it himself. Outside Dimitri's fortress, there was a slight cloudiness in the sky, a dilapidated shack ready to collapse at any moment. A small child screamed loudly in bed, the place where he was born. Later, the child helped carry firewood from the forest. He had to work from a young age to survive. As he grew older, he stole a cart. He followed his parents and helped them with everything they did. You could say there was no job he didn't take on. But life didn't change. He remembered the different bandits. No matter how hard he tried, there would always be someone who would take everything away. That's the fate of weaklings. He remembered how he was beaten badly, because he didn't even have the fortitude to renounce such a life. He remembered how Roman defeated the hooligans with 1 stick. Overwhelming power. Kevin grabbed the sword by the hilt, not knowing what the point was in cutting off his own hand. He was covered in sweat. But if he could become stronger, if he could become like the master, he raised the sword to strike. If he could break the shackles of a life of war, he would do it. The hero watched silently. He put the blade to the blade of the blow, and raised it. The veins appeared on his hand. He swung, his face expressing many emotions. Roman frowned. Seriously, footsteps were heard on the floor. Chris was clearly unhappy. He had left the nightly order to follow the master, and then he suddenly went into seclusion for a week. In the corridor, he met Hans. At the end of the corridor, there was a closed door. He heard that the master's training was not over. Where was he now? He answered that the master was personally talking to Kevin and ordered not to let anyone in. The blonde asked again without surprise. Blood was dripping from the blade of the sword. Who was it? Blood began to flow from his hand, and it got on the guy's face. He dropped the sword and fell to his knees. Then he lost consciousness and fell face down on the ground in front of Roman. He just looked at him. Stars began to light up in the night sky. A scream was heard throughout the corridor. The servant was examining the sword stained with blood. He asked if he was hurt, the sword and the rocks. The hero calmly went about his business. Everything was fine. He smiled, adding that the blood was not his. When Kevin decided to cut off his hand, the guy touched the blade to his hand and lost consciousness. He dipped him in an illusion demon technique. Fresh blood obscured his vision. He planned to keep him in the illusion for a while to test his will, but before he fell into it, he managed to chop his hand. The hero grinned. Crazy guy. If the illusion technique was a little weaker, he would have completely cut off his hand. 2 weeks before the party, Chris was lying on the bed, his head propped up in his hands. About 6 months before the war, Kevin was bandaging a cut on his hand. Roman laughed. There was still a lot to teach. More worries would soon appear. Near the entrance stood armor holding banners. He would teach him the mystery of mana, but this is a very dangerous power. The red-haired man was surprised. He would learn the mystery of mana, the hero thought, looking at him. Although he called it the mystery of mana, in fact, this knowledge was used by a smart demon, an ancient martial art from the treasury of the cult, the skill of the ghostly demon. A person was surrounded by a powerful magical glow. At the moment of its use, the mind is absorbed by demonic kai. This is a dangerous demonic art that gives strength by piercing blood vessels, which is why one has to endure unbearable pain. The man screamed and cried in pain, but even in terrible agony from the feeling of tearing limbs, one cannot lose one's mind. In order to become a sword that will be useful, the mad demon mastered this martial art, enduring excruciating pain. He remembered how the guy was ready to cut off his hand. If he was ready for this, he could learn the technique. As the training load increases, he will have to endure much more pain than he experienced yesterday. Kevin stood in front of him, listening attentively. But despite this, there is only one reason why he teaches him. For a 15-year-old teenager who doesn't even know the basics of mana, this is the fastest way to become stronger. The boy was happy to hear this. If he successfully passes the mental training, he will be able to protect his loved ones. The man who saved him and punished him with bloody fangs will now personally train him. He interrupted the hero. He bowed slightly in front of Roman. He does not have enough words of gratitude to express how happy he is. They stood opposite each other. However, why is he so confident in him? There were bandages on his feet holding his shoes. Although he swore to dedicate his life to him, he has not yet proven himself. What if he passes the training and runs away? Roman was about to say something. He wants to know the reason why he believes him. He smiled broadly, saying that it was just like that. This answer surprised the red-haired man. The hero began to leave, saying that training would start tomorrow. That was all for today, he could go back. As he walked, he thought, the reason for trust. Come to think of it, the crazy demon had asked this question too. To gain blind faith from an opponent, you need to trust first. The guy followed him with his eyes. In any case, he would never betray him. The red-haired man looked at him with wide-open eyes. As his strength increased, he would understand how dangerous it was to choose. Roman's shadow had bright eyes. Betrayal of a heavenly demon. The high towers were illuminated by the bright sun. The wooden sword swung loudly. The student was practicing his weapon skills. The hero instructed him, saying that a base is needed in everything. Even in one thing, you need to act correctly. He looked straight ahead. The student should not lose concentration. Chris was watching the training sitting down. He yawned widely. He was clearly bored. He did not understand. Watching the student train, why did they have to pick up a strange kid and teach him fencing? First of all, why doesn't he teach him anything? Chris put his hand on his shoulder. He thought that if he followed him, he could learn the secret of how to become stronger in a short time. It was as if he didn't even exist for him, and he threw his head back. One sword training session with a mentor would be more useful. Maybe he should go and explain everything to him. The blonde silently looked at the sky. The sun's rays fell on the white walls. Okay, he'll just wait a little. The next day he was still sitting and waiting, as well as the day after, and another day. He asked for his gloves on the ground. He came up and addressed the master. Chris spread his hands. It had been 2 weeks since he followed him. The redhead looked at him nervously. Of them, he spent a week in solitude. The rest of the time was devoted to Kevin, and he was just watching. The blonde continued talking. If it's because he was offensive at first, then he sincerely apologizes. So he asks to teach him at least something. He will study hard, no matter what it takes. He looked at him silently, and put his hand on his hip. He said to look at everything around him and learn. So, that was literally. Roman went to the weapon rack. There is a way for everyone. The guy silently watched what was happening. Kevin is ignorant, and until he rises to the proper level, from the teacher to the end, someone must be there to guide him. Chris was wearing shiny armor. He is different. Whatever he teaches will not benefit him. He is the one who defeated him, and instead of calmly absorbing knowledge, he will force it into himself. Approaching the rack, he took another training sword. The guy replied that he tells him to just continue to watch, and threw it into the blonde's hands. He caught it and looked at it. Why wouldn't? Accurate results were needed to confirm the current state of affairs. Both boys were surprised. The hero suggested a duel between themselves. He stood in front of them. His opponent would be Kevin, and he would tell him how to win. Let him think that he would be something like his double. Chris was sad about this. If even after the sparring he would consider himself right, then he would personally train him. The blonde looked casually at the red-haired man. He was worried about the fight with the knight. Did he have to fight a newbie? He clenched his teeth in anger. This man, who did he take him for? He frowned and agreed, saying that this time he would show that he was not such a weakling. Clouds floated across the sky. The boys stood opposite each other. Kevin turned to the mentor, expressing his worries about the fight. The boy replied that he understood that he was at a disadvantage, but what would he lose if he lost? Nothing. He looked him in the eyes. There were countless people in the world stronger than him. For example, the bloody fangs that plagued his family, and the knight, who was glaring at him as if he was about to tear him to pieces, was no different. These words touched the boy. Was he going to retreat every time? The boy raised his sword in front of him. He would try. Chris did not hide his irritation. How it infuriated him to fight a greenhorn. What was that look? Did he really think he could win? The hero looked calmly at both of them. Judging by the look, Roman was going to tame him with this fight. He told them to get ready. The blonde frowned. Sparring or what? He didn't care. Let's go. He pounced on the boy. He would not lose to a newbie who had only been training for a week. The boy managed to block the attack and frowned. The boy continued to strike, which the young man barely held back. But having received a blow to the stomach, he flew off and fell to the ground. The blonde clenched his jaw in irritation. The red-haired guy frowned tensely. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing an ominous voice calling for him to raise the sword and put a block in front of himself because the enemy would try to attack suddenly. Chris immediately rushed into battle, having heard the command to start the duel. The man blocked his attack. He frowned deeply. The voice in his head ordered him to take a step to the side and aim at the enemy's chest while he raised his leg to strike. The man tried to step back, but stumbled. He lost his balance. The blonde knocked his block aside. He delivered a stunning blow to the man's chest. The red-haired guy fell to the ground. He frowned in pain. The voice called for him to get up. Kevin looked at the gentleman and thought that this voice was similar to him. Roman kept his eyes on the exhausted boy, telling him that he was sending voice messages with mana and that he would guide him that way. The red-haired man raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that it turned out that this was possible with his mother. He looked to the side, hearing an order to jump to the right. The man dodged the blow and ran away a little. The blonde looked at him in surprise. The red-haired boy quickly turned around. The boy ordered him to hit him in the chest from the left side. Kevin delivered a sweeping blow, which the blonde dodged. Chris counterattacked him with a kick in the stomach. The boy sank to the ground, stepping back. He grimaced in pain, grabbed his chest and thought that this was definitely his weak spot, but he raised his sword too late. He raised his eyebrows in confusion, hearing an order to put a block from above. Machine quickly put out his sword, blocking the blonde's attack. He slightly recoiled. The master ordered him to go to the right. The blonde hit him in the face with his knee. The guy fell to the floor. Blood started to flow from his nose. He clenched his jaw in irritation. Chris looked at him and thought that this guy was holding up better than he expected. Roman looked at what was happening and thought that he was not an opponent for Chris at all, and that his body could not keep up with the instructions. However, the red-haired guy struggled to his feet. The master thought that this situation had another side. Kevin smiled widely. The master decided that what was happening was amusing him. The guy smiled excitedly, thinking that his master was omnipotent. He blocked another blow from the blonde. The guy thought and then that although the opponent was a knight with a 2-star aura. He lunged forward, thinking that he was moving strictly according to the master's orders. The blonde frowned tensely, noticing the approaching sword. The guy decided that the problem was only in his weak body, otherwise he would have gained the upper hand long ago, following the advice. Chris looked at his opponent in surprise and thought that he had dealt many blows and was about to end the fight, but at the very last moment the opponent coolly dodged and even counterattacked. He could not understand if this was an accident. The red-haired guy grinned slightly and thought that even Chris, recognized as the best genius of the family, was not even close to the true skills of the master. Kevin imagined the image of Roman and thought that he would serve him faithfully all his life, even if this is something he was not given to understand, but just one order, and he would blindly obey it. The guy squeezed the handle of the sword and added that if a weakling like him was going to become the master's sword, there was only one answer. He raised the sword above his head and gave a battle cry that he only needed strength of spirit. A dull sound of a blow came down the street. Blood poured out of the guy's mouth. The blonde frowned and said that he had a few last words. Kevin silently listened to his words that if he wanted to continue the fight, he should be ready to become a cripple. The guy smiled widely and giggled. Roman smiled contentedly. Chris looked at his opponent in surprise, hearing laughter. Kevin put his sword in front of him and said that they would go to the end. The blonde's teeth were angry again. He frowned in rage and said that the opponent did not even know when to stop. He took a step forward and added that if this was his last wish. The guy made a quick lunge and finished the phrase by saying that he would fulfill his request. The blonde looked at his wounded shoulder and said that looking at his shattered arm, he would definitely regret his choice. Kevin was confident but frowned. He rested his foot on the floor, hearing the order from his master. The boy lunged towards the blonde, swinging his sword. Kevin clenched his jaw and decided that he had to gather all his strength. The blonde frowned tensely. The guy made a sweeping blow, deciding that he needed to attack. The enemy quickly dodged it at the last moment. The blonde jumped to the side. He tensely turned around to face the enemy and thought that he could not even imagine that he would attack from there. The gentleman with an unperturbed expression on his face turned to the guy and said that this was not all. The guy quickly turned around, hearing the order. He dashed forward, holding the sword with both hands. The red-haired guy ran at the enemy, holding the weapon raised. The blonde frowned in displeasure and thought that he planned to hit with such a slow and sweeping attack, so he had too many weaknesses. Chris suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise. The gentleman calmly watched what was happening. Kevin dodged the guy's attack, stepping aside. He clenched his teeth before the last attack. The blonde looked at him in surprise. Kevin made a sweeping blow. Roman smiled slightly. The red-haired guy looked down in surprise. The blonde exhaled heavily. He crouched right before the opponent's strike. The blonde frowned angrily, gathering his strength into a fist. He delivered a sweeping blow and threw the opponent back. The guy fell to the ground, dropping his weapon. Roman watched what was happening. He replayed what happened in his head and thought that the blonde planned to bend over when he swung his sword, and that he assumed that the second attack would be a feint. The guy was lying on the ground unconscious. The blonde exhaled heavily. He looked at his opponent with annoyance and said that he was very desperate. The gentleman passed by him and said that victory was in his hands, and as he promised, if the guy wanted, they would begin training tomorrow. Roman picked up the wounded man in his arms and said that the choice was up to the young man. The door to the blonde's room closed. He took off his vest. The guy stood in the middle of the room and wondered why he had gotten into the fight. He clenched his jaw in irritation and decided that even though he had won, there was no point in this victory because he had only wasted his time, and besides, he had almost lost. Chris remembered the last one at the enemy gate, thinking that this maneuver reminded him of something. The guy remembered how the master had dodged him in their first battle, and thought that this battle reminded him of the day when he first went up against Roman, a day that he had replayed in his head hundreds of times. The guy frowned slightly and thought that if it weren't for the experience he had gained in the battle, he would hardly have been able to win without using mana. The blonde laughed heavily. He lowered his head and said that his skills had become better only thanks to the experience of one battle. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the tower. The master asked him what he would do. The blonde looked down. He looked at the master and said that he did not need training and would find his own style to become stronger by following him. Chris remembered the previous battle and thought that he was able to develop skills just through one battle, and every step of the red-haired guy was well calculated, and that he thought that the master did not give any hints, but in fact, this was not the case. The guy sat down on the box and thought that even just trying to understand the master's thought process, one can break his head from an excess of instructions. If you think about it, even when he taught Kevin, many of his words were directed at him. The young man decided that Roman was no longer the fool he knew. He looked at the guys, thinking that he did not know what happened, but he could confidently say that the guy rose to a level that even the captain could not reach. He frowned slightly, played the words about observing and knowing himself in his head, and then thought about how in that case he would spy and learn until he could surpass him. Roman smiled contentedly. He looked at the other man and said that they could continue training. A week later, the bright sun rose over the castle. It was the day of the social party at the estate. A week before the social party, various voices were heard at the notice board. On the board hung a paper with an inscription from Roman. People were discussing the fact that his marriage agreement had been cancelled. The men were sitting at the table. One of them raised his hand and said that the Viscount announced that it was because of the girl's mistake. The other man said that he must have felt sorry for his daughter, whom he raised as a princess after having to personally deal with the fool of the family. The blonde woman raised her teacup and said that in any case, to cancel the marriage arrangement when Barkos had already presented a knife to his throat. The man looked at her and said that this meant that the eldest son was even worse than rumors said. The maids were discussing the rumors that the boy had killed the Bloody Fang. The interlocutor said that you should not believe this, and that she was sure that it was done to raise the reputation, to be ready to cancel the agreement. And suddenly hysterical laughter was heard inside the hall. The eldest son of the Viken family took the announcement in his hand and said that this boy really cancelled the marriage arrangement, and he really was so easy to control. The boy sat down in a chair and asked if the butler was sure that Roman would be present at this reception. The man answered in the affirmative and said that a positive answer had come from their family. The boy raised his glass, smiled, and said that everything was going swimmingly. He brought the glass to his lips and added that he was looking forward to next week and that he had not been so excited about an upcoming reception for a long time. On the day of the Soviet evening, the bright sun rose over the estate. Roman touched his chin and turned to Hans. He looked at the fancy suit and asked if he really had to wear it. The man approached him and said that this was the first official appearance since the dissolution of the marriage contract, so he could not go in just anything. The boy thought, not listening to the rest of the man's words. He suddenly turned his gaze to the old man, who sadly said that this masterpiece was earned with sweat and blood. The man looked at the gentleman and asked if he was going to say that he would not wear it. The boy smiled tensely. The voice of a young man was heard throughout the estate. He agreed to put on a suit. The man happily replied that he knew the boy would answer that way. The blonde stepped onto the ground and exhaled heavily. He leaned against the cart and wondered why the boy was still not here, because at this rate the young master would come earlier. The boy quickly ran towards him. At the same time, I apologize. The red-haired boy was holding onto his helmet. They say that he hasn't gotten used to the armor yet. The blonde was irritated but grabbed his face and asked what was wrong with his appearance. The boy replied that even in the forge there was no armor that fit him. The blonde remembered their fight and thought that even though the young master was helping him, he still almost lost to this inadequate guy. The young man grabbed onto his helmet. The blonde exhaled heavily. He frowned slightly, pointed his finger at the boy and asked him to listen carefully. He presented the family crest and said that they were the master's guard, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that Roman's reputation depended on their actions. Because carelessness was unacceptable, special attention must be paid to one's speech and behavior. The guy stood at attention and said that he would remember this. The blonde staggered in surprise, hearing the guy call him Lord Knight. He closed his eyes, touched his chin and beamed. They say that the guy can ask him about anything if he has questions. The boy happily thanked him. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above them. Bright rays of the sun illuminated the palace. In the hall there were tables full of food. People gathered inside, happily discussing something. Ladies greeted each other, passing by. The dark-haired guy took a glass in his hand and said that, according to rumors, Roman will arrive today. He smiled broadly and said that even knowing that the Barcos were targeting the Lawrence family, he still forced the political marriage, and now he had the courage to show up at a reception for this family, suddenly breaking the agreement. The girl covered her face with a fan and said that that was why the guy was called a fool, because if he had brains, he would stick to one of the two. The man laughed and said that he was sure that because of the gentleman, the position of the family was greatly shaken. The interlocutor added that although their family's influence once extended throughout the Northeast, but maintaining relations with the Barcos in such a situation was already agreed. The blonde looked around, listening to their conversation about the fact that today the guy would be present in this place to correct his mistakes. She looked at the red-haired man and asked who they were talking about. The interlocutor said that she would understand everything when she saw him herself, because the guy made an extremely disgusting impression, and he himself was unsightly due to his puny build. The green-haired guy looked at him. The man grinned and said that with all this, the guy was very important because of the title of the eldest son of the family. The interlocutor added that if he were a woman, he would do anything to terminate the marriage agreement. The butler raised his hand to his mouth and coughed to attract attention. People returned to the door, hearing that the eldest son of the family, Dmitri, had arrived. The doors swung open. The butler called the guy by name. The young man stepped onto the blue carpet. He looked around at those present with a smile. People looked at him in surprise. The guy calmly walked past them. People whispered and discussed that he did not look like his past self at all, and that he was much shorter and also had dark hair. The blonde did not take her eyes off him. She moved away from her desk and headed towards the guy. The hero turned around, heard words about how it was a great honor for her to meet him. She lifted her dress, bowed and said that her name was Sophia and she was from the Grisel family. The girl looked at the guy timidly and said that perhaps he was not familiar with the name of her family, because her family did not have outstanding merits, but her father, a baron, had long devoted himself to the kingdom. The guy smiled broadly and said that he was well aware of her family name. The girl was surprised by this. The hero closed his eyes and said that he could not help but know the name of the family, whose history spans more than 100 years. He plunged into memories. The books lay on the table. The butler said that this was all the information about the family lines located throughout the Northeast. The guy took up the book. The man asked him why he suddenly needed it. The hero spread the sheets of paper on the table and said that he would be attending the reception as a representative of the family, and it was necessary to at least show minimal politeness and know what families the people he would meet belonged to, and by what methods their family lineage continues to inherit traditions. He thought that he should spend energy at least on this if he wanted to attract attention, especially for him, who was called the fool of the family. The guy looked at the girl with a smile and said that her family had owned lands in the northeast for many years, and their family's timber was famous throughout the kingdom for its excellent quality, and he had also heard that her younger brother had recently successfully awakened the ability to sense mana. The girl touched her chin and looked at him in surprise. The guy sincerely congratulated her on this achievement. People watched their lively conversation. They watched what was happening incomprehensibly. The boy turned to the others. The dark-haired boy greeted him and said that he represented the Volt family. The hero greeted him happily. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the words that the Viscount from his family participated in the war in the past and accomplished a great feat. The hero added that he was deeply impressed when he read about it in a book. The boy thanked him for these words. The pink-haired girl approached the boy and softly said that they had not seen each other for a long time and that he had changed beyond recognition. The boy called her by name and said that she was still beautiful. He smiled softly and asked if her mother was okay. He lowered his eyebrows and said that 10 years ago, their family received great benefits from a deal with the feudal family of heroes. With an unperturbed expression, he added that he was very grateful for the concern she showed. The people watched the events with joyful smiles. The dark-haired guy approached him and said that he had misjudged the gentleman, because it seemed to him that it was difficult to start a conversation with him. Since he was always drunk, the hero replied that he was just about to drink, but it seemed that it was time to lower the glass. The butler suddenly disturbed him. The guy looked at him in surprise, hearing the words that the young gentleman invited him into a closed room. Roman looked in front of him and decided that it was time to find out who disturbed his mental state. The guards were walking in pairs around the courtyard. The knights were discussing something, suddenly hearing the words that there were a lot of knightly guards from other family lines around. The blonde crossed his arms on his chest. The red-haired guy asked what a social reception was. Chris replied that he needed to forget about it since they were forbidden to go there. After which he again said that the boy put on his helmet crookedly. The guy replied that it was too big, to which the knight ordered to simply take it off. The other knights looked at them, smiling, saying that this was Roman's guard. The blonde tried to take his comrade's helmet off when suddenly a loud laugh was heard. He looked at the men surrounding them. One of the knights said that one of them was more handsome than the other. Kevin hung his head heavily, listening to the words that the family had disowned their eldest son, but as a guard they sent a youth who couldn't even hold a sword. The blonde asked to ignore these words. The boy turned around irritably at the men, hearing the words that this was befitting the level of their family. In the past, Roman, the boys were watching someone in surprise. He looked at the blonde girl talking to her interlocutor. The guy lovingly looked at her facial features. Anthony put his hand on his neck and asked the boy about who he couldn't take his eyes off. The young man replied that he was looking at a blonde girl, after which he asked his interlocutor if he knew who she was. Anthony replied that since he was asking, it meant he didn't know himself. The girl smiled softly. The boy explained that it was Flora, a flower of the Lawrence family. The boy looked at her in surprise upon hearing the name. Roman approached the half-open door upon hearing his name. Anthony looked at him with a wide smile and asked what had happened to him. The guy frowned and realized that it was Anthony. He went inside. The guy reached out for the glass and said that, according to rumors, the guest had changed, but he couldn't even imagine that it was so much, after which he asked why his friend was standing, because he could sit down and tell. The hero noticed traces of other people's presence. He paid attention to the bottle lying on the floor and thought that his interlocutor had seen everyone off before he arrived, which meant that there would be a secret conversation now. Roman smiled and decided that in that case, so that the opponent would not feel embarrassed. He said with a smile that he himself did not know what the reason was. He sat down opposite the interlocutor, raised his hand and said that when he spent a lot of money to tidy up his appearance, nothing changed, but lately he was changing day by day, without making an effort. He frowned slightly, saying that in any case he was glad to see his comrade after so much time. Anthony smiled tensely. He poured something into a glass and said that, hopefully, the guy's words can be trusted, because, frankly speaking, he was very interested in what he was guided by then. The hero took the glass and asked what case he was talking about. Anthony looked at him and reminded him of the moment when he found a friend in a closed room, hugging his cousin, after he forced a political marriage, betraying their friendship. The boys sat opposite each other. The young man said that even if all the secrets were kept at a social event, he never thought that the boy would do such a thing on the eve of his own wedding. He put his hands on his knees and added that in that case, his presence at this reception could be considered as an agreement to his proposal, since he would keep what happened a secret. Anthony smiled maliciously and suggested discussing the marriage with Barcos. Roman frowned slightly, thinking about these words. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. He remembered how he stood in front of the high door. He came close to it. The boy thought that he had betrayed Anthony. The boy looked at the door, thinking about how he had asked his father to conclude an agreement on a political marriage with Lawrence. He took hold of the handle and thought that he could not avoid them forever, so he should use this chance to restore relations. The man looked at him and said that the boy was late. The guy approached the table, The woman said in a heavy voice that she was glad to meet him. Anthony introduced the guy to his younger cousin. The young man introduced himself by name. The guy raised his hand. The girl looked away shyly. He offered to have a drink together probably because it was her first time in such a place. She was hanging around alone. The hero happily agreed and said that this was a man from his friend's family. Anthony took the glass, handing it to his sister, and asked her to fill his friend's glass too. Roman replied that this was not necessary because he would pour it himself. Anthony smiled ominously, called the guy a bastard, and asked if he had become bolder after marriage. The hero looked at him sadly. The guy smiled and said that he could not worry because their family was no longer interested in Lawrence. Roman looked at him happily and asked if this was true. The guy smiled broadly and said that his friend could not worry about it, after which he offered to have a drink. The young man happily looked at his glass. He quickly tipped it back, drinking the contents. His eyelids suddenly felt heavy. Coming to consciousness, he thought that his head hurt and he did not know where he was. He opened his eyes. He suddenly saw the silhouette of the hero. Noticed that he was in bed with his friend's cousin completely naked. He frowned in confusion, not understanding how this happened. The guy burst into the room and called out to the hero. He frowned angrily and asked what he had done. Roman looked at him in fear, trying to deny it. He looked at the girl and the drinks on the table, trying to justify himself. He looked at the burning candle and said that he did not remember anything. Anthony asked him to listen carefully. The guy folded his hands in front of him and said that it was none of his business who his comrade was tumbling with, but he had touched the lady of their family. The hero was trembling in fear, sitting opposite him. The guy added that this problem could not be ignored. He looked at his comrade and said that he would give him a choice. Either the truth would come out and the marriage agreement would be terminated unilaterally, or the hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words that he would once again restore relations with their family by becoming related through marriage. Anthony smiled broadly and said that he was beside himself with anger from the committed act, but if he became a man of their family, he would calm his anger and forgive the guy. The hero shuddered in fear, hearing the question about what he would do. Roman came out of his memories and looked at his comrade. He looked to the side, realizing what had happened. He imagined the feet stepping next to the family crest and thought that he had completely dispelled his doubts, because if the marriage agreement had been terminated because of a connection with a relative of the Barcos, then the reputation of his family would have been trampled. He imagined an angry man and added that without this there was a lot of talk about low origin, and Roman on the toilet must not have been sure that he could withstand his father's anger. Then he imagined the image of Flora, thinking that the remaining option could not be chosen because the guy sincerely loved the girl and did not want to blacken her name by unilaterally terminating the marriage to which he himself forced her. The hero lowered his head and thought that when the moment of choice came, he himself laid hands on himself, hoping that death would solve all the problems. The hero tipped back his glass and thought that Roman was a weak man who couldn't do anything with his own strength. He opened his eyes and decided that the guy was really pathetic and wretched. Anthony raised his hand with a smile and said that the guy shouldn't hesitate, because their union would turn the entire Northeast upside down. He smiled maniacally and said that no one would dare to encroach on them, and the hero could gain unlimited power in the northeastern lands. Roman interrupted him and asked if he should make a choice just for this. The guy looked at him in surprise, not understanding this decision. The hero put down his glass and said that it turned out that he should agree to a political marriage just for this. Anthony frowned angrily, pointed his finger at the guy and said that he must have misunderstood something, because this was not an alternative choice at all. Because if the guy refused, he would announce to the whole world what had happened in the closed room, which would lead to the collapse of his family's reputation. Roman put his leg on the table, interrupting his words about thinking carefully. Anthony looked at him in surprise. The guy began his speech. He crossed his arms and asked his friend how many times should he repeat it so that he would understand. Because I have such a granny only for some pathetic reason. His family has no need to accept an offer like this. She was saddened to hear the words that some business had come up and, apparently, he would have to return earlier because of them. The girl timidly said that the reception was in full swing and he should stay a little longer. The guy smiled slightly, asked for forgiveness and said that the matter did not require delay. The girl standing next to him said that it was a shame, because they had talked to me so much. The hero said that it saddened him too, but they would definitely talk next time as soon as he gave it. The hero went outside the palace and bowed to him. He suddenly turned his head, hearing a familiar voice shouting from outside. He looked at the knights standing nearby. Suddenly, he noticed in surprise what was happening. Kevin, about an hour later, fell to his knees in front of the stranger's knights. Kevin looked at the knights with fury. They said that this was in keeping with the level of the Dimitri family. The deputy captain looked indifferent. He told the boy to be patient and ignore. The redhead frowned and agreed. The men exchanged sly glances. They came closer and deliberately tried to irritate the young man. The brunette smirked. How could they even think of bringing a child to guard? His friend noted that even the helmet did not fit him. The provocateurs surrounded Kevin and continued to discuss his armor and the level of his family. The blonde frowned and crossed his arms. The brunette looked at him with a smirk. Chris wondered if the Knights of Barco really practiced barbs instead of swords. He smiled and hit the boy on the helmet. He replied that they did not even need to train to surpass this child. The man said that this is why his master was called a fool. The redhead clenched his teeth. The ill-wisher looked at him. The young man demanded that he take his words back. He said that the young master did not deserve such words. Kevin pushed his hand off the helmet and looked at the man with hatred. The boy called him names and demanded that he take his words back. The brunette got angry and hit the young man. The redhead got hit in the face. The helmet flew off. The blonde frowned and grabbed his sword. He partially exposed the weapon and thought that at the moment the Dimitri family was in conflict with Barco. The deputy captain was ready to arm himself and looked at the rivals. The guy narrowed his eyes. If they made a noise here, then not only the young master, but the whole family could have problems. Kevin got up from the ground and looked at the offender. He said that he was his master's knight. The boy frowned and said that he was not going to mess with painted knights like such idlers. The man grinned. He looked at the young man with hatred and swung. The opponent shouted that he would see how long he could keep his pride. His hand was stopped. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Roman held the enemy knight's hand. The boy looked at his master in surprise. The hero looked at the man with an icy gaze. The brunette did not have time to say anything and received a slap. There was silence. The man was shocked. He frowned and looked at Roman. The knight thought in surprise that he had been slapped and could not react in any way. The brunette tried to say something again and received a second blow. His eyes widened. He stood up again. The guy looked at him calmly. Another blow. The knight raised his head again. The next blow was stronger. The man touched his face in surprise and looked up. The nobleman turned to him. Roman looked down at him gloomily and demanded that he raise his head. Anthony was sitting on the couch. He was sweating. His face expressed fear and anxiety. He did not understand what had happened. The guy remembered the conversation with Roman. The aristocrat looked at his interlocutor. He said that the hero should be held accountable for touching the lady of his family. Therefore, he offered him marriage not with a lateral, but a direct line of kinship as an act of care. The blonde crossed his arms and grinned. He replied that he was already being called a fool, and one new rumor would not change anything. But the other man should watch his behavior. Anthony looked at the blonde man in surprise and asked again. Roman looked at the guy and said that he had broken off the marriage agreement by his own decision, not because of threats. However, one way or another, Dimitri had turned away from Lawrence, so Barco's goal had been achieved. The hero looked seriously at the green-eyed man and said that in order to at least deal with personal hatred, he could help Lawrence and upset Barco's plans. Anthony looked at him with fury. The hero had already conducted an investigation into Barco. Their power of influence from connections with the central government definitely could not be ignored. But this was a power based on connections. If we take into account only wealth and combat power, then the influence in the northeastern region was in Dimitri's hands. The hero asked the other man what he would do. Anthony was furious. He lowered his head and clarified that the guy would not interfere in their affairs with Lawrence if they ended it now. Roman answered affirmatively. The green-eyed man replied that in that case the case could be considered closed. The guy continued to sit in the room. He was worried and thought about the fact that Roman had changed. He was no longer a simple fool. His actions, look, manner of speech were overwhelming, as if he were a completely different person. Anthony leaned on his hand. There was a knock on the door. He shuddered and demanded that they leave him alone. The butler said that Mr. Roman and a knight from Barco's guard were outside. The guy looked at him in surprise. It was getting dark. The aristocrats and knights watched what was happening in shock. The man crouched down on the ground and trembled. The hero stood over him. The knight begged him to forgive him. Kevin and Chris approached the gentleman. The boy looked at him worriedly and said that this was enough for punishment. The blonde supported the young man and noted that they needed to think about their connections with Barco. The hero looked down coolly and said that he would decide for himself when the punishment was enough. Even if he died, it would only be the price he paid for his words and actions. Anthony approached them. He exclaimed anxiously, "What was going on there?" The guy pointed his finger at the hero. Roman and Chris turned around. The newcomer said that even if the hero was the eldest son of the Dimitri family, he could not let him get away with something like this. He demanded that he apologize for his rudeness right away. The warrior looked at his interlocutor and asked why he should apologize. The man on the ground was shaking. Tears were streaming down his face. The hero said that this knight had slandered him and dared to hit a man of the Dimitri family in the face. He asked if Anthony really thought he was guilty. The interlocutor shuddered. The guy replied that he had crossed the line. Anthony sweated and looked tensely at the blonde. The hero said that the relationship between the two of them, based on hatred, could develop into a relationship between families, so he had better watch his behavior from now on. The aristocrat was horrified. The hero came close to him and said threateningly that his patience was not so strong. The interlocutor clenched his teeth and remembered their recent conversation. Anthony lowered his head and said that he was right, and in his place he would have punished the knight in the same way. Roman grinned. He stepped back and said that he knew that they would understand each other. The guy approached the knight on the ground. He flinched. The hero swung to strike and advised the servant to grit his teeth. The sound of a slap. The blonde stood with his back while the ill-wisher was carried away. The former Roman, even with the influence of the Dmitri family in the northeast behind him, was just a fool for the others, looked down on. The guy wiped the blood from his palm. His knights looked at their master. He said that they were returning. However, everyone who was there had no choice but to admit the truth. The fool they knew was no more. Sunset. The knights rode in the carriage with the master. Kevin looked upset. He bowed his head and apologized to the master for being insulted because of him. The deputy captain bowed his head and apologized too, because the Dmitri family line was humiliated, and he did nothing even when the boy was hit. The hero looked at them silently. They looked at the nobleman in surprise. The boy said that it must have been difficult to restrain himself. He thanked them for being patient and waiting for him. Roman looked at them carefully and said that carelessness leads to anger. Their choice helped avoid the worst outcome. He frowned and said that this was not the answer he wanted. At the very least, in the entire northeastern territory of the kingdom, there was no one who would dare to touch the Dmitri family line. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that even if they had to restrain themselves, they should look their opponent straight in the face. At least their gaze should be filled with anger. The hero looked at his interlocutors coolly and crossed his legs. He was not the type to tolerate anyone towering over him. He would throw everyone at his feet, and if they wanted to follow him, they would have to get used to his method. The knights looked at him seriously. The carriage drove on. Dmitri's estate. Hands handed over information about the Barco family line, ordered from the Black Moon Information Guild. The hero sat at the desk and read the papers. The butler waved his hand and said that, according to the Black Moon, their current position was worrisome. The blonde looked thoughtfully at the document. The Barco family line settled in the northeast over 100 years ago. Their power in the territory truly flourished since a man of their line entered the service of the central government. Roman flipped through the report. The servant stood in front of him. The hero noted that he was right and their military power was not that great. Hans said that he was surprised. He thought that due to their status, Barco had a powerful military force. The boy continued to study the documents. He replied that this was more than compensated for by the enormous power of the central government. The Salamander continent consists of 2 empires and 6 kingdoms. Among them, the Kingdom of Cairo is a small state. With the exception of the mountain ranges in the northeast, all other state borders are in contact with other countries. Therefore, there have been many attempts to capture the kingdom since ancient times. Too many dangerous enemies have accumulated outside the country. So, in order to survive, all that was left was to concentrate forces in the central government. In this way, the central government naturally gained strength. In particular, the right to conscription by the central government had absolute power. If someone resisted conscription, he was called a rebel and troops were immediately sent to suppress him. As soon as the rebel was suppressed, the territory returned to the kingdom. After which, all the local lords who took part in the punitive operation received a piece of land as a reward, and the rest of the participants became the new obedient nobility. Such a system of power gives a kind of abstract power to the Barco connected to the central government. Hans nodded in surprise and noted that everything was so serious. The hero frowned. He agreed and said that thanks to this, they were able to borrow a huge amount from the gold bank. The guy looked at the document. He suspects that they took this loan without any special collateral, on one guarantee of creditworthiness, and the money received was invested in the mercenary group Burge. This group includes more than 100 people, led by an A-rank mercenary, Burge. The main task of the organization is to suppress rebellions in the territory of the estates for money. The butler looked at the gentleman. He said that, judging by the mass conscription of the people of their estates, they are going to attack Lawrence presumably within half a month. The blonde noted that the Barco had finished their preparations. The butler looked at the boy with concern and asked if there would really be a war. He suggested that Lawrence could hardly count on winning. The hero replied that even if they simply defended themselves, they would last a month at most. The blonde put his hands to his chin and thought. Although he had told Anthony that he would not interfere in their affairs with Lawrence in order to continue living under the name Roman Dmitri, he could not ignore the Barco that were threatening him. No matter what they did, they would not be able to resist the Dmitri family. The hero narrowed his eyes. He thought that if he borrowed the strength of the family line, it would be easy to punish them. But then it would lose its meaning. Regardless of the fact that the Dmitri family came from the common people, the aristocracy of the northeastern region did not see Roman as a particular threat. Now, he needed an indisputable reason to break through, just like then. The guy turned to the butler and got up from the table. The man looked at him questioningly. The blonde said that he had to see his father right away. He looked at his interlocutor seriously and explained that it was time to fulfill the promise he had once made. There were clouds in the blue sky. The townspeople turned around in surprise. A soldier in bloody armor was walking down the street. He sighed and took off his helmet. It was a guy with a scar on his cheek. He was sweating and looked ahead tiredly. The guy said that both then and now, Dmitri has not changed at all. This is B rank's mercenary, Lucas. A forge. There is worn armor on the table. The bearded blacksmith looked cheerfully at the guest and noted that, judging by his appearance, the battle was especially hard for him. The guy scratched his head and nodded, as if these idiots have nothing but shit in their heads. They just went and pounced on him. He almost said goodbye to his life. The pumped-up old man looked at the sword. He noted the poor quality of the equipment and asked where he bought it. The man exhaled and said that he found out about the new shop and almost lost his only life because of it. The blacksmith said that Dmitri had the best iron and equipment. How stupid of a mercenary. The guy stood up and said that that's why he relied on the local craftsman. The man said that it would take a long time to make a full set of weapons. Lucas headed for the exit and said that he was staying in Dmitri for a while anyway, to heal. He looked ahead and explained that he was sick of the battlefield. There was a crowd of people in front of the notice board. The guy looked in that direction in surprise. He squinted and wondered if the war had really started. Although he had decided to leave business for a while, he couldn't overcome his curiosity. The man made his way through the crowd. He looked at the board. There was a call-up notice. They were looking for soldiers. Requirements: healthy body, strong ambitions. Number of seats: 30 people. Salary: 8 pieces of silver per month. The mercenary frowned. An ordinary family of 4 people spends on average about 5 pieces of silver per month. 8 pieces of silver are not bad conditions, even taking into account the risk premium. If not for this point, you will be subordinate not to the Dmitri family, but specifically to Roman. They wanted to hire only those people who were ready to sacrifice their lives for Roman Dmitri. There was a man standing next to the mercenary. He said that if he was thinking about signing up, he shouldn't even hope. There were already more than a couple hundred people willing to sign up. The guy with the scar smiled and replied that he hadn't even thought about it, because he was a B-rank mercenary. If they had offered at least 50 pieces of silver a month, then he would have thought about swearing allegiance to the aristocracy. His eyes widened. He turned to the man and asked again if there were really a couple hundred people willing to do so. He answered affirmatively. Lucas asked if it was really worth it. He looked at his interlocutor and said that his employer, Roman, was that same fool. The mercenary said that no one knew what suffering they would have to endure if they became his soldier. Everyone present turned around and fell silent. The guy looked at the man in surprise. He explained that the mercenary did not yet know all the circumstances, and the young gentleman was no longer that fool. Lucas looked at the man with disbelief. The interlocutor said that the hero had defeated the Bloodfangs and also valued and cherished his people. The man looked at the warrior and said that they did not believe him at first either, but changed their minds after hearing Clark's story. The mercenary asked who it was. The man replied that Clark's son had become Roman's man, after which their poor life had changed radically. His son's name was Kevin. The red-haired youth came out of the bakery with fresh bread. Dmitri's estate. The red-haired youth looked at the master in surprise and asked again. The blonde looked at his subordinate and replied that he was giving him 3 days off, starting tomorrow, so that he could have a good rest and return to training. Before leaving, the hero turned to the boy and said that he had had a hard time, so let him have a good time with his family. Kevin looked after him in surprise and agreed. It was sunny outside. The boy changed his clothes. He thoughtfully adjusted his t-shirt. It was unusual for him, because before he had to work every day to somehow feed himself. The youth left the room. He had not seen his family for a long time since he entered the castle and hoped that everything was fine with them. The butler called out to the boy. He handed him a stack of things and smiled. The man said that the young master had prepared clean clothes for him so that he would appear to the family in a normal state. The butler put a bag on top and explained that this was money for gifts for his family. From now on, he would be paid 30 pieces of silver a month. They could be spent on gifts or luxury items. Hans wished him a good time. The young man was surprised and silent. Kevin walked with a bag of baked goods and hummed to himself. He put on a new shirt and was amazed that such soft clothes existed. The boy bought a lot of fragrant fresh bread for the family. The red-haired man smiled and thought that Mary would like this. She wanted to spread whipped cream on fresh bread. The boy smiled at the loaf of bread that he had finally been able to buy, because freshly baked bread costs twice as much as cold bread. The young man remembered how bandits broke into their house. He frowned and thought that he would definitely become stronger under the leadership of the young master, and his family would not have to go through such a thing again. The boy stopped in front of the house in surprise. His parents were drinking tea, and his sister was smiling and looking at the flowers. The boy looked at his family in shock. It seemed strange to him that he was sent not to a poor area, but to the outskirts of the castle. The girl looked in his direction and called out to her brother. The husband and wife turned around at her voice. They noticed the young knight. Everyone ran up to him. The mother hugged the young man. In surprise, he dropped the bread. Kevin asked in surprise about the house. The father explained that Hans had come to them and said that young Lord Roman had ordered to give them a house and land for cultivation. The knight was surprised. The mother added that the hero had helped a lot so that they could settle in the city. In the last few days, they had really started to live. The red-haired man looked ahead with wide eyes. He began to cry and smile. The boy was so grateful to the young lord. The man looked at his son in surprise. He noticed a bruise on his cheek and asked if Lord Roman had hit him. The boy looked at his father and assured him that he had not. The mother looked at him and demanded to tell him honestly if they were treating him like that. The young man moved away and said that the young master was not that kind of person. The woman asked what was wrong with his cheek. Kevin told them what really happened. Later, his father was sitting in a tavern and telling his friends what happened to their family. They did not want to believe it. The man told the townspeople that Roman slapped the knight Barco, defending his guard. Is there an aristocrat in the world who would do this for his man? The interlocutors looked at the father of the young knight in surprise. Rumors of the generosity and nobility of Mr. Roman quickly spread among the townspeople. Everyone wanted to become like Kevin and his family. Roman Dmitri values his people. If you gain his trust, you can live a completely different life. The mercenary stood in the crowd and looked at the announcement. The man next to him said that this is why many expressed a desire to participate in the recruitment. Lucas looked shocked. He could not believe that the gentleman he knew had defeated the Bloodfangs and behaved like that at the reception. The mercenary crossed his arms. He smiled and said that he wanted to see for himself. Knight, preparations for the exam are going smoothly. Dimitri's estate. The voice said that they would only provide minimal control. The young gentleman decided to take charge of the exam himself and sort everything out. The head of the family frowned and noticed that it was already so late. The captain of the knights looked at the gentleman and said that now was the last chance to cancel everything. He said that hiring soldiers for personal use was a very dangerous business. Romero poured a drink into a glass. He turned to the knight and said that when he heard that his son was going to attend a social reception at Barco's, he decided that he was planning to team up with them to displace his second son from the line of succession. However, Roman, in front of the entire aristocracy, slapped the knight despite all the persuasion from Anthony. Someone like Anthony would side with the second son with a heart full of revenge. This could be an irreversible threat to Roman's right of succession. The man put down his glass. He said that for decades, the hero had been described as a fool. But since the incident with the Red Fangs, he had begun to live his own life. Romero smiled and decided that, as a father, he only wanted to support his son. Jonathan nodded. The leader put down the bottle and asked how many volunteers had signed up. Given Roman's reputation, it would be good if there were at least 50. The captain looked at the gentleman and replied that there were more than 500. Romero shuddered and looked at his interlocutor in surprise. The next day, Castle Dimitri, a crowd of volunteers had gathered in front of the gate. Among them was the mercenary Lucas. Chris went into the tent and called the gentleman. He was sitting with his back to him. The deputy captain said that everything was ready for the exam. The day before the exam, the tavern, the mercenary took a sip. He smiled and said that Dimitri's dark beer still wets the throat perfectly. The guy frowned and thought that so many people had already gathered the day before the exam. There were even more participants than expected. The tavern was full of visitors. The mercenary noticed a noisy table with 3 guys in the very corner. He saw that they had C-rank mercenary ID cards, and the 3 guys at the bar, although they did not look like mercenaries, were experienced in combat. Lucas sat at the table and thought that there were 5-6 good guys and just 1 in. The level of those who wanted to join was much higher than he thought. The guy looked at them in surprise and wondered why they had all signed up. If they were not driven by curiosity, then he did not know the reason. He put down his mug. The guy behind him approached another table. The man turned to a certain Henderson and asked if he was going to become a soldier of the Lawrence family. Lucas turned around. There was a guy sitting at the table. He said that he had planned it that way because this was his homeland. The red-haired guy looked into his mug and said that he changed his mind when he saw Roman defeat the Bloodfangs in Lawrence. Perhaps those who were not there will not believe him. But that day, he saw with his own eyes how Roman Dmitri, covered in blood, dragged the leader of the Bloodfangs by the hair. A young gentleman from a noble family came to a foreign land to punish the Red Fangs who caused suffering to his people. Henderson will never be able to forget what he saw. He was overcome with awe. People at the neighboring tables looked at the storyteller. The guy said that he himself felt that the hero was not a weak fool, as rumors say about him. The red-haired guy slammed his fist on the table and declared that Roman was a real leader who was ready to fight for his people. And this recruitment is a good chance to become Roman's man. Henderson said that he wanted to pass the exam and get a residence permit in Dimitri's territory. Lucas looked at him thoughtfully. He did not believe that someone like Roman deserved to give him his loyalty. However, suddenly this excitement was not a coincidence. On the day of the exam, Dimitri's training area, a crowd of candidates moved towards the entrance and laughed merrily. Lucas walked thoughtfully along with everyone. He was thinking about what he should choose if everything he heard turned out to be true. Some participants also hesitated because of doubts about the veracity of the rumors. As soon as Roman's true nature was revealed, then the moment of choice would come. Silence reigned. The mercenary looked around in surprise. Someone stepped behind them. The people parted and bowed their heads. Roman walked in front, followed by the knights. The hero looked calm and cool. He walked through the crowd. Lucas ducked with everyone else and stole a glance at his master. The guy noted that no one had given an order, but everyone unconsciously bowed their heads, making way. The rumors were true. The hero was climbing the steps. He stopped and ordered them to raise their heads. The people looked at him excitedly. The blonde man stood in front of the crowd. The guy said that today he would choose 30 soldiers here who would fight for him. However, he had a few words before he began. The hero looked forward resolutely and said that he, Roman Dimitri, was not going to live, whiling away his time on the outskirts of the kingdom. He would always fight to rise to a place higher than his current one, and in the process, deadly battles would not be avoided. Therefore, those who took the service under his command lightly can retreat at least now. Everyone looked at the master in shock. He stood above everyone and continued that later, having given their lives on the battlefield, they would feel regret. But not because of hatred for him who drove them to fight, but because of annoyance that they could not be there and see how he would rise to the top of the continent. The recruits looked at the leader in shock. The mercenary stared in surprise. He thought that even the hero's position in the family was shaky, so what top of the continent was he talking about? There must be a limit to arrogance, but for some reason he felt that this was quite possible. The hero's face was unwavering. Chris stepped forward and said that he would now tell about the method for conducting the first stage of the exam. The blonde looked at his partner and said that the participants would have to stand in the designated place. The archer present would shoot 3 arrows at the participant. The arrow will be shot almost point blank and can either pierce the boards behind the back or pierce the participant's body, causing a fatal wound. The deputy captain narrowed his eyes and said that only those who do not move until all 3 arrows are released will earn the right to pass the first stage. The exam is held in the order of the named queue. He began to call out by name. The archer prepared his weapon. The first participant came forward. The man was nervous and thought that where would you find a psychopath who would conduct the selection of soldiers through death. The guy pulled the bow. The man thought that the shooter must have incredible skills and would never make a mistake. The man released the bowstring. The arrow pierced near the participant's neck. The guy was scared. The next contender thought that this was a mental battle. You need to endure, believing that nothing will happen. The archer prepared to shoot again. The next shot pierced the guy's leg. Everyone was shocked and scared. The guy screamed in pain and fell. Chris ran up to him and called a military doctor. The wounded man was carried away on a stretcher. Everyone was surprised. The blonde called the next one. The name was called. The man's eyes filled with fear. He looked at the bloody trail from the previous participant. The man thought that if it had been not the hip, but the head, it would have been instant death. A man in the crowd muttered that this was madness, and he took part in order to get a chance to become a knight through a soldier. Chris looked away and thought that everything was as the gentleman said. The blonde said that the behavior of the second participant would be considered a refusal. The trembling man headed off. The deputy captain reminded that it was not too late to give up if someone was afraid of catching an arrow. Those who, gritting their teeth, continued to endure even with an arrow wound, would earn the right to pass the stage. The hero watched attentively. Chris frowned and declared that all cowards should immediately get off the site. Yesterday, Roman said that he would explain their roles once again. Several soldiers stood in front of him. The hero said that tomorrow, during the first stage of the exam, they would actually be hit by an arrow. Roman crossed his arms. An archer stood next to him. The hero said that the shooter was famous throughout the area and his arrows would not cause fatal wounds. The guy assured that he would not make a mistake. The deputy captain approached the 4 men. Roman said that they would receive their next reward for this. Chris opened the chest with gold coins. The soldiers were happy. The hero looked at them carefully. He said that a military doctor would also be on duty nearby. The wounds would not cause serious harm. But, one way or another, they would be hit by an arrow. The guy asked if they agreed. The man looked resolutely at the gentleman and agreed. When they left, the blonde looked worriedly at the owner and asked why such measures were necessary. The hero sat down at the table and took out the documents. The deputy captain stood before him. Roman replied that he would not be able to find the people he needed by threatening them with danger and words. In order for the truth to be revealed, their lives had to be put in real danger. Even if only 1 out of 100 arrows missed, there was a 1% chance that most of the volunteers would be overcome with fear. The blonde asked what conditions had to be met to become Roman's man. The hero looked at him carefully and replied that he needed people with an unbending will, namely those born with the heart of a wild beast. Chris asked again in surprise. The guy looked at him and explained that those with the heart of a wild beast would quickly become stronger, even if they had to start from the very bottom, and only such people would be able to be with him. Today, someone exclaimed that this was an abnormal exam. The crowd was leaving the castle. People were discussing their refusals. The blonde looked at them carefully. About 100 people had dropped out. The deputy looked at the gentleman and turned to him. The hero looked ahead thoughtfully. The heart of a wild beast is an innate talent. Like Kevin, who took up a knife without hesitation, having received an order to cut off his hand. Or Chris, who, after a shameful defeat, asked the winner for a way to become stronger. Such criteria can indicate a person born with the heart of a wild beast. And no matter how strong those who cannot do this are, they will never win in a fight with a creature that is different from them in origin. The exam should identify people of this category. The hero looked at the participants and ordered to continue the exam. Clouds floated over Dimitri's castle. The guy was breathing heavily. The mercenary looked at him, looking into the crowd. Lucas remembered that he was at the inn yesterday. Henderson stood on a wooden platform. His words were sincere. He did not leave, although he was shaking like an aspen leaf. The guy bit his lip. Tears came to his eyes. He thought that this was a chance to swear allegiance to Roman. The guy can't just give up without a fight. The archer pulled the bowstring. The first arrow hit the contestant's head. He looked at it in tears. The shooter prepared for the second shot. The guy thought about whether he should give up, because with death everything would lose its meaning. The second arrow flew near his shoulder. His eyes widened. He might as well give up now. He started to speak. The archer fired. The guy froze in horror. The arrow pierced his thighs. The contestant collapsed to the floor, exhausted, and exhaled. Chris announced that he had passed. The mercenary chuckled and thought that the young man was lucky because he had almost given up himself. So he passed the first stage without any problems. Excluding those who gave up, there were 400 contestants in total. 120 people passed the first stage of the exam. Roman looked at the soldiers, crossing his arms. The first stage helped decide which of them could still be useful. There are those who tremble all over after the test, and those whose faces are imperturbable. The hero looked at them carefully. In his opinion, the difference between them is not that great. What matters is the courage that can suppress one's own fears. Everyone has their own story and their own goal, and he needs to choose an uncut diamond from them. Those who, even when faced with it, will not experience fear but awe. Roman looked calm. He announced that they had passed the first stage of the exam. This text proved their value as warriors, but he would only let 30 people through. Therefore, he would test them again during the second stage of the exam. In the crowd, a long-haired man with a scar on his forehead smiled. The hero continued that if they suddenly passed the exam and became his people, they would be able to live their lives as predators. Lucas looked at the leader in surprise after this phrase. Roman began to descend. He said that it was time for the second stage of the exam to begin. The method of conducting it was simple. Wooden swords of different shapes are prepared here. The type and quantity do not matter. The hero touched the handle and took out the sword. He ordered them to choose a sword they liked and prove their worth in a duel with him. The volunteers whispered in surprise. Was he really going to fight 120 participants alone? Roman looked at them coldly and said that he did not expect them to win. The one who could withstand him for at least a minute would immediately count the stage and be given conditions at a position higher than the existing ones. A bald man with a scar on his eye stood out from the crowd. He wanted to try first. The rivals stood opposite each other. The participants formed a circle. The hero looked at the participant and asked his name. The bald man called himself Vulcan. The master looked at the weapon in the opponent's hands and asked if this sword would suit him. Vulcan replied that it was no problem. He looked at the hero and thought that Roman's ego had pierced the sky. Maybe the rumors that he had single-handedly destroyed the Bloodfangs were true, but even so, he would not be able to defeat the bald man in 1 minute. The deputy captain took the hourglass and told him to get ready. Vulcan thought that he would pass if he held out for just a minute, but he was not going to do that. Although he might become his master in the future, here and now, the participant must clearly imprint what he is. The blonde turned the clock over. Let's go. The bald man swung and moved towards the hero. He did not move. The opponent swung and cut the air. His eyes widened. The master dodged and looked at the bald man from the side. The blow missed. The man tripped over the nobleman's leg and fell. He turned sharply. The hero had already put his sword to his throat. Roman looked down at him and said, "Next." The mercenary watched in amazement. He didn't understand how he could move like that. The guy dodged with such a light and fast movement that it seemed completely different. The first stage of the exam was nothing compared to this one in terms of difficulty. The hero radiated an overwhelming aura. At the very moment when Vulcan lost to Roman, everyone had one thought: Roman is strong. However, it seemed to them that if the fights continued, over time the hero would begin to run out of steam, and it would become easier to resist him. An hour had passed since the beginning of the second stage of the exam. The sword spun in the air and flew off. The 60th fight. The man fell to the ground. 60th loss. The protagonist pointed his sword at the participant and said, "Next." Roman did not even show signs of fatigue. The words he said before the start now made sense. Roman is a predator who decides for himself how to live in a world dominated by natural selection. You only have to look at him to believe that Roman's words are coming true. Now he is still considered a fool of the Dmitri family, but right now everyone is given a fateful chance to become his man. A chance that may never come again. But how can one stand up to this monster? The volunteers hesitated and egged each other on to go next. Chris said that if the next participant did not go, everyone present would be expelled. The mercenary responded that he was coming. He chose a sword for himself and went out onto the platform. The guy resolutely looked ahead. The 61st participant is Lucas, a monster. Roman Dmitri is a monster. Even without taking into account his amazing power, he is overwhelming with just his aura. The mercenary looked at the hero. He is completely different from how Lucas remembers him. As Lucas himself said, Roman is no longer the one who will rot on the outskirts. An eagle circled above the guy's head. It is obvious that one day the hero will subjugate the continent. The mercenary armed himself with a sword and a blade and prepared for a duel. He thought that he didn't care whether it was 8 pieces of silver or not. The guy decided to give himself just a year to see if Roman's words were true. Chris turned the clock over. They began. Lucas rushed to the attack. First, he needed to pass this test. The blonde watched carefully. The opponent rushed forward without hesitation. Except for the first participant, no one managed to hold out. Besides, this method of attack was familiar to the deputy captain. Aiming for the head with the sword, aiming for the heart with the dagger. The mercenary struck. The hero parried it. Lucas narrowed his eyes. He analyzed. The master dodged the dagger, taking a step back, and lunged with his wooden sword. The guy threw the dagger and swung his sword at the same time. The hero raised his weapon and parried the attack. The mercenary moved back. He frowned and thought that he knew it wouldn't work. Usually, if you keep pushing, there will be a gap in your opponent's defense, but Roman is like a solid wall. However, the guy can't stop. Just one delay and he's finished. In order to last a minute, he must maintain the lead in attack. Lucas went on the attack again. The hero smirked. He thought that his opponent was not bad. Roman narrowed his eyes and smiled. Not the best choice on the battlefield, but a suitable solution for a duel. The hero thought that the guy clearly had developed instincts. In this case, Roman was not going to leave him alone after a minute. The warrior pushed off. 1 minute is the limit. The opponents crossed swords. The purpose of this test is to hammer into the heads of the participants in the first meeting how majestic the leader they will follow is. Roman dodged the blade strike and lunged. He resolutely looked at the mercenary and thought that it was time to end this. Lucas sweated. He noticed the approaching attack. The blow hit the target. The boy fell. A B-rank mercenary is the ultimate in effort. If an ordinary person puts in all their efforts, putting their life on the line, they can obtain the B-rank qualification. But without mastering mana, the A-rank realm is inaccessible to them. Starting from the A-rank, one must have a powerful force that surpasses others. And the main condition for this is the flowering of mana. Therefore, Lucas has reached his limit. No matter how much he struggles, he cannot escape the B-rank realm. And yet, he survived. On the battlefield that takes many lives, time after time. And in the process, he realized one thing. To survive, to win, one must use all methods and tricks indiscriminately. The mercenary threw a bag of sand at his opponent. Chris watched in surprise. He only needed to hold out for a minute. There were no further rules. Lucas fell to the ground. He quickly grabbed the dagger and stood up. The boy rushed at the master. His eyes widened. Roman was standing in front of him. His eyes, reddened by the sand, looked straight at the mercenary. The guy smiled nervously and laughed. He dropped his weapon. Lucas lowered his head and surrendered. Heavenly Demon Sect. In the sect, before actually starting to master martial arts, the very first training is this: a way to keep your eyes open. If you blink just once during an exchange of blows, you can say goodbye to life. Just as the sequence of breathing is important during the circulation of Kai and Nigong, so in combat, impeccable calculations are important, right down to blinking. For this, they were trained to keep their eyes open in any conditions. We are talking about absolutely any situation. The hero was handed a flask of water. Roman washed his eyes with water. The mercenary stood behind him. He bit his lip and thought that he would not have used sand if he had known that this would happen. He held out for a minute, using any means and methods, and as a result, he received a pass. The boy clenched his fists and thought that this was a miserable outcome. The hero looked at the participant. The participant thought that the master was disappointed with him, although he must have had no hopes from the very beginning. The boy thought that the leader would take out his anger on him or maybe even punish him. Roman turned away and called the next one. Lucas looked at him in surprise. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The young master did not get angry and did not even ask why he used the forbidden move. Roman frowned. He knew about Lucas's plan in advance. When he jumped and dodged, the hero saw his hand reach for the pouch. But the nobleman wanted to see everything he was capable of, so he deliberately did not dodge. Lucas is an experienced fighter, hardened by difficulties. It is unknown how much blood he had to see. But the spilled blood that the hero had to see during the time of Junghyuk is enough for an ocean. And this was done by a heavenly demon. Roman narrowed his eyes and asked if there was anyone else. The clock turned over. The fights continued. Chris frowned. A precedent called Lucas had happened. Now the participants use any methods and means to hold out for a minute. The hero kicked one of the contenders in the face. The mercenary watched from the side. He thought that unfair methods were not a condition for exclusion, but once they crossed the line, there was no hope of getting off easy. The contestant grabbed his face and screamed. The master called the next one. The mercenary assumed that if he had not given up in the middle, he would have ended up the same way. A whole 2 hours had passed since the exam began. This was already the 100th fight, and Roman did not even lose his breath. The guy looked at his opponent with cold blood. When playing with death, you do not get a break just because you are exhausted. If you can't control your breathing, your movements will slow down, and then you'll become one of the corpses scattered on the ground. Therefore, you must learn your own fighting method. Inhale once, and exhale again. The hero inhaled and exhaled. Natural mana obtained through breathing, which consists of a number of processes, circulated throughout the body, removing fatigue from the body. Together with moderate control of the physical body, strengthened by changing the bones, the guy kept the body in its original state. The master repelled another attack. During the time of the conquest of Murim, he even had to fight continuously for 4 days. Such an easy duel will never exhaust his stamina. Roman calmly looked at his opponent. Chris shouted for all the participants to gather. The blonde looked serious. He said that there were 0 people who passed the second stage of the exam. The participants shuddered. The deputy guards crossed his arms and said that this did not mean that no one passed. Among the 120 present, 30 people will be selected and their names will be announced later. Everyone can leave. Light from the window fell on the grass. The hero handed his subordinate a sheet of paper with a list of those who passed. He assigned Chris to take care of their training. The blonde took the list and nodded. The guy studied the names in surprise. Vulcan was among them. The master must have appreciated his courage to be the first. Henderson was also listed, although he seemed rather ordinary. The deputy frowned. He looked at the master sitting at the table and said that Lucas had also passed. The hero asked if there was a problem with that. The blonde admitted that the mercenary had worthy qualities. However, he resorted to a dirty trick and then immediately gave up before the fight was over when he thought he had already lost. The knight frowned and said that such a guy would be poison on the battlefield. He was a typical mercenary. He would leave his honor, comrades, and do anything to survive. Roman smiled and said that was why he chose him. The deputy looked at him questioningly and clarified. The master said that Lucas was a cowardly guy who didn't care about honor. However, in a situation where no one even thought of using a trick, he found a real way to resist the hero and put it into action. This type, on the contrary, will shine on the battlefield. They will always find a way to survive and open a way out for everyone. The nobleman asked a question in return and asked if Lucas's cowardly way of attack meant that he would abandon his comrades. The blonde looked at the master, stunned. The knight remembered the words of Jonathan's mentor. The captain said that those who survive on the battlefield are not knights who can use aura. Those who always cold-bloodedly assess the situation and calculate their actions on the verge of death can survive until the very end. Those who act silently behind the back and wait for the right moment can strike down even a strong knight at any time. Chris frowned. He thought the mercenary's solution was effective. The boy narrowed his eyes, thinking too narrowly again. He turned to the master for clarification. Roman crossed his arms and listened to his subordinate. The deputy said that there were still 5 months before he was going to the battlefield. Moreover, aristocrats were not dragged to the front lines just because they were called up for service. The blonde wondered what the reason was for recruiting soldiers so early. The hero became serious and said that someone must be announcing it right now. An official statement from the Barco family. They remembered the previous promise and had been waiting for Lawrence's decision all this time. However, they disgraced the honor of the aristocracy and undermined the trust of Barco. They endured for a long time, but finally decided to draw their sword. Lawrence's guilt is obvious. They did not pay the debt left by their ancestors and showed the utmost disrespect by not wanting to give up the lands left as collateral. Thus, with this statement, Barco notified the people of the Kingdom of Cairo. If Lawrence did not pay the debt or give up the lands left as collateral within the next week, then the Barco family line, with the approval of the central government, would declare a feudal war with Lawrence. Chris looked at the master with alarm. The hero smiled and replied that from now on they were preparing to intervene in the war between Barco and Lawrence. Flora abruptly woke up from a nightmare. She was haunted by the words of her father and young master Dimitri. She sat up in bed, breathing heavily. The girl grabbed her head and muttered what she had done. Lawrence estate. The maids looked at the door to the mistress's bedroom and discussed how she had not come out since her visit to Dimitri's estate. They gossiped about the upcoming war with Barco. The blonde sat on the bed. She looked out the window. The girl thought she had a bright mind. She graduated from the advanced course of the academy with honors, and looking at her father's happy smile intended for her, she considered herself a good daughter. But the reality is that without the support of her family, she thought of herself as a useless hothouse plant. She remembered Roman, whom everyone called a fool. Flora sat gloomy in front of the window and thought that she was the only fool here. The aristocrat bit her lip. She did not have the courage to look her father in the face. The girl closed her eyes and thought about what Roman would do in her place. If you think about it, he is the complete opposite of her. No one demanded anything from him and did not place any hopes on him. He single-handedly, with his own strength, defeated the gang of Bloody Fangs, decisively acting in the name of his family line. The blonde folded her hands. She did not understand how he managed to do such a thing, and since when he was so strong. The boy could do this only through sheer determination. The girl bit her lip. The butler knocked on the door and announced that they had brought food. No one answered. The servants exchanged glances. The blonde went out into the hallway. The butler looked at her in surprise. The girl gathered her hair. She looked at her subjects indifferently and said that she needed to go to the library. Her father was doing everything possible to enlist the support of other families, but in the current situation there was no place where they could help. The girl opened the book. She decided that they themselves should find a way to resolve this problem. The man turned the pages. The servant reported that the Mardell family had rejected their offer. The master ordered to contact the Vastra family. The butler looked at Viscount Lawrence and replied that they had also rejected their offer. They said that they would support the construction of the circulation channels they had always asked for, but they could not help in this matter. The leader jumped up from his seat. The servant looked at him with concern and said that, one way or another, due to the pressure from Barco, it would be difficult to get outside help in the current situation. The man slammed the table. The advisor looked at the lord and said that there were rumors that those who tried to interfere in this northeastern conflict would definitely face Barco's vengeance. The herald read out the contents of the declaration of war. The girl closed her book. She sat dejectedly at the table. Flora covered her face with her hands. There was only a week left until the war. The lord slammed his fist on the table. The man frowned. He was indignant that before the conflict everyone was bending over backwards to curry favor, and now they were pretending that they did not exist. The chief asked if there was a response from the Golden Bank. The servant replied that they would consider the offer of land as collateral, but most likely it would not be limited to a week. Given their huge investments in Barco, they decided that it would be more profitable to help them. Lawrence covered his face with his hand. Could it be that everything they had achieved with sweat and blood really meant nothing? One of the advisors suggested that it would be better to surrender. The long-haired brunette looked down and said that because of Barco they were deprived of outside help, and the difference in forces was obvious. Therefore, if they surrendered and did as they wanted, they would protect innocent soldiers and be able to save at least part of the family lands. Everyone was silent. The leader was gloomy. He frowned and said that there was sense in these words. A knock on the door. The butler announced that Mrs. Flora wanted to see her father. The man said he was busy. The girl entered the office. The lord looked at her questioningly. The blonde looked at him seriously and said that she had something to talk about. Roman calmly looked ahead and said that he planned to involve the Dimitri family in the battle. He sat in a chair opposite his father. The leader asked if he understood what this meant. The son answered affirmatively. The man forcefully put down his teacup. He exclaimed that the war between Barco and Lawrence was a legitimate battle approved by the central government. Romero looked at his interlocutor with displeasure and said that after the termination of the marriage agreement with Lawrence's eldest daughter, their reputation was gone. The leader said that if Dimitri interfered, the aristocrats of the northeastern part would break their agreements with them, and in the worst case, the central government could send an army to defeat Dimitri. The man put his hand to his head and said that if the guy decided to help Lawrence because he was just coming, then it would be better to stop. The hero interrupted him. He asked his father what he would like his future life to be. Romero looked at the young man with displeasure and exclaimed why he was asking about this. The guy looked at his father seriously and said that his desire to interfere in the war was not at all due to a simple whim. He said that recently the elder Anthony Barco tried to threaten him. This was done because they were afraid that Roman's marriage could interfere with their plans. The hero has no evidence to prove what happened that day, but he has an idea. Even though people consider Dimitri to be the real power in the northeast, Barco thinks that they have already subjugated them. The man shuddered. The boy said that even with his strength and power, his father does nothing. They must think that he is completely satisfied with the current situation. The hero looked at his interlocutor confidently and said that he was different. He wants power and is not going to silently watch as not only Barco, but anyone else denigrates Dimitri's name. The boy was calm. Roman said that there are enough reasons, just as Barco came up with a non-existent reason to declare war. For those who have power, a reason is nothing more than a joke. New life. The hero still feels like he is crossing an ocean, but he is sure of one thing. His true nature has not changed at all. His life must be filled with power. Roman looked at his father and said that he was not asking to borrow the power of the family line. His intervention was dictated by a personal reason, so his father can simply observe what steps he will take and how he is going to live his future life. No matter how much you climb, you cannot change your origin. Romero looked thoughtfully out the window. He said that no matter what feats you perform, no matter how much wealth you accumulate, even if you have land in your domain, you will still remain a commoner. Rihanna sat on the couch and looked at her husband with a smile. She said that in the capital he collaborated with other aristocrats. The man sat down next to her and grinned. He said that you can immediately tell from their eyes that they are looking at him. That is how they look at an aristocrat who is not their equal. The woman smiled and asked if he wanted to change that. Romero grinned and said he was happy with his current life. He didn't want to go out of his way to get anything else, but he hoped his sons would be different. The man wanted his children to go beyond their status and aim for a higher place, unlike him, who was content with small holdings on the outskirts. The hero looked at his father carefully. The man shuddered. His son's gaze said that he could not stop him. The leader looked thoughtfully at his hand. He dreamed that this moment would come someday. At some point, his sore finger had grown so much. Romero said that the boy could do as he saw fit, and he could tell him if he needed help. The hero watched silently. The leader clenched his fist and declared that he was his son, and he, Romero Dimitri, was his father. Whatever the boy did, he would not have to bear the responsibility alone. The hero smiled. Day, forge, the sound of anvils being struck. The guy stopped and looked up. The words about Dimitri's forge being the largest in the kingdom were not empty words. A workshop where several blacksmiths could work at once, and there were as many as 30 such workshops on this street. The hero looked around. He kept wondering how Dimitri could have accumulated such wealth, but this sight dispelled all questions. The iron mine on the outskirts of the estates was considered the largest in terms of deposits in the kingdom. Dimitri's blacksmiths possessed great skill, which allowed them to sell the iron they personally mined at a high price. For this reason, the aristocracy of the northeastern region of the kingdom had no intention of spoiling relations with Dimitri. It was not that they were simply afraid of Dimitri's influence. If the kingdom of Cairo stopped receiving iron weapons forged from Dimitri's ore, this alone would deal a crushing blow to the kingdom. Roman narrowed his eyes. There is a man here who can even be called a symbol of the Dimitri family line. Master Blacksmith. Yesterday's conversation. The guy said that he plans to settle everything on his own, but he needs his father's help with something. The man folded his arms across his chest. The hero said that he needs the combat weapons of his soldiers. The father took the cup and advised him to go to Master Hendrik. The leader looked at his son and said that he used to solve all the problems of the forge himself, but with the receipt of the title, the master with whom they worked together began to do this. He is responsible for all iron production. The man said that if you convey that this is his request, the master will provide everything necessary. The guy looked at his father and thanked him. Romero looked seriously at his son and warned that the Dimitri blacksmiths have strong self-confidence. They will not be faithful just because the young man was born in the Dimitri castle. Only someone who understands iron and has the skills to manage it will be able to earn the trust of true blacksmiths. The man looked at the hero with displeasure. The boy narrowed his eyes and thought that everything was as his father said. He walked forward and reasoned that such an attitude did not seem strange at all, given the behavior of Roman in the past. A bearded man in a bandana looked down at the boy and asked what brought him here. The hero looked at him and assumed that this was Hendrik. Roman said that he knew that his father had told him in advance the reason for his visit. The man put his hands on his hips and said that he heard that the boy needed equipment for 30 people. The blacksmith frowned and said that he thought that they had run out of money for entertainment again and the boy had come to steal something to sell. The hero looked at him in surprise. He looked at the mountain of armor. The man said that this was enough to equip 30 people. Let him take it and leave. The boy looked at them coldly and asked if the blacksmith was offering to take it. He answered in the affirmative. The man crossed his arms over his chest. Roman asked if this was all the master could do. The blacksmith told him to get lost if he wasn't satisfied with that. The young man grabbed the hilt of his sword and turned to the master. The boy took the sword and looked at his interlocutor. The hero said that it seemed that Dimitri's iron products were undeservedly reputed to be the best in Cairo. He asked if the master was passing off this trash as weapons for soldiers. The man shuddered. The young man asked again if that was the blacksmith's limit. He clenched his teeth. The master frowned and said that he swears that Dimitri's iron products are of the best quality in the kingdom. He added that a young man who hasn't shed a single drop of sweat in front of a red-hot brazier does not dare to evaluate their products. The blacksmith said that if it weren't for his father's request, he wouldn't have given even that. The boy looked at his interlocutor and listened. Hendrik said that the hero's younger brother Rodwell carried out his orders for several years in a row. Being the heir, the eldest son chased skirts and wasted his life. The blacksmith declared that Roman was even more irreparable trash than the things lying on the ground. The man pointed at the boy and exclaimed that he could not do anything, being the eldest. The hero looked at him calmly and replied that he could understand his anger. However, this sword has a tint as if it was simply held in the sun, and in the process of forging the sword, the master failed to distribute the force evenly. He raised the blade up. The boy assumed that this was the result of unsuccessful forging by an inexperienced blacksmith. He looked at his interlocutor and said that this cannot be called a product of Dmitri. The master cannot deny this, so we will decide to criticize the boy with his help. The blacksmith looked at the gentleman in surprise. The hero swung the sword and turned to the blacksmith. The boy said that his soldier had just died because he could not cut the enemy with this trash sword. The blade with an uneven surface could not perfectly cut the flesh, and the soldier, who could not remove the sword stuck in the muscles, lost his head with a confused expression on his face. The boy asked how unfair it was. The blacksmith looked at him dumbfounded. The boy said that the soldier did everything possible to survive, but because of the trash that the trash gentleman gave him, he had no choice but to die. The boy picked up the chain mail from the ground. The man flinched and asked what he was trying to say. The hero asked the blacksmith why he thought the boy was wearing armor. The gentleman picked up the armor and looked at the master. The boy said that in order to protect the body from an enemy attack at least once, the armor must withstand its bulky weight. He threw the object on the ground and added that a soldier who put on such a chain mail would be betrayed by his equipment and killed. A warrior may believe that tightly woven pieces of iron will protect his body, but an experimental product of a nameless blacksmith will not be able to stop an attack. The man frowned and asked what the man was trying to tell him. The boy thought that his anger was justified. The eldest son had never been interested in the affairs of the forge, and here he came only when he needed help and began to evaluate the products. He understood his thoughts, feelings. However, the blacksmith crossed the line. The boy stuck his sword into the chain mail and frowned. The hero said that if the master had not suddenly recognized the trash in the products lying on the ground, his loyal soldiers would have entrusted their lives to trash, unaware of anything. Roman said that this was not something to avenge personal petty grievances. The lives of 30 people depended on it, and even if he did not know it, he turned his back on the truth. The boy clutched the sword and asked if the man could safely call himself a master representing the Dmitri family line. The boy approached his interlocutor and exclaimed that innocent people almost died because of the trash he gave him for personal reasons. The master was shocked. He tried to justify himself. The young man said that his intentions did not matter. The purpose of the weapons and armor was crystal clear. The hero asked for Romero Dmitri on behalf of his father, and in the end he received this trash. Roman looked at the man with displeasure and asked if this could be considered disobedience to his father. They stood opposite each other. The boy said that he knew that the master simply did not want to give him good equipment, but this problem in itself could be considered disobedience. The hero frowned and noted that this was not just his personal request. The owner of this land ordered to equip him with good weapons and armor. Hierarchy. The moment the line between master and servant is erased, hierarchy and order collapse. Both the loyal servant and the one who is like a friend must be punished to the fullest extent if they cross this line. The young man looked at the blacksmith coldly and asked again whether the actions towards him could be considered as disobedience to his father. The man answered that such a thing could not happen. The other blacksmiths left. The boy asked to explain why the master gave such equipment. The hero looked away. The other masters looked at him with displeasure and said that the boy should not dare to pick on Hendrik. They noticed the sword in the boy's hand. The blacksmiths got angry and decided that he wanted to do something to the master. The men wanted to grab him. The hero narrowed his eyes. Hendrik shouted at them to stop. One blacksmith wanted to object, but the man stopped him. He closed his eyes and apologized to the master, admitting that what had happened was his mistake. The blacksmith remembered his youth, how he was kicked out of the forge and punished. The young master was collecting firewood and complaining that he was not allowed to do real work. He turned around at the noise. The young man held out one coin and said that he wanted to buy a sword. It was all his savings. The guy promised to pay him back 10 times more later. The blacksmith crossed his arms and chased him away. Young Hendrik watched this. Then he caught up with the guy, holding the sword in his hands. The young man looked at the weapon and was surprised that he was just giving it away. Hendrik looked at the guy and said that he had heard a story in the workshop. He offered to take at least this weapon. The interlocutor offered him a piece of silver. The guy replied that he did not need the money because he was going to throw it away anyway. The interlocutor was surprised. Hendrik said that he himself should be grateful that the sword made by his hands was at least useful somewhere. The young man smiled and thanked him. Later, Hendrik found the young man dead. The master ran away in horror. People were talking about how the young man had taken on the defense of the trade guild and died himself. They said that his sword had broken in a fight with a bandit. Hendrik began to cry, the same as if he had killed that man. The blacksmith clenched his fist. From then on, he swore that it would never happen again. The man lowered his head. He thought that it was only because of his dislike for Roman that he was going to repeat the events of that day. The master said that he would pay for his actions. The others were shocked. The boy said that he would not ask anything more if the man repents of what he did. The hero threw the sword on the ground and decided to get back to the main thing. The master looked at him in surprise. The young man looked at him and asked him to make uniforms for 30 soldiers. He repeated that he did not think that he intentionally disobeyed the order. Most likely, it was because of disgust for the master, and he more than understood the feelings of the blacksmith. The hero said that he wanted to bury the mistakes of both of them. All he needed were swords and armor that would protect the lives of his soldiers. The master was amazed. He did not understand how the master could change so much. Hendrik exhaled. He realized that this was not the same Roman anymore. The man looked resolutely at the aristocrat and apologized again for what happened. The blacksmith promised that this would not happen again. The young man smiled. As an apology, the master would prepare armor and swords from the best iron, which Dmitri was proud of. He ordered everyone to return to their places and get to work. Coal was burning in the furnace. The blacksmiths were actively working. The guy asked if he really stole the sword of the master Hendrik. The hero stood behind one of the blacksmiths. He replied that the young man probably did not remember anything because of alcohol. It was 3 years ago. The lord deprived the young master of his pocket money, and in order to get it, he secretly snuck into the forge and stole the master's sword Hendrik. Then he sold it to a roadside merchant for a pittance. That sword was the master's greatest creation. It took only half a year to draw it, and then the master spent 3 months in the forge to finish it. The man said that the young man did not know what it was like to have your best creation sold for next to nothing. The boy frowned. It turned out that the previous Roman had crossed the line. He left the forge. He was called. Hendrik approached the aristocrat. The hero looked at him. The man said that he had not fully forgiven him for that offense. Because of his mistake, the master will fulfill the request, but he still cannot allow his eldest son Dmitri to interfere in the affairs of the forge. The foundation of Dmitri is laid in the forge. Hendrik said that if there came a day in the future when the master produced even a single trash sword, he might look at it again. The hero smiled and said that he would return when the equipment was completed. The boy opened the door of the workshop. There was an anvil there. Roman smiled and said, "Long time no see." This was where his secluded training took place. As ordered, it was in perfect order, and all the equipment was there. Time to get started. A fire was burning in the furnace. Time spent in Murim. The hero was 18 when he became determined to personally forge a sword. During the period when the successor of the demonic sect was not approved, a bloody war broke out between his brothers. That night, he again could not sleep a wink due to endless assassination attempts. His 11th elder brother, Baek Chang-hun, suddenly attacked the hero, intending to take his life. Although the difference in fighting skills was not great, then the sword that he protected like the apple of his eye could not withstand the attack and broke. The hero smashed his brother's face with the broken sword, and, freed from the feeling of near death, he thought that he needed a sword that would not break during the fight and could ideally convey his current abilities. He needed his own sword. From that very day, unlike the other brothers, the hero sought out blacksmiths and learned the technique of forging a sword. And, on the eve of the decisive battle, he always forged a sword that matched his current strength. So he fought hundreds, thousands of battles, changing his sword every year. The 39th sword he forged then, he called the Heavenly Demon Sword. It became a treasure that could not be bought for any money, and from that moment on the eve of the upcoming war, it was time to create his own sword for a new life. Sparks flew from the blow of the hammer on the anvil. Roman hit the hot metal, following a certain rhythm, applying a certain force. The hammer hit the workpiece, repeating the same movements. The guy looked down carefully at the moment of obsession with a given goal. Breakthrough. From the force of the blow, rays flew everywhere. The hot metal was reflected in the eyes of the hero, who thought, what is he living for? He remembered how he sat by the cliff in his past life. In order for the heavenly demon to become a father, he had to live in a world where the strong eats the weak. Having experienced many turning points, he was called the strongest master in the world, and he does not think that this is bad. The man smiled. Roman thought that now is the same, he is just true to the present. He reached out his hand to the workpiece, thinking that his current level does not allow him to withstand all the changes. In other words, he can only temper himself stronger. Roman imagined the dragon and worthy people, thinking that the world of Roman, which is unfamiliar to him, strong opponents that he does not know. Standing by the blazing flames, he thought that defeat was unacceptable. The guy breathed fire from his mouth. The hero with the hammer was engulfed in bright flames, using the divine breath of flame skill. Surrounded by fire, the hero struck the anvil with a hammer. The technique of the followers of the demonic sect, using the power of scorching flames, was called the Demon of Flame and helped accumulate mana in a short period of time. The fire was burning in the furnace. This is the most he can afford in such a pitiful state. A bright ball glowed in the flames of fire. Its frequent use will harm the lungs and other internal organs. Roman's eyes were burning. He thought that now he needed the power that resists all the twists of fate. A voice was heard from a white building with a blue roof, which said that at the moment Flora folded her hands in front of her and said that they had reached a dead end. Looking ahead, she continued that there was no outside help in sight and the difference in power was obvious. She stood at the head of the table. People were looking at her. She said that there was an opinion that by surrendering they should keep the family land. With a determined look, the girl said that she believed that they should never do that. Her hand slapped the table. Her father frowned, saying that instead of getting involved in a war they knew they would lose and let countless soldiers die, they could choose to surrender for the sake of everyone else. He imagined a silhouette shaking hands and said that, using their connections with the central government, Barco had borrowed money from a gold bank. The girl continued that most likely this loan was given to them without collateral. The men at the table whispered among themselves, discussing how without collateral. She imagined an arrow leading to a bag of gold. Flora said that loans without collateral always had a high interest rate. Looking at her father, the blonde said that in this war, it was not only Barco that was aiming for profit. The man looked down. The girl presented a picture of the coat of arms and said that the Barco who borrowed money and the gold bank that issued the loan in order to get a benefit that would satisfy them. She presented a torn map, saying that both sides after the occupation of Lawrence would tear this land apart. Father and daughter stood opposite each other on different sides of the table. The Viscount sat down and asked how she proposed them to act then. Folding her hands in front of her, Flora said that there was only one way, a fight to the death. With a determined look, she declared that this was the only way that would allow them to survive. The man slammed his fist on the table, repeating that she was saying a fight to the death. He looked down thoughtfully, thinking that at some point. He looked at his daughter, thinking that he was filled with hope looking at Flora's bold statement. The girl in the dress stood opposite him. He thought that Flora, with her ability to see through the situation, would suggest an extraordinary way. The Viscount closed his eyes, thinking that in the end he remained within the bounds of the ordinary. He imagined the gates of the fortress and heard the question. That in fact the best he could offer was to lock the fortress gates. The girl looked at him seriously with the words that she told them to just be patient. She imagined a blazing space, saying that they should abandon this year's harvest and give the fields over to the flames. Imagining a storage with cans and sacks, she said that by collecting maximum reserves of provisions they would be able to hold out. The mountains were covered with snow. Flora continued that until winter came. Lawrence frowned, repeating, "Should we hold out until winter?" The girl standing at the table said that yes, although the Barco family was able to borrow a huge amount thanks to connections with the central government, but that was all. The interest on the loan would grow every minute. The blue eye looked ahead carefully. She imagined the bank logo, thinking that great power, its influence was capturing the entire continent, a gold bank. She imagined a hand reaching out to the frightened man and thought that if the war did not end quickly and time dragged on, the Barco family would be pressed with interest. The men sitting at the table heard that the gold bank was not a power that could be intimidated by close ties to the central government. She imagined warriors with flags, saying that mercenaries acted for money, and this money came from the gold bank. With a determined look, Flora said that when winter came, it was not a good time to siege a fortress. Looking with blue eyes, she finished that they would exhaust themselves. Her father looked at her in amazement. The men began to discuss, saying that they did not think there was such a way. Someone said that it made sense. Another confirmed that it was true. It would be a fight against time. Lawrence sat listening to these words. He imagined his daughter playing with birds and thought that when the incident with Dmitri happened, he decided that he had spoiled his daughter too much. However, the reality was different. He looked at the blonde and thought, when did his daughter manage to grow so much? The man clapped his palm, standing up. With a determined look, he declared that Flora's words were true. From now on they would begin to prepare for desperate resistance. The men heard that they would hold out to the last. The blonde declared that they would preserve the legacy of the Lawrence family. The daughter standing in front of him heard that even if the fortress walls collapsed and death awaited them, they would fight to the very end and show themselves. The girl looked forward resolutely. Roman looked down intently. In front of him, several blades lay in the water. Clouds floated in the sky above the house. The hero walked out of the workshop with a sword in his hands. For a person, any event that happens for the first time will be considered special. The sun illuminated the blade. He thought, the first sword. The blonde raised the weapon up, thinking that this was a sword that would perfectly suit his current powers. Clutching the golden blade, Roman said that he would take a name for it from this world. The hero's eye glowed. He decided to call him a salamander. The man walked forward along the path. He stopped in front of the fortress gate. On his fluttering cloak was a coat of arms. The knights above looked at him excitedly. The man with the mustache grinned. He unrolled the scroll and read that as a representative of Viscount Barco, he gave them 3 options to choose from. The first was to open the fortress gates and surrender. The knights in armor heard that only surrender was their only way to save their own lives. Viscount Lawrence stood next to the knights on the wall, hearing that the second was to march against them in a large-scale war. He looked at the messenger, who said that under the supervision of a central government judge, they would go out onto the plain and determine the winner accordingly. A duel of mighty warriors was also possible. The man with the mustache read that any method would do to determine the winner. Barco were willing to agree to the method they proposed. Viscount Lawrence frowned at him. He said darkly that they did not consider that the pretext under which he stepped forward, continuing that the Barco declared war on them was fair. The evidence of the debt of their ancestors was falsified. Stopping at the fence of the wall, the man shouted that moreover, he was not going to sacrifice the people of Lawrence. The man frowned, shouting for him to return and tell the Viscount that no matter what they chose. The messenger interrupted him, saying that the third option was to forget about the pride of the noble family line. The man standing at the gate finished that and locked themselves in the walls of the fortress, defending themselves to the death. He turned his leg, saying that the Barco family line accepted their decision. He turned away, saying that he would wait for retribution for the blood spilled during the siege. The knights, trembling, looked at him. Viscount Lawrence watched tensely. In front of the messenger were groups of knights. The war had already begun. The order to shoot was heard. The warriors pulled the bowstring and fired. They heard the order to move forward. The arrows hit the shield. The order to not retreat was heard. The warriors from the fortress wall shot at the enemy with a bow. The man cursed. The helmet flew to the floor. The man angrily clenched his teeth, cursing at these arrogant people. Behind him stood a dark-haired warrior. The man thought that the army prepared by the Barco family was more than 3 times larger in number than the Lawrence soldiers. However, the brunette sullenly closed his eyes, thinking that he expected victory within an hour. He imagined a diagram with the designations of the troop movements. The course of the battle was contrary to expectations. An abandoned helmet lay on the floor. The brunette looked at the Viscount and said that one way or another, Lawrence was fully prepared. A moat with water was dug near the wall. He said that they dug a deep channel, not allowing the soldiers to get closer. There were many arrows stuck in the ground. He continued that judging by how boldly they shot a huge stream of arrows at the very beginning, they got a decent amount of military supplies. Viscount Barco clenched his fist in anger. There was a map of the battle and figures on the table. He thought what had happened this week for Lawrence to choose to fight to the end. He slapped his palms on the map, thinking that according to their calculations, they should have capitulated if they even slightly wanted to protect their land. But in fact, the man frowned at the diagram, thinking that they locked the fortress gates, unafraid in the face of the death of the entire family. From what point did everything go wrong? He looked at the captain, who asked, "What will they do?" Looking at him with displeasure, he said that he was still asking, "Let them prepare it immediately." The brunette's eyes widened in surprise, but he did not object. The Viscount smiled, thinking that Lawrence was not so persistent. He recalled the image of Flora, thinking that he would not be able to withstand the pressure of Barco, just like he sold his great treasure to Dimitri's family. The man frowned. Looking forward resolutely, he thought that in the face of danger he would tremble like a true coward. On the ramparts, an order was heard to hurry. Viscount Lawrence angrily shouted at the knights that it was unknown when Barco would attack them again. They should gather their courage and quickly raise their weapons. The man turned and called Flora, saying that she was right. He told the girl standing behind that Barco was confused and called off the soldiers. How did she come up with that? The girl in armor walked forward, saying that she realized that there was no point in waiting for everything to resolve itself. Flora resolutely clenched her fists, saying that she needed to become stronger herself. Looking forward, she said that from now on, this is how she was going to live. Tears appeared in her father's eyes. He stood opposite, apologizing for forcing her to marry Dimitri. Then it seemed to him that the only way to save their family line. The man with the mustache continued, however. He approached his daughter and said that now, no matter what happens, he believes that she will make the right choice. Flora looked at her father with a smile. Suddenly her gaze became surprised. They saw a powerful explosion. Part of the fortress wall was broken through. Flora looked down, thinking that the fortress wall had collapsed. Really? The warriors stood at the weapons with the seal at the muzzle. Flashes. The knights looked from the wall, shouting that they were going crazy. Barco prepared a flash. Flora stared in shock at the flare, a catapult-type magic weapon that was being thrown at the fortress walls. Looking ahead in fear, the blonde thought that it was a huge explosion magic. The catapult had a glowing magic seal. Since it was a strategic resource that required tens of gold to fire, it could not be used without permission from the central government, no matter how rich the owner of the weapon was. The girl clenched her fingers into a fist, thinking that even with the huge loan, she did not think that Barco had the power and connections to rent the flare. Flora looked down, thinking that there were only two ways to stop the flare: counter with a magic weapon of the same level, or open the gate and go out ourselves to destroy the flare manually. Looking down in fear, the blonde thought that both ways were impossible. She closed her eyes, thinking that now she could only give up, but her thoughts were interrupted by a call. A maid came up from behind, saying that a magic message had arrived. Flora asked again in surprise. Clenching her fist, the maid reported that Roman Dmitri told her to tell her that he had a way to help, so let her take the message. Flora looked at the woman in surprise. She remembered the image of the white-haired guy. Flora looked ahead, saying that a way to help Lawrence in a moment of danger. What does he mean by that? In front of her was a hologram with an image of Roman. Looking at her, the guy said that he would say it directly. For personal reasons, he plans to take revenge on the Barco family. The girl was surprised to hear that the decision was made. The only question was at what point he would commit his revenge. If suddenly she agreed to follow his plan. The girl listened tensely to him moving his lines and immediately stepping out to destroy Barco. She stood in front of the crystal with the hologram and asked what was required of them to carry out this plan, and heard that everything was simple. The girl standing in the center of the seal heard that if Lawrence sacrificed themselves first and provided a battlefield, he swears by the name of Dmitri that he will use all his strength to help them. The wind blew through the armored girl's hair. She thought, sacrifice. Flora clenched her fist, thinking that he must have suggested this. Knowing their situation, there is no choice. Even if he so shamelessly tells them to sacrifice themselves. Standing by the hologram, the blonde said that she promises she will do anything if only it can protect her family. The guy raised his finger, saying that there is one more thing. He said to give him a reason so that he can enter the war. A group of warriors approached the fortress wall. Roman said that he needs a reason since the marriage contract has already been dissolved. Looking at him, Flora asked how she will create a reason. The white-haired man in the hologram answered Barco. Let him announce that he harassed her. Flora's mouth opened in shock. She imagined a man surrounded by chains and heard that although they had never crossed paths, she needed to report the harassment that had caused her to break off her arranged marriage with Dmitri. She imagined herself sitting on the floor, and people behind her were discussing her. Perhaps her value in the eyes of the aristocracy would sink below the baseboard, and she would decide to sacrifice the beautiful reputation of the Lawrence flower. However, if she, as the daughter of an aristocrat, gave up a lot. The silhouette of a bird broke the chain. The guy continued that she would be able to get a good reason that would resolve the crisis of the Lawrence family. The white-haired man from the hologram said that this reason would allow him to shrink during the war. The trembling girl pressed her hands to her chest. Roman looked at her and said that if she said anything, then let her say that he harassed her to break off the engagement, because at that time she was still his person. The blonde looked down, hearing that he never forgives those who touch his people. Flora bit her lip, thinking, his man. There was a bright flash of an explosion. Warriors were burning in the flames. Knights approached the burning part of the wall, shouting that it was destroyed. Let him quickly install an iron fence. Stones fell from the ceiling. The girl repeated that she had already said that she would accept any of his conditions. Lona closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and screamed for him to immediately deal with all the damned Barco. Hooks were caught on the wall. A cry was heard not to let them cross the fortress wall. Viscount Lawrence put out his hand, shouting that it was necessary to protect the fortress wall. They must hold out. An enemy warrior climbed the wall. He attacked the man with a sword. A cry was heard calling the Lord for caution. The blade was approaching the man's face. Suddenly the enemy was knocked down by a bright beam. The girl held a bow in her hand. Lawrence turned around, recognizing his daughter. Flora looked at him seriously, saying that they should open the fortress gates and confront Barco head-on. Father looked at her in amazement and exclaimed that she meant to say open the gates. The blonde explained that Roman promised to help. She introduced the guy with the warriors standing behind and said that if they opened the gates and went out, it would distract the enemy, and then Roman would appear with his army and destroy the outbreak. Father repeated in surprise and asked why. Flora replied that there was no time to go into details, but she was absolutely sure. Resolutely looking forward, Flora said that Roman was not one to throw words to the wind. There was a communication crystal on the ground. The guy in the red cloak stood next to it. He was looking down. Chris, who was standing behind, asked if he was going to attack right now, to which he heard the answer no. The blonde warrior exclaimed that if they pulled any longer, Lawrence could be destroyed. Chris stood next to the guy and said that the flash was a powerful weapon capable of destroying an entire fortress wall if he really planned to help Lawrence by disrupting Barco's plans. In the distance, a smoking fortress wall was visible. The blonde said that they needed to immediately attack the enemy from the rear. Turning to him, Roman asked why he should do that. Chris's eyes widened in surprise, and he heard that the question was not whether Lawrence would be destroyed or not. The white-haired man called Chris. He imagined an army lying in blood and said that compared to the death of a few hundred strangers, it was more important to him that none of his men shed blood. The hero imagined a dead fighter, saying that many of Lawrence would die because of this war. Blood and tears were streaming down the man's face. The hero said that their problem was that they followed an incompetent leader. A trail of blood trailed towards the standing Roman. He said that unlike them, he was not going to senselessly sacrifice those who had sworn allegiance to him. Frowning, the blonde agreed. Standing behind, he said he understood. The drawbridge slid back as the order was given to open the fortress gates. It fell to the ground. Opening, someone said that they would punish the cruel villains of Barco. The Viscount shouted, giving the order to attack. The soldiers marched forward in formation. They were approaching the enemy army. The man with the red beard grinned, saying that they had come out without even knowing their place. The blow left a bright mark. The warrior smiled predatory. It was a squad of Burge mercenaries. The warriors were amazed to see the torn-off limbs. They trembled with fear, looking at this, and then they ran, screaming and begging for help, saying that they were finished. Flora, standing on the wall, pointed with her hand and shouted for them to stand to the last and not retreat. She looked down in fear, thinking that if they could not even play the role of bait, he would never appear. Dust rose from the hooves of the running horse. There were tents of troops on the plain. Viscount Barco turned and asked what was that. Roman was approaching him on horseback. More knights were riding horses. The moment when the soldiers had to put their lives on the line had come too soon. Chris looked ahead with concentration. Worry. Kevin looked scared. Anxiety. The white-haired man looked ahead, thinking about the reality that they would have to experience on their own. If they managed to survive under the banner of his army, he would give them the promised life of predators. But whether they survived or not would be determined by their own strength and will. The riders rode behind the leader with the sword. Standing in front of them, Roman stated firmly that their primary objective was to attack Barco from the rear and destroy their assault weapons. The hero stood in front of the army, saying that perhaps Lawrence would not be able to play the role of ideal bait. He did not expect much from them in the strategy. Looking ahead, the white-haired man said that he would take the front line. He would run ahead and cut down the opponents, clearing the way, and they should follow with one and finish off the remnants of the defeated army. The warriors looked at Roman, who told them to remember that their main objective was to destroy the assault weapons. The mercenaries looked at the approaching horsemen. Viscount Barco frowned, telling them to look at their appearance. How were they going to resist them? Walking away, he ordered the soldier to immediately prepare to meet the crazy guests. The warriors put out shields and spears. Roman approached them. He decisively raised his sword. Bright purple marks remained from the chopping blows. Once upon a time, the Murim people belonging to the Orthodox clan said. The weapon pierced the black horse. It fell to the ground. At the forefront of the demonic sect, there is always a heavenly demon. The hero pounced on the opponents from above. He swung his sword, attacking the enemy. The sky demon is invincible. Roman looked down. Facing him face to face was akin to suicide. People were puzzled why even after becoming a sky demon, he always took on the most dangerous role. The soldiers looked at him in surprise. The guy thought that then and now the reason was always the same. The soldier trembled in fear. The strongest warrior on the front lines must completely undermine the enemy's fighting spirit. Roman was surrounded by a purple glow, saying that if he does not attack, they will attack, then he will. The soldier clenched his teeth, and closing his eyes, he shouted the order to attack, let them follow the master. Chris looked back. The soldiers on horses looked at him. The riders rushed forward amid splashes of blood. A spear pierced the horse. The rider angrily looked at the enemy. Blood splashed near the helmet. The guy struck the enemy, shouting to follow the master. The eyes were a little crazy. Chris, with a sword surrounded by a blue glow, thought that just a little more. He quickly cut the enemies, thinking, even closer to the master. Roman approached the enemy line, who thought that they should stop this monster. The hero swelled the soldier's head. He resolutely looked forward, thinking that this thing was the goal of their plan. He continued to move towards the magic weapon, saying that this was a flash. The captain of the mercenary squad Burge looked forward in amazement, asking what is this, Roman? He imagined a chest of gold, thinking that a huge amount was at stake in this task. Since the fate of the mercenary squad Burge depended on it, he would personally sort it out completely. Surrounded by fire, Burge took out his sword, saying that he would personally sort it out completely. A red trace remained under the rapid movement. Roman approached the man from above. Burge is recognized a rank mercenary throughout the kingdom. A bright flash arose from the clash of swords. Unlike B-rank mercenaries, A-rank mercenaries must be able to control aura to obtain their rank. The flaming sword collided with a sword that glowed purple. The red-haired man was engulfed in flames. He is a swordsman with a 2-star aura. The eyes in his helmet were angry. He thought he could not even move. Roman looked at him calmly. Sparks appeared from the movement of the sword. Roman quickly attacked, leaving a bright flash. Burge looked at him in amazement, thinking that he could go crazy. He is the strongest of the strong. The white-haired man attacked with a bright purple glow. The man angrily clenched his teeth. A red beam appeared next to him. He fell to his knees, and Roman walked away. 5 seconds. The headless body fell to the ground. That's how long a rank mercenary could hold out against Roman. The soldiers looked at him in amazement. His squad members looked joyful. Barco pointed his finger and angrily wished for death, shouting for them to kill that man immediately. The soldier held the angry Viscount back, shouting that it was dangerous. He should take cover first. Roman looked forward seriously. His gaze was resolute. He thought that the flash was a creation of magic that was not in Murim. The white-haired man stood in front of the catapult with the round seal. Black flashes appeared around him. He thought that it was the unique merit of the heavenly demon. The silhouette of the demon appeared above the tip of the sword. Heavenly demon sword technique. Swift movement. First formation. The black beam was surrounded by purple flashes. Barco and his troops opened their mouths in shock. Half of the catapult fell to the ground. Roman stood next to the broken weapon. Opening his mouth, he shouted, ordering them to listen to him. He is Roman. The boy raised his sword, shouting that he destroyed Barco's assault weapon. The Lawrence troops on the wall and in front of it rejoiced. Flora covered her mouth with her hands. She looked ahead with tears in her eyes, saying that he really succeeded. Smoke rose from the broken weapon, the destruction of the flash. Having lost the central power, Barco had no choice but to retreat. Roman heard the army with white flags shouting that they would still see. There was blood on the guy's armor. In this battle, Chris used the aura in a slightly different way than before. Surrounded by a blue glow, the blonde held a sword. His hands squeezed the handle of the shining blade. He tried to concentrate the aura as much as possible, as Roman does. As a result, even in a fierce battle, the mana consumption was small. Everyone around laughed. Why was he trying to repeat after Roman? But Chris continued to progress. Behind the guy surrounded by the glow lay bloody bodies. The blonde smiled, thinking that now all that remains is to admit. Smiling, Chris hid his sword, thinking that the master had used the right method. His gaze became surprised. His comrades were sitting on the ground and breathing heavily. The guy looked at the soldiers in surprise, thinking that, gritting their teeth, they rushed after the master, trying to keep up. Naturally, they were tired. The blonde looked at the others contentedly, thinking that nevertheless, not a single one of the 30 soldiers broke away and no one was seriously injured. The warriors bowed their heads, breathing heavily. Chris thought that this was why the master chose them. The guy in armor looked forward tiredly, thinking that they were able to survive only for one reason. Roman in a red cloak walked towards them, a monster going beyond common sense. The soldier looked at him in surprise. Roman looked at the army, saying that he saw that they successfully survived. Chris thought that it was all thanks to him. The hero said that their role was over. The drawbridge near the fortress was lowered. Roman with the soldiers walked along it. He walked inside and looked around. The villagers surrounded him, shouting their gratitude that he was a hero and that Lawrence would never forget Roman Dmitri. The man looked at the white-haired guy, thinking what a pity. The Viscount looked ahead, thinking that he knew he was unusual from their first meeting, but to destroy the outbreak with his own hands. Roman waved his hand as if he had a halo around his head. The man thought it was an overwhelming talent. He imagined a beast surrounded by radiance, thinking that Dmitri gave birth to a tiger. If everything had not gone wrong, this tiger would have become his son-in-law. He imagined how the predator approached him. The man clenched his fist, thinking that it was a pity, but now it was in the past. Throwing up his hands, he said that Roman was a great hero who came to them from Dmitri. Extending his palm, the Viscount said that he was glad to meet him again. Roman smiled. The heroes shook hands. The walls were decorated with columns. The white-haired man stood at the door. A girl came up from behind and said that Flora folded her fingers and thanked her timidly. Standing nearby, the girl said that they could not adequately play the role of bait, but even so, they did not turn away from Lawrence in a difficult moment and helped. The blonde looked at the guy standing by the door and said that she wanted to sincerely thank him. Looking at her indifferently, Roman replied that the speech played its role as promised. He looked at the girl, saying that they played their roles exactly as he planned. Holding her hand to her chest, Flora said that this is how, and yet she wants to repay him for his favor, although she thinks that he does not need to accept her gratitude, but as a representative of Lawrence, she will definitely. The guy nodded, hearing that if he wants something, he can safely ask for anything at the meeting. Timidly folding her hands, Flora promised that she will definitely listen to him and reward him. The guy smiled. Looking at her, he said that if she was not going to change her mind, there was no point in him refusing. He put his hand on the door handle. Opening the door, he invited the girl to go into the meeting room first. The men were sitting at a long table and talking. Roman touched his chin, hearing their words that this was their chance. If he offered Barco to end it here, they would definitely agree. Someone said that Barco truly still had impressive fighting force. Instead of needlessly raising a stir, bringing trouble upon themselves, they should bury the past and find peace. Flora stood next to her father at the head of the table. Roman looked ahead, thinking that the name was Herbivores. The Viscount looked ahead, saying that they were arguing correctly. This time they were helped to avoid a catastrophe, but their strength alone would not be enough to hold back Barco's onslaught forever, so now they would send. Touching his chin, Roman interrupted, asking if he could speak out. The table became silent. There was a voice saying, "Speak up." The guy stood up, thanking them. He stood at the edge of the table, saying that Barco was suffering from the oppression of the money issue. The guy went forward, saying that in order to pay off the huge debt, they could only defeat Lawrence by any means necessary, and even destroying the outbreak would not change anything. This was just his guess. The white-haired man looked down and said that they would most likely receive the messenger's bloody head in return. The man coughed into his fist. The long-haired man was silent. Viscount Lawrence concentrated on hearing that the soldiers outside were now carrying corpses. Looking at all this, did they not feel anything? He remembered the soldiers removing the bodies and said that Barco should not be forgiven. They must clearly show the whole world how Lawrence was taking revenge on the monsters. Walking further, Roman resolutely continued that they dared to touch them. Rising, Lawrence asked. He thought they did not understand this, but what else could they do? They did not have the necessary strength. Without turning around, Roman said he would say one thing. He approached the Viscount. Behind him were the eyes of a monster. He decisively declared that there was a way. The man looked at him in fear. Roman thought that the only thing left for herbivores was to become food for predators. A scream was heard from the tent under the sky. Viscount Barco slammed his fists on the table, shouting to Roman under what pretext he decided to interfere with them. Grimly bending over the map, the man said that in order to change the unfavorable situation, there was only one left. Gritting his teeth, Barco and calm Roman simultaneously said a duel of great warriors. On the scroll was written a duel of great warriors. 1. The battle determines the victory or defeat of the family line. 3 swordsmen enter the battle. 2. The place is considered sacred and has received the blessing of Valhalla. Both families must submit to the result. 3. The authority of the person in charge is extremely important. As soon as both parties come to an agreement, the decisions are sent to the central government. After the decision is approved, the duel is held. Viscount Lawrence frowned. It had been a long time since the Great Warrior duel had changed to a battle of connections and wealth. Their opponent was Barco. They had connections in the central government, and with the amount borrowed from the gold bank, it was scary to imagine what kind of master they would invite to come out for a duel. The hero said that he understood what he meant. He smiled and said that he would give them confidence in victory right now. Everyone present was silent. The head of the clan looked at the young man in surprise and asked again. Roman looked at his interlocutor and said that there was no better way for them than a duel of warriors if only they were sure of victory. The boy said that, first of all, Barco had a 3-star swordsman. Most likely, he would come out as the first warrior. Everyone present shuddered. The hero looked at his allies with a smile and said that he would participate in the first duel on behalf of Lawrence. Whether his opponent was the knight Barco or a visiting master, the boy would guarantee with absolute certainty that he would bring the first victory. The Viscount looked at the boy and shuddered. The hero continued that no matter how outstanding the talents of the enemies were, but against 1 victory and 2 defeats, it lost its meaning. The third duel would be completed by his man, Chris. Despite the fact that he had 2 stars, he possessed the genius that could lead to victory in a battle against a 3-star opponent. Roman looked at those present and asked if that was not enough to consider the battle won. If they won the warrior duel, Lawrence would be able to regain its lost reputation. The boy turned to Flora. He smiled and asked her to make a decision. The girl looked at him in surprise. She remembered how she promised to fulfill his every request at the meeting. The blonde frowned. Apparently, this is what he wants. The girl looked at the hero carefully. He whispers that he will take part in the warrior duel, but in return Lawrence must bear responsibility in case of a change. The young man smiled. Indeed, he is a dangerous man. Flora closed her eyes and declared that she supports the warrior duel. By agreement of both parties, the warrior duel was approved. Everything was decided within a week after the order was given. The day of the duel. In the judge's place sat a dark-haired man with a beard, Count Ertz. He said that the warrior duel is a sacred place, blessed by Valhalla. Viscount Lawrence sat in a chair. Behind him stood his daughter and the main character. The judge reminded that, whatever the results, both family lines must accept them. If this rule is violated, they will be judged, putting the honor of the kingdom of Cairo on the line. The head of Barco grinned. Count Ertz spread his arms and announced that both families must now present 3 of their warriors and hand in a schedule of duels. Wine was poured into a glass. The enemy of the heroes was chatting amiably with the judge. The boy noticed this. He narrowed his eyes. Roman leaned over to Viscount Lawrence and said that they needed to change the schedule. The man was surprised because they had set it up a week ago. The hero replied that this week was the problem. The more time passed, the more interest would have to weigh on Barco. Roman frowned and noticed that it seemed like the enemies were deliberately stalling for time. They didn't look like they were in a hurry at all. The man turned in that direction and assumed that they had managed to find strong masters during this time. The legs of the chair creaked. A soldier was sprawled on the chair. The hero looked at the sleeping man. The Viscount looked at the boy with alarm and asked what they would do. Originally, Roman was supposed to go first and snatch an unconditional victory, the knight Lawrence was supposed to go second, and Chris was supposed to be the last one, ending the series of fights. The hero declared that the blonde would go first. The leader and his daughter looked at the boy in surprise. The young man smiled and declared that he would go second and fight the map prepared by Barco. They changed the plan to suppression. The crowd was noisy. Chris stood on the platform and looked at his opponent. In front of him stood Jansen, a swordsman of a 3-star aura. The blonde looked closely at his opponent and also introduced himself. The spectators were discussing him as Jonathan's disciple. The boy narrowed his eyes and thought that in order to become stronger, one must endure danger. This is the reason why he climbed out of the well and followed the master. Begin. The banner fluttered. The opponents pushed off from their places. Jansen swung and quickly struck with a fire sword. Chris learned one thing the first time he fought the master. The boy dodged. No matter how strong your aura is, only by mastering it can you give it meaning. The enemy attacked again. The blonde quickly moved from one place to another. He gritted his teeth. He had to dodge again and again to wait for his only chance. The 3-star knight struck again and asked how much longer the boy would run. The enemy swung. He was surrounded by red energy, a wide-range aura. The blonde looked at the enemy hanging over him. Chris froze in shock and thought that he could not dodge and needed to think of something urgently. He remembered the words of his master. The hero advised him to break free from the usual laws of the world. The knight frowned. An indistinct splash of mana would never show the full power of the aura. The boy clenched his sword. A blue light appeared around him. Just like the leader showed his greatness with a grain of mana, from a plane to a beam, from a beam to a point. The knight concentrated the power of the aura in one point. The enemies glared at each other. The blonde landed behind his opponent. Jansen lost his head. The crowd held. Chris had won. The guy was breathing heavily. He, a 2-star swordsman, had defeated a 3-star. The hero looked at his subject with satisfaction. The judge announced the next duel. The spectators were shocked by the result. The head of Barco clenched his fist until he was shaking. He did not believe that Jansen had been defeated. The man frowned and clenched his teeth. He had planned to snatch victory in the second duel, but now the last one would be decisive. The Viscount bit his lip and thought that there was no need to worry about the second duel. After all, he had an invincible ace up his sleeve, which was worth a lot of money. The guard approached the second participant. The man woke up and asked if it was his turn already. He went up to the platform and yawned. The blue-haired man with a scar on his nose scratched his head and introduced himself as Homeros. He was a swordsman with a 4-star aura. The head of Lawrence, Flora, and Chris were shocked and scared. Everyone was talking about the wandering swordsman. Many were seeing a ranker in person for the first time in their lives. The man sighed indifferently. He was here at the request of the guild master. 49th place in the ranking. The ranking originates from the Valhalla Empire, a sacred land where all those who died a heroic death in battle go. They put their lives on the line to get to Valhalla and wanted to get proof of their strength. All the results of victories and defeats were recorded. The names of brave warriors were immortalized on documents. This was the origin of the ranking. It belonged only to the Valhalla culture, but with the expansion of the Empire's influence, it spread throughout the continent. The top brass of the Valhalla Temple personally select the people for the top 100 places in the ranking. Viscount Lawrence was horrified. Who would have thought that Barco would be sent to duel the warrior Homeros? There is no one in Cairo who does not know about his reputation. Wandering all over the kingdom and enjoying duels with strongmen, he received the nickname of the Wandering Swordsman. The spectators were nervous. Everyone shared rumors about the warrior and assumed that Lawrence would now refuse to participate, even though they managed to win the first duel. Homeros yawned again. The hero smiled. He crossed his arms and looked ahead. The boy had been tracking Barco's actions with the help of the Information Guild, but he had only managed to obtain information that was already on display. So this is the secret map hidden with the help of information warfare. The young man moved to the site. He was impatiently waiting for the duel. Just as the opponent hid his strength, they also failed to find out what the hero was like. The boy would give them a chance to witness a battle of strongmen they had only read about in books. Flora grabbed the boy's hand and worriedly advised him to refuse. She looked at her ally and said that his opponent was ranked 49th. He was considered a great warrior who would rise above 30th place in the future. The blonde looked at the boy nervously and asked him to refuse the fight, at least to save his life. The hero turned to her. The girl said that they would sincerely pray that victory would be on their side in the next duel. Homeros looked at his opponent. Absolute superiority was clearly visible in that look. Roman frowned. He did not like this guy. Flora stood next to the hero and said that it was time to pay for the change. They would put out their night. She frowned and blushed, saying that there was no reason to risk his life in a duel she was sure she would lose. The guy pulled his hand free. The girl looked at him with concern. The hero said that he didn't want to put everything in its proper place and advised her not to interfere. He stepped forward and walked up to the platform. The guy looked forward with determination and introduced himself. Roman took the sword. The opponent did the same. Homeros looked at the opponent and thought that if he could destroy the Flash, then at least he had a 2-star aura. The man frowned and thought that he was supposed to challenge Fernando at 30th place in the rankings, but he had to fight with small fry. He muttered that he should end this quickly. The swordsman suddenly took off. Chris and Kevin watched in surprise. His speed was incredible. The enemy struck quickly. His sword emitted an aura. The hero deftly parried. The opponent moved behind him. Homeros smiled and thought that the guy was interesting. The hero swung his sword. His weapon emitted a dark aura. The blue-haired man's face distorted with excitement. He asked what method the guy used to release the aura. Roman frowned. The young man had been waiting for a serious fight for so long, and his opponent thought he was weak and did not fight at full strength. Homeros extended his sword. A pillar of blue energy appeared around him. 3-star aura, the summit. The man said that he would deal with the young man with all seriousness. Whirlwinds formed around, small stones flew. The spectators clung to the fence. His aura was too overwhelming. Roman stood and looked at his opponent. He was surprised that such a guy was in 49th place in the ranking. Longing, the hero narrowed his eyes and decided that there was no point in dragging out this fight. He took a step towards the enemy. Powerful energy emanated from the guy's sword. The warrior looked at his opponent and suggested that he hold out. The sword technique of the heavenly demon has no equal. The man stepped on the water. Everything around lost its colors. A black wave was coming towards him. Homeros smiled with admiration. Just think, the guy controlled such mana. The wave swallowed him. This formation has no name. The enemy was cut in half. The hero turned around and walked away from him. He calls this technique by the order of execution. The boy's hair began to darken. He became a brunette again. Heavenly demon sword technique. The third formation. Homeros' memories. The guild leader looked at him seriously and said that he knew the man was looking forward to the fight with Fernando. However, he asked him to understand the situation, because this was a duel of great warriors between families of the borderlands. The blue-haired man put his feet up on the table. He looked at the ceiling and thought that since receiving his rank certificate, the man had rejected all orders and was busy wandering around the kingdom, fighting strong warriors. He had no reason to refuse. Blood on the court. Flora looked on in shock. All the spectators were silent. A talented warrior who entered the rankings even before reaching 4 stars. The man was lying face down. The rising star of Cairo, who was aiming for 30th place, died with one blow. The hero left the court, leaving behind a corpse and clots of mana. He looked back coldly and thought that the boy who could not conquer the peak dared to show arrogance in front of him. Roman judged everything by the standards of another world. The boy put his sword in its sheath. In his past life, Nurum was like a galaxy filled with the most talented masters, unlike a place where, if you were careless, you were always ready to meet death. The mysteries of the teachings here were ineffective and more like garbage. The boy looked away and asked the judge to announce the results. Count Ertz was horrified. He said that the winner of the second duel was Roman Dmitri from Lawrence. The guards shuddered. No one understood how this was possible. Everyone looked at the duel site in shock. The blonde clenched his fist. He looked at it in amazement. So this is his master's true strength. Chris was shocked. The swordsman wondered if the hero had this strength during their duel, or if he had made an unimaginable growth spurt afterward. Then the master certainly did not have abilities superior to Homeros. But too little time had passed for the second option. It defied common sense. He looked at the descending master. The boy froze. Having defeated Jansen in the first duel, the knight believed that he would never surpass his master. The blonde looked closely at the brunette. What a hasty conclusion. Lawrence's victory. The red flag fluttered. Since there was no longer any point in wasting human resources, in a duel between warriors with a predetermined outcome, an allowance was made for the possibility of changing the list of names. The judge frowned and said that both families could consult and send a new warrior. The head of Barco lowered his head. He was shaking. It was over. The man was terrified. He didn't understand how Homeros could lose. He was a 4-star swordsman. Unlike all the riffraff of the northeastern region, the man was a real swordsman, of which there were only a few in the entire kingdom. Perhaps the mercenary guild had sent him a fake. The man was furious. The guard approached the lord and said that their side must field a warrior. The leader replied that they could no longer lose fighting power. The Viscount ordered Benson to be sent. The soldier flinched. The lord decided to give the loser a duel to pay for the loss of Barco's dignity at the social ball. The man bowed and replied that he would carry out the order. Benson was a nameless knight. It was the same as saying, "Go and die." The man came out onto the stage and introduced himself. He was scared. The spectators were discussing that they were seeing him for the first time. Chris looked at him in surprise. Kevin approached the lord and asked to be allowed to fight the man. His eyes were shining. Roman looked at his subordinate carefully. In a world where the strong devour the weak, the only thing that follows defeat is death. Even a nameless knight is a difficult opponent for Kevin. The young man must want to prove his usefulness. The hero smiled and agreed. The boy turned around and said that he would be back soon. The sword in the man's hands was shaking. How did he end up in this situation? Benson was shaking all over. Thanks to his father's knightly status, he walked along the smoothly laid path without any worries. His eyes darted from fear. The man looked at his shadow. For Barco, he gave it his all. But the price for his loyalty was death in a warrior's duel. He looked forward in surprise. A young man stepped onto the platform. His gaze was determined. The knight's face was distorted by a smile. The brunette thanked the lord for such an opponent. The opponents stood opposite each other. Benson covered his grin. He looked at the young man and asked if he wanted revenge. The man said that they were both abandoned by their masters. His gaze was wild. It turned out to be lucky for him. The boy calmly looked at the enemy and replied that he was only a sword protecting the master. The man rushed towards him with a scream. Kevin dodged and pointed his sword at his opponent's throat. The brunette kicked him and knocked him to the ground. The redhead flew back. Blood dripped onto the floor. The boy leaned on the sword and stood up. Blood was flowing from his mouth. The young knight's gaze was crazy. The blonde narrowed his eyes. The difference in their physiques was colossal. Chris glanced sideways at the owner and wondered what he was guided by when he sent Kevin. The blow landed in the young man's chest. He clenched his teeth. The enemy continued to attack. The boy's eyes showed a thirst for revenge and murder. The young man remembered the words of his master. The hero told him that since the day he personally cut off his hand, the mastery of the phantom demon settled in his head. The young man must awaken the phantom inside himself. Energy emanated from the boy. His eyes were burning and the veins on his face were bulging. A voice warned him of danger from above. Kevin noticed an attack to the head. The young man jumped back. The blow hit the floor. The redhead immediately crouched. The opponent turned around. The boy touched his head. The voice laughed and whispered that his head was almost smashed. He wanted to tear this bastard to shreds. The young knight wanted to become a sword that would be useful to the master even more than Chris. A feeling of inferiority, loyalty to the master. He was sucked into a whirlpool of feelings. The young man's eyes were burning scarlet. He was smiling, the skill of a ghostly demon. The boy squeezed the hilt of the sword and rushed sharply towards the enemy. The voice called for killing. The brunette recoiled. He noticed an aura around his opponent. The blade pierced the armor. The man cursed and swung his sword. The blow hit the guy in the shoulder. Benson looked at his opponent in horror. He did not stop. The boy was beside himself. His blade pierced the man. The blonde flinched in surprise. The spectators were shocked. The boy knocked his enemy to the ground, plunging the weapon into his chest. Kevin smiled. He continued to plunge the sword into the body. Blood spurted everywhere. Viscount Lawrence and his daughter watched in horror. The young man stood up, walked down the platform and knelt before his master. He said that he had returned. Roman looked at his subject with a smile and praised him. The boy smiled happily. Kevin was covered in blood. A duel of great warriors between Lawrence and Barco. 3 victories out of 3. Lawrence's undisputed leadership. And at the center of it all was Roman Dmitri. Like the tales of heroes that have been told since ancient times, truth and fiction were mixed in rumors. Here and there, people began to praise Roman's exploits. The man put his mug on the table and asked if the other had heard that story. The other replied that Barco would have a hard time. They made such a fuss, and in the end they lost Lawrence. Another city dweller joined in the conversation. Roman became none other than the savior of Lawrence. Single-handedly, he exterminated hundreds of Barco soldiers at once from behind, and also destroyed the Flash with one blow. The entire tavern was filled with these conversations. Roman Dmitri is a hero, and heroic stories about his adventures began to accumulate one after another everywhere. Barco Castle, a stack of books on the table. The Viscount sat at the table, clutching his head. He muttered that this was definitely the end. A written reminder from the Golden Bank about interest and principal. The fee for hiring Homeros from the Mercenary Guild and compensation. The man looked at the papers on the table in horror. He slammed his fist and cursed. The sheets fell to the floor. When the Barco had influence in the northeast, everyone sought out meetings with them in droves. And now they turned their backs. The leader's face was distorted with anger. He muttered that if only Roman had not intervened. The lord shuddered. The man straightened up and thought that all this happened because of the hero. He did something that should not be done in high society. The leader bared his teeth. He thought of one last chance to save Barco. A few days later, a meeting of the Barco family. The leader smiled and thanked the true aristocracy who visited their estate. The people present were nervous and asked to get to the point. The man smiled and said that just as Barco attacked Lawrence for a good reason, the reason plays a very important role in high society. Everyone listened attentively. The leader frowned and said that this war was meant to make the ancestors pay. Even the central government thought it was right to single out a judge. However, Roman Dmitri intervened in this war without any reason. Because of his unexpected attack, Barco lost their flash. Moreover, even at the warrior duel, there was not a single person from Lawrence. The leader slammed the table and said that this defied explanation. He frowned and noticed that the two families had broken off their engagement. This meant that Roman was a stranger to Lawrence and had crossed the line. The others supported this thought. The Viscount grinned and thought that this should be enough. If he could only pin the blame on Dimitri's family and get a huge payment as compensation, he could solve the issue of the money borrowed from the gold bank. There was a knock at the door. The protagonist entered the room. He smiled and said that he had heard that they had complaints about him. The Barco leader looked at him in surprise. The guy looked at the Viscount confidently and asked him to voice all the complaints in person. A little earlier, Chris looked at the owner with alarm and asked if he was really going to Barco. The hero was saddling his horse. The knight looked at him and said that this was akin to suicide because the Viscount would not leave him alone. The brunette turned to his subject and asked how he thought his relationship with Barco would develop. The blonde shuddered and said nothing. He frowned and said that for them the hero was a sworn enemy. The knight believed that it was better for them to avoid each other if possible. The hero objected. Roman turned to the blonde and said that if you start something, you need to see it through to the end. It was no secret that Barco had a grudge against him. The brunette mounted his horse. The knight looked at his master in surprise. The hero looked at him and said that now, when the enemy's position was precarious, it was best to nip their revenge in the bud. He smiled and said that he would go alone. The guy stood in front of the meeting table. The brunette asked why they had gathered everyone here. The leader gritted his teeth. The man was angry that a boy who had not even inherited the title dared to ignore the difference in positions. The leader looked at him gloomily. He said that, apparently, his low birth had not taught him the laws of the nobility. The Viscount frowned and said that in the kingdom of Cairo, it was forbidden to interfere in a war without a reason. Barco announced the reason, in accordance with the laws of the nobility, received approval from the central government, and only then declared a feudal war. He looked angrily at the young man and asked if he thought that this rule appeared because the aristocrats were stupid. It was all for the sake of preserving each other's good name. The brunette calmly looked at the leader. He slapped the table and said that ignorance of the laws was no excuse. He shouted at the boy that because of him, the Dmitri family would have to endure a severe insult. The hero remained calm. The Viscount jumped up and exclaimed that because of the misdeed of one son, they could not avoid the reproaches of all the nobility of the northeastern region. Silence fell. The young man asked if his interlocutor had finished. The leader shuddered in surprise. The boy bared his teeth and said it was his turn to tell the reason. The Viscount looked at him in fear. Roman looked ahead and said that Lawrence and Dmitri had originally been bound by a marriage agreement, but now he had turned into a fool rejected by his bride. Everyone tensed up. The warrior asked what they thought was the reason for the agreement being broken. The boy said that the rumors about his reputation and his escapades with women were not true. He pointed ahead and said that the threats of Barco's eldest son, Anthony, were to blame. The leader jumped up in surprise. The hero walked slowly around the table. Being on friendly terms with Anthony, he had attended a party at his invitation before marrying Lawrence, and there he had fallen into a trap. When he came to, he found himself in the same room with Emily Barco, and then Anthony threatened the hero to break off the engagement. Only then would he keep it a secret. The guy narrowed his eyes and said that he had carefully thought out a trap to separate Dmitri and Lawrence. Those sitting at the table exchanged glances and discussed what they had heard. The brunette smiled confidently. The moment weakness is exposed, it ceases to be one. The Viscount looked at the young man angrily and exclaimed that no one would believe such nonsense. The warrior grinned and said that he knew he would say that. The hero looked at his interlocutor and named another reason to interfere in the war between Lawrence and Barco. The man tensed up. Anthony Barco had crossed the line. He had harassed Flora, with whom he had an arranged marriage. His actions had shocked her so much that she had ultimately decided to break off the engagement. Roman looked seriously at the Viscount and said that the girl herself could confirm this. He narrowed his eyes and thought that Anthony had lured him into a trap with a lie. The hero would pay him back in the same coin. The guy clenched his fist and said that the only thing he could do for her was to take revenge. The young man stretched out his arms and asked again if those present thought he had no reason to intervene in the war. Everyone was silent. That was how Roman had destroyed Barco's arguments and found his own reason. The Viscount leaned on the table. There was no point in fighting for the truth of the reason now. He needed to buy time. The man sat down in a chair and exhaled. First, he had to settle this situation and find a new solution. He said that he didn't think the guy was telling the truth, but he would check the veracity later. The hero turned to him. The Viscount shuddered. Roman stood in front of him and offered to either end with Anthony being punished for his personal insult or to blow this incident up into a family-level problem. The brunette looked at his interlocutor predatorily. The aristocrats looked at him in amazement. The young man said that if the leader didn't make a choice right now, he would return home and tell his father everything. The man was horrified. He could not choose war with Dmitri under any circumstances. One way or another, a clash with them in the current crisis would lead to the collapse of Barco. The Viscount squeezed the arm of the chair and thought that this was a very cruel boy. The leader lowered his head and said that at his command, Barco's eldest son would kneel before the hero and ask for forgiveness. The guy looked at his interlocutor and said that he did not ask to put Anthony on his knees. The leader flinched. The brunette folded his hands behind his back and said that he would choose the punishment himself. The voice of Barco's eldest son was heard from behind the door. The Viscount closed his eyes and apologized. The guy was kneeling before him and exclaiming that he did not want any refereeing duel. Was the leader really going to hand his son's life over to someone else's hands? Anthony was crying and trembling, saying that the guy would never spare him. The leader shook the young man and demanded that he come to his senses. He stood over his son and said that from that moment on, he, the boy, took the place of the successor. His duty became to share his life with the fate of the family. The man looked at the young man with rage and resentment and ordered him not to forget this shame and to be ready to give one hand for it. He passed by, leaving his son on the floor. Anthony remembered the main character with horror. The aristocrats watched in shock. Viscount Barco frowned. The eldest sons of the two families stood opposite each other. The sword trembled in his hands. Anthony looked at his opponent with tears in his eyes. He made excuses that he liked Flora and, apparently, he briefly lost his mind from the realization that they would get married. The brunette looked gloomily at his rival. The opponent apologized. The hero took out his sword. Anthony shuddered in fear. He panicked and begged to spare him just once. If Roman spared his life, the guy would pay for his mercy all his life. The nobles watched with pity. The Viscount was angry. The brunette looked at his rival and asked how he would pay. The hero approached. He asked if the boy had the strength to pay off the debt to the gold bank. Even the vaunted connections with the central government could not cover up the atrocities they had committed. Roman waved his sword and said that the Barco family line was finished. He approached the boy closely and reminded him that he had been humiliated in front of everyone and lured into a trap. So why should the hero forgive him? The head of the family looked at the duel with horror. Roman plunged his sword into his opponent's stomach, saying that he had no reason to forgive him. He looked at the boy coldly. He coughed up blood. Junhyuk had once waged a bloody feud in order to survive. He had withstood the attacks of his older brothers, who tried to kill him every night. And instead, he had plunged the sword into their hearts, taking their lives. Then the older brother Bikoyel said that the boy did not know how to compromise. Once he sees an enemy in his opponent, he dives headfirst into the situation. The hero does not show even a bit of generosity to his opponent. Bikoyel was not just a strong warrior. He fought off enemies one after another, but he had the generosity to gather them under his command. But the hero replied that his method was to trample and destroy the creature that showed hostility towards him. Only death, the only way to eradicate all variables. The death of Anthony Barco. The hero drew his sword. No one could have foreseen such an end. The opponent fell. His father rushed to him. He screamed and ran to his son. The Viscount looked at the fallen Anthony in horror and screamed, panic in his eyes. The brunette turned around and asked if there was a problem. He smirked and explained that the death of a criminal in a judicial duel was quite common. The Viscount turned and shouted for someone to quickly kill the demon that dared to do this to his eldest son. The knights shuddered. He looked at Roman. How could they defeat this monster? The leader, with tears in his eyes, turned to the boy and muttered that he had planned this from the very beginning, and his visit was only a way to pretend that the hero intended to show generosity. Roman looked down at him and said that from the very day Anthony intended to threaten him, he could no longer live under the same sky with Barco. He turned around, and here it was, the result. The boy looked at the frightened nobles. They shuddered. The youth said that if there were still people who could not break the already leaky connection with Barco, they would have to face him. The hero's eyes flashed menacingly. The Viscount looked at him and exclaimed that he would not get out of this unscathed. The boy headed for the exit and asked what the point of his loud statements was. His figure was moving away. From now on, he would observe the life of the Barco family and attack until they suffered complete collapse. The boy walked through the doors. That was all. The Viscount held his son's body in his arms and watched him go. They had hit too dangerous an enemy. A few days later, Viscount Barco, unable to pay off his debt to the Golden Bank, tried to escape in the middle of the night, but his body was eventually found on an unnamed hill. The Barco family, which had once spread influence throughout the northeastern region, their end was extremely pitiful. Night. Hans looked questioningly at the figure in the corridor and asked where his master was heading in the middle of the night. The boy stepped into the light and smiled. His clothes were covered in blood. He replied that the moon was shining so brightly today that he wanted to take a walk for the first time in a long time. The butler shuddered. He took the dirty suit and said that everyone had been very worried lately. The hero changed his shirt. Hans looked at him and said that they were extremely happy that the young man had received recognition. However, he was getting involved in such dangerous adventures as war. The man looked at his master worriedly and asked him to be careful. The brunette looked seriously at the butler and reminded him that he was his man. They looked at each other. Having defeated countless enemies, Jung-hyuk had killed so many that there would be enough blood for an ocean. The only rule that allowed him to become a heavenly demon was to protect his people. Hans looked at the young man questioningly. One person behind the fence was more important than hundreds, thousands of enemies. The brunette smiled and said that he would do everything possible to protect himself and his people. This was more than enough. Around the same time that the hype around the Barco case was supposed to flare up, the Melik family clan organized a social gathering. An outdoor tea party. The woman smiled and covered her eyes with a fan. She noticed that even the wives of former Barco supporters, usually slow to rise, had come in a crowd. This was the wife of the head of the Melik house, Helena Melik. The woman narrowed her eyes. From now on, power in the northeastern lands was concentrated in the hands of Dmitri. For the Melik family, which had long supported Dmitri, this was an exceptional chance. A woman approached her. Helena looked at her and said that she had been impatiently waiting for her to come. The newcomer smiled and thanked her. This was the wife of the head of the Dmitri house, Rihanna Dmitri. Other ladies began to join them and start a conversation. Rihanna smiled and answered everyone politely. Usually, the wife of Baron Dmitri spent time with the wives of aristocrats, recruiting supporters of the family. An amazing talent for diplomacy and politics, which Baron Romero did not possess. Perhaps, if Rihanna had not laid the path in advance, the Dmitri family, under the onslaught of Barco, would have fallen even before it strengthened its position. Rihanna stepped forward and thanked everyone for coming. She looked at the ladies decisively and explained that she had gathered everyone here today because she thought that as neighbors they should understand and get to know each other better. The woman said that of course, up until now, not everyone had the same goals. The two women winced at this. Rihanna continued that since the situation had changed, they needed a new point of reference. Subtext: the Baroness smirked. She would give all those who supported Barco a good hard time and at the same time be generous and accepting. The ladies shivered under her gaze. The greenhouse, the tea party. One of the ladies stood up and addressed Rihanna. She asked her what she thought of Veronica. The woman with the short red hair winced and turned around. Helena smiled and said that her daughter would be a great match for Roman. She looked at the Baroness with a smile and said that her son was already 25. For the sake of the future, he should quickly find a wife and start a family. Rihanna looked at her interlocutor in surprise while she was telling how well her daughter would suit the hero. The red-haired lady and the blonde looked at Helena with displeasure and reminded her that her daughter had already accepted an offer from another family. The Baroness calmly drank tea. The interlocutors suggested that she and her son drop by their estates. She looked at the cup of tea. The women talked about all the young girls and their families. For these 6 years, Roman had been a fifth wheel in high society. The reality in which he, the eldest son, could not inherit the leadership of the family tied his hands and feet. But his potential is a 4-star swordsman. This alone is a guarantee of a prosperous future, and if he also inherits Dimitri's family, a more suitable groom cannot be found. In an instant, he turned from a fifth wheel into a dream man. Rihanna put down her cup and said that she was pleased that the ladies spoke so flatteringly of her son. She added that he had already been hurt very much once. The woman smiled and said that she hoped that her son would meet a girl he would truly love, and not one that his family was forcing on him. The interlocutors shuddered. The Baroness explained that there was no point in talking about political marriages. The women were glad that this meant only one thing. The one who took possession of him first would win. Night, the Lawrence estate. The blonde was reading at the table. In order to survive in the world, strength is necessary. The girl was focused. In fact, Lawrence lost to Barco. Although she said that if they held out until winter, they would have a chance to win, there were too many variables in the reality that met her. Flora frowned. Roman foresaw absolutely everything and boldly rushed into battle, saving Lawrence. She blushed and thought about what she had to do to become like the main character. She shook her head and convinced herself that she didn't like Roman Dmitri at all. After all, he was an arrogant egoist who cared only about his own benefit. The girl leaned on her hand, embarrassed. She wanted to get to know him better. The blonde slammed the book shut and decided to go get some fresh air. Flora went outside. She leaned on the railing and thought about the fact that the engagement was already broken off and that nothing connected them anymore. The lady thoughtfully looked at the sky and thought that she had neither the way nor the reason to meet Roman again. Someone called out to her. The girl turned around. A lady with blonde hair and red eyes ran up to her. Her name was Sylvia Lawrence, from a sideline of the family line. The blonde ran to her father's office. She exclaimed that she had heard that the Lawrences were responsible for holding the ball on Dimitri's estate. The girl frowned and asked why she had not been told. The Lord turned around and said that this incident had opened his eyes to many things. In a situation where no one could make a decision, the daughter had shown intelligence by pointing out the right path. Flora looked at her father in surprise. He came closer and added that because she had led Roman to the battlefield, they were able to win this war. The leader put his hands on the girl's shoulders and declared that he would not repeat the mistakes of the past, belittling her value, and would support any initiative. Therefore, from now on, he would no longer force her to do family business. The blonde looked at the leader in shock. The man told her to live for her own dream. He smiled, and the girl looked away and thought that this was all, of course, touching, but she wanted to go to the ball. Flora frowned and asked why Sylvia was invited to the ball. Considering that she had come all the way from the capital, her visit had another purpose. The man replied that it was his whim. The girl turned pale and thought that with the help of her sister, they wanted to restore the connection with Dimitri lost due to the breakup of the engagement. The blonde smiled confidently and declared that since she owed Roman for his favor, she would follow Sylvia and take on the role of her escort. Her father shrugged and said that she did not have to interfere, since he could make it so that she would not have to deal with her family. The girl clenched her fist and looked demandingly at the head. The capital of the kingdom of Cairo, Kairos. The temple of Valhalla, a branch of Cairo. The man unrolled the scroll. He sat at the table and read how the son of a provincial noble, 25 years old, killed a 4-star swordsman with one blow. The priest smiled. If this was not a nonsense rumor, then a terrifying genius was born. He chuckled and decided to verify everything himself. Willis, the priest who awarded the ranks of Valhalla. The planned ball will be held in the evening. The daughters of the nobles arrived in Dimitri's lands in advance. Carriages were entering the city. All the girls were dressed up. Sylvia looked around and noticed that Dimitri was really sad. The ladies were walking down the street and discussing that anyone would understand that this was a land of blacksmiths. Sylvia covered her nose with a handkerchief and said that the owner of the land was far from art. The blonde watched her sister. Sylvia's father, the younger brother of Viscount Lawrence, settled in the capital as a merchant. The girl smiled and thought that, of course, if you compare it with the capital, both Lawrence and Dimitri are a village. A group of people appeared ahead. The red-eyed girl thought they were miners. The men were carrying sacks and picks and chatting cheerfully. They passed by the girls. The aristocrats moved away and discussed how only the mine workers could safely walk down the street. The girls grimaced and said that this was the problem with these lands. The blonde frowned and said nothing. She passed by one of the miners. Her eyes widened. Flora turned around. Roman Dimitri was walking among the miners. A butler was running down the street. The man began to wipe the gentleman with a handkerchief and ask him to take care of himself a little. The hero stood patiently. Hans wiped the gentleman's face and said that he had only wiped it a little, but the towel had already turned black. The aristocrats turned around in surprise. The butler complained that the gentleman returned every day covered in dust, and his servant's heart was breaking into pieces. The girl's eyes lit up. Could it really be Roman Dimitri in front of them? Sylvia smiled slyly and thought that the guy was more handsome than she expected. And he also had a stunning body. The girl licked her lips. Everyone said that there was a high probability that his second son would take his place as heir. However, what aristocratic family would entrust their son with work in a mine? These were definitely lessons in raising an heir. This meant that the hero's latest actions had raised his prestige. The girl turned to her companions and said that they needed to come up and say hello. The boy turned towards the voice. Cousin Flora stepped forward and started a conversation. She curtsied and introduced herself, adding her gratitude for the burden helping her family. The aristocrat smiled and said that he was a wonderful man, as they said. The brunette agreed indifferently and turned around. The girl froze in shock. The blonde laughed. He hasn't changed at all. The gentleman was putting on his shirt as he walked. The butler hurried after him and asked if the master could treat the lady more kindly. The hero replied that he would have done so if they had any value. However, they ridiculed Dimitri's mining business. Hans looked at the boy and asked how long he planned to work in the mines. The lord did not even give orders, and the hero worked hard all day long. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said that the foundation of their family was the forge. Going further, it was iron ore mining. Iron ore, mined with the sweat and blood of miners, melting in the flames of huge braziers, turning into iron, this is the essence of Dimitri. The hero buttoned up and said that it was impossible to coexist with the people of this land if they were understood only in words. He wanted to be in solidarity with them, having gained experience together. The guy walked forward. The butler looked after him with tears in his eyes and wondered when he had managed to grow so much. He declared that for the sake of the master he would wipe off any dirt. Training ground. Soldiers swing their swords. They were led by Chris. The experience in the war with Barco had cultivated reckless loyalty in the soldiers. To all the warriors who went through the war after Roman, he gave the basic teachings of the demonic sect, the spiritual instructions of the Asura, and the technique of the Asura sword. This knowledge was a real treasure, capable of revealing the potential of the swordsmen of the aura. With this, they were able to master the basics of combat power, but this was still not enough. The hero watched the training. He needed a personal reconnaissance force that could get all the enemy's background information. The guy narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. The problem was that creating a reconnaissance army required the appropriate money and talent, and he didn't have that kind of freedom yet. The brunette called Chris. The blonde approached the master. He asked how the training was going. The knight smiled and replied that everyone had amazing enthusiasm and a high learning speed. Progress could be expected in the near future. The guy was serious. He said that it was time for the blonde to learn a new technique. Chris looked at his master in surprise. They stood opposite each other. The hero noted that the knight's starting point was different from the others. He had already built his own world. It was difficult to accept new knowledge in such a state. The brunette smiled and said that his interlocutor was ready to receive something new. The warrior looked closely at his subject and said that he was going to teach him the lightning technique. The knight was shocked. The lightning sword that once subjugated all of Murim. It was at this moment that Chris inherited the deadly technique that earned its owner the nickname of one of the 10 greatest masters. The ballroom. The arrival of young Master Roman Dmitri was announced. All the girls turned to look at the door. The brunette entered with a confident smile. The aristocrats blushed. They crowded around, asking why the guy left during the day. The hero smiled and replied that he had just finished work and wanted to appear before them in a more dignified form. The brunette turned to Sylvia. She came up and admired that the heir of an aristocratic family worked equally with the mine workers. The girl smiled and said that perhaps if she met such a husband, she herself could change. The guy bowed and thanked him for the exaggerated praise. The girl blushed. Roman actively communicated with the guests. The hero went out onto the balcony and exhaled. It was night. He shuddered when he heard the voice. Flora came up to him. She stood next to him and said that she thought the guy didn't care about human connections at all. The hero looked ahead and replied that in another time, everything would be exactly like this. However, his parents and all these guests were invited here. This was different from everyday life. He turned to his interlocutor and noticed that their first meeting had happened exactly the same way. She was surprised. The girl adjusted her hair and smiled. The blonde was thinking about what kind of life one must live to be so unwavering in one's own principles. Flora stood opposite the hero. She asked why he was doing mining work, since it made no sense for an heir. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked her opinion on how Lawrence managed to rise to their current position. The blonde asked again in surprise. The guy looked at her and said that people believe that Lawrence was reborn thanks to fertile lands and agriculture. However, in fact, the Lawrence family line succeeded in business. By selling their own crops or bartering, they created the current Lawrence. This also explains the reason why the Viscount's younger brother became a merchant in the capital. The girl looked at him in shock. She herself had only recently learned about the origins of her family, and he described everything with such precision. Flora leaned forward and asked what this had to do with being a miner. The guy answered that Dimitri's origins were in iron ore mining. If there were no miners who spent their days tinkering in the dust, extracting iron, Dmitri would not have been able to rise to his current level. The brunette looked at his interlocutor resolutely and explained that time spent in the mines would greatly help to understand and share their feelings. In his opinion, this was the duty of a person inheriting the Dmitri fortress. The lady was amazed. The hero said that it was time for him to return. The girl was left alone on the balcony. She looked up and smiled. Flora had made a decision. Even after the war, her thoughts continued to wander in her head, but now she seemed to have seen the light, and everything fell into place. The noblewoman smiled and muttered that she had made the right choice, that she had met him. A few days later, Flora left Lawrence and headed to the capital, a greenhouse plant. The moment came when the Lawrence flower finally left the greenhouse and came out into the real world. The man with the bottle smiled. He was the chief iron miner, Jacob. The miner sat opposite the chief blacksmith. The master asked him how work was today. The miner replied that everything was as usual. No matter how much of this damned ore you mine, there is no end in sight. The man leaned forward and added that they had only mastered the foot of the mountain. A few generations would pass and the Dmitri family would survive for hundreds of years, but the veins of the Iron Mountain would not dry up. Jacob, who had lived his entire life as a miner, was sure of it. Hendrik took a sip and asked if Roman had calmed down. A couple of weeks ago, everyone was talking about him taking up work in the mine. Jacob smiled. Half a month ago, the miners were carrying loads and discussing how from that day on the Lord would work in the mine. They assumed that he would pretend to try and then leave. Morin, a veteran miner, crossed his arms and declared that Lord Dmitri had completely lost his touch. He said that he should have done this earlier if he had planned to raise his son as an heir. Until now, only forges were held in high esteem and miners were avoided. The man was indignant that even the third heir, Dmitri, had been taught blacksmithing since childhood, but had never been taught iron mining. The men shuddered. Morin said that this was direct evidence that the Lord neglected them. Another miner asked if he had jumped too quickly. The man frowned and exclaimed that the Iron Mountain was the foundation of Dmitri, and the blacksmiths took all the laurels for themselves. He raised his hand and agitated the miners to show the young master how hard and responsible the work in the mines was. The hero stood in front of the workers. Jacob announced that he would now work with them. The men showed no interest. The guy looked around. The boss raised his hand and reminded that the most important thing in the mines was safety. Everyone quickly began to disassemble their tools. The brunette narrowed his eyes. Complete disregard. But he did not care about their behavior. The city of miners Dmitri, how his people live, what power they have, and what he can do on this land. The gentleman resolutely looked ahead. To implement the future plan, he must find out all the ins and outs of Dmitri. The boss was driving a cart with coal and shouting at the workers not to relax because they were still far from the daily quota. The guy took the bag. He straightened up and noted that everything was systematized. The hero watched the miners. Roman thought that the responsibilities were clearly distributed and the mine shaft was quite safe. Why does the iron of Mount Dmitri attract everyone's attention? The miner wiped his sweat and said that it is not only that it is perfectly suited to processing in forges. The iron ore itself is of the highest grade, which is why people recognize its real value. Iron ore mining in other areas causes great losses to trade. The man smiled and added that Dmitri can make up for all stages of the process on their own territory. This is where such a large profit comes from. The hero listened attentively. The miner laughed and said that it is not for nothing that their family is called billionaires. Both the supply of material and the turnover of goods are feasible within the boundaries of the estates. Bearing the title of the city of blacksmiths, Dmitri makes a premium, and the prices are higher compared to other iron. This has been going on for decades. Perhaps the wealth Dmitri had accumulated was much more impressive than the hero had assumed. The boy shuddered. The voice said that this was no place for idle chatter. Morin slung his pick over his shoulder and asked not to disturb the others if the gentleman was not planning to work. They looked at each other. The brunette apologized and offered to get back to work. The miner was surprised. Roman slung his sack over his shoulder. The man watched. A week later, there was lunch on the tray. The hero chewed bread and watched the others. They had worked together for a whole week, and they only spoke to him when he asked questions. The brunette squinted and wondered if this was some kind of local hazing. A man approached him. Morin sat down opposite him and said he wanted to ask a question. He had been watching the gentleman for a week and could not figure it out. The miner looked at the guy and asked why he was working here at all. Even the apparent heir to the family, Dmitri, the second son of Rodwell, had never shown his nose in the mine. And now the eldest son, Roman, showed up, supposedly to teach the heir lessons. Naturally, Morin thought that he didn't value the miner's work at all, so he worked nearby specifically to watch him. But he turned out to be more diligent than the miner expected. Or rather, he worked even harder than the others, fulfilling his assigned quota. The men discussed what they had heard, that the Lord had not ordered the young master to work in the mine. It turned out that this was his independent decision. Morin looked closely at the aristocrat. The guy smiled and asked what answer he wanted to hear, the ideal or the truthful one. The man wanted to hear both. The hero grinned and decided to start with the ideal. Dmitri is a mining town. The mine feeds all its inhabitants. The guy wanted to understand the inhabitants not just by statistics, observing them from afar, but to personally try to live their life. The miner looked at the gentleman and asked if there was any need for that. The brunette looked at his interlocutor decisively and replied that as long as his last name was Dmitri, he had to do it. Morin admired. These were the ideal words that one would like to hear from a ruler, and the image of nobility that they dream of. The hero looked seriously at the miner and said that the real reason was that he was not Dmitri's master. Even though the family had accumulated a huge fortune, it all belonged to his father. Roman frowned and said that he had come to the mine to find out what he could do for his land, to fairly request his share. Morin left. The guy looked at him silently. The miner thought that the gentleman had come only to compete for the place of the heir. The man thought that the young gentleman had come not to the forge, but to the mine to lay the foundation. This meant that he understood how important their work was. Morin smiled happily and said that he was ready to tell about everything that interested the aristocrat. The man diligently answered the endless stream of questions. The hero was able to get some amazing information from him. Dmitri's mine is the largest in the kingdom. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the largest on the continent. Especially the unexplored lands behind Dmitri, nicknamed the edge of the continent. an endless mountain range. If they master everything up to this place, the wealth of their family will know no bounds. The miner thoughtfully rubbed his chin and said that the production volume is not that great for the conditions that Dmitri has. The workplace is too dangerous, which reduces the speed of ore extraction. Ultimately, this leads to a decrease in production. Morin noted that the Lord provides all kinds of support to ensure safety, but the entire mining industry is one big danger. Earthquakes often occur in the mountains of the northeastern region. The man added with a smile that ordinary people cannot prevent a natural disaster. At these words, the earth trembled. The guy shuddered. Everyone jumped up. Morin ran up to the workers and asked what was going on. The man turned to him and said that the 8th shaft of the mine had collapsed and buried one laborer. The team stood in confusion in front of the pit. The hero looked down and said that he would go. The miner looked at him worriedly and objected, because he was the eldest son of the Dmitri family. Even if he was an Aura swordsman, if the shaft collapsed again, he would be in danger. Morin said that they needed to scout out the situation first. The guy looked sternly at the miner and said that it would be too late then. The man looked at the gentleman in confusion. The aristocrat said that people with the last name Dmitri should bear this responsibility. He stood near the hole and ordered to prepare to receive the wounded man. The hero quickly went down. After some time, he grabbed the edge with his hand. The miners immediately noticed this. The guy lifted the worker on himself. Everyone was glad that the guy saved him. Roman bandaged the injured man's leg. Morin watched this and noted that the gentleman was a master even in treating injuries. The brunette turned around and ordered the worker to be taken to the doctor. He had already given him first aid. The guy added that if elixirs were needed for treatment, he would cover their cost. The two rushed to carry out the order. The hero asked for attention. He said that he was sure that they were taking the accident that had happened today for the miner's fate. The men looked at him in surprise. Roman stood in front of them and said that even with impeccable preparation, no one was immune from unexpected disasters. He crossed his arms and declared that there was a way, albeit a difficult one. The boy promised that he would use all means and methods to try to resolve their difficulties. Morin looked at the young master with admiration. The hero looked forward resolutely and said that perhaps it would not take that long. Romero sat at the table. His son stood opposite him. The leader asked if he was injured anywhere. The boy assured him that he was not. The man asked what he was thinking when he stuck his nose in there. The Baron frowned and said that even being an Aura swordsman, the boy could not be insured against natural disasters. He slammed the table and added that because of his recklessness, he almost lost his son. Romero looked at the hero darkly and said that if it were anyone else in his place, he still could not allow 2 lives to be lost in order to save one. The hero calmly looked at his father and replied that he was only doing what he had to. The man shouted out his son's name. The brunette looked at his interlocutor seriously and said that even if he returned to the past, his decision would not change. There was an accident in the mine, and he believed that, as the person responsible for the Dmitri family name, the guy had made the right decision. The man sighed and asked him to leave mining for now. He had not told his firstborn to do something like that and could not understand why he had made such a choice. If the guy had taken up blacksmithing, his father would not have stopped him. The hero narrowed his eyes and replied that he had to work in the mine to better understand Dmitri. Their family had become famous thanks to the technology of forge smelting, but most of the inhabitants of the lands worked in the mines to feed themselves. The aristocrat looked resolutely at the head and said that his only path was not the forge, but the mine. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what he had managed to understand. The guy folded his hands behind his back and replied that he had been able to understand the difficulties people endured. Romero shuddered and asked again. The brunette extended his hand and explained that his father cared deeply about the workers' conditions and safety, for which they respected him greatly. However, even these efforts were not enough to avoid the dangers of the mining industry. Roman said that it was impossible to predict when an earthquake would happen and a mine shaft would collapse, and collapses like today happened so often that it was impossible to remember them all. The leader frowned and said that he knew about it, but it was impossible to prepare for and prevent it. The hero objected that there was a way. He looked closely at his father and said that magical innovations could be introduced. Romero frowned. He praised his son for his desire to secure the mine shaft, but said that the artifacts would cost an astronomical amount. The brunette looked at his interlocutor and agreed. The guy added that the air shield artifact had a limited duration. The father asked if the young man was really still proposing it after that. The hero narrowed his eyes and explained that by installing the artifacts, the volume of iron ore mining would increase and there would be no need to slow down the development of the untouched part of the mountain. This was an opportunity cost. The swordsman clenched his fist and said that if they spent an astronomical amount on equipping the artifacts, but earned a large amount, it could no longer be considered a loss. And after they introduced separate workers responsible for security, thereby reducing the risks, part of the increased profit could be used for the welfare of the laborers. The hero asked his father how he liked the idea. The leader smiled and asked how much he should invest. He also warned his son that he should be prepared in case his decision was hasty. In the world of Murim, where natural selection reigns, there are two organizations famous for their ability to manipulate information: the Beggars and the Hao clan. The Beggars collect conversations overheard by vagabonds scattered throughout the world, and the Hao clan uses socially vulnerable groups as ears, like young men from entertainment establishments. Instead of a forge, the hero chose the workers of the mountain mine. They make up the entire Dimitri, and with their help he will be able to obtain information about everything that is happening in the northeastern region. With his father's money and a pressing reason, he is going to embody a clan of information lords in this world. The guy looked at the map. This is not enough yet. He squinted and thought that he did not need an information guild limited to the northeastern region. The hero must go further and take possession of informants from the entire continent. The brunette thoughtfully touched his chin. Workers do not specialize in obtaining information. He will have to filter the knowledge he receives. Looking ahead, he needs to establish connections with the Dimitri Trading Guild and find a person from the outside who will collect information. The guy smiled. He has someone in mind. At the end of the war, the soldiers heard unthinkable words. Chris said that he was going to teach them mana cultivation techniques and swordsmanship. It was a gift from the master to the soldiers. The mercenary looked at the knight in surprise. Everyone was shocked. The blonde said that they should treat the training with all passion and diligence. Mana cultivation techniques, what is it? If you systematize the features of mana management methods, it stops being trash from the market, representing a pathetic parody of teachings, and turns into an invaluable treasure. Lucas frowned and thought that they would tell some nonsense from books scattered on the ground in the market. The guy was sure that even though they swore allegiance to Roman, he did not trust them enough to throw away treasures. The blonde looked seriously at the soldiers and announced that the technique was called Asura's spiritual instructions. Asura is a demon of the battlefield. The mercenary shuddered. He could not believe it. The man felt mana. It had only been a few days of training, but his senses had become extremely acute, and he could even feel the wind tickling his skin. The Asura sword technique, which contained 108 methods to fight the enemy, was an invincible technique that perfectly embodied the power of spiritual guidance. The mercenary held a clot of mana in his hands. Who was this Roman Dimitri? If Lucas had gotten his hands on Asura's spiritual guidance and the Asura sword technique, he would not only not have shared them with the soldiers, but would have kept them a secret even from his family. He, who had once spent all his property on learning the mana cultivation technique, spent every day with the feeling that this was the biggest turning point in his life. Lucas was happy. The guy looked at the master and said that he wanted to be by his side. The brunette folded his hands behind his back and looked at the soldier, a well-connected opportunist who had proven himself during the exam and a veteran mercenary who had been through thick and thin was a perfect fit. But he refused. The guy looked down and explained that if he took over the information guild, he would have to leave his master. The mercenary excitedly hit his chest and asked not to send him away. The hero smiled and mentally noted the worthy acting. The nobleman asked why he taught them Asura's spiritual teachings and Asura's sword technique. Lucas looked at the master in confusion and said he didn't know. The guy explained that it was a gift for their loyalty. The brunette grinned and asked what the other man thought of him. Was he a man who would give everything he had to thank the soldiers for their loyalty? They looked at each other. Roman said that he didn't need unreasonable loyalty. It was just payment for putting their lives on the line by following him to war. The hero grinned and asked what he would give to a man whose value was higher than a soldier. The mercenary shuddered in surprise. Could it be something more than Asura's spiritual teachings? Lucas bowed and declared that he would follow the order and create the best information guild on the continent. The heir looked at his subject carefully. The mercenary was calculating and realistic. He was the best fit for the position of the leader of the information guild. The entrance to the mine. The workers looked away in surprise. They happily greeted the young master. The boy approached them. The miners thanked him for the fact that the aristocrat was so worried about their safety. The old man stepped forward and said that thanks to the hero he could be calm about the life of his only son. He fell to his knees and declared that he was ready to risk his own life to repay. Roman smiled and thanked him. Since that day, the faith of the people Dimitri was riveted to the eldest son, and such a situation plunged Baron Romero into deep thought. At some point, a whole month flew by since the end of the war with the Barco family. At the table sat men, a regular meeting of the Dimitri family. They discussed that now, with the fall of the Barco family, the power capable of limiting the Dimitri family has disappeared. Even former influential henchmen expressed a desire to form an alliance with the family. The old man looked forward, talking about this. Then he looked up and said that as ordered last time, they refused to talk to the authorities, that they were closely connected with the Barco, showing excessive hostility. On the table lay papers. The man asked what to do with them in the future. The head of the family raised his head and said that getting mixed up with those who had inflicted unforgettable wounds on them was not condescension, but arrogance, and there was no reason to form an alliance with them. He sat in front of them and said that he would make it clear to them what it meant to make an enemy in the face of Dmitri. Everyone looked at him, after which the men said that they should move on to the next topic on the agenda. The young man to his right said that in this war, Barco had secured support from outside, demonstrating what changes this could entail. He presented the seal and added that if the family encountered Barco, changes such as flares and Homer would expose them to great danger. The boy presented the knight so that, along with expanding combat power, able to withstand unforeseen situations. The knight turned and said that he would like to acquire a magical weapon, military force. Romero lowered his head and thought that there was no more reliable stabilizer than this, and the boy added that thanks to young Master Roman, their budget can afford it. They presented the magic seals. A lot of money was spent to install artifacts throughout the shaft of the mine. He pointed to the document. This led to an increase in production volumes by 30% in the shortest possible time. The old man turned around and said that with such a growth trend, one could soon expect that the production result would be twice the previous volume. The head of the family folded his arms and answered, "What about the money spent on artifacts?" One of the men turned around and said that they had enough money to cover them thanks to the increased profits. The miner continued to work. Roman's decision turned out to be correct. He independently, without following someone's instructions, decided to mine iron in the mountains, personally encountered the problems that arose during the case. Stones were smashed against each other. The guy found the most rational solution. This case finally allowed to dot the i's. The men smiled. In Roman's reputation, which had undergone drastic changes from the outside, a servant turned to the Lord. How was he going to solve the issue of the future successor? The Lord frowned and wondered if it had really begun. The guy looked at him and added that 3 years ago he appointed young Master Rodolol as the future head of the family. Then the behavior of young Master Roman and the natural abilities of the younger master indicated that they were not able to take on great responsibility, but the current situation has changed. The sun was shining outside. The brunette was standing on the street, the war with Barco, the safety problem in the mine, the genius talent of a swordsman. There was a picture on the wall. The conversation continued. In the current actions, the young master shows the quality of a competent ruler. Everyone said that this is true. They also think so. The old man looked at them and answered, although they have not yet made an official statement, he believes that fair competition is necessary. They introduced two brothers, the rivalry of the heirs of Roman and Rodolol. This sent ripples across the quiet surface of the Dmitri family. The man folded his arms and thought about his sons. In a short period of time, the eldest had proven his worth, but the middle one, a young man, had taken on the responsibilities of successor. However, would it be right to belatedly pit them against each other? He continued to think. Then he raised his head and said that first of all, he would observe the situation and think about what decision to make. The Lord clenched his fists. He was sitting in his office. The question of the heir must be decided by the consent of key figures, personal officials, the owner of the mine, and finally, the owner of the blacksmith Hendrik. The man threw back his head. At least a third party must agree, so that the Lord could arrange a rivalry between them, even if it would raise a ruckus. Then he ordered to call Hans. The servant stood in front of him and said that he did not understand what the man was talking about. He looked at him and replied that he asked him if Roman was suitable for the role of successor to the Dmitri family. The subordinate was shocked. He put his hands behind his back and answered that if he had been asked this question 3 months ago, he would have answered that no. Well, the current young master is different. His eyes widened and added that he had been watching him, and he had grown into a man worthy of being called a successor. Romero asked him to tell him more. Hans looked at him and said that the young master said that he went to work in the mine to better understand the people of the land of Dmitri, to unravel their souls. Bowed his head. He imagined how the guy walked with the other miners and worked hard, probably with others, to come face to face with the reality of Dmitri. Then he put his hand to his chest and said that the guy was thinking about the responsibility that the name Dmitri placed on him. The Lord replied that he understood him and let him go. When the servant left, he told him to call the owner of the mine now. He wants to ask him about the collapse. When they arrived, the man thought who was standing behind Jacob. The man lowered his head and said that he was told the Lord would like to hear about what happened in the mine, and he brought the one who was there at the time of the collapse. He patted him on the stomach. He said that his name was Morkan from the mountain mine. The gentleman thought about it. For him it was a familiar name, asked to tell in more detail about what happened. The guy introduced himself and other miners. The accident happened a week after the young gentleman appeared in the mine. The shaft of the mine collapsed and buried one of the workers. Due to the danger of a subsequent collapse, they had to choose a safe way, as dictated by the management. But then Roman. The guy remembered his crazy eyes. He said that he could save the worker on his own. The worker looked up and said that despite persuasion, he went to the site of the collapse and called the victim. Then he lowered his head and added that, to be honest, at first, he did not like the young gentleman, but now he understands how stupid he was if he thought so. The servant looked at the Lord and said that at the time of the incident, the young master said that he was Dmitri's eldest son and that he was responsible for solving the people's problem. Saving one of the workers was entirely Roman's decision. He remembered how the young man said that he would go himself. Then he bowed his head. If the Lord suddenly asked how they assessed the young master, he would say that the guy was Dmitri's true successor, whom he would like to follow faithfully. Romero listened attentively and thought that everyone was saying that the young man was suitable for the role of successor. But even so, it was still impossible to make a decision. The most important opinion of the forge remained. Meanwhile, in the forge itself, the young man entered the room and said that the young master's uniform had been sent. What should be done with it? The master replied that it should be accepted. The young man was surprised. The man turned and asked if his ears were clogged. He said to accept. Hendrik lowered his head and thought that, frankly speaking, he would gladly refuse, but after listening to the stories from the mine, he felt guilty that he had been plotting against him in vain. The workers looked at the mountain of equipment, everything in disarray, how much training it took to bring them to this state. Suddenly they saw a shining sword. What was that? The owner of the blacksmith raised it up. The smooth blade and hardness were just right. The chiseled handle felt like art in his hand. The man looked at it and thought, such a good sword is hard to find even in Dmitri, which can be called the heart of blacksmithing, asked where the guy got such a thing. Everything around began to burn. The blacksmith realized that Mana was reacting in a special way. He came closer, thinking that such a result, although he did not even pour mana into it, the swordsmen of the aura would simply lose their heads. He lowered his head and thought that he was sure that his ironworking technique was the best on the continent, but high resonance was a completely different matter. It was still worth asking in person. In front of them, a mountain of armor was still lying around. The blonde looked at it and asked if they had finished it yet. He thought it would take at least 2 weeks. The worker looked at him and replied that he thought so too. There was work for 2 weeks, but the master seemed to have gone crazy. He harnessed all the blacksmiths to do it. The young man turned his head. Hendrik approached him and asked where he got this sword. Then he came closer and asked who the master was who forged it. He had to tell everything he knew. Roman smiled and thought that he expected this. He replied that he had not gotten it anywhere. The blacksmith was shocked, asked again what the guy meant. The young man put his hand to his chest and said that he forged this sword himself. The man looked at him and asked if the guy really was offering to believe this, because in front of him now stood the master blacksmith of the Dmitri family. He frowned and said that he was still making fun of him, so all the rumors were lies. But Roman smiled and said that he was telling the truth. He called the only sword in the world a salamander in honor of the name of the continent. The blacksmith approached him and said that the bastard was trying to deceive him to the last. Well, the young man interrupted and said that he would show him personally. It is better to see once than to hear 100 times. He lowered his head and said that as a master blacksmith representing the family mouth, the man should understand everything as soon as he looks at how the young man wields a hammer. They went to the forge. The boy approached the anvil, preparing for the fight with Barco, decided that he needed a new sword which he could trust his life to. After that he faced the flames of the brazier alone, tirelessly pounded the iron, and at some point this forge turned into a sacred place. The man listened to him attentively. The boy turned and added that he thought he himself was very familiar with this feeling. He extended his hand to the furnace. Soon he would have to fulfill his duty to defend the country, so he began to forge a sword that would best replace the salamander. The young man put the ingot on the anvil and said, Master Hendrik should see the process of its forging. Then the boy took off his shirt. The blacksmith thought that he was going to work without defenseless equipment. He folded his hands, thought that he did not even know the basics of a blacksmith. There was nothing more to see here. Sparks flew in different directions. The boy began to work. The master was very surprised. He started forging. This world and Murim, in both numbers iron is controlled differently. In this world they do not know how to ideally control mana, so a lot of effort was put into the sword itself. On the contrary, in Murim the main condition for forging is unhindered control of Kai energy. The guy imagined a warrior, a sword capable of revealing the maximum efficiency of Kai. It was such a sword that received its glory there. He imagined many balls, the leader of the demons, spending his whole life on the battlefield, forged countless swords for himself. Fire enveloped his body. Sparks flew in different directions. Self-forgetfulness. The blacksmith looked at all this in shock, thought that it cannot be. This is really Roman Dmitri. The way he handles metal, the speed of blows, the sound of the hammer colliding with steel, every detail is perfect. The Baron at the peak of his powers immediately comes to mind. He looked at the young man, imagined his father. After all, blood cannot escape. It was getting dark. Hendrik bowed his head and said that the boy was the true owner of that sword, apologized to him. The young man smiled back and said that he was giving the sword to him. The master was shocked. The boy looked at the new sword and said that as could be seen today, now the process of creating a new sword is underway. Besides, in the past he arbitrarily sold the man's sword. Y handed him the sword and said that he hoped the master would accept it as a gift. 3 years ago, the day of the manor, the master shouted in rage that he was asking the Lord to finally wake up. So what if this guy was the eldest son, if he was destined to drag the future of the clan over the bottom? The blacksmith raised his hands and shouted that you can ask anyone what kind of person Roman is, and 10 out of 10 will answer that the young man is a fool, and the Lord wants to make him his successor. The Lord listened carefully to him while the man shouted that there should be alternative solutions. The old man put his hands on the table, talking about his second son. Here not only from childhood he learned blacksmithing, but also achieved recognition of his talents in the capital. Romero looked at the glass and thought that 3 years had passed, his eldest son had changed, but he was worried, would he be able to convince the blacksmith? Hendrik said with a smile that he agreed, Roman fully deserved the right to be the successor. The gentleman was surprised and asked if the man was serious now. He put his hand to his chest and answered, how can you lie in such a situation? He remembered how the young man managed the anvil, worked in sweat and blood, where no one saw him. Then he lowered his eyes. To be honest, when last time they ordered to equip him with weapons, because of hostility to the guy, he gave him low-quality equipment. Well, the guy's answer that time amazed him. He imagined a mountain of swords and armor. The young gentleman reproached him for committing murder by arming soldiers with such trash. That night he carefully analyzed the guy's actions, came to this conclusion. He sat on the bed and thought, Roman has insight inherent in the Dmitri family line. He also said that, in addition, today he had a chance to personally observe the guy at work in the forge. His father was very surprised by this. Again he imagined the young man's Erede. Watched how, faced with the scorching heat of the furnace flame, he selflessly devoted himself to work, and as a blacksmith, he could not help but fall in love with this image. The man picked up the sword, said that it was gouged out personally by the young gentleman, and the Lord would not have difficulty determining its value at first glance. Romero looked at the sword and was surprised. He examined its details. How could the guy forge such a sword? Hendrik came closer and said that the master blacksmith, he believes that the decision made 3 years ago should be reviewed. The gentleman pulled out a drawer. Inside was a letter. He opened this letter. In it the middle son wrote to him that not long ago in the Royal Academy he was promoted to S-class. From now on he moves from theory to practice, will gain experience in the field of a commander in a real battle. The man stood near the table. It was also written there that he will graduate from the academy with the highest score, will become a son whom the father can be proud of, at all costs, will show Dmitri a new future. The Lord stood by the window and thought, Roman and Rodwell both have extraordinary abilities. He introduced your sons. Even Rodwell, recognized as a genius, does not compare with the current Roman, who is able to build a reputation not only in the kingdom, but also on the entire continent. He presented a map. When Rodwell graduates from the academy, and Roman serves in the defensive troops, the real struggle for the legacy will unfold. Several days passed, a day, an estate. The priest of Valhalla Yalas, distributing ranks, arrived. They entered the fortress of Dmitri. At the threshold they were met by the Lord and introduced himself. Did you hear that you came from the temple of Valhalla? They answered that it was so and introduced themselves. Then the man added that he had heard rumors that Roman had killed the ranker Homer. The priest took off his hood and added, since the matter was exceptional, it was profitable to meet him personally, after which he would decide whether he corresponded to the rating. If you present a coat of arms, a guarantee of rank, a family name, the family of which the ranker is a part, even a low rank will, thanks to this fact alone, receive a reputation as a famous family. The Lord smiled, apologized to the priest, but his son had been working in the forge for several days. Why not let him rest from the road today and meet him tomorrow? At the same time he will be able to stay in the city. The priest agreed. The Lord said that in this case he would assign a guide for him. They walked down the corridor. Hans said that the Dmitri family company owns the largest iron mountain in the kingdom and produces the highest quality iron products. You can see it yourself by looking around, but all the buildings are made of iron. While the servant was saying that even the fortress gates say that the earth. The priest turned around and heard some sounds. He saw that warriors were training outside, asked if he could take a look at the training. The man replied that only from afar. Swords were hitting each other. Sparring was taking place. One of the guys raised his head and said, does his opponent think that he will remain in one piece if he ignores defense like that? Kevin looked at him and replied that first you need to win, and then talk. They looked at each other with wild eyes. It's worth checking. The priest was shocked. He watched the battle. Both soldiers were Aura swordsmen. There was a crowd of soldiers. Among them there was not a single Aura swordsman. Roman folded his hands and said that the guy was born with a warrior's build. Then he scratched his head and asked again. Until now no one could understand the meaning of the words spoken, and after a couple of weeks, one fine day, Bucky looked at the sword in surprise. Successfully awakened mana. Since then the soldiers' attitude to training has changed dramatically. They worked hard to become stronger. To break through the barrier, they put their lives on the line. Swords clashed with each other. The guy shouted for him to try to fight back. Then he struck a very strong blow. His opponent became wary. Bucky screamed that the young man was a bastard. and he looked at him with burning eyes. The man also tensed up. Then he jumped back. He began to scream. Did he really have to go that far? Kevin replied that he should take it more seriously and struck again. Then he presented a knife to his throat and said that if they were on the battlefield, his head would already be rolling on the ground. The priest looked at it with horror and thought about what he had just seen. All the soldiers were using the same style of fencing, and their achievements ranged from precise to ideal, and this was not a provincial army. The man became wary, as if he was looking at the Valhalla Empire in miniature. He continued to watch and thought that he was sure they were not simple soldiers. It must be a knightly order, returned with blood and sweat. Dmitri, since when have they had such power in their hands? The question. At that moment, the soldiers looked at each other. The priest imagined them on the battlefield. He admitted that the family company had influence in the northeastern lands. However, this could not be called an army of backwater lands. His assistant turned and asked if the Reverend was sure that the city of Dmitri was focused only on the mining industry. He replied that he himself had now begun to doubt what he had seen. He took a step forward and added that one thing was clear: they were not simple soldiers. The priest looked at the meadow and said that it must be the knightly order of Dmitri, subordinate to Baron Romero. Hans smiled and replied that this was not a knightly order at all. Those they were seeing now did not belong to the family line. This was the personal army of the young Master Roman. And he smiled embarrassedly. Yalas looked at him and asked in surprise if it was true that these were ordinary soldiers. He grabbed the servant by the shoulders. He approached him and began to shout, "How can you treat Aura swordsmen like ordinary soldiers? Maybe they were hired for a lot of money, or are they recruits preparing to join the ranks of the knights?" Hans replied in fear that he did not know for what purpose the man was asking this question. But if he meant these two, then not so long ago the guys were not Aura swordsmen. She remembered how Kevin came to the young master, a man from a poor family, whom the guy personally sheltered. Introduced Bucky, he was a mercenary with the rank of simply. They became stronger after the teachings of the young master. Introduced the soldier, incredible, isn't it? As the future successor, the young master has an innate insight and is able to discern other people's talents, in fact, a real blessing. Dmitri. The servant introduced Roman. The priest turned around, wondering who this guy is. The next day, the man put the mug on the table and said that it was finally time to meet. He looked at the floor and thought about the young master. Who is he? A genius who has not yet received a chance to prove himself, or a fake hero? The door opened. The young man arrived. He walked towards him with firm steps. The guy looked straight into the eyes of the priest, a gaze calmly looking down from above, and a measure of relaxed expression on his face. The man tensed up. This man is accustomed to the life of a warrior. Roman came up and said that he was glad to meet, then introduced himself. The man extended his hand forward and asked if it was true that the young man killed Homeros in battle. He replied that it was true. The priest said with a smile that it seemed he did not yet realize what he had done. He was not just the 49th ranker. He had reached the 4-star level, preparing to rise in the ranking, and a guy who had barely reached the age of 25 had defeated such a person. The young man listened to him attentively. The man introduced the star, asked if the guy understood what it meant. He would not be mistaken if he called the young gentleman the most talented warrior of the kingdom of Cairo. Roman replied with a smile that the man was speaking so veilingly that what he had done defied common sense. It was worth skipping this part and going straight to the point. The priest tensed up. To establish the truth, he needed to talk about the ranking rules. Introduce the pyramid. The battle for assigning a rating is divided into official and unofficial. For an official battle, the guy must get permission from the temple, prove his strength by defeating the enemy in front of observers. Victory and defeat in an official battle directly reflect the place in the rating, after which a status certificate is issued confirming the rank. But if someone unexpectedly defeats a ranker in an unofficial fight, the place of the defeated one is vacated, and after a year, the main rankers move up a level. Introduce the fight. Winning an unofficial fight will never assign him the rating of the defeated ranker. Yalas looked at him and said that if he proves his qualifications, the winner of the unofficial fight will be awarded the last place in the rating. The young man listened carefully and thought that, in other words, he can rise to the 100th place in the rating if he proves his strength. The man continued to say that the temple only believes in what he personally confirms. He put the device on the table and said that in order to confirm the qualification of the winner of an unofficial duel, an aura meter is used. Then he raised his head and said that the method of proof is simple. If the aura meter confirms that the youth meets the established standards, the council will decide that the youth is worthy of receiving the last place in the ranking. While, unlike an official fight, a certificate is not issued, and in the case of a 100th place, there is a high probability of being fed to another contender, so they give time. Roman looked and asked what is the reason for such a desire to get into the ranking. The priest raised his head and replied that the whole world will know about him as a swordsman. Even without a special reward, are words not a sufficient reason to risk his life? The guy thought about it, then turned to the man. Then it is easier for him to defeat a high ranker in an official fight, is not it? Yalas was shocked. What, in his opinion, is a fight for the award of a rating? He replied that of course a fight for the award of a rating is the best proof of ability, but holding a fight is not such an easy matter. He put his hands on the table and said that the official fight is obliged to comply with many conditions. Since initially there are no rankers in the northeast of the kingdom, holding a battle to award a rating is basically impossible. The guy said that it was a shame. The priest suggested starting to conduct a check, moved the device and said that the method is simple. You need to pour mana into the aura meter, it will change color. He imagined a warrior shrouded in energy. 1 star is red, 2 stars are orange, 3 stars are yellow, and starting with 4 stars, it will glow green. The man came closer. For reference, since the guy killed a 4-star aura swordsman, he must prove that he has at least 3 stars. The guy agreed. Then he put his hand on the ball, a progressive world of magic, unlike his world, a device that can easily measure the combat strength of a warrior. Who are these magicians? He looked down and thought, someone like spellcasters, or not celestials who have reached the god's domain. He imagined his past incarnation. He absolutely cannot ignore the magical power. The priest said to begin. The young man looked at the ball. The foundations of both worlds are different. I wonder what will happen if he releases mana using the method here. The guy smiled and thought that, well, it is worth experimenting. The whole room was filled with an aura, purple. Everything around was shining. The priest came closer. He was simply in shock, did not understand what was happening. The guy touched the ball. Suddenly it changed color to red. The priest watched in shock. Red? No, already orange. Usually it takes about 5 minutes to measure. After some time, the ball turned yellow. Yalis continued to watch. Even if the young man is a 4-star swordsman, for the color to change so quickly. Roman looked at the meter with a smile. Apparently he reached the limit according to the laws of this world. Then now we should try, as is customary in Neuron. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The ball turned bright green. A moment later, the meter cracked. The priest was shocked. Crazy. This can't be. If you imagine a sphere, what is an aura meter? It is the quintessence of knowledge, the creation of which was contributed by all the highest minds of the contingent. So strong that it can accurately scan even the mana of a 5-star swordsman. Green is the limit, but if the mana still exceeds the permissible amount, there will be no failures in the meter. He also imagined a knight with a meter. Roman looked at him and asked if the device was defective. He answered that this was impossible. The priest came closer and said that such cases are an exception, so he cannot give a clear answer, and thought that right before it cracked, the aura meter definitely lit up green. The man looked at the ball and concluded that Roman Dmitri was a 4-star swordsman. He looked at the young man. He was glowing like a demon, not a hiding dragon that had not yet had time to fly, an already developed monster. Just think, such a monster in the Dmitri family, the appearance of a ranker in the arena who has the potential to rise to 6 stars. Yalas lowered his head, thinking that this guy would turn upside down not only the kingdom of Cairo, but also the entire continent of Salamander. In front of his eyes was the young man. The priest adjusted his glasses and apologized. Then he took the device. This is his first time, so he cannot make hasty decisions. He will transmit the results in the coming days. He looked at the crack in the ball, thought that the purpose of the empire, with which the Temple of Valhalla was built on the territory of the Kingdom of Cairo, must be fulfilled, said that he deviates with his permission. Leaving, the man thought that he needed to know more about this man. Yalas was sitting at the table. Roman, who or what is he? After 25 years, his life has changed dramatically. Can a person change so much? Then he picked up the document. From the extermination of the Bloody Fangs to the war with Barco, he worked cleanly everywhere. The audacity that allows him to risk other people's lives for the sake of implementing his own plans, and the ability to implement them into reality. The man frowned. The guy not only has the fighting strength of a monster, but also has a head on his shoulders to use it. He continued to study the paper. There was no problem with the aura meter. It remains only to think that it darkened and cracked because it was damaged by an incomparable force. The normal result is green. The priest slammed his hand on the table. After all, it is worth reporting this immediately. Yalas approached the communication device, introduced himself and said that he was putting forward Roman as a candidate for hiring. The Valhalla Empire, its warriors, are not barbarians obsessed with battles. The fighter stands in front of the priests. The Empire knew how to prevent, to gain status, and came up with a way to lure foreign talents to themselves using the so-called rating system, tradition. A squad of knights, a warrior of each country, considered it an honor to get into the rating and nurtured a dream of becoming a ranker, thanks to which the Valhalla Empire could find talents, even without having large human resources. The man in the cloak said that the boy was definitely worth getting, that he needed to be promoted to a rank and that a way to recruit him would be found. He turned around and said that he was repeating that when recruiting warriors from abroad, safety was the first priority, and that he needed to make him feel the soul of Valhalla as casually as possible. The priest replied that it would be done. He bowed his head and added that he would tell Dimitri's family that the aura meter had malfunctioned, that Roman had 3 stars instead of 4, and would end by unofficially assigning him the 100th place. Yalas smiled sarcastically and said that in a small kingdom like Cairo, there was quite a fuss just because someone had made the list. The boy stood in his armor. The next day the kingdom of Cairo was turned upside down by the priest's announcement, and the youngest ranker was born. Day, the capital of Cairo, Kairos. The man wrote and asked if it was true. The servant stood in front of him and replied that yes, Yalas from the Valhalla temple personally visited Dmitri and confirmed that the young man was a 3-star or a swordsman, and that he had indeed defeated Hamer, but in his opinion, the man was careless and was defeated before he could manifest a 4-link aura. Benedict lowered his head. He is an influential person in the central government. He looked at the servant and asked how old the young man would be this year. He replied that he was 25 years old. It was a clear day. The nobleman replied that by the age of 25, a suspicious nugget would appear on the outskirts of the star level. He frowned and asked what about the movements of other forces. The servant presented a map. Everyone immediately took action. The empires were especially active. Benedict was furious. Damned imperial authorities. This talent appeared in Cairo, but they have the audacity to get to him before them. If you imagine a map, the current kingdom of Cairo is divided into 4 factions. The royal faction that governs the country, the aristocratic faction whose core is Benedict, the faction of the close associates of the Kronos Empire, and the faction of the close associates of the Valhalla Empire. This was the reality of the small state of Cairo. The man thought he must hurry to send people so that other authorities do not take Roman away from them. Then he scratched his chin. He was especially worried about the royal family. He must not allow the guy to fall into their hands. Night, a fortress, the front line in the west of the kingdom of Cairo. Map, in the west the kingdom borders on the Kronos Empire, and in the south on the kingdom of Hector. There was a fierce battle. The Kronos Empire, which owned the 2 largest mountain ranges of the continent and was the homeland of the emperor, demanded that the kingdom of Cairo become part of it, and had been resolutely attacking the borders for several years. Shells flew one after another. Cairo soldiers were dying on the front lines, and inside the country, traitors to the motherland, being supporters of Kronos, urged everyone to surrender. Mountains of corpses lay on the ground, damned imperial dogs. The guy threw his hands behind his neck and said that they fought for the country, but they did not have the right to even a normal funeral, then asked if Rodwell was okay. The young man lowered his head and replied that he was already used to it. After all, not a day or 2 had to stew in this. His comrade stretched and said that he did not know that the realities of the front were so terrible. 10 times a day he thinks to send this academy diploma to hell and return to the motherland. The boy threw the torch onto the corpses. The 2 of them watched as the bodies burned. Rodwell watched and thought, this is the pitiful reality of a small state. Because of the external forces targeting Cairo, there was not a single day that would pass peacefully on the western front line. A comrade turned to him and asked if he heard the news about his brother. Roman rose to rancor. The young man frowned. He clenched his fist and thought that he really rose to the level of 3 stars. No, his brother from his replenishment was simply not capable of this. Then he turned and said that this was all nonsense. He did not know what kind of trick his family was using. Roman not only became a rancor, he could not even protect himself. The boy continued to look at the fire. The truth would be revealed very soon. Day, estate, a foreign guest arrived to the eldest son. The boy ordered everyone to retreat. The man sat down opposite him and said that he would get straight to the point. He serves His Majesty King Cairo, and the reason for his visit is. The ambassador folded his arms and said with a smile that he wanted to choose the boy as a royal knight of Cairo. The young man looked at him. The 4 factions of Cairo began to take immediate action. He also introduced the face of Benedict. Their goal is to get the dragon Roman hiding on the outskirts. The guy was pleased with himself. The masked man held a sword. Being in the royal guard protecting the king of the country is the highest honor allowed to a knight. The man folded his arms and said that he would tell the truth. It is an extremely rare case when someone is personally offered to become a royal knight. Usually such an honor can only be awarded after passing a rigorous selection controlled by the royal family. Then he smiled and added that Mr. Roman was an exception. If he moved to the capital now and swore allegiance to His Majesty, he would be able to join the guard without any tests. The young man asked if that was all. The ambassador frowned. Was the young master really going to refuse? And the young man looked at him and asked, wasn't it obvious, as the eldest son of the Dmitri family? He was happy with his life and did not experience any hardships, so why should he move to the capital, complicating his life, and become a royal knight? The man leaned forward and said that by becoming a royal knight, the guy would receive a personal estate in the capital, and the Dmitri family would be granted a higher title. But to this the guy asked, is this the maximum of the royal family? The man was shocked. He asked again. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, it seems to him, the young strong lord is mistaken. His Majesty wished to get the guy into the ranks of the guard because he highly appreciated his future potential. He continued to shout, the title of Royal Knight, a new title and an estate in the capital, in the current situation, and such a reward is already an unaffordable luxury. Roman looked at him and menacingly said that he was mistaken here, not the guy. The man asked what it was about. Then the young man believed that 5 days ago a man of Count Gregory came to him and promised him an estate in the capital, thousands of pions of land and a mountain of valuables if he swore allegiance to them, also wished to become related through political marriage. The ambassador was shocked. The bastards from the Kronos Empire faction had already made their move. The young man continued to tell, 3 days ago the family named Denver wished to become his patron. He thought that this family belonged to the Valhalla faction. The guy leaned forward and said that he had also met with a man from the Benedict family the previous evening, and they had made a much more astonishing offer, promising to triple what the other families had promised and make Dmitri a Viscount family within a month. The ambassador sat and thought that it was all over. He clenched his fists. They were only one step too late. Then he began to shout, could Yura still choose them? All those mentioned earlier were terrible traitors who only dreamed of swallowing the kingdom whole, at least thanks to the captain of the Royal Knights. Nicknamed the First Sword, they were still able to suppress attempts at rebellion. He introduced a man in armor and added that the royal power was already occupied. The young man listened to him attentively. The man added that the laws were deaf and blind to them, and it was difficult for the royal family to fix this. The ambassador lowered his head and said that Cairo was a small state. To tell the truth, even their proposals could cause discontent among the nobility, and the only thing that could be promised was the position of a royal knight. Well, stepping on his pride, the man still begged him. He put his hands on the table and said, could the boy share his strength for His Majesty the King? The youth smiled. 4 forces against 1 kingdom. For him, the 12th son of a heavenly demon, an extremely unfamiliar situation. Then he folded his hands and said that the proposals of the previous 3 ambassadors and the royal power did not sound tempting to him at all, so he was not going to accept any of them. He also added that he did not plan to compromise his moral principles right now. The man smiled and thought that there was still hope. Roman stood up and said that he had better leave for today. The man agreed. Then he bowed and said that he would wait for the day when the boy swears allegiance to His Majesty. The young master stood up and thought, 4th offer, 4th refusal. He did not plan to kneel before any of the authorities. He lowered his eyes and thought that if they were to become enemies anyway, it would be better to drag out the time. Keeping his distance with all his might, this was the only right way. Training was underway. The boy raised his hand. Someone approached him and asked permission to introduce himself. One guy stood there, introduced himself as Meekin from the Valhalla Intelligence Agency. The young man was surprised because this man was wearing the uniform of his family's servants. He looked at him and asked what was the matter. Then he lowered his sword and said, wasn't his opinion about the Denver family expressed a couple of days ago? The servant smiled and said that first of all, he wanted to apologize for using such an unsightly way to meet. Then he bowed and said, then because of the looks of others around, they had to abandon the generally accepted methods, and therefore it can be considered that Valhalla is serious. The family has fallen in love with the potential of the master. The young man extended his hand and said that however, citizenship is an issue that is not so easy to solve. Moreover, it will be difficult to leave the family that has accumulated significant wealth. Along with the title of Viscount, the family will grant him fertile lands, including a mountain with iron deposits. Then he will be able to preserve the traditions of blacksmithing. Roman looked at him and thought that continuing the business of the family line, a good offer. After which the ambassador smiled and said that the most valuable thing for him, as a swordsman, is the opportunity to become stronger. Introduced a sealed door. Access to the first level storage will be granted in a special order. The young man was surprised. In the personal storages of Valhalla collected spiritual teachings, sword techniques, and other legacies of past generations. Introduced sealed books and chains. The storages are divided into several levels, depending on the value of the contents. With the exception of the special level storage, the first level storage is considered the highest. The servant came closer and said that in the future, Valhalla will conquer the entire continent and rise to the top as the only empire. Staying in the kingdom is the shortest way to say goodbye to life. Then he narrowed his eyes and added that Valhalla has a brilliant future. It is worth joining their ranks. A significant reward and a suitable threat. A wise man will definitely accept their offer. The guy looked at the ambassador and refused. He was simply shocked. Roman took the sword and explained that he refused not because he was not satisfied with the conditions or because of loyalty to the country. The man asked why then. The guy turned away and said that he had received many offers recently, and he was thinking about how to increase his own value without making any choice. He imagined all the supreme empires. Think about the current situation of the Cairo kingdom. He does not just need to fasten his loyalty to one of the 4 forces. He needs to decide for sure what his future steps will be. It was like a game of chess, and now, standing at the crossroads, he does not need verbal offers. He wants to personally test with time whether it makes sense to risk his life. The servant was shocked. The protagonist smiled and thought that he needed to present himself in the eyes of others as an honest person, completely and utterly devoted to the country. In the eyes of Meek and Roman seemed like a person who is difficult to make bend his knee. But if he gives his heart, he will be faithful to the oath until the end of his days. The guy smiled. It touched him, even though he did not know that this was completely intentional. Then he raised his hand and said he did not know how the young master planned to test the value of Valhalla, but they could not wait too long. Then he nodded and said that he hoped the young man would be reasonable and would not delay in answering their offer. He smiled and answered in the affirmative. While the young man was leaving, the servant added. He looked at him and said that he had prepared a gift in the name of the future of communication. He looked at the young man sarcastically, advised him to beware of the southern front line. This place is like a time bomb that can explode at any moment. The parents stood in front of the young man and said that he had decided to leave them after all. Roman looked at his father and said that he would return safe and sound. Then he turned around and left. Rihanna looked at our husband and said not to worry so much, this is not the western front line, bordering Kronos. Afterwards she raised her hand and said that their son had been assigned to the quiet southern lands. She was sure the young man would return safely. The man frowned and said that he knew, but it was his son. He could not calm the excitement in his chest. The parents' gaze followed the boy to war. He went out into the street and said that it was time to go. Soldiers stood in front of him. They agreed. At that time no one knew how Roman's march to the southern front line would turn out. Some time passed. They reached the final stronghold of the southern front line. Today they would rest here. Tomorrow at dawn they would move to the southern barracks. They walked along the street. The soldiers were carrying supplies. The gentleman had rented a guest house and a yard for them, and the rest of the aristocrats were distributing their soldiers to camps. The young man took the paper, but someone distracted him. He had to go down to the first floor and heard someone shouting at the soldiers that they were pathetic ragamuffins. Did they know who he was? The man raised his hand and said that this gentleman was the second son of the Albert family order. In front of them stood a short guy, Henry Albert. Roman read a letter which said that the man had heard the news that the young man was performing military service, understood his desire for selflessness in the name of the country, but could not watch how the one who could become his man in the future fought in a foreign land, risked parting with life. The young man sat in his room. It was also written there that this man pulled a few strings so that he was assigned to the southern front. He must remember, the Benedict family will always be waiting for him. The guy lowered his head. He looked at many letters. Several months have passed, but they are still persistent in their luring, most likely. The head of the aristocratic faction will not want to let him go, because there is no one who could better than him repel the royal knight. He continued to think, let his head down, the southern front, unlike the Marquis, who thought it was quiet there. The Valhalla intelligence service responded to the southern front as a time bomb that would explode at any moment. He smiled and thought that he would understand himself when he personally encountered it. And then there was a meeting with Henry Albert. The young man stood and smiled. The blonde listened to him as the descendant of a famous family of the kingdom told them that he would stop at the inn. How dare they, rootless scum, resist him? The young gentleman approached and asked what was the matter. The blonde turned and replied that this wed claims that he must occupy the inn and the yard, tells them you are an imitation from here, but he answered him that they rented the entire building. But he continues to insist. The young man frowned and thought that the Albert family no longer had a reputation, talking too much, using past merits, although it didn't matter if this guy was famous. After which the young lord came closer and asked why they had to leave. The guy pointed his finger at him and asked if he was the owner of these soldiers. He answered that everything was correct. Henry began to shout that in that case they should open their eyes to the situation. He came closer and said that he didn't know what family the young man was from, but since they were heading to the southern barracks, they should understand that they shouldn't expect anything good from him if they angered him. Then he looked down and added that he was giving them exactly 10 minutes to pick up their trash and get out of sight. At that moment, the young man got angry, thought that this was the reality of a provincial family, said that he was not going to leave the inn and the yard. After which he began to take out his sword and said that there was an easy way to solve such a problem. He pointed the sword forward. They should have a tournament. The young man looked at his opponent. If he defeats him, he will gladly give him the inn and yard. The man got very angry and asked how dare this guy talk to him like that. His servant suddenly realized. He ran up to the master and said that it was better to stop immediately. This man is Roman. The guy began to shout that the young lord recently entered the ranking as the youngest ranker. The man thought, this boy is that same Roman. He looked at his burning eyes. The youngest ranker, Cairo, during the war with Barco, right in front of the corner family, killed his eldest son. The young man looked like a demon who knows no mercy. This is that same Roman Dmitri. After which the main character asked why the man did not draw his sword. He looked at him in fear and thought that all his days were numbered. He looked at the burning eyes of the guy, thought that he would die as soon as the sword was taken out of the sheath. Then he looked away in fear and said that he had completely forgotten that he had agreed to meet. He rubbed his forehead and said that he should consider himself an apology for this incident and that it was time to end it. He looked at the guy from under his brows and added that if he had his way, he would sit down for his family there. At that moment Roman came even closer to him. The man was very scared and quickly left the inn. The young lord looked at him and thought that this was the reality of the Southern Front. 3 similar situations had happened that day. He remembered the faces of the sons of noble families. As soon as they heard the name Roman, they were immediately blown away like the wind. The girl at the bar lowered her hand and said that this happens here often. Unlike the Western Front, the Southern Front is not so dangerous due to the complicated relationship with the Hector Kingdom. Then she turned and added, "That is why all the sons of the aristocracy who could not avoid military service are going out of their way to get to the Southern Front. Nicknamed the resort, no one bothers with training and nothing threatens life. This is the best place for military service and aristocrats." The young man listened to her attentively, and then he looked at the map. 48 days ago, the Hector Kingdom's intelligence crossed the state border. The guy carefully studied the map. The intelligence immediately returned as soon as they checked the situation on the Southern Front, but even after that, they were seen checking the Southern Front 3 more times. It is not yet possible to confidently say that they are planning to start a war. He stood in his room. Even judging by the latest fragmentary information, the current Southern Front is not so safe. Roman smiled and thought that since the war was on the tip of his nose, he could smell the familiar smell of blood. The man stood in front of the soldiers and said that he was the commander, Viscount Bale Frank. In the South Barracks, the soldiers assigned to the Southern Front would be trained in military basics, and after 3 weeks of training, they would form a reserve army. Everyone stood and yawned. They would spend the rest of their service in this army, regardless of their title before service. Within the walls of the barracks, they were just soldiers performing their military duty. The protagonist also listened attentively. If someone violated the regulations, deciding to act arbitrarily, they would be sent to the Western Front as punishment. The man was speaking from his stand. The guy smiled and thought if this was really called punishment, who would do so much? Then he suddenly noticed the other guys standing in horror. Seconds continued to say that in the evening they would be informed about the training schedule. Now they could go unpack their things at their new place of residence. After which one of the knights approached the young man and said that the commander would like to meet him alone. The man smiled, told him to pass quickly and asked if the road to the southern lands had tired the young man out too much. He replied that everything had gone well. The Viscount raised his hand and told him to make himself comfortable. Then he put a cup of tea on the table and said that he was very excited to learn that the guys had been assigned here. Roman was the youngest ranker in the Kingdom of Cairo, and the news that an undiscovered genius had appeared in the family had excited him. They were sitting opposite each other. To be honest, the man had called him separately to clarify something. He moved closer and asked if it was true that the vile Benedict had fussed over the young man being assigned to the Southern Front. While he was drinking tea, he replied that he had, although he had not asked for it, but he had heard that the Marquis had said so. The man smiled sarcastically and thought that the vile diplomat was trying to curry favor with the guy, but if he established a relationship with him in advance, there would be a chance to get into the central government. He introduced the city. Then he raised his head and said that he would get straight to the point. He wanted to prove himself to Benedict. The man leaned back. The southern barracks were also quite good. Well, it did not compare to the luxurious life of the central government, so while the young man was here, he would take good care of him so that he would not feel lacking in anything. But in return, when later the young master met Benedict, I must say that Viken from the southern barracks provided him with all the comforts. That would be enough. The guy smiled, quite a frank statement, and there was no particular reason to refuse. At the moment the young lord left the room, a man shouted at him. Henry came closer and said that the young man touched the wrong person. His relative on his mother's side, just the Frank family line. Then he pointed his finger at the door, back in his uncle. Now it is worth realizing what a mistake he made. The brunette lowered his head, asked what now, that his uncle is the commander of the barracks. Henry began to shout that the guy does not understand the situation. He ran to the door and shouted that it is necessary to stand here and wait. Let's see if he can remain as confident as now, and called his uncle. He met him and asked what happened and so upset his beloved nephew. The guy, almost in tears, answered, what would he do if some blockhead from the Baron's family threatened his life? The man shouted what bad person intimidated him. The protagonist just stood silent. The commander was furiously asking who dared to touch his nephew. His uncle will now raise him to the ground. And the guy walked happily and said that this man was right outside the door. They both left the office and saw the protagonist, after which the man struck. But he only hit his nephew. The young man ran to his uncle. The man greeted him joyfully. He picked him up and started spinning him around. He and his uncle had been very close since childhood. He had fulfilled his every request. There was a time when he loved his uncle even more than his parents. And now he was sitting on the floor and did not understand why he had been slapped. He looked at the commander with tears in his eyes. He turned around and thought that his opponent Roman, a vile Democrat, was telling him, and it was unknown what heights he would reach in the future. He turned around and said that this was bad luck. A strong one was apologizing. He approached the young man and added that he should have approached his nephew's upbringing properly, let him apologize instead of him. The young man looked and said that for his sake they would turn a blind eye to what had happened. The young man asked to be excused. After which the Viscount began to shout at his nephew, "What a fool, this guy was being looked after by the vile Democrat himself, what was the benefit of having such a person as an enemy?" The boy held his cheek and replied that he didn't care what he was hit for. The man knelt down and asked when his nephew would grow up. If he behaved here like in a family, the commander wouldn't be able to protect him. Suddenly, something distracted him. He stood up with a smile and said that today could have left a bad impression on the young gentleman. So now, from training to the formation of the reserve army, the boy would be paired with Roman. He also added that he could do whatever he wanted, but he had to make friends with him. The young man was shocked. He still had to remember that if he didn't listen to his uncle, he would send him to the Western Front. Was that clear? The boy was horrified. Meanwhile, in the room, the young lord approached the table and thought that it was a private room. The Viscount had tried hard. It was quite easy to manage people who didn't hide their ambitions. Why did he look ahead? Life in the South Barracks promised to be good. Night, Barracks. The young man looked at the documents and could not believe that now the training of aristocrats for war games belongs to him. It was 3 years ago. The chief instructor of the Southern Barracks, McBurney, was sitting at the table. He remembered himself on the battlefield. Only loyalty to the kingdom prompted him to volunteer for the Western Front. For 10 years the guy survived dozens of battles, defending the kingdom of Cairo. He remembered himself in battle, starting from the very bottom, rose to the rank of commander, leading an army of 10 people, but only a moment separated him from falling into the abyss. During the battle, the guy's hand was cut off. Defending the Western Front, he lost his right hand, in which he held a sword. At that moment the boiling pain tormented him more than the realization that the life of the warrior was ingloriously cut short. The boy sat in front of the commander, who said that in recognition of his exploits in the military field, he was going to appoint him as an instructor in the Southern Barracks. The warrior lowered his eyes and listened to how, although he would have to leave the battlefield, they hoped that the young man could continue to work for the good of the kingdom there. It was painful for him, but he decided to accept reality. He closed his eyes and said that he would obey. However, the training system that met him upon arrival at the barracks was in complete disarray. The man looked at the recruits. In the Western Barracks everyone trained equally, but the aristocracy of the Southern Barracks was completely exempt from training. He watched them through the window, clearly planned out the training system, starting with 3 weeks of basic and endurance training. But what was the point if the aristocrats commanding the soldiers did not want to train? The guys frolicked in the street. The man watched them and thought, what was the point of all this? He took a step forward. He should at least pretend that training was going on. The aristocrats were sitting under a tree, discussing that they would come to visit their estate, show him what real pleasure was. They promised the guy would always be glad to see his brothers. The trainer passed by them. The man closed his eyes and thought that such idleness, despite the fact that they were on the front lines, how tired he was of this place. Why did he suddenly open his eyes? He saw standing soldiers waiting for the command. They were standing under the scorching sun. The men did not understand that here, in the Southern Army, someone lined up in perfectly even rows. There was not a single incorrect formation, and in front of them stood the commander, the main character. The trainer thought, is it possible that the guy is not yet familiar with the Southern Barracks? He came closer and said that the Southern Barracks does not force aristocrats to train. Then he closed his eyes and added with a smile that if they wanted to rest, they could sit in the shade with the others and watch the training. The guy turned to the side and asked if this was really happening because of them. In the background, there were young men resting in the shade. The trainer replied that it was true. But the young gentleman lowered his head and said that an enemy attack on the battlefield does not divide people by status, and war does not only take place on the plains. He imagined their lands, a river, mountains, a swamp, and so on, so that the commander could fulfill his duties regardless of the landscape. At least he must not be inferior to his soldiers in strength. Then the guy took a step forward and added that it follows from this that the commander, in whose hands the giving of orders is also required to undergo training. In addition, training is supposed to be a process that helps soldiers reveal their potential and gain experience. The trainer listened to him attentively and was shocked. The man stood and thought that the young man had a perfect understanding of the purpose of training. After which Roman added that therefore there is no need for these ingratiating smiles in front of him. He is ready to drop his status and go through any training that the coach orders. The man clenched his hand into a fist. In his memory, this is the first aristocrat who expressed his readiness to follow the training regularly. People risk their lives for those who are ready to admit them. He was also going to offer a compromise during training, but not now. He went towards the podium. He moved forward and thought that he would give it his all in these 3 weeks. After he climbed up, he exhaled. Then he raised his hand and said that they would begin the first week of endurance training. The guys ran. The determination of the coach opened the door to training hell. The main character was the leader. Everyone else ran behind. The purpose of these trainings is to prepare for the start of a sudden war so that they can always and everywhere react quickly. The brunette raised his hand and shouted that from now on they will not run uphill every day, regardless of the weather. Somewhere in the distance, the rest of the soldiers were walking and discussing who these guys were. They were lagging far behind. It was getting on for the evening. The training continued. The coach walked by and said that this was a mental battle in which no one knew when the war would end. Everyone repeated the same actions. The men said that with the help of training, having swung unlimited in quantity, they should go beyond their limit. To everyone who gave up in the middle, the man should extend the training, reducing the time for sleep. Even the young gentleman was shocked. Night fell. The guys discussed that now they could live. They said that in the South Barracks there was freebies. It was all a lie. The young men sat by the river, discussed that no one warned that from the very first day they would be driven so hard, and thanks to someone it became tougher. Suddenly a guy intervened in the conversation, asked not to overdo it, to moderate their ardor. Besides them there were others here. The brunette raised his head and said that they, unlike them, were called up for service. If they had enough time, they could do the same. It is clear that due to the short training period, there is a big difference between them. At this point, a man entered the dialogue, clarified about the short period. He came closer and asked how long these guys trained. It was Henderson. Another soldier looked at him and said that they had only been training for a year. Of course, they would be inferior to them, who had been training for several years. To which the young man objected that he had misunderstood something. Their first training began 3 months ago, and he says that he could not prepare, and due to lack of time, there is no need to make up excuses. Then he looked at him menacingly and said that these guys just do not give it their all. Henderson stood in a crowd of people. That day, when he saw the announcement of the recruitment of soldiers, he firmly decided to become a man Roman. He lowered his head and thought that the recruitment was for personal soldiers. It was unlikely that serious qualifications would be needed, but this was his huge mistake. He saw the rest of the guys, veterans among the mercenaries, like Lucas and Pucky, fled to stunning conditions. The guy at that moment was surrounded by predators, turning into a herbivore. It was as if he was among a pack of wolves. He frowned and thought whether he could, at least for something in this place. He approached the blonde and said that he did not think he was worthy of accompanying the master. He looked at him and asked why he decided so. The young man answered that an ordinary newbie, who did not really know how to hold a sword in his hands, this reason is known to everyone. After which he lowered his head and added that he had been engaged in agriculture all his life. It was too arrogant of him to decide to follow the young lord. Well, the man looked at him and said that he surrenders to someone who is inferior to others in level. The boy replied that he is. Chris lowered his head and said, when he first met Kevin, this guy had nothing but malice in his eyes. To be honest, he did not understand why the master picked up a boy from a poor family. The young man listened to him attentively. He added that it was worth looking at the boy now. Imagined a good warrior. In such a short period of time the guy turned into a soldier that no one dares to ignore. Funny, but he was the same. He remembered their fight with the master. At the first meeting with blindly attacked him, almost lost his front teeth, then he was no better than a frog stuck in a well. The man raised his head and added that there, like Kevin, he changed thanks to the instructions of the young lord. Then he ordered to listen to him carefully, to accept him into the ranks of the soldiers. It was Roman's decision. Let him look pathetic now, but he can grow up like him and Kevin, because their master is the one who will give him this opportunity. The guy listened to him in shock, after which he clenched his fist and said that, frankly speaking, he couldn't believe himself. But if this man had chosen him in a crowd of 100 volunteers, then there must be reasons for that. He remembered his life. Frankly speaking, it's still hard to imagine how a simple farmer could become stronger. He looked at the captain. As he said, he would rely on the foresight of the master. After which the guy began to train hard. Since then his life began to change. For the last few months he had been giving his all to training. He was sick, fainting, but despite everything, he tried his best to catch up with his comrades. He ran with all his might in any conditions. Then the guy lowered his head and said that in the end he was able to become who he is now. What is war for them anyway? He looked at another soldier and said, when he stands on the border between life and death, where you can only survive by killing, will he also say that he can't fight because there was little time to prepare? He frowned and added that, realizing their weakness, they not only do not try to become better, but also drag others down with them. Then he put his hands in his pockets and added that he saw no reason to fulfill their pathetic request. Everyone around him fell silent. Henderson, leaving, added that they were pathetic idiots. In their hearts, Roman soldiers had already started the war. They ran through the forest. Tough endurance training continued. With each passing day the difficulty only increased. Someone had weights on their legs. The protagonist's soldiers, gritting their teeth, went to the very end. They ran through force without stopping. At this time, the aristocrats sat in the shadows and discussed why these guys were going out of their way so much. They would still understand if this were the Western Front, but isn't the Southern one far from the war? One of them grinned and said that those people were wasting their energy where it wasn't necessary because of their pathetic origins. If they didn't do at least that, where would Dmitri even be able to get recognition? They laughed and said that it was true. Henry sat aside and thought, damn it, how could he get his favor? He watched the brunette. It was wonderful to communicate with the same aristocrats, to be friends with them. He frowned and thought, although what to expect from a commoner. After which he yawned and thought, screw it all, it will somehow work out. The commander of the Ranger Squad, Jackson, knelt down and reported. He said that over the past year, the Ranger Squad had infiltrated the Southern Front a total of 48 times and studied the 5 lines of defense. According to the study, all forces were thrown into defending the Western Front in the confrontation with the Kronos Empire, and the Southern Front was ignored. He looked at the king and said that he guaranteed that the attack on the Southern Front would be carried out without difficulty. The king of the Hector Empire listened to him earnestly. The kingdom's crest, it was once a powerful state comparable to the Kronos Empire. Thanks to its enormous military power, it expanded at an incredible speed, but suffered a cruel defeat in the war with Valhalla, sank to the very bottom. The tiger and the eagle were in conflict. The prestige of the Hector kingdom fell to the level of Cairo. It has now become one of the 6 kingdoms on the continent and is forced to bend under the empire. The principal approached and asked to allow him to speak. The father allowed it. Edwin looked at his father and said that for the last 5 years, the kingdom had been experiencing a crop failure unprecedented in history. He lowered his eyes and added that the money borrowed from the gold bank to solve this problem had turned into huge interest rates. They were choking them. The kingdom no longer had the strength to hold on. He imagined an empty treasury. If this continued, Hector would lose the meaning of being called a kingdom. The king grabbed his head and said that he understood this too, if only his ancestors knew what the result of the unleashed war would be. Then the son came closer and said that having lost the war, the kingdom had distanced itself from further wars and from this history so as not to make the same mistakes again. He looked at his father and said that now everything was different. They had prepared enough last year. The young man raised his head and said that for the sake of the desperate people, for the sake of their kingdom, he had to make a decision. The man looked at his son, war, a word that they dare not say out loud here, although the guy is his son, but does not at all look like a weakling like his father. Then he looked ahead and asked if his son was sure of what he said. He replied that if he was not confident, he would not have started this conversation at all. The father replied that it was fine, closed his eyes, then from now on all power in the war transfers to the only prince of the kingdom, Edwin. The young man lowered his eyes and said that he listens and obeys. At the same time, in the South Barracks, a 3-week training came to an end. The soldiers stood in a row. The commander smiled and said that from today he assigns them to the reserve detachment on the 5th line of defense. Then he coughed and added, maybe he heard and knows, but everyone literally sings about how they want to get there. I had to pull the strings a little, for his sake. The young man thanked. They discussed all this in the office. The man said what gratitude there could be between them. He could always contact him if he needed anything. The trainer bowed and said that he was grateful for this time. He raised his eyes, looked at the guy and his squad. Thanks to them, he realized what he was working for, and in the future he would be able to train new cadets with greater pleasure. He handed over a piece of paper and said that it was a trifle, but they could use it. He collected information about the Southern Front and the local landscape. He extended his hand forward and said that the paper would be useful in case of war, although of course they would have to spend 2 years of peace, but I still wish him to demobilize safe and sound. The guy smiled and thanked him, after which the man frowned and thought that if he had his way, he would follow them. During those 3 weeks of observing the young man, he realized that he deserved to have his whole life dedicated to him. He looked at the young gentleman. Then he lowered his head, but Mr. Roman had already gathered outstanding talents around him, and there was hardly a place among them for an armless cripple who couldn't even swing a sword. In front of him stood a whole squad of warriors. Surely if he went with them, he would only be a hindrance. He bowed, smiled, and left. The young man unfolded the map and thought that he had heard that it took a lot of pain to collect this. He looked after the man and thought that he deserved respect, at least for his sincere good nature. Meanwhile, the soldiers stood at the fortress, the first defensive line of the Southern Front. Suddenly, the guy saw something. The enemy was approaching them. The enemy was advancing. Henry stood and remembered his uncle's words. He had assigned him in a special order to the same reserve detachment with Roman on the 5th line of defense. He told him to remember that during these 2 years, he must win the guy's friendship by any means. 2 detachments were approaching the fortress, the 5th line of defense, the military camp of the reserve army. The young man walked and thought, why should he get closer to him? And yet, it's good that he got to the 5th line of defense. Suddenly, something surprised him. They started shouting, alarm, the kingdom of Hector declared war. Everyone prepare for battle. The guy got scared. War, battle, what the hell does this mean? Everyone around ran away. There was no one in front of him. The battle began. The fortress gates were broken. After the kingdom of Hector declared war, the first line of defense came under attack, but those who were most threatened with defeat turned out to be the troops of the 5th line of defense. The battle continued, everyone was shouting and fighting, ordering to stop them. Some soldiers were climbing the fortress on ladders. The commander of the 5th line of defense, Baron Bruce, shouted that it was all over. He remembered the tavern, the 5th line of defense, nicknamed the Paradise of the Southern Front. This place had long since lost its appearance as a front line. The aristocrats who arrived to serve were not forced to fulfill their military duty, and a rather comfortable life awaited them, and all because the responsibility for this lay on the man who happily accepted their requests and bribes, filling her own belly. The man was sorting through gold coins. This man was Bruce, rotten to the bone. He frowned and thought that it was suicide to defend the 5th line of defense to the end. He approached the edge of the fortress and shouted that they must hold the line to the last. If they break through, innocent people will be in danger. He shouted to his soldiers that they must not retreat under any circumstances. And at that moment he himself turned around and ran from there. One of the soldiers asked where he was heading. He turned and ordered to delay time. He was going to report this directly to the king. Roman raised his head and shouted to the whole squad to immediately move to the 5th line of defense. In chorus they answered that they understood everything. They ran forward, despite the fact that the Southern Front as a whole has low defense capability among all the defense lines. It is the 5th one that has the oldest equipment, a rabble of soldiers, and, on top of everything else, a useless commander. The guy ran and thought that, in other words, the defense line has the worst combat power. He presented a map. Just think, place a reserve army in case of an emergency. 2 hours from the move from the defense line, they have a maximum of an hour to get to the defense line. He raised his fist and clenched it. The commander ran towards him. He was glad that the reserve detachment had finally arrived. He ran up and stopped in front of the young lord and asked if he was the commander of these soldiers. First of all, they need to protect him and take him to the rear. Now the most important thing is not reinforcements for the 5th line, but the safety of its commander. The royal family needs to be informed of the danger. The young man looked at him and thought, so this is the commander of the 5th line, then asked what the man is doing here without soldiers. He raised his hand and started shouting that the young man was impudent. If he was from the reserve army, then at most he belonged to the junior aristocracy, and he still dared to poke. Roman was tired of this conversation. He saw no point in listening to the man any longer. Then he grabbed him by the neck. He pressed so hard that he began to choke. If the commander was here now, it meant only one thing. He lifted him up and said that nevertheless the commander abandoned his soldiers and escaped. Then he looked him straight in the eyes and added that according to military regulations, a deserter, regardless of his title, can be executed on the spot. Does he understand what that means? The man said that the guy would not. Well, at that very second the young man chopped off his head and said that he would. If the commander had retreated with the army, then at least he would not have died from his hand. The head fell to the ground. The detachment continued to move forward. Meanwhile, on the 5th line of defense, there was already a mountain of corpses. One of the few surviving soldiers stood and thought that he knew that someday this day would come. He fought bravely. Just think, the commander ran away, leaving his soldiers. The fucking bastard suddenly got shot in the stomach. Blood poured out from everywhere. The guy fell to his knees. He watched as the enemies attacked him and thought that this was the end. But at that very second they were eliminated. The body literally flew into pieces. The guy turned around. A young gentleman addressed him. The young man came closer and said that the commander was dead, looked at him and said that from now on he was responsible for the defense line. Roman looked at Stephen and thought that his name was on the list that Lucas gave. He remembered a conversation with his subordinate, how he said that the only one who was valuable on the 5th line of defense was this guy. The brunette looked at him and said that he should trust his many years of experience serving on the 5th line of defense. He should answer if there was a way to protect this place. The young man listened to him attentively. The young lord added that if he said that there was no hope, then he, Roman Dmitri, as the one responsible for the reserve army, would order all soldiers to retreat. The guy raised his head and said that he would be honest. Their military situation had already deteriorated significantly. Retreating would be the right decision, but then they would give the enemy an advantageous position. He presented a map. If the kingdom of Hector occupied one of the 5 lines of defense, he would have a route at his disposal along which provisions could be delivered, and in this case the war would drag on for a long time. They exchanged glances. Then there was only one way left. The brunette turned away and thought that it was necessary to use an iron fence to prevent the enemy from passing through the fortress gates, adding that from now on he would gain time to install it, and Stephen should immediately take the soldiers and prepare the fence. The young man looked at him in shock, having agreed to such a reckless plan with such ease. He raised his head and shouted that it was very dangerous. Even now the enemy continues to be on the territory of the fortress. If they do not isolate them, they will not be able to guarantee that they will survive at all. The young gentleman said that he understood his concerns. At that moment he was attacked from behind. The young man was very surprised by something. The brunette took a step to the side without turning. The opponent did not hit him, but he is not a fool who is ready to part with his life, knowingly considering the plan impossible. Then with one blow he cut the enemy in half. The soldier was very surprised, because he did it without even seeing the attack. The squad ran up and shouted to him. The young man turned and said that from this moment on, they had to ram their way to the fortress gates with the entire army and follow him. Everyone put their hands to their chests and obeyed without question, and Stephen continued to be in shock. There was not a drop of fear in them. Was such a strong relationship between a master and a subordinate really possible? After which the young master turned to the guy and said that he had been preparing, the war was beginning. The young man watched them, looked at the warriors' faces, and now he understood that their loyalty came from respect for the master. The entire squad headed forward. The main character killed opponents and wondered whether he, even with his fifth love for this country, should expose himself to danger for its sake. After all, war is a game where the weak have no choice but to sacrifice themselves. Now that the kingdom of Cairo has recognized his value, received special privileges. He looked ahead and thought that there are many ways to avoid war. The guy dodged the blows, but the circumstances were more complicated. The reality of a small state, from such nasty realities, the blood, on the contrary, only boiled in the veins. A copy was flying at him. Well, he was able to reflect each blow, right? The young man yearned for life at war. He was just happy. His loyal soldiers ran after them and shouted that they must follow the master. They also skillfully coped on the battlefield. They killed one enemy after another. Each step Roman inevitably led to death, reflected blows with their shields. When the young master killed 10, cut in half, the soldiers of the Hector rushed into battle, trusting each other. After which he began to kill harder, killed already 12. The soldiers realized that the enemy was stronger than they expected. His ball was dripping with blood, and when the number of brutally killed exceeded 50, the young man stood on a mountain of corpses. The faces of the enemy soldiers were distorted in horror. They looked at him in fear and said that this man was a monster. They had to run, they had to retreat. Their commander watched as people ran from there like rats. Baron McCleary thought, just recently, having rammed the fortress gates, they were confident of their victory. But at some point their forces began to push back. Could this really be that man? He saw a brunette running towards him. The young gentleman and the commander crossed eyes. The man was simply furious. He did not understand how the guy caught his gaze from such a distance. After which he continued to attack. The Baron looked at this and thought, was the young man really going to kill him alone? What arrogance. He raised his hand and ordered to kill the boy before he got even more furious. There was only one enemy, he had to be stopped. A crowd of knights began to attack. The young gentleman's eyes lit up. The enemy commander was too careless. He ran forward and thought that the strategy of lightning war, it can be learned by going through countless battles. As soon as the head of the enemy commander flies off his shoulders, the enemy line immediately begins to fall apart. He ran and cut off heads, one after another. No matter what, he must kill the commander. Roman continued to move forward rapidly. Soldiers attacked him one by one, everyone's roads. They thought that they would deal with him. Magic energy, the second formation, the guy was thrown aside. A huge crack in the ground appeared between him and the soldiers. People looked at this and did not understand what was happening. Yu, the boss, was also in shock, and the main character was heading straight for him. The man took his sword and said that he was a Hector Ram. He looked the guy in the eyes and said that he personally, but before he could even finish speaking, he lost his head, and the young man raised this head up. He showed everyone around and shouted that the warriors of the kingdom should listen to him. The guy raised his head and said that the enemy commander was dead. But if they spared the rest now, they would definitely become embittered and return again. Even if they had to shed their blood, they had to put their lives on the line and punish their enemies. Everyone listened to him attentively. Henry watched all this in shock and did not understand what was happening. In the distance he saw a young gentleman. Now he understood why his uncle ordered to get closer to him by any means. Some time passed. Having lost their commander, the Hector soldiers scattered in all directions, and thanks to the courage of the young lord and soldiers, the fifth line of defense was protected. Chris stood in front of Roman and said, 30 people, besides him, there were no casualties. The whole squad looked at the commander. He said that this was an excellent job. Then he took a step forward and said to use the elixir to heal the wounds. Everyone heard. Stephen watched everything from the side and wondered if he really supplied all the soldiers with SRs. If you imagine a bottle, an elixir, this healing potion developed in the magic tower, it is known for its boss class price even for the lowest rank. If by the elixir hand, overwhelming force, reckless decisions, and generous attitude to soldiers. Standing aside and thinking that the trust between the young master and the soldiers is not just a formality, if such a person says to jump into a fiery pit, everyone will believe and obey. Then Roman turned to the guy and told him to tidy himself up after the battle and prepare for the second wave of attack. Then he came closer and said that he needed a soldier who was well aware of the topography of the southern front. The guy asked if the young lord was really going to leave immediately. The brunette looked at him and said that everything is right, the war is not over yet. After some time, a young guy came up. He is a local here, he can be used as a guide. The guy introduced himself, his name is Kabu. Then the young gentleman came up to the table and said that this was a map of the southern front, asked what was the shortest route to the rear. The boy suggested one of them. The guy put his hand on the table and said, as far as he knew, this route would take 5 hours. They needed the shortest route that would take no more than 2 hours, the boy thought. Suddenly it dawned on him that the young lord could not have known that the mountain path would take 2.5 hours. He looked at him. The young man was surprised. This was not just an assumption. The guy had studied the topography of the southern front to some extent. He said that he did not know that the young lord was so familiar with the area. Then he thought, why then was he chosen as a guide? The brunette raised his head and said that when Stephen received his assignment, he most likely decided that he was not familiar with the southern front at all. Then he took a step forward and explained that he had studied the basics in case of an emergency, but did not understand everything thoroughly, so his help would be needed as a local. The boy was surprised. Roman was different from the aristocrats who came to the southern front for a carefree army life. With his help, the southern front will have hope. The young gentleman went outside. Only 10 minutes passed. The meeting did not take long. The captain of the knights turned and said that he had finished preparations. The young man was distracted by something. A guy approached them. He asked what he was doing here. The young aristocrat was a little scared. Henry stood in front of Roman. Roman repeated his question. The guy lowered his head. If he said that for the sake of rapprochement, he would immediately drive him away, so he said that first of all, he apologizes for his past mistakes. He bowed his head and said that it would sound shameless, but he wanted to follow them and help. As an aristocrat of the kingdom of Cairo, he cannot stand aside, he can only order. The young lord looked at him and said that to follow him or not is his will, but he must first clarify one thing. He lowered his eyes and asked if suddenly this man wanted to interfere with his plan, he would abandon him without hesitation. The lawyer was scared. The group ran through the forest. At the head of them was a guide, and the young aristocrat ran behind, constantly lagging behind. Suddenly, something surprised the boy. He stopped. In front of them lay a soldier dying. It was a soldier in the southern barracks. Having seated him on a tree, the guy asked what happened. He answered that the southern barracks was attacked. Then he lowered his head and began to ask for help. The young gentleman stood up and wondered if they had attacked not the front line, but the southern barracks of Chalu. Apparently the soldiers had fled, having managed to get to this place. Everything was on fire. There was a high probability that the attack had happened no more than half an hour ago. Then it turned out that the kingdom of Hector had attacked 5 defensive lines. He presented a map, at the same time using the rapid response army. Suddenly it dawned on him, could it be that? Then he decided that he first needed to get to the southern barracks. The man held his sword tightly. 2 opponents stood in front of him and discussed whether it was worth leaving him, and without this the soldier would not last long. Maybe it was time to surrender, then they would kill him painlessly. But the one-armed coach stood and shouted for them to go to hell. He put his sword forward and asked if they really thought that he would die here alone. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would definitely take one of them with him. It was worth the risk of attacking. Then he looked at his hand. Damn, if only his right hand was still there. The man gritted his teeth and thought, I wonder what happened to Mr. Roman. He imagined the young man, the only one on the southern front who never let his guard down for a second. Even though he heard that he was assigned to the 5th line of defense, he thought the young master had done something. He imagined the eyes of the young lord. Then he tensed up. What a guy, on the threshold of death he was remembering this guy. This means that he still can't part with the battlefield. The wall behind the nicknames began to renounce. Then an explosion thundered. Stones flew in different directions. They turned around and did not understand what was happening. Had Cairo already sent cover troops? The young man put his foot on the stone. The soldiers looked at him and asked who he was. Reinforcements? How did he know where to come? Then one looked more closely and realized that this man was Roman Dmitri. The young man looked at the coach and was surprised that he was still alive. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was going on. The blonde shouted that they needed to destroy the enemies and save the survivors right away. The soldiers ran forward, but they were met by the young master's warriors, and the brunette himself was there too. An order was given to attack him. Literally in an instant, he pierced each of them with his magic. These are worth taking alive. He raised his hand, and energy emanated from 2 fingers. The guy looked at the paralyzed soldiers, pressed on the points. Even if they woke up, they would not be able to move for some time. Their comrade ran back and shouted that they needed to report to the top as soon as possible. The man grabbed him by the collar. Then he threw him to the ground and began to strangle him. He said that he would definitely kill at least one. He was suffocating, his eyes were red, and after some time he was dead. The man fell to the ground without strength. The young lord came up and said that McBurney had done a good job, The rest should be entrusted to him, and he himself could rest for now. The coach relaxed and thanked him. After some time, Roman and Chris were standing in the tunnel. The blonde said that they had dealt with 12 soldiers of the Hector kingdom, saved 5 survivors, also according to the survivors' testimony. He came closer and said that the Viscount was wounded during the battle with the Hector soldiers and fled to the mountains. The young man exhaled and thought that the main forces of the kingdom attacked the southern barracks and moved somewhere further. The number of troops, at least several hundred soldiers, asked what about the Hector soldiers. The man came closer and replied that everyone was locked in one building. The young lord ordered from now on not to let anyone inside until he allowed it. This is an order. The door opened slightly. The kingdom certainly had a reason to use the tactic of a deceptive maneuver. The young man went in there with burning eyes. He needed to find out everything. Inside sat tied soldiers. Starting from this moment, the young general gives them 3 minutes. He came closer and explained that if they answered his question correctly, he would kill them painlessly. Otherwise, they would suffer terrible torments until the very last moments of their lives. In response to this, the men began to shout to just kill them, do it quickly. Roman looked at them and asked the first question, "What is the purpose of the kingdom?" One of the soldiers smiled and sent him to hell. Then the young man asked the second question, "What are they doing in the south barracks?" He again asked to just kill him. The young gentleman said that the 3 minutes were up. He touched his shoulder. The man began to scream, spitting blood. Roman raised his hand and said that they call it the method of separating tissue and squeezing bones. You will feel the pain of twisting muscles and bones throughout the body. This way you can meet a very slow and painful death. I am sure they should have been prepared for torture, but they definitely experienced something like this for the first time. The rest looked at this in shock. One of them even dared to shout that this would not change anything. Even if the guy heard the plan for the kingdom of Hector from them, it was too late to stop them. The young man with wild eyes leaned over and said that this was exactly the answer he was waiting for. Then he stood up and added with burning eyes that from the very beginning he did not expect to hear the truth from them. He just wanted to see how he would react. It seems he was right. Their true goal is in the rear. The soldier did not understand what was happening. Then the guy pressed on his forehead and said that it was time to die. And the barn was heard screams. The young lord came out of there and thought that the simultaneous attack on several points of the southern front was a distraction. If suddenly their plans are successful, it can be considered that the southern front has already fallen. He walked forward and thought. Then he introduced the prince to the kingdom of Hector. Roman went to the trainer's bed and asked him to tell what happened to the southern barracks in more detail. The man lowered his head and said that 2 hours ago the kingdom of Hector attacked. He remembered the attack, how he usually prepared for horse riding training, how suddenly the soldiers of the kingdom appeared and attacked them, quickly gathering warriors. They fought back, but because of too great a difference in strength, they were simply cut out, and he still does not know if the barracks commander is alive. He introduced him, giving orders. Then the guy came closer and asked if there was something special in the appearance of the enemy. The trainer replied that they were lightly armed, and the face of the man who seemed to be the commander was covered in scars. The young man folded his arms and thought, a face covered in scars and lightly armed. He lowered his head and said that it must be a squad of rangers. The man looked at him in surprise. Then the young gentleman introduced the squad and explained that he had heard that the leader of the squad valued the scars on his face, received in countless battles, no less than orders and medals. The man turned and said that he did not understand why they attacked the southern barracks. Then he added that if they had planned an advantageous hill, wouldn't it be better to use this advantage and destroy the front line? He presented a map. They were not aiming at the front, but at the rear, so they attacked the southern barracks. The young lord leaned on the wall and added, since the southern barracks are located on the way to the rear, there was nothing left but to attack. The coach looked and asked the guy what he wanted to say, and he replied that the Hector kingdom was currently using a deceptive maneuver. He lowered his eyes and added that the attack on the defense line was just a distraction. Their true target was located in the rear. Roman came closer and explained that this was a teleportation gate. The coach was very surprised. The teleportation gate is a magical solution to compressing space. Since the gate allows you to cover a huge distance at a time, capturing them during the battle has become an important strategic move. As a result, this not only leaves the enemy without reinforcements, but will also pave the way for a counterattack if you set new coordinates for the captured gate. He introduced the core. For some reason, in case of a counterattack, a self-exploding device is installed in the teleportation gate. After which the young man turned around and said that in this war, the Hector kingdom was full of firm confidence in its decisions, a win-win strategy that would definitely lead to victory if successfully implemented, and this strategy was to conquer the teleportation gate. The man began to shout that then we must immediately go to help the rear, but the boy folded his arms and said no, asked if he had received a request for help in rear. The coach clutched the blanket and said really. The young man presented a map. The kingdom's ranger squad had left the southern barracks an hour and a half ago. Now the teleportation gate should have already been conquered. The enemies were present, they were now both on the defensive line. He presented the Rangers, and in their rear. He also said that the entire fighting force of the Southern Front, including them, was completely isolated. The young master looked down and said, from now on they would have to survive on their own, without help from the kingdom. Meanwhile, the state border of the Hector kingdom, a subordinate approached the prince and said that he was reporting he received a message that the soldiers had overcome the southern barracks and were now almost at the rear position. The prince stood at the teleport, repelling an attack on the defensive line. The Cairo kingdom was completely unable to figure out their strategy. The soldier knelt down. The guy looked away and said that it was too early to relax. He approached the portal, talking about an attack on defense. In those places where the enemy was not going to surrender, time would inevitably drag on. He also said that their goal was to destroy not the fortress wall right before their eyes. He imagined his hand hovering over the fortress. If the strategy succeeded, they would be able to take over the entire southern front in the only way. The young man looked ahead and thought that the key to the success of the strategy was security. They had been studying the structure of the southern front border for about a year, introducing a detachment of rangers into it. If they had put all their efforts into the attack from the very beginning, they would have been able to crush everything in just 4 hours. He stood in front of his subordinate and thought that at the moment the most important thing for them was the existence of teleportation. There were the same ones behind him. The principal looked to the side. In case of the worst outcome, it is necessary to be ready to destroy these gates. If the plan fails, it will be necessary to destroy the teleportation gates and switch to the background. The soldier listened to him and thought that this was a terribly rational judgment. It is not for nothing that the prince is called the star of the kingdom of Hector. The teleport was activated behind the young man. The existence of this man will revive the kingdom again. The man killed the soldier. From this moment the battle with time begins. He looked at the allies. Before the enemy revealed the plan, we must hurry, we must successfully restore communication. A year before this, the prince sat at the table and told Jackson that they no longer had the strength to hold on further. The more pressing the interest of the gold bank is, if next year there is another crop failure, the state treasury will lose its last savings. He looked at the man and said that therefore he wanted to make him an offer. He extended his hand and asked how he felt about trying to conquer the southern front of the Cairo kingdom with him. After which Hector spread a rumor that the prolonged crop failure was a curse from God, in a situation where the country could collapse at any moment. Edwin, nicknamed the best genius in the history of the kingdom, became a hero, like fate, born in troubled times. The man looked at the prince. So during the year, the Hector kingdom penetrated the territory of the southern front 48 times, and using spies, dug a tunnel to the rear. Secretly penetrating through the finished tunnel, a squad of rangers was able to seize the teleportation gate. Their leader showed that they must move quietly. One of the rangers sat on the floor and said that the connection was successfully established. Everything around began to shine. Everyone began to greet Prince Edwin, who was walking along the corridor. The boy turned and addressed one of his subjects. He entrusted him with the 1st Division. It is necessary to deal with the remnants of the defeated army of the rear, and firmly strengthen the defense in case the kingdom of Cairo sends reinforcements. He listened and obeyed. Then the leader of the rangers knelt down. The principal looked at him and said that the connection with the Baron in charge of the 5th line of defense was lost. It is necessary to find out everything about it. The man lowered his eyes and said that while they are figuring out what happened, but this is the 5th line of defense, there is no reason to worry. He introduced the Baron, their squad. It is known as the most problematic on the entire southern front. It was decided that a small squad would be enough to crush it. After which the young man raised his head and said that he remembers telling them that they should not attack, but rashly, no matter what the situation. No. The man agreed. The young prince clenched his fist and said that when the plan was completed, the ram would receive a separate punishment, regardless of achievements. He lowered his head. He did not notice that despite the detailed plan, 2 variables were still formed in it. Meanwhile, the 1st line of defense, people walked around the fortress and shouted that they needed to repair the wall before the enemies attacked again. A soldier came up and turned to the commander. The man turned around. A message came from the South Barracks. He was surprised. Count Donald approached the communication device. Roman introduced himself and said that he was from the reserve troops of the 5th line of defense. The man asked what made him contact him in the current situation. The young man looked at him and said that he would get straight to the point. It seemed that the Hector kingdom had used a feint, capturing the teleportation gate located in the rear. Before the Hector kingdom surrounded them from all sides, they should abandon the fortress and take refuge in the mountains, ordering all the remaining forces in the south to gather there as well. The man listened to him. The mountainous landscape of the south is so complicated. Is the guy really just saying this as advice? While the guy was trying to convey the information to him, he waved his hand and said that they would figure it out themselves. That was all. And he simply hung up. The young lord turned around and thought as he left, since this had happened, he should abandon all the remaining lines of defense except for the 5th. He walked up to his soldiers and ordered them to pack their things. He frowned and added that they were heading to the mountains right now. The transmission reported that the base in the rear was not responding. The man began to bite his fingers. Damn it, were the guy's words really true? He grabbed his chin, thinking that even if the lands closest to the southern front promised to send reinforcements, the road there would take them at least half a month. Is there really no way? No. He lowered his head and thought that if the fortress holds out until reinforcements arrive, then they too will have a chance to win. 4 hours later, the troops stood on both sides of the fortress. How is this possible? They are completely isolated. The man was shocked but watched all this and thought that they occupied all the teleportation gates. Adding to the military power, the first line of defense was also blocked from all sides by Hector's soldiers. Everything around was in smoke, but no, he needed to calm down. The fortress walls were completely patched up. The soldiers were loading cannons on it. They also took apart materials for the defense of the fortress so as not to repeat the mistakes made in the first battle. There were people in armor at the edge. The man began to panic. They would be able to hold out. Everyone needed to prepare for the attack. He looked down. The soldiers of the first line of defense must listen to him. The kingdom of Hector recaptured their teleportation gate. They listened to him attentively. Because of this, they were surrounded on all sides. It was impossible to hope that help from the kingdom would arrive at any moment. The man continued to shout. However, as in the first battle, they had to trust him, and then they would definitely survive. The knights began to turn around and discuss what that sound was in the background. The count also turned and asked what was going on there. People began to shout that there was a flash. A huge cannon stood next to the fortress. A seal suddenly appeared on it, after which a fiery projectile was launched. Explosions began to thunder. The fortress was under attack. Burning people ran everywhere. The count did not understand what to do. At that moment, Donald remembered the words of the young man. Until the kingdom of Hector surrounded from all sides, they must abandon the fortress and hide in the mountains, ordering all the remaining forces of the south to gather there. The man was desperate. The boy was right. The bastard. Another shell flew in. They attacked from behind. And now the count's head was already in their hands. The prince went forward. Thanks to the fact that they suppressed the main line with a flash, the fortress was taken without major losses. If this continues, they will be able to capture the entire southern front very soon. The guy turned and said that time was on their side. He looked at the captured soldiers. They need to arrest all the surrendered soldiers, lock them in one place so that no new surprises arise. They will need a lot of weapons to usefully negotiate with the kingdom of Kaifro. He also added that depending on the situation, they need to use the hostages as a pretext for a deal. The ranger captain said that he understood everything. The prince frowned. The plan was perfect, but where did this anxiety come from? What the hell was he missing? He looked ahead, his cloak fluttering in the wind. One of his subordinates ran up from behind and shouted that things were bad. He introduced himself and said that they had reported that the Baron had died on the battlefield, and that was why the connection had been broken. The heir to the throne turned and asked who had passed on this information. If he was alive, he should be brought there. The young fighter sat and said that he was sure at first. He lowered his eyes. The fifth line of defense looked like it was completely unprepared for war. There were several survivors in the room. As soon as the battle began, they successfully rammed the gate, and the Baron ordered to destroy the fortress. Then he grabbed his head and began to say that was when that monster appeared. The guy asked again what kind of monster he was talking about. The soldier introduced the young gentleman. His power was so great that you can't even believe your eyes. The monster single-handedly dealt with many of his comrades. He only had to blink a couple of times, as dozens of soldiers immediately fell from his blade. His eyes were burning. Even the aura swordsman fell from one of his blows, saying goodbye to their lives in the blink of an eye. The young man said in horror that the mere presence of this monster turned the entire battle into nothing. In principle, he asked again, but the soldier could no longer answer anything. Turned around and thought that he heard that the youngest ranker got to the southern front by distribution. Walked and thought this year they had conducted ideal training. But an unexpected variable appeared, Roman Dmitri. They moved along the corridor. The prince ordered to report the situation. Jackson replied that they checked the fifth line of defense, but did not find Cairo's soldiers. Then he came closer and said that it looks like they ran away to the mountains. If he orders, the rangers will immediately form a detachment for pursuit. The guy raised his hand and said that no, the situation has already deviated. They captured the southern front. It is time to begin negotiations with the kingdom of Cairo. Meanwhile, the royal castle of Cairo. The king asked when the guests will arrive. The servant replied that he asks for forgiveness, one way or another. The news is sudden. Everyone will need a lot of time. He slammed his fist on the table. He presented the council. The king cannot make a decision alone. The army can only be moved with the consent of the aristocrats who have powerful authority. He sat at the table and thought. Then he raised his head. Voices were heard in the corridor. The aristocrats entered the room and said that they were a little late. The carriage broke down on the way here. Then the remaining two entered. Everyone gathered at the table. By the way, is it true that the kingdom of Hector attacked the southern front? The king lowered his head and said that the kingdom of Hector crossed the state border and unexpectedly attacked the defensive fortresses. If this continues, the southern front will be in great danger. The old man looked away and said that it will be enough to send soldiers there right now, right? The guy raised his head and thought that he was impudent, replied that then it is necessary to consider this consent and immediately send troops to the southern front. After which they were reported that the teleportation gate was captured. This news did not please anyone. If you imagine a map, the territory of each of them, ultimately the system of governance, divided into 4 factions, only exacerbated the problem. The king slammed his fist on the table and shouted how they planned to fix this situation. He jumped up and shouted that if they had given in and allowed at least the king to make the decision alone, the southern front would never have been in such danger. Then he pointed his finger at them and said that what happened was entirely on their conscience. A knight ran into the room and shouted that the kingdom of Hector had contacted them with a magical transmission. The prince said that they were demanding retribution for the war. He looked at the king and explained that they were demanding an assessment of the cost of the southern front and compensation for it in gold. The old man was shocked. Did they really think they had the right to make such a statement, cutting the war without a reason, impudent bandits? But the young man turned away and said that he was giving only 3 days. If by that time their demands were not met, the southern front would be annexed to the Hector's domain. Then he frowned and explained with wild eyes that if it seemed that they were stalling for time under the guise of consent, none of the hostages of the southern front would be able to return alive. After that, they disconnected the connection, and the young man remembered his country, poor and hungry, the protracted crop failure and tempted the treasury of the kingdom, and the interest from the gold bank was also accumulating. He folded his hands and thought that for the sake of the suffering people, he was ready to become not the star of the Hector, but the most cruel demon in history. His eyes were filled with horror. To save his people, the prince was ready for anything. The king lowered his head and said that from the moment the teleportation gate fell into the hands of the enemy, they were left without a choice. He squeezed the tablecloth. Paying the compensation demanded by the kingdom of Hector, they would at least reduce the losses. The old man said that if he did so, they would definitely ask for a huge amount. He broke down and began to shout, do they have a choice? Well, they can offer another option. But everyone lowered their eyes. They remained silent. No one had any arguments. The king gritted his teeth. It wasn't even funny. They had recently been at each other's throats, dividing power in this tiny country, and when faced with a real threat, they immediately dropped their hands. He calmed down, sat down and said that it was decided then, they would accept the conditions of the kingdom of Hector. At that moment, Count Gregory intervened and said that he was against it. The king was furious. The man raised his head and explained that there was Roman at the southern front. He looked away, introduced the young man. According to the report he had just received, he had won the 5th line of defense, if only they could change the current state of the war. He raised his head and said that they had a serious chance of winning. Daniel was surprised and said that he recognized that the young man was an outstanding swordsman. He lowered his eyes and said that the star swordsman, who had barely reached adulthood, was a blessing for the kingdom of Cairo, but he would not be able to influence the course of the war alone. Benedict turned and said that it is true, the guy is the future of the kingdom of Cairo. Then to use a dubious adventure, having lost a talented person in a foreign land, it is better to minimize the losses of the kingdom in the first place. Gregory turned away and thought that as expected, not everyone suspects the true strength of the young man. He himself was able to get the information only because he belongs to the faction of the close associates of Valhalla. He remembered how the priests handed him the scroll. Also the guy's face, his skills and abilities are superior to the 4-star swordsman. The young man is the only variable that can defeat the enemy. He read the letter with the report. He does not need to share this information with others. Then the man raised his hand and said that if everyone thinks so, he will not insist on his own either. He raised 3 fingers, only 3 days. He was a little embarrassed. How about waiting 3 days? If during this time there is no change, then the kingdom of Hector will accept the offer. The king looked at him and said that they will do so. He raised his head. From this moment the kingdom of Cairo will begin to prepare for 2 outcomes, for war with the kingdom of Hector and for reconciliation. Henry looked down in horror. The first line of defense, everything was on fire, everything was over, this was a complete defeat. He turned around and shouted that we must retreat behind the mountains now. The hero of the war, he did not need any honors. He turned around and ordered his soldiers to move alive. They ran through the forest. The guy was only thinking about the fact that it was better to survive first, and then he could see. Suddenly, he heard some movement in the bushes. A man with burning eyes jumped out at him. He put his sword to his throat. It was a blonde man. He would have ordered him to quietly explore behind him. They went further into the forest at a calm pace. The guy looked at the commander and wondered what the knight Roman was doing here. Weren't they heading to the rear? Branches hit him in the face. I wonder what they forgot in the middle of the damned mountain. Suddenly, something surprised him. There was a camp. It was unclear when these guys managed to set it up in the middle of the forest. Chris came up from behind and said that the gentleman thought that the base in the rear had already fallen. This was his secret camp for emergencies. Henry started shouting, if the base in the rear had already fallen, they needed to run. Why did they have to set up a camp in this place? The blonde with glowing eyes replied that the war was not over yet. He came closer and said that they stayed here to protect allies like them and to fight the enemies climbing the mountains. If the guy was a man of the kingdom of Hector, they would have already lost their lives. The commander looked at the guy very frighteningly. He was scared and thought that the man was a monster. The only question was, how did the Dmitri family manage to get hold of such monsters? Then he raised his head and asked where Mr. Roman was now. He had not been seen for a long time. The blonde looked at him and replied that the gentleman was now personally dealing with the enemies on the front lines. The young man clenched his fist. That's how it is, their commander is a real monster. People ran screaming through the forest. One after another they died, fighting each other. Adjutant of the first line of defense Brandt fought and thought at least those who remained should survive. Donald is a bad commander. The battle continued. Knights died because their commander was hasty in making decisions. The soldiers of the first line of defense are doomed to death. Suddenly he was thrown aside. The guy landed on the ground. He opened his eyes and the enemy was already standing on him. Was this the end? But a moment later the man's face twisted. It was Roman who came to the rescue. Everyone around started shouting that they had to kill him. It was the enemy. The young gentleman made several moves, capturing all the enemies on the battlefield. The young man raised his head and thought that he was in hell. He looked at the brunette and thought who the hell he was. After which the young gentleman turned around and introduced himself, the reserve squad of the 5th line of defense, Roman Dmitri. Brandt was surprised. Was this really the same man who advised them to retreat? He did not run away, but came to save them. Then he stood up and said that the first line of defense was already broken. The kingdom of Hector moved towards the second line of defense. It is worth expecting that it will not hold out for long. The young man turned around and asked if the soldier was offering to surrender. He was scared and replied that he admits that the gentleman is a strong swordsman. Well, this is a war between kingdoms. It is impossible to resist the kingdom of Hector alone. The young man lowered his head. A great famine, a sudden attack, a war. The kingdom's actions do not correspond to its current situation. He lowered his head and thought in that case, their intentions. The young gentleman moved forward and said that Hector was going to capture the southern front with one blow, because the kingdom did not have the strength to wage a long war. The soldier asked what the young man wanted to say. He introduced the heads of the kingdom, a map, Hector's goal, to eliminate the crisis in his country with the help of war. Only by conquering the entire southern front, they will convince the royal power of Cairo to resort to cooperation. He continued to move forward and thought that if this is so, then one can understand the prince's actions. The guy smiled. They are now taking a big risk, putting the fate of the entire country at stake. The second line of defense of the southern front. Jackson pointed forward and ordered to shoot. There was an explosion. The fire spread. Edwin looked at the fortress. He thought that the death of the Baron was not in his plans. He looked ahead and thought that the 5th line of defense was the weakest on the entire southern front. The prince thought that if the testimony of the defeated soldiers was true, and the power of Roman was beyond imagination. He frowned and wondered if his strength was enough to withstand the entire army of the kingdom of Hector. Although he would have to suffer with him, he would not bring fatal changes. The red-haired frowned and thought that his kingdom was not so weak that just one man could knock the ground out from under their feet. A soldier ran up and shouted that they were in trouble. They lost contact with the first company sent to deal with the remnants of the enemy army. The guy frowned and said that this was not all. Edwin looked at him in shock when he said that neither the second nor the third company was in contact. He thought that the bad feeling that had been lingering in his mind all this time was because of Roman. The prince asked Jackson to report the situation. The soldier bowed and said that immediately after the first line of defense had fallen, the 3rd Battalion had been ordered to deal with the remnants of the enemy army. But about an hour ago, communication with the companies that belonged to the 3rd Battalion had been cut off. He looked ahead and said that they were most likely killed. The prince frowned and asked what the estimated casualties were. He replied that there were about 300 people. The red-haired man looked down and thought that his worries had become reality. He was sure that this was the work of Roman. He pursed his lip and thought that he had not fled behind the mountains at all, but had remained on the southern front, choosing the path of resistance. Jackson looked at the ruler when he said that if Roman was ignored now, he would cause even more trouble later. The brunette knelt down and said that he was just a minor deviation. If they followed his lead and failed in the assault, they could not guarantee the success of his plan. He looked ahead and said that now it was important not to catch the rat of the Dmitri family, but to destroy the remaining defensive fortresses. The prince said that now it was important to deal with the rat that had ruined the plan. His pupils narrowed and he said that they needed to withdraw the soldiers from the second line of defense right away. Jackson sweated. He agreed and wondered why he was so fixated on him. The squad moved forward. The commander said that according to reports he was hiding on this mountain. Edwin looked ahead. He had dedicated the last year to developing the plan. He could instinctively sense that Roman was a dangerous element. The prince looked at the soldiers and said that he understood what they were thinking now. Everyone looked at him when he said that as a military leader, he always had to be prepared for the worst outcome. The soldier frowned when he said that the remaining unconquered lines were the least of the evils. Edwin said that the worst thing was the existence of Roman Dmitri, who had caused unforeseen changes. Jackson nodded his head when he thought that Prince Hector always had ironclad logic in his decisions. All that was left was to trust him. The soldiers stood at attention and shouted that they were ready to carry out the commander's orders. The red-haired man looked ahead and said that now was the time to hunt rats. The mountain ranges to the south were wide. A torch was burning. Rushing thoughtlessly to search could lead to missing the enemy, so it was decided to place the army at the foot of the mountain, gradually surrounding it from all sides. 2nd Battalion, 3rd Company. The soldier looked to the side and said that as soon as they spotted the enemy, immediately blow the whistle. He said that if they slowly drove the enemy into a dead end, they could deal with everyone without great losses. The young man's face distorted. The commander looked to the left and asked what was going on. The subordinate replied that there was no change. His eyes widened. He was gone. The commander looked to the right and asked what was going on. They replied that there was no change. He looked to the side. There was no one around. His pupils narrowed. The man took out a whistle. A hero appeared behind him. He broke his neck. The commander fell. Roman looked to the side and thought that the Hector kingdom was more determined than he expected. He planned to make the most of it while they were attacking the defensive lines. But they were so fired up by the idea of eliminating him that they even abandoned the second line of defense. He thought that their commander was definitely not mediocre. Someone shouted that an enemy had appeared. They needed to check their comrades nearby. The hero killed another soldier. The guy looked to the side and said that they should gather together, blocking the retreat route. Roman killed him. He smiled and thought that he hadn't felt this way for a long time. The 12 sons of the heavenly demon, who rose from the bottom, were forced to constantly prove their abilities just because they were the offspring of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon looked down and told Jung-hyuk that from now on, he would live as a dark demon for a year. His first mission was to hunt down and exterminate the low-ranking followers who ran away after causing trouble in the demon sect. He successfully dealt with all of them in 3 days. However, the missions became more and more difficult each time, even to the point where it was impossible to win in a direct duel. Therefore, the hero had to look for other ways. In the storage of the demon sect, he found the Dark King's combat technique. The Dark King was once a petty thief. He mastered the way to use darkness on his own, after which he achieved unprecedented power and became famous as a great robber. Although he met a terrible end because he coveted the heavenly demon's vault, he still managed to make his mark on the history of his world. Jung-hyuk learned all the methods of the Dark King and carried out the mission without hesitation. A year passed. The hero killed 38 famous masters, was called the ghostly shadow of the demon sect. The Dark King's martial art was the very embodiment of darkness. Someone shouted where the hell he was. The knight clutched his sword and said that they would take the front position. The Aura Knight Order shouted for everyone to retreat. The hero frowned and thought that he would make them regret setting foot on the mountain covered in darkness. He approached the company commander. Someone shouted that the first company commander was dead. The guy cried and thought what the hell was going on. He needed to report this immediately. He opened the communication device and told the commander that there was a ghost and soon they would all die. The hero appeared behind him, the guy asking for help. Edwin frowned. He brought the communication device closer and told him to concentrate. The enemy was just using the darkness. Thompson shouted that no matter how much he checked, he could not see the enemy. He looked ahead and said that the soldiers were dying one after another, but he could not calculate where and how the enemy would attack. The man frowned and said that it was impossible to resist a formless ghost. The redhead frowned and thought that Thompson was an aura swordsman. He thought that an aura swordsman, whose senses were many times stronger than an ordinary soldier, could not detect even traces of his presence. It was simply impossible. The prince clenched his jaw and thought how likely it was that this was magic. He thought that invisibility magic, making the body transparent, or magic like concealment, of course existed, but magic initially took a long time to recover and it could not be used for a long time. Edwin said not to let the darkness blind him. He was heading towards them now. Thompson clenched his teeth and thought that there was no point in cowardice. The allies were spread out around the area. They only needed to hold out for a little while and they would be able to completely surround this area. They needed to hold out until the prince arrived. He looked to the side and told the soldiers of the first company to listen. The enemy was now targeting their lives. They needed to form a defensive line or repel the enemy's attacks. He put away the communication device. He clenched his sword and mentally told the enemy to attack. The man looked to the side and thought that he was here. He made a strike. Thompson looked up. On his sword was his soldier. He thought that the enemy was using an ally as bait. Roman appeared behind him and said that no matter how much he hunted enemies in the dark, they all thought the same. The captain waved his sword and said, "Stop hiding like a coward, let him show himself." He looked ahead. Roman came out of the shadows and said that it was a huge mistake to think that you can win by finding an enemy you couldn't see. He asked why everyone made that mistake. The hero looked ahead and asked, did he really think that if he just found him, he could defeat him so easily? Thompson rushed forward and thought that he would have to snatch victory. Their swords crossed. The brunette hit his opponent. The captain was bleeding. He fell to the ground. The man screamed to run here, the enemy is here. Roman said that it was useless. He said that he blocked the sounds with mana. His voice would not reach the soldier's ears. He plunged his sword into the soldier. The guy made another strike. He looked down. Thompson was lying on the ground. Roman took the device from his pocket. He turned it on and asked if they could hear him. He said that he knew what they were thinking at that moment. That now, when the inhabitants of the country were dying from an unprecedented famine, the question was why their kingdom risked their lives to attack the southern front, from which there was nothing to gain. The hero looked down and said that there was only one correct answer to solve the country's problem with war. He looked down and said that he was sure that they were going to shake a huge amount of money out of their kingdom, using the southern front as a hostage. The miscalculation was that he knew about this plan. He said that they did not have time. With such a shortage of provisions, they would not last even 3 months. He would interfere with their plan until the very end. Roman thought that his goal had been achieved. They could no longer ignore his existence. The voice from the device asked if he was Roman Dmitri. The hero smiled and thought that he had appeared. Edwin frowned and said that he would not deny what he said. The Hector kingdom was experiencing a severe famine and they could no longer borrow money from outside. He said that in order to free themselves from the shackles of endless debts, they had only to make this decision. The hero asked if he was asking him to understand his situation. He said no. The prince frowned and said that this was to explain how desperate they were. The fate of their kingdom depended on this war. He said that he was right in noting that they had no time, but this did not mean that they could retreat, even if they had to go under the corpses of their fallen comrades. Edwin said to tell the royal family of Cairo, if suddenly they failed to get anything, then they would spray the corpse poison of the necromancers everywhere and turn this place into a land of death. He frowned and said that his name was Edwin Hector. As the prince of the kingdom, he was ready to do anything to save his people. Roman looked at the device when he asked him what his choice would be. The prince asked if he would go with the kingdom that was driven to the edge of a cliff or would he agree to cooperate. The hero looked at the device when he was told that the life of the Cairo kingdom depended on his choice. Roman thought that he had often come across his name while studying the southern front. He remembered that unlike his useless father, he, thanks to his outstanding abilities, took the place of the central core of the kingdom, received recognition both at home and abroad. He thought that he was the one entrusted with the command in this war. The guy frowned and thought that he could not help but recognize his abilities, but he did not dare to threaten him. He stabbed the sword into the soldier. Edwin frowned and asked what he was doing. The hero held the sword and said that his sword had just pierced his thigh. The prince said that it was better to kill, even if it was an enemy. Why resort to torture? The brunette looked down and said that this was a very touching reaction. He did not care at all about the circumstances of the Hector kingdom. He was hurting the captain. The hero said that the war had already begun and that they were the ones who had crossed the line first. They had no right to ask him to show humanity. Edwin frowned when he said that he would do what he thought was right. Roman pulled out his sword and said that they should try not to get caught by him. He would not leave a single one alive, and even if they decided to run away, raising a white flag. He thrust the sword again and said that he would follow them to the last and stab them in the back. The brunette frowned and said his name. He smiled and said that if he chose desperate resistance, they would meet soon. The prince frowned. He thought that Roman Dmitri was more dangerous than he had assumed. Jackson entered the tent and asked what he planned to do. The prince said to immediately mobilize all military forces, create a tight encirclement around the place where the signal came from. He frowned and said that in the name of revenge for Thompson, who died in agony, he would personally cut Roman Dmitri into pieces. Edwin said that even if an ally was defeated, let all the soldiers from other areas climb the mountain together and block the enemy's escape route. Roman placed a stick in the ground and said that their eyes would hardly be able to see anything right now. He looked ahead and said that it was an insignificant grain by human standards, but every stone and leaf of a tree contains natural mana. He looked at the knights and said that if this mana was artificially redirected, it would distort space. Chris looked at him in shock when he said that the enemy would feel as if all 5 of his senses were blocked. He just remembered that he was right in front of his eyes. Suddenly, as if for someone's amusement, Roman Dmitri hid his existence. He said that this technique was called formation. The soldier frowned and said to sacrifice his flesh to obtain the bones of the enemy. Chris killed him with 1 blow. He smiled and thought that as the Lord said, the Hector soldiers did not notice their presence. Is this information? The knight looked to the side and said to attack the enemies. The soldiers began to fight and did not understand where they came from. After the duel of warriors, Chris was reborn as a completely different person. In order to become stronger, he worked tirelessly in joint training with Roman. Just one short delay could prevent him from fully absorbing Roman's teachings. Therefore, he stubbornly leaned on training even if he fell dead after it. As a result, the swordsmanship of one of the 10 strongest masters standing on the top of Miram appeared in this world. Chris killed the enemies one after another. He stopped. The knight thought that by the order of the Lord, all the enemies were killed until more Hector soldiers ran here. He looked to the side and shouted to retreat. He thought that he needed to get to another point. At the same time, in another area, a battle was also unfolding. Someone was shouting that it was the enemy that needed to be stopped. Kevin looked ahead. His comrades had nicknamed him the monster that evolved the fastest. He thought that by taking his place next to the master, he had been observing how to deal with the enemy all this time, and he would pursue the values that the master aspired to. He smiled and thought that the master's methods were absolutely correct. At the same time, elsewhere, Vulcan completed the mission. Bucky smiled. The lightning attack of the army that was divided into 4 groups for each branch was carried out simultaneously, and the strategy was successful. The soldier frowned and said that there was definitely a magician in the Cairo camp. He knelt down and said that soldiers suddenly appeared from the empty darkness and attacked them. Jackson looked at the prince and said that it seemed like the enemy had set a trap. Edwin frowned and said that there was no magic that could teleport a large group of people. He said that it was only possible with a magic scroll, but the high circle scrolls were strictly controlled by the magic tower. It was unlikely that the southern front, which was on a tight budget, would have such luxury. The redhead frowned and said that in that case, there was still the possibility of a mage, but would there be a high-level mage in the south? He looked down and said that it couldn't be. Mages were even more valuable than aura swordsmen, and most of them were part of the neutral organization Magic Tower. The Magic Tower operates throughout the continent, and everyone who is naturally endowed with mana dreams of joining its ranks. The Magic Tower is a storehouse of knowledge, so there is no other path for a mage. Edwin frowned and thought that because of this, each country has only a small number of mages. This is not magic. If he goes personally, he will be able to figure out what kind of trick they are using. He thought that the soldiers are now dying for their kingdom. It is not time yet. He must wait until Roman Dmitri falls into his trap. Someone was pierced with a sword. The soldier coughed. He smiled and said that the hero was finally caught. He looked at him in shock. The light began to turn on. The sound spread through the forest. Someone shouted that it was Roman. He ran deeper into the forest. The soldiers shouted to surround him. Fragments of light scattered in all directions after the explosion of the artifact. They covered Roman's entire body like a firefly, giving away his location. The soldier held up a communication device and said that Roman Dmitri was heading north and had just changed direction in the opposite direction. He shouted to the second company that the rat was heading their way. The soldiers looked at him and said that they had to avenge the death of their comrades. The hero used the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. He knelt down and thought that his stamina was almost at its limit. The soldier lay on the ground and said, "Does he really think he can get out of here alive?" Thousands of soldiers surrounded this place. No matter how strong he was, he would still die at their hands. Roman smiled and asked, maybe he should have thought about why he personally jumped into this trap. The soldier coughed up blood and asked what he meant. The hero stood next to him and said that thousands of soldiers were flocking from everywhere to pursue him, pursuing the idea that they needed to hold him back by any means necessary. Even for 30 seconds, they were reckless enough to communicate here, stupidly risking their lives. He looked at him and asked if it wasn't fun. Now they couldn't act rationally like never before. He said that he wanted to see how far they could go. It was still a long time until dawn. The soldiers were lying dead. Jackson appeared behind him and told him to stop. The guy turned around and thought that he had light weapons and a face covered in scars. He realized that this was the commander of the Ranger squad, Jackson. The hero thought that his energy was at least 4 stars. Hector hid some information. The guys looked at each other and clashed in battle. Jackson frowned and said that he was finally caught. Even though Jackson is a 4-star swordsman, his name is not in Hector's ranking. Outside the kingdom, it was only known that he was the commander of the Rangers, but since his name did not appear in the rankings, no one could say for sure how strong he was. Energy emanated from the fighters. The blue-haired man frowned and thought that he did not even flinch from his attack. He thought that they underestimated Roman Dmitri. In the world he is known as a 3-star swordsman, but this is all a lie. Jackson thought that a level starting with 4 stars is already a disaster in itself. Now he understood why the soldiers suffered an inglorious defeat. They struck with swords. The guy clenched his teeth and thought that his opponent was strong. The hero emitted a glow. The opponent struck with swords again. Jackson thought that he was giving up ground. He admits that he is an outstanding warrior, but he has no chance to escape. The blue-haired man retreated. He took a whistle and whistled into it. The soldiers shouted that they need to surround Roman, help Commander Jackson. They surrounded the hero. The commander told him to surrender. The prince smiled and said that it was a funny offer. It seems they still do not understand the situation. There was some misunderstanding. A purple glow began to emanate from him. Roman said that, firstly, he could not be captured by some fragments. The military man looked at him in shock. The fragments fell to the ground. The hero clenched his fist and said that, secondly, he was sure that he could break through any encirclement. Even if he was pinned down from all sides, they would still. He disappeared and appeared behind the commander. Roman said that there was no way they could catch him. He went forward and said that if he was the commander of the Rangers and a talented warrior of the Hector kingdom, now here, it means that there was no one near Edwin Hector. Jackson turned around and thought that this could not be. There was no one behind him. He shouted to quickly follow him. The prince was in danger. Roman flew forward and thought that there was only one way to end the war with a small number of soldiers, that was to kill the enemy commander. He thought that if he read the direction of the mana of the communication device that Edwin Hector used, he could find out his location. Hector's camp at the foot of the mountain. The soldier turned around. The hero appeared behind them. He killed them both. He swung his sword and turned to the prince. He smiled. Roman looked at him in shock and thought that he had a different method of using mana. The prince called the Inferno spell. He shot at the brunette. He dodged. Edwin's eyes lit up and he asked where. He called the fetter spell. Roots appeared from the ground. Roman cut them off and said that such magic could not stop him. A warrior appeared from the side and shouted how dare he attack the prince. The warrior aimed a spell at him and said that his arrogance had crossed all boundaries. The brunette looked at him and thought that he had an unexpectedly powerful aura. Who is he? The man took the hood. He was the second in the ranking of the Hector kingdom, the captain of the royal guard. He took off the hood and said that Roman will not escape anymore. He turned around and thought that you were expected. The prince had originally prepared to catch him. Edwin looked at him and thought, no matter how much he struggled. The hero looked at the prince. He thought that he could not stand against the union of a fourth circle mage and a 5-star swordsman. He thought that this time he would take his life. Edwin called the wind blade spell. Butler swung his sword and told him to die. Roman frowned in shock. He was attacked from both sides. He clenched his teeth and reflected both attacks. The artifact glowed. A strong beam of light began to emanate from it. An explosion occurred. The hero was on one knee and thought that he expected that there would be a trap. Edwin looked at him as he thought, who would have thought that Prince Hector would be a mage and bring a 5-star swordsman under the guise of an ordinary soldier? He smiled and thought it was interesting. His eyes and thought that now, balancing on the edge between life and death, he finally felt alive. Butler frowned as he thought that he was at a level that could withstand their joint attack with the prince. Moreover, he was only in his early 20s. Where did this monster come from? Roman stood up. The knight thought that fortunately he had not yet reached his level. The prince frowned and shouted why he was hesitating. He was exhausted now, and called a double spell. The hero attacked him. He smiled and used the technique of the heavenly demon sword. The warrior rushed forward. He stood in front of the prince. The dust settled. Butler turned around and asked the prince how he was. The prince replied that he was fine. Roman looked at him and thought how he parried such a blow. It was not for nothing that he was a 5-star swordsman. He had already used the heavenly demon sword technique twice. His strength was at its limit. It was a pity that now he could only retreat. Edwin's eyes widened in shock when he told him to remember. Roman extended his finger forward and said that when they met again, he would no longer be able to survive like today. The hero had disappeared. Hector's army had been routed by just one man. They had even almost lost their commander, a reality that was completely impossible to accept unfolded right before their eyes. The prince clenched his fist and thought that this was all because of him. He had been too self-confident. He judged that the flaw in Roman's face could be corrected. He thought that a fleeting decision had led a plan that seemed like the least evil to its worst outcome. In this battle, Hector had lost. The prince frowned and thought that this was his loss. Someone shouted that the bodies of their comrades had been brought. Their souls needed to be soothed by the flames. Let them enjoy a long rest. The fires were burning. Edwin, without looking up, asked for forgiveness and said that it was all because of his mistaken decision. The soldier frowned and asked what he was talking about. It was not his fault at all. Jackson looked at him and said that none of them blamed him for this. It was just that the enemy was too strong. Edwin's pupils narrowed. The captain approached him and told him to keep his head up. The prince looked at him when he said that they still believed in him. The soldiers looked at him. The redhead smiled, thought that Jackson was right and said that if it seemed that his orders were again leading them down the path of defeat, let them close their eyes to the hierarchy and tell him directly about it. He looked ahead and said that from now on they would throw their forces into destroying the defensive fortresses of the front before the main enemy forces arrived. They had 10 days for everything. He said that after that they would use the rear as a stronghold and begin to prepare for desperate resistance. Butler looked at him and asked what he thought Roman would do. He said that he admits that he is a dangerous enemy, But unlike the mountains, which have the advantage of terrain, a battle on the plain is a different matter. Edwin's eyes widened and said that he plans to take advantage of this. He thought that although he lost, Hector has not yet been defeated. Jackson frowned and asked if he is sure that he can extract compensation from Cairo with just a desperate resistance. The prince looked at him and said that there is no need to receive compensation from them. They will offer a deal to the Kronos Empire. The royal castle of Cairo. Ager said that over the past year they have already invested a lot of money in the Western Front due to Kronos' frequent provocations. With the current state of the treasury, they simply cannot accept all of Hector's conditions. Daniel was sitting at the table when he said that if all their demands were met, the kingdom's treasury would be completely empty. He asked what about increasing the taxes. The count replied that they had already been raised 6 months ago, and if they increased them again, a rebellion might break out. The king thought that the only way to solve the problem was to use the property of the Cairo aristocracy, but in that case, he would again give them a reason to weaken the king's power. He exhaled and said to immediately contact the central government aristocracy. A guy ran into the office and said that a message had come from the southern front that the enemy attack had been repelled. The blonde man's eyes widened in shock. The man was sitting in a chair and asked if it was true. The brunette looked to the side and said that Hector's army numbered about 10,000 soldiers. How did he manage to repel the enemy attack with a small detachment? The blonde man frowned and thought it was Roman. He looked down and wondered if he had really managed to resolve such a difficult situation. He turned on the device and said that he would contact the southern front immediately. A hologram appeared. Daniel looked at the image of the man, asked who he was, what his status and affiliation were. Henry frowned and said that he was the second son of the Albert family. Someone said that he did not know such. Benedict smiled and said that he remembered that in the past his family line raised many outstanding talents and even held a place in the central government. The guy confirmed. The old man frowned and asked why he took the call and not Roman. He answered that he joined the squad under his command. The man looked at the hologram. The guy said that Roman was supposed to hold the connection, but he said that he needed to be alone and left him, the only aristocrat, as his representative. He began to tell their story with the hero, but Benedict stopped him and asked if he really decided to retell everything from the beginning. He said to get straight to the point. Henry clenched his fist and thought that he was sure that Roman would earn glory not only in Cairo, but also on the entire continent. He frowned and thought that he needed to get into a relationship with him now before he revealed his true value. He said that the success of this plan rested entirely on Lord Roman. The boy put his hand on his heart and said that as soon as he learned of the Hector Kingdom's attack on the southern barracks, Lord Roman immediately guessed that their target was the teleportation gate. He said that he immediately went up to the mountains and set up a secret base. Henry pointed out that if the commanders of the southern defense lines had listened to Lord back then, the southern front would not have fallen so easily. By denigrating fools, he was raising Roman's feet to the top. Knowing that Roman's subordinates were nearby and listening to his words, Henry deliberately raised his voice. He frowned and said that until dawn they fought under the Lord's command, standing to the end. There were no more than 200 of them. But when he took command into his own hands, they managed to resist the enemy, which outnumbered them by tens of times. The guy clenched his fist and said that they managed to win the victory. He and his comrades are ready to resist the Hector Kingdom in this war to the last. After a while, Daniel looked ahead and said that they were weak. He smiled and said that Roman fought to the victorious end, despite the hellish conditions, but the so-called Cairo upper crust had already decided to surrender in advance. Benedict said that His Majesty was right. From the moment Hector captured the teleportation gate, they had already mentally admitted defeat. He raised his hand and said that this proved that the Cairo warriors have an unbending willpower. Now that a hero named Roman appeared on the southern front, it was their turn to use the chance given to them to counterattack. The brunette hit the table and said to immediately send additional forces to the southern front. It is necessary to teach a lesson to Hector, who has entered the state borders. The king frowned and said that he will break the agreement with Hector. From now on they will direct their forces to return the pride of the kingdom. They stood up and said to immediately gather the servants of other families and collect all the information about the southern front. On the surface, it seemed that the aristocrats of the central government were trying to protect the southern front, but after the meeting, their ultimate goal focused on one thing: Roman Dmitri. At that moment, they were overwhelmed by the desire to get him. This call convinced them even more. After the end of the war, Roman will definitely join the central government. Henry thought that if he enlisted Roman's support, he could move up the career ladder. He held out the dried beef and said that Chris must be hungry, he can treat himself. He refused. The guy ran after him and said that it was very tasty and he can just take it. The knight turned around and asked if he really thought he didn't understand what he was up to. He looked at the pink-haired man and said if he really wanted to get recognition, he better not try to curry favor with them, but show that he can be trusted with your back on the battlefield. Henry looked at him in shock. His eyes widened. The guy looked at Kevin and asked if he wanted to eat. The royal palace gave an order to the southern line of defense. It asked to help Roman until the main forces of Cairo arrived in the south. The commander approached the soldier. Vasily looked away and said that Hector's army was defeated by an army that did not have even 200 soldiers. It turns out that Hector's armed forces are weaker than they thought. The soldier looked at him and said that he thought so too. Moreover, there was a rumor that the enemy had been suffering from a prolonged famine in recent years and was about to fall. They only take numbers. In fact, nothing special. The Baron frowned and thought that he had been rotting on this outskirts for 3 years. Perhaps this was his chance sent by the gods. He looked down and wondered if he should help Roman and stall for time. If the boy could take command, then he could too. He shouted to call the army immediately. He would use a guerrilla attack to teach the kingdom of Hector a lesson. In order to deal with the defensive fortresses as quickly as possible, the Hector army divided its forces and attacked. Among them, the army aimed at the third line totaled 3,000 people. In an effort to rip off the honors, the Baron hid and attacked them from behind. But contrary to his expectations, they were not met by a scattered rabble ready to fall from one blow. Vasily darkened and said that it was simply impossible. Hector's soldiers, overcome with anger, acted cold-bloodedly, and the soldiers of the southern front, languid from comfort, could not resist them. Victory in the mountains could only be achieved thanks to the protagonist, and it didn't take long for the Cairo commanders to realize it. The Baron's eyes widened. He had been killed. The soldier bowed and said that the commander of the third line of defense, Baron Vasily, had died during a fight with the enemy. Another soldier came running and said that the third and fourth lines had fallen under the enemy's onslaught. He said that a message had come from the second line of defense. The man in the hologram said that at this rate they would not be able to hold out for 10 days. He begged to save them. The king frowned and asked if the entire defense line had really fallen in just 24 hours. He looked down and thought that if the Cairo warriors were strong, it did not mean that the Hector warriors would be weak. He thought that it turned out that a person named Roman had led the kingdom to a stunning victory. He clenched his fist and thought that he had been careless. He asked where Roman Dmitri was now. The hero thought that there were still many things he didn't know in this world. For example, magic. If Miriam cultivated fighting power based on the use of natural energy, then this world created a new realm called magic. He thought that if Edwin Hector was a more outstanding magician, he wouldn't be able to escape from there. He still hadn't reached the level of magic he had as a heavenly demon, and a hasty decision could drive him to the edge of a cliff. Prince Hector predicted his attack and waited, spreading his spider web. Roman looked down. He remembered that there was a powerful pillar of flame at the beginning. He thought about what would have happened if he had suffered damage back then and attacked Edwin. The hero imagined using a lightning discharge on him. Their swords clashed. Butler parried his attack. He thought that his current strength was not enough to defeat the union of a magician and a swordsman. Roman supposed that maybe this was what he was waiting for, a victory for which he would have to put his life on the line. This was a new challenge for him, a new strong opponent. He thought that he was not able to live a comfortable life. He imagined possible battle scenarios over and over again. The prince was wounded in the side. He fell to the ground. The hero looked at him and thought that the preparations were complete. Henry frowned and asked if Master Roman had said when he would come out. He looked at the knight and said that he did not know what he was doing now, but the royal palace was desperately looking for him. Chris looked down and said that until the master came out, no one could disturb him. The nobleman widened his eyes and asked why such extremes. What was he doing there alone? A silhouette appeared in the cave. Roman walked forward. The guy asked what was wrong with his appearance. Chris folded his hands behind his back and said that as he thought. In just one day, the third and fourth lines of defense were destroyed. The second line was also significantly inferior to the enemy in level. He said that yesterday Hector had gathered all the ammunition and had settled in the fortress in the rear, most likely preparing for a life and death battle. Henry turned and said that the entire Cairo royal court was on edge right now. They were eagerly waiting for him to contact them. The guy frowned and said that they had done all they could. Why not leave the rest to the main forces? The hero did not look at him and told him to connect him with the king. A hologram appeared. The hero said that they were reporting from the southern front. The king frowned and said that he had received news that all the defensive fortresses of the southern front had fallen, and what had he been doing during this time? Roman said that he had reorganized the battle group within a week. Daniel looked at him and said that he had made outstanding achievements and he did not want to judge his decision, but in this time the entire southern defense line had fallen to the enemy. He frowned and asked if he could provide them with at least a little help. The hero said that he had good luck in the battle with Hector. He frowned and said that if it was a battle on the plains where there was no advantage of the mountainous terrain, even he had no way to help them. He said that in this war, Hector had bet his life. Butler, the second ranked of the kingdom, had joined the battle, and the enemy prince commander-in-chief had confirmed that he was indeed a mage. The king frowned and asked if a 5-star swordsman and a mage were fighting against them. The hero said that everyone knew that a mage's full potential was revealed on the plains. He was thinking about how he would have to fight when the main forces of Cairo arrived. Benedict looked away and thought that Roman had made the right decision. Now the southern front did not have the strength necessary to win. The nobleman thought that Butler himself was participating in the war. The Hector kingdom had really bet everything. Benedict looked away and said that he didn't see the point in interrogating the war hero anymore. Calco grabbed his head and said that he wouldn't continue questioning. He told Roman that the main fighting force of Cairo would soon arrive to him. He removed his hand from his face and said that Hector had already settled in the rear fortress. Once the main army finished all the proper preparations and attacked, the hero should join them and provide assistance. The boy looked down and thought that even if Hector broke the agreement with Cairo, he had not given up on continuing the war. He thought about what the best choice the enemy could make and what the worst thing for them would be. The hero said that time was not on their side. The king frowned and asked what he meant by that. He said that they had a maximum of 3 days after the main force arrived. If they couldn't destroy the rear fortress in that time, Hector would definitely involve an outside force like the Kronos Empire. Daniel's eyes widened and asked what they should do. The hero smiled and said there was only one way. He looked ahead and suggested that they destroy Hector's army before that happened. The Count of the Kronos Empire smiled and said that crossing south of Cairo and the gate was quite a tempting offer. He said that it would be difficult to accept the terms of the Hector kingdom right now. Hadid leaned back in his chair and said that having the young front was certainly nice, but what reason did they have to suffer the wrath of Cairo on their own skin? Edwin looked at him in shock when he said that if they held out in the rear for the next month and did not let the fortress fall, they would agree to a deal with them. The prince thought that even in this situation, they intended to take advantage. Hadid smiled and asked what they thought. The redhead pursed his lips and thought that it was unfortunate, but they had no other choice. He said that he accepted the offer. He turned to the knight and told him to contact the Hector royal family immediately. He bowed when the prince said that they needed to deliver men and ammunition, which should be enough to hold out for a month. Edwin thought that it would take at least 3 days to establish contact with the Hector teleportation gate. He thought that if they held out all that time, they could survive. He would return to Hector at all costs and give them hope. The commander of the main forces, Count Phadius, looked at the fortress and said how dare they plant their flag on their territory. He frowned. Some time later, in the camp, Baron Talls, the commander of the main forces of the Kronos Empire, sat with his arms crossed. Baron Brahim, the commander of the main forces of the Valhalla Empire, looked at him. There was silence. Hadid frowned and thought that despite the lack of benefit in this war, the big shots of the central government came here in person. This proved how necessary it was to enlist the support of Roman Dmitri. The guard announced that he had arrived. The hero entered the tent. The count stood up and greeted him, saying that it was an honor to meet the hero of Cairo in person. Roman looked ahead. Benedict looked at Phadius and said that he did not care what happened to the southern front. His first priority was to gain Roman's position. He raised his hand and said that if the war with Hector was lost, the responsibility could be shifted to the shoulders of the royal family. But if Roman was taken away by another faction, it could upset the balance of power. Phadius frowned and thought that this was the eldest son of the Dmitri family, famous throughout the northeast, Roman Dmitri, although he was worried about the fact that the family came from commoners. But he was barely over 20. If he could attract such talent to his side, the Marquis would begin to trust him with more serious matters. The Count pointed to a chair and invited the hero to sit down. He put his hand on his chest and said that he served Marquis Benedict and heard that the Marquis personally connected him with the southern barracks. He smiled and said that the Marquis asked me to tell him that although he did it with the best intentions towards him, he felt guilty that everything turned out this way. The hero sat down and said that everything was fine. No one could have predicted this. Talls frowned when the Count asked for a moment alone with him, as the Marquis had prepared a special gift for him. The Baron looked at the guy and said that Count Gregory was also waiting for him to contact him. He said that he had extremely useful information for him. Brahim turned and said that Count Dendra sent soldiers from the family's private estate. Roman frowned and asked what they were doing now. Talls looked at him in shock. The guy looked ahead and said that he was not so naive as to not understand why they sought a meeting with him. He said that right now the enemy was marking their territory with its flag under their noses. Holding his head high, he did not think that in the current situation it would be right to discuss his position. The hero said that after Hector was crushed, he would challenge the rankers to become the strongest sword Cairo. He folded his hands and said to be patient until then. He would prove his worth and dedicate his sword to one person. Everyone looked at him in shock. Roman suggested that they focus on the current situation. The situation was settled by Roman's suggestion and a full-fledged meeting began. In the end, that war was a battle for who would destroy the castle. Opinions on this matter varied greatly, but there was no clear decision. The hero said that in order to use the teleportation gate connection, Hector needed to win at least 3 days. They would most likely drag their feet, immediately responding to their attacks. He raised his hand and said that in that case, Hector's military force was no more than 10,000 warriors left. They brought 20,000 soldiers here, Don't they have enough advantage to win even in a head-on clash? Roman looked at him and said that thanks to the support of the main forces, they outnumbered them. But as long as the mage Edwin existed, he could not claim that the advantage was on their side. He smiled and said that it did not mean that there was no way at all. The soldier shouted that the enemies were advancing. The main forces of the Cairo kingdom had arrived. The earl looked forward. The hero took a step forward. He shouted for the Hector soldiers to listen. He raised his sword and said that he was a warrior representing the Cairo kingdom. He was challenging the butler to a duel. The prince looked at him in shock and thought, what is he up to again? The guy frowned and said that he did not want any more senseless sacrifices. He looked up and said that if they were to win this battle, Cairo would humbly accept Hector's offer, but if he were to win, they would leave their territory. Edwin frowned and thought that with his current strength, Roman would not be able to defeat Butler, yet he stubbornly insisted on a duel. Was this some kind of trap? The hero gripped his sword and said that if they did not accept his offer, he raised his sword and said that he would crush the rear fortress, even if it meant losing his life. The prince looked down and thought that this was a dilemma. Butler frowned and said that he would fight. Edwin looked at him and said that was out of the question. The knight raised his head and said that he needed to believe in him. He would cut Roman's throat and find a way for Hector to escape. Red jumped up and shouted that it didn't mean he didn't trust him, but they had lost 700 men in just one night, falling for his provocation. He said he could still smell the soldiers' scorched flesh. The boy frowned and said he had faith in him, but Roman was definitely up to something. Butler frowned and said he was sure he could crush him to smithereens, no matter what he had prepared. The knight said he had dedicated his life to serving him. Did he really look like a coward in his eyes, unable to accept a challenge for fear of falling into a trap? Red bowed his head and asked him to promise him just one thing. Butler's eyes widened when he said he didn't want to lose him. If he sensed even a hint of strangeness, he should run immediately. He walked out of the gate and said he would be back soon. He came out of the fortress and said that he had met many psychos in his life, but one like him was the first. The man frowned and said that he did not know what kind of trap he had prepared, but he would do his best. Roman looked at him and said that at the very moment when they clashed swords in the mountains, he wanted to see what the outcome of their battle would be. There was no trap. He hoped for a demonstration of true abilities. The guy smiled and told him to do his best. Killing him here would give him what he wanted. The knight smiled. They clashed in a duel. Having reached the level of 5 stars, you can prove your strength to the entire continent. Just one person is enough to change the course of the battlefield. Butler capable speed. I drove an aura through my body. Since the honor of the Hector kingdom was at stake, he did not plan to drag out the fight for long from the very beginning. The man frowned and thought that he would finish him with one blow. The hero looked at him in shock. The ground beneath them began to crack. Edwin looked at them in shock. Thaddeus frowned. The crystal glowed. Butler struck. He jumped. Roman frowned. A swordsman appeared behind him. He managed to block the blow. The shockwave cut through the ground. The crack extended far. Thaddeus frowned and thought that, wanting to curry favor with Roman, he reluctantly agreed to this duel, but if he lost now, all their efforts to recruit him would lose all meaning. Cowles frowned and asked, he won't lose, will he? Butler was advancing. Roman gritted his teeth. The guy clenched his fist. The soldiers encouraged the swordsmen. They closed their eyes and shouted at him to avenge his comrades. The blow occurred. The hero parried the blows in shock. Butler thought that his counterattacks were becoming faster. He smiled, and the swordsman thought that he was not just parrying, his sword was repeating the path of his sword. He frowned in shock and thought, is he really studying him? Roman frowned and thought that he could finally understand what his position was in the new world. He was enough to defeat a 4-star Homer with one blow, but he could not defeat a 5-star swordsman. He thought that the current him should look up to Butler with respect. His sword glowed. He jumped back. He looked up and thought that he would break through this wall and rise to a new level. The man screamed. The hero thought that he was using an aura explosion. It is obvious what disadvantages an uncontrolled release of Kai has. Those who are called aura swordsmen do not control mana with pinpoint precision, but spew out power like an explosion. In other words, the power covering all parts of the ball is not balanced among themselves. He thought that if the tip of the sword exposed 120% of the aura power, then the blunt side carried only 80% of the power. The hero decided that if he counted the mana flows, he could calculate the weak points. He struck the sword with mana. Butler frowned. Roman's eyes lit up. He knew where to attack. A pillar of darkness appeared in front of the swordsman. He looked at it in shock. Even the 5-star swordsman was pushed back. The people of both sides were in shock. The soldier raised his eyebrows and asked how this was possible. He shouted that Roman was a 3-star swordsman. How could he fight equally with a 5-star swordsman? Edwin gritted his teeth and thought, did he really want a fair fight, without any traps? If Butler suddenly lost to him, the worst outcome you can think of. He thought that not only would they lose the kingdom's strongest warrior, but they would also be forced to abandon the rear fortress. He frowned and thought that he could only trust the swordsman. He had not yet used his full strength. The man gripped his sword. He thought that this boy was truly crazy. Butler coughed up blood and thought that he had assumed that the duel would be an excuse to lure him into a trap, but he was absolutely trying to seriously crush him. He thought that their seemingly perfect plan was starting to crumble because such an incredible person had suddenly appeared on the youth front. The swordsman thought that if he were to let him go alive, their kingdom might one day encounter a monster that they could not withstand. He frowned and thought that he must kill him at all costs. Butler said that he would spare no effort. His eyes were shining. He raised his sword. Until now, only 2 people had been able to repel this attack from Butler. The first one became the strongest sword in the kingdom, and the second one entered the continental ranking. The warrior thought that it was all over. He performed the secret technique of the sun strike. The fireball was approaching the hero. He opened his eyes and thought that if he faced this secret technique at its current level, he would definitely die, in which case he should only focus on defense. He thought that if this was Butler's most powerful attack, then he had the strongest shield in the arsenal of the heavenly demon. The brunette looked forward and put up a shield. The ground cracked. The prince frowned. The hero mentally told the enemy to attack. He smiled and thought that either his spear or his shield would win. An explosion occurred. The smoke cleared. Roman took a step. Edwin looked at him in shock. There was a hole between the hero and the swordsman. The brunette smiled and thought that even a 5-star swordsman could not repel this attack. He smirked. Butler frowned and thought that he had used too much mana for this blow. He screamed and thought that he couldn't give up so easily. He jumped. The opponents clashed swords. Butler swung. He looked ahead and thought, how was this possible? He had been through fire and water on the battlefield. How could he be pushed back by a 20-year-old boy? He parried the blow and thought that he couldn't give up so easily, even if he died right here. Roman grabbed him by the face and slammed him into the ground. The man screamed and thought that he had to take this monster with him at all costs, whose existence threatened the prince's life. He began to glow. There was an explosion. Roman raised his sword and said that he would remember his will. The man looked at him in shock. The boy frowned. Edwin began to cast a spell and shouted at him to stop. There was a flash. Roman looked up and jumped back. The prince shouted for the soldiers to save the commander. Hector gave up hope of winning the duel. He gave up his reputation in the world community and chose to save Butler. Roman looked to the side and thought that they had finally opened access to the fortress gates. This chance should not be missed. Phaedius looked ahead and said that even if a miracle did happen, what would be his next move? The hero looked ahead and said that he had been watching them from afar. He said that even after a sleepless night of fighting, they came down from the mountain to take care of the bodies of all their fallen comrades. He noted that despite the fact that they needed to hurry and crush the remaining defensive fortresses on the southern front, they mourned and burned the corpses of their comrades. He said that Edwin was such a sensitive commander that he even gave time to say goodbye. He planned to use this side of him. Phaedius looked at him. The hero said that Butler would be a push that could break his judgment. He smiled and said that if he crushed Butler, it would completely satisfy the conditions of the first plan. He said that he did not plan to kill him with one blow, but to make him no longer able to fight. The guy looked down and said that if Edwin decided to save the swordsman, then they would begin the second plan. The soldiers shouted to attack him. They needed to buy time to save the commander. The brunette frowned. He killed soldiers and thought that Edwin was a good ruler, but he had no place in the war. The soldiers approached the man and said to save him first and buy time. The archers said that he had mixed with the allies and they could not attack. Phaedius frowned and thought that everything was really going as the hero had said. He looked ahead and said that it was just like magic. He smiled and thought that Roman was the most talented warrior in the history of Cairo. Now he understood why the Marquis did not shun any means and ways to recruit him. The man thought that it was enough to get Roman to deal with both the incompetent king and the puppets of the two empires. He pointed his hand forward and ordered the army to attack. The warriors screamed. Edwin looked down and thought that his rash decision had led to this situation. He lowered his head and thought that as the commander-in-chief, he should have kept a cool head and a clear mind until the last. He exhaled and thought that seeing Butler's defeat, he had lost his mind. The prince thought it wasn't over yet. If only they could save the swordsmen and close the fortress gates, there would still be a chance to win. He cast a spell. A fireball hit the ground. The mages began casting spells and told them to help the prince. Explosions occurred. Phaedius frowned and told them to spread out along the perimeter and go on the assault. If they missed their chance while the gates were open, they would lose even more lives. Kellen punched. He thought they needed to close the gates quickly. A soldier shouted that Mr. Butler was inside. Roman gritted his teeth. The prince shouted to cast a protective spell on the gates as they closed. Kellen looked down and shouted that Roman was approaching. The hero smiled. The soldiers stood up to defend themselves. The boy screamed. There was an explosion. The smoke cleared. Roman looked ahead and said that the fortress gates were open. Phaedius frowned and shouted to defeat the rest of Hector's army. The warriors ran to attack. The battle began. The warriors shouted. Roman thought that the plan to open the gates had failed. He looked ahead and thought that now there was only one goal left. He went forward. The boy looked ahead and thought that Edwin was left alone. The prince thought at what point everything went downhill. He looked ahead and thought that the fact that they attacked and captured the fortress in the rear proved the correctness of his decisions. Apparently his plan was perfect until Roman showed up. He looked at him. Edwin was fired up and thought that it was his fault. He remembered that because of him they failed to capture the 5th line of defense, and lost about 1,000 soldiers fighting against the guerrillas in the mountains. The prince thought that if God existed, he wanted to ask him, why did he make him, the star of the kingdom Hector, be born, and why did he send Roman? The hero said that they finally met. The magician's eyes lit up and he said that even if he were to die today, he would definitely drag him to the next world with him. He began to cast a spell. The prince frowned and called for a wind blade. Wind emanated from it. The hero cut it with his sword. He frowned and looked ahead. The soldiers ran to them and said that they needed to protect the prince. They attacked the hero. His eyes lit up. He killed them all with one blow. Suddenly, a root flew up to his neck. The fetters engulfed him. Edwin called for an inferno spell. The fetters began to burn. A sword appeared from the fire. Roman cut the fetters. The prince thought that he was not the kind of opponent who would fall after such a thing. He struck his opponent with lightning. He smiled and wondered if it really worked. The hero took a step forward. He appeared behind the prince and said that he recognized his strength, but this was the end. Edwin turned around. His eyes widened. Kellen sacrificed himself. He began to cry and told him to run. The prince began to cry and scream. He fell to his knees and screamed. The boy raised his head. A sword appeared next to him. The hero said what a pity it was. He looked at the red-haired man and said that he would soon follow him. Soldiers ran towards them. They prepared their swords. Roman looked at them. He fought off their blows. Jackson saved the prince. He screamed at him to come to his senses. Did he really plan to die here? He ran forward and screamed that even if he was given the nickname of a cowardly loser, he must live to the last so as not to devalue. The captain frowned and screamed that he must so as not to devalue the decision of everyone who sacrificed their lives for him. He screamed to leave the fortress and for everyone to retreat. The soldiers screamed that they needed to stop the hero and buy time. The soldiers frowned and screamed that the prince must definitely live. There was an explosion. The prince opened his eyes. Roman was killing soldiers. Edwin thought he was the devil. The hero gritted his teeth. One of the knights looked at him and said that he had already won this battle, maybe he would retreat already. The guy came up to him and said that he had warned that the next time they met, he would kill them all. He looked at the knight and said that they were the ones who started this war. He looked down and said that they should stop whining like they were the victims. He beheaded the soldier. The warriors shouted that Hector's army had retreated and that victory was theirs. Phaedius entered the fortress and wondered where Roman had gone. They looked ahead in shock. The person who had turned the outcome of a once-losing war around. Roman's value, which had reached unprecedented heights, had skyrocketed with the help of this war. The hero smiled and said that he had been waiting for them. The streets of the city were illuminated by the bright sun. A grand victory for Cairo. The news of this had not yet reached the capital. Someone was heard talking. Did you hear someone talking? What was going on? The army of the kingdom of Hector crossed the border and is now attacking the southern front. People were sitting at tables in the establishment. According to the merchants who had come from the south, the situation there was extremely tense. The man raised his mug. His interlocutor felt that they could be forcibly conscripted into service. He calmed him down. Nothing happened when the empire attacked them, and now they will be conscripted because of an attack by some kingdom. The other guys were standing close to each other. I hope they don't raise taxes again because of the war. There were large barrels on the shelves of the establishment. Is it possible to live peacefully for at least one day in this damned country? His fault is that he was born in a small kingdom. Where is it heading? The walls of the building were decorated with golden ornaments. The Royal Academy of Cairo, Class D rank. Next, William and Lauren. The boys stood opposite each other holding wooden swords. The instructor gave the start to the sparring, shouting for them to begin. William took a step towards his opponent. Lauren was able to block the attack. The wooden swords made a loud click, but his brother continued the onslaught. It was difficult for the dark-haired boy to hold him back. He screamed at the top of his lungs. He rushed to attack, but missed. William was glad of his mistake, saying that he was weak, and hit him hard on the back. The boy fell to the floor in pain. His brother was pleased with himself. As expected of William, Lauren, the teacher said. He crossed his arms looking at the young man. He claimed that by entering the Royal Academy, he would study the art of fencing. But he himself could not even keep track of his opponent's sword, squinting his eyes in fear. The man frowned looking at his student. What a pitiful sight. The boy looked at him in confusion. If he did the same during the exam, he could start preparing to transfer to Class E. He clenched his fists. If he transferred to a class of 15 at 18, no one would take him seriously. A little later, he was sitting on a bench in the garden. His brother and his friends were passing by. They noticed him. and he came closer. "Oh yeah, funny, right?" Teacher Rodwell from Class C was so surprised that he caused everyone to admire him. He put his hands on his belt and smiled. Because of this, when he was a child, he thought that all people from the Dmitri family were outstanding warriors, but what do we have here? He imagined a man in a red uniform against the backdrop of an estate. It seemed that he briefly forgot that there was such a thing as a lineage limit. It was a miracle that a man like Mr. Rodwell was born into a family of no birth. The guy continued to speak, as if mockingly. Miracles do not happen to the same family twice. Lauren lowered his eyes and listened silently. And so it always is. The name Rodwell haunts him constantly. The other two laughed at what was happening. It was not interesting. The second one agreed. He asked if it was true that Roman had defeated Homeros. William turned his gaze to them, saying that he was sure that these rumors were spread by the Dmitri family. It was necessary to somehow resolve the issue with the firstborn, who had become known as a fool. He casually looked at the young man whom he continued to bully, offering to look at him and everything would become clear. The useless third son of the Dmitri family. Heels clicked with every step. Is the news about Brother Roman true? Lauren walked along the street thinking. Although in his memories he was not a bad person, but, as William said, he did not think that his brother had defeated Homeros. This thought outraged him. Anyone would say that it was a lie. Something caught his attention. He saw many people looking at something. What was this crowd? People in the crowd were discussing something. What was the truth? That's right. The man in the light shirt was telling his friend. What a relative living in the south told him. Hector almost didn't take the entire southern front, but miraculously managed to recapture it. But there is something that is even more shocking. He imagined a warrior with a red fluttering cloak and a bloody sword in his hand. Roman made the biggest contribution to this. The sunlight fell on his brown boots. The young ranker who defeated Homeros. That's right, he is the one. They say he forced the kingdom to retreat, having only 200 soldiers under his command. But that's not all. They imagined how the guy defeated a warrior with a huge sword. In a duel, he defeated a 5-star swordsman. It is so unthinkable that he himself could not believe his ears. The young man looked at the crowd in surprise. Are they really talking about the brother he knows? The guy continued to listen to the crowd's conversations, in shock. He repelled the attack of Hector with an army of 200 people, and on top of that defeated the swordsman of the Aura Hector. This is already blatant nonsense. A man in armor and a blue cloak shouted at the crowd, ordering them to part. The heroes of the southern lands are coming. A horseman and knights behind him walked along the stone road. The crowd looked at him in amazement. The hero noticed someone among the people. Brother Roman. Later in the palace, the king sat on his throne. He was glad to meet them. Roman knelt down in front of him, greeting him. In the throne room, in addition to them, there were several servants. Daniel wanted to sincerely thank him on behalf of the entire kingdom. He showed Cairo's true will. The king slightly leaned towards the hero, asking what he wanted. He was ready to fulfill any of his wishes if it was in his power. Roman silently looked at the king. He was looking for a successor to the strongest sword and captain of the royal knights, Count Nicholas. The king bowed his head and smiled. If he wanted, the log would grant him the title of vice captain and grant him free entry to the royal family treasury. He would also be exempt from the remaining military service. The hero sat silently on one knee. The king bared his teeth. Daniel, due to the imminent death of the previous king, ascended to the throne at an early age, becoming the Scarecrow King. The young king clenched his fists. If Roman became his man, the aristocratic faction would no longer dare to oppress him. The king imagined the people bowing to him. They called him the Sissy King, but this could not go on any longer. He heard someone address him. It was a gray-haired man with a beard and mustache. The aristocratic faction Benedict. When had it ever been a reward to shoulder another's debt? The man frowned. The king was only forcing a young talent, who was guaranteed a brilliant future, to sacrifice himself, and demanded to revoke the order. The man and the knight were in front of the steps to the royal throne. He agreed to give him access to the royal family's treasury, but anything else was too much. The gray-haired man was surprised by the answer. The king had already made his decision. He pointed at the hero with his hand. Now he had to make his own choice. The aristocrats were unhappy with this. Roman thought about it. After all, he had royal blood in him, but he had no reason to help the royal family. Roman closed his eyes and gave an answer. It was indeed a great honor for a swordsman to receive the title of royal knight, but there was something he wanted to do before deciding on his future. The king was surprised and intrigued. What was it? The hero presented a map of the continent. This war made him realize that he was just a frog stuck in a well. Outside the kingdom, the current him was nothing. The hero looked into Daniel's eyes. Therefore, he needed time to prepare to go out into the big world. And as soon as he was ready, a magical glow appeared around the hero and he smiled. He would challenge the official ranker battle. trying to rise from 99th to first place to test the limits of his abilities. The king asked again. Two warriors fought against each other. The official ranker battle meant an endless series of challenges, clashes until defeat. A fighter fell before the opponent who defeated him, and when the opponent fell to his knees, his place in the ranking passed to the winner. The king looked at the knight. He was determined. The official ranker battle was dangerous. At the slightest provocation you could lose your life. This was not something you could talk about so simply. He knew it. Daniel looked at the hero with displeasure. He could have received great fame and fortune, but he gave it all up for the sake of a new challenge. Amazing self-confidence. The aristocrats were pleased. They discussed what they heard. As expected of a hero, incredible determination. He had defeated the battler from Hector himself. Who could stop him? Benedict thought as he looked at the hero. To reject the offer to become the king's knight. He said that he wanted to prove his own worth, and there was no reason to stop him. Two people were thinking about it. Roman was only in his early 20s. With the help of an official ranker battle, they would be able to assess his true abilities. The guy walked across the field among the defeated enemies. Very soon, he would show everyone who he really was. He was kneeling in front of the king, and then he would decide which path to take next. There was a smile on his face and confidence. When the ranker battle was over, he would not be someone's sword, but the master of a new territory. Red was clearly filling a glass. The man sitting in the chair picked it up and brought it to himself. He found the fate of a man funny. There was someone else sitting at the table next to him. Worried about his safety, he sent him to the southern front, and Hector had to declare war at that moment. Roman brought the glass up to smell it, to think that he was the one who stopped them and became a hero. The guy looked at the contents. He said that thanks to the interlocutor, he gained good experience. Benedict was surprised. Good experience. The hero remembered his battle. The war helped him realize that the world is much bigger than he thought. So he will challenge him to the official ranker's war. He stirred the contents of the glass with a wave of his hand, to see for himself how strong the kingdom is, when, ultimately, there will be no one above him. He will go out into the world and become the strongest on the entire continent. The interlocutor looked at the guy. The strongest on the continent. He once had a similar dream. The man remembered his enemies. Unlike him, he chose to be content with his current life after realizing how big this world is. His voice became lower. He said that he has a daughter. Benedict folded his arms. Since the child lost her mother early, he raised her with exceptional care. Roman did not expect to hear this. He wants to give his daughter to the hero. The man looked at him. He had heard from Fabius that the guy was far from simple, and today, looking at how he said that he would challenge the battle of rankers, Benedict mentally transferred to the past. He remembered the monsters he met on the continent in his youth. They laughed at him. Although he was not their equal and was not born with outstanding talents, at least he had the ability to recognize. He looked closely at the interlocutor, believing that Roman would reach such a height that he could compete with them on equal terms. There was a candle burning on the table. He knows that his engagement is broken off and is not going to impose it on his daughter. However, he will organize a meeting. The girl had long white hair. If sympathy arises between them, then good. He will only be for their relationship. Benedict extended his hand. He doesn't say that he has to meet her right now. He just wanted to say one thing. Both in the past and now. The man made a serious face. He is always ready to cover the hero's back. Roman looked at his interlocutor carefully. If he ever said that he was ready to tie the future with them, he would be able to get everything he wanted in this kingdom. There were broken scales behind the hero. Roman, his existence upsets the balance of power, and whoever takes possession of him will swallow the entire kingdom. Castro smiled and extended his hand. The four ruling factions of Cairo. The interlocutor folded his hands. They were very eager to take possession of Roman. The subsequent offers from the counts were also amazing. However, the Sky Demon and Roman. He stood on a mountain of corpses of defeated enemies. He was a man who was unable to live under someone else's rule. The moon illuminated the night sky. The light was on in the house. Suddenly someone screamed, "Young master." Hans was very worried about the hero, examining him. He asked if he was okay and if he was hurt. The servant grabbed his red cloak and spoke through tears. The guy can't imagine how his humble servant's heart trembled when he received news from the southern front. What a blessing that he returned safe and sound. He calmly replied that he was okay. There was a cup of hot tea on the table. A few days later, Roman was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. A servant approached him. He was slightly nervous, asking to meet with young Master Lauren. Right after Roman entered the capital, Hans was surprised to see a man in front of him. The capital estate of the Dmitri family, young Master Lauren. The young man smiled, looking at the servant. They discussed something for a long time. He took care of the young masters from an early age. Hans looked in surprise, and he could understand at first glance. The young master was now in some kind of trouble, so he waited for him to speak first. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He wanted to ask the servant a question. He told him to speak without embarrassment. He smiled a little worriedly. What happened to his older brother? He had seen him not long ago. How he entered the capital surrounded by guards. The boy remembered the crowd. The servant smiled, looking at the young man. According to people, Roman's brother had defeated the ranker Hector. The man replied that during his absence, a lot had happened in the family. Lauren was surprised by what he heard. He had heard the rumors about the young master going around the world, hadn't he? It was all true. The boy imagined the breaking relationship with the girl and how his brother was defeating the enemy. He had broken off the engagement with the Lawrence family. He had entered the war with the Barco family, threatening Homeros. And this time, the servant himself was surprised by what was said. He had performed a brilliant feat on the southern front. The young man was very shocked. So these weren't rumors, but the truth. His parents were very happy. Lately, even his father couldn't get enough of the change in his son. Hands gestured towards the entrance. How about not feeding yourself with talk, but meeting him in person? He will return to the manor tonight. Lauren was frightened and began to wave it off. No need, and thanked the servant. He began to quickly leave the yard. All three Dmitri brothers were born with different temperaments, and among them, the young master has the most vulnerable soul. Hans stood with a teapot in his hand. He suspected that the boy was being bullied at the academy. Roman took a sip of tea from his cup. He assumed that he wanted to ask for help, but did not dare to ask him. The hero thought about it. Lauren, the younger brother with a big age difference. His fingers gripped the handle of the cup. There is no need to take care of him just because he is his younger brother, but he surprised the servant with his words. He agreed to meet him. He was very happy to hear this. He thanked his master. The hero frowned. For some reason, thinking that since this was Hans's request, why not fulfill it? Both were near a table that was exposed to sunlight. Someone was walking quickly down the street. Roman's recruitment had been postponed indefinitely. The man with blue hair and a mustache was in a hurry. However, he still had a way to snatch points for the Marquis. He smiled maliciously. I'm sure he'll be happy. The man introduced a group of warriors. Although all the people's attention was focused on Roman alone, in fact, his subordinates weren't weaklings either. The man frowned. If he recruited them, he would definitely please Benedict. He remembered the blonde, especially Chris. With such talent, any aristocrat in the capital would welcome him with open arms. The Vaughns fought against each other on the battlefield. On the other hand, he himself would never have known about it if he hadn't been to the southern front personally. They were all more than worthy of joining their ranks. The knights were dressed in shining armor. He should lure all of Roman's subordinates to his side, including Chris, and instantly gain the trust of the Marquis. The guy was holding a sword in his hands. At their first meeting, the distance to the master was no more than an outstretched arm. Chris trained in the use of weapons. Therefore, he believed that someday he would be able to surpass him. But the master had already risen to a level incomprehensible to him. He remembered his fight. He thought that the duel with the butler had been a particular shock for him. How was this even possible? The stone walls were illuminated by the sun. He sighed heavily. A blue aura burned brightly around him. And yet, following the master, over the past 6 months he had made such a leap in growth that it was hard to even believe it. He could not remain at what he had achieved. Chris frowned. After all, he was seriously determined to surpass him. A man with blue hair appeared behind him. He was glad to meet the guy, and he suggested getting straight to the point. He spread his arms wide. The blonde put his sword in its sheath, said that he wanted to hire him and if he joined, but he interrupted him saying that he was not interested. The man raised his voice. This was a chance to change his life, but the guy refused without even hearing the conditions. What was the problem? He put his hand on his chest. Money. He would give him enough to last a lifetime. If in glory, then accompanying Marquis Benedict, an influential person in the central government, was a very honorable position. The blonde looked at him with an uncomprehending look. There was nothing in Cairo that they could not get, they just had to wish for it. The man emotionally stretched out his hands. If he suddenly worried that this would be regarded as a betrayal of Mr. Roman, then there was no need. He would also become the Marquis's man. What was wrong with bringing this moment closer? Chris frowned. Where did he get such confidence that the master would become his man? He imagined Benedict placing his hands on the hero's shoulders. Wasn't it obvious? There is no one in Cairo who would refuse the current government. The blonde frowned and thought that the interlocutor knew nothing about his master. He imagined Roman holding his foot on the head of another. The one he knows would never bend the knee to another. The wind blew leaves past the guy. No matter what he suggested, he was not going to leave his master. There was an army behind Roman. No one could replace him. The man lowered his head, saying that if he decided so, so be it. The guy added that if he planned to lure other comrades to his side, it would be better to surrender right away. The guy looked at him. None of them would make a choice in favor of the other. The blue-haired man turned around and began to leave. He left. He doesn't think there's anyone else who would give up such a unique chance. Kevin was outraged. His red aura was burning brightly. The master is his whole life. He'd rather die than serve someone else. These words shocked the man. The bald guy scratched his head in confusion. If he didn't get the master's consent, then it's better to pretend this conversation never happened. The other one got nervous and started waving it off. If he hadn't met the master, he would have become nobody. He wouldn't even dare to think about betrayal. The man was very irritated. He emphasized that this was not betrayal. Someone's footsteps were heard nearby. Henderson ran past. As soon as he saw the man, he immediately covered his ears and started screaming. He was confused. What was the reason for their unwavering loyalty? Lauren was training with a sword on a dummy at sunset. Another blow broke the dummy. He was breathing heavily, sweat was pouring down his face. Lately, even the Baron couldn't get enough of the change in the young master. The young man clenched his teeth. What had happened to his brother? He had hit the dummy with all his might. From the fool Dmitri to the youngest ranker, now he was being praised as a hero. He was very angry. If his older brother had changed so much, he imagined William in front of him. Then why was he still so base and pathetic? And he began to swing his sword furiously. Then he fell to the ground. He closed his eyes. Roman approached him, asked what he was doing there. The hero looked away, said that Hans had told him that he was looking for him. He stood up on half-bent legs in front of him. If he had something to say, let him say it. Lauren scratched his head shyly. Nothing serious. His older brother looked at him seriously, called him a pathetic boy. He turned around, and he started to leave. The young man screamed. He would tell everything. The hero stopped. A wooden bench stood near a stone wall. When he heard the rumors, at first he did not believe them. The young man was sitting on a bench, the hero was leaning against the wall. He was telling me that he remembered his brother, who not only could hold a sword in his hands, but asked him to go into military service instead of him. Roman lowered his head and thought. About a year ago. His memories were not that old. He continued talking. During the time they had not seen each other, he had changed beyond recognition. The young man clenched his fist. Now, looking at him, people call him a hero. How did he manage to change so much? Lauren lowered his head and cried. After all, they were the ones on whom others did not place any hope. He wants to be like that. And he imagined his father laughing and rummaging through his hair. He, too, wants to become his father's pride. The young man began to wipe away his tears with his hand. He no longer wanted to force a smile at every meeting, pretending that everything was fine and he was doing well. He wanted to show what success he could achieve. The hero looked at his brother, thinking that he was a soft child. He had barely turned 18. He was not strong enough to withstand reality. He looked at his boots. How should he treat him? Roman remembered all the people close to him. The locals accepted the new him. They did not get hung up on the already established perception, but looked at the changes with a new look. The hero thought. The same thing with him, like Lauren or Rodwell. His assessment should be based not on memories from the past, but on personal experience. He walked up and stood in front of his brother. The latter raised his head and looked at the hero. He did not want to see how a person with the same last name as him was subjected to ridicule and persecution. The sun's rays fell on his face. This spoils the authority, not only Dimitri's family, but his as well. Lauren looked at him in confusion. If he wants an answer to his question, then he should prove himself worthy in the fencing exam. The brothers looked at each other. In the past life, the brothers had no choice but to kill each other. But Roman, unlike then, in this life, wanted to give his brothers a chance. The student stood in front of the teacher. He announced the start of the fencing exam. The young man stood watching the duel. In his head, he heard his brother's words that he needed to prove himself worthy. He went next. Lauren frowned. William became his opponent. He looked at him and grinned. Life, a funny thing. The young man smiled evilly. He was put in opposition to him. This time he would be lying at his feet. The instructor folded his arms across his chest. He said that the exam was not assessed by victory. The main criterion was how successfully the knowledge they had acquired was applied in practice. He also asked them to refrain from deadly attacks. The exam begins. William rushed to attack, but he managed to block it. The red-haired guy called him a pathetic coward. He continued to deliver strong attacks, shouting that he would suffer. William raised his sword above his head and almost hit the boy on the head. This is the end. Lauren suddenly remembered his brother with his arms folded across his chest. Let him make it clear to them during the exam what would happen if they looked down on a man named Lauren Dmitri. The young man immediately responded with a blow to the chin of his opponent. He got a bruise, and he cursed at the guy. He looked at him with a crazy look. He needed to keep this attitude. He would prove his worth. He imagined his brother looking at him, deciding that he would become like him, and again attacked the enemy. William began to retreat, surprised by his attacks. He lunged, but the boy was able to dodge the wooden sword. He was also Dmitri. After some time, the boy opened his eyes lying on the floor. The teacher was standing over him, saying that he was close to death. The young man raised his head and turned to the man. The moment William's attack fell on him, he managed to avoid a direct blow. The boy remembered that moment of the fight. If he had not dodged, they would hardly be talking now. The mentor smiled, looking at him. He had distinguished himself well today. Watching him all this time, he had never considered him talented. Young Lauren was trembling as he held the wooden weapon in his hands. He always got confused in his thoughts and began to tremble, so he had not been able to reveal his potential until now. The two boys stood next to each other. Both in the last sparring and in today's exam, he paired them because he believed that he should overcome this. The boy looked at the mentor in surprise, asking if he was serious. He stood with his back turned. Would he deceive the student? He needed to believe in himself more. Tears appeared in the boy's eyes. In the teacher's opinion, he was not much different from William. Therefore, one should not give in to fear in advance. The boy bowed to the instructor. If he lets his spirit break, there is nothing he can do. William was angry. His friend standing next to him tried to calm him down. He cursed at the boy. They asked him to pull himself together. He only got angrier. He thought he had been too soft with him, so he became bolder. The boy remembered the crazy look of his opponent, and now he dared to look at him with such a look. The boy turned to his friends and shouted, "He will not let this go. The boy must lose at least an arm." His comrades were shocked by what he heard. Was he really ready to go that far? Had he forgotten about his older brother? They imagined a hero in a red cloak. If something went wrong, it would escalate into a family conflict. But William lowered his head and looked at him with a crazy look. He cursed at his brother, reminding him that he was the eldest son of the Castro family. What would they do against him? He imagined two men shaking hands. He said that his father was friends with the Marquis, and no matter what he did, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. He smiled evilly and clenched his fist. The hero or anyone else, he would show that his bloodline was ultimately nothing before the true power. His friends were scared of him. William demanded that his brother be brought to him. If he resisted, then let him stun him. Behind them stood Roman, who heard this, and asked to repeat it again. He frowned, and demanded to repeat again what he was going to do. The two trembled at the sight of him. William was determined, saying that he would tell, but the hero's hand immediately grabbed him by the throat. He grabbed the guy's hand, trying to free himself. Does he understand what a mistake he just made? The hero held him at arm's length. Is he mocking the young man? It doesn't matter. His fingers dug deeper into his throat. The trouble is that the words got through to him. He heard everything, and how he mocked Dimitri's family. The hero looked piercingly at the guy. They dared to humiliate his family. He removed his hand from his throat, demanding to take him to his family. William fell to the floor holding his throat. He stood in front of him with a bright aura. If a negligent son made a mistake, then isn't his guilt shifted to the parents responsible for his behavior? He wants to see what true power really is. The estate stood against the backdrop of the sunset sky, so all their attempts failed. Fabius sat with his back to the window. He gave them a chance to make a career, but they were unable to give a sensible assessment. That's why the man hates dealing with commoners. The red-haired man laughed, holding a cup of tea in his hand. The faction of the aristocracy, Count Castro. It's always like that. A pathetic background does not allow you to see what's under their noses. He put the cup on the table, asking if Roman was such an outstanding warrior. His interlocutor answered in the affirmative. Otherwise, would the Marquis risk his life to win him over? The man covered his mouth with his hand and spoke quietly. Since it was him, he was telling him in secret. Benedict considered the hero his son-in-law. Really? A sinister smile appeared on Castro's face. He had to meet him in person sometime. He asked his interlocutor to arrange a meeting if the chance presented itself later. Something caught his attention. His son entered the room. Roman was standing behind the guy. The boy put his hand on his chest and began to explain. Did he hear how the hero treated him? A pathetic commoner dared to threaten him, the eldest son of a Catro. The man frowned, mentally cursing. He got up from the table and turned to his son, interrupted him and demanded that he shut up. Castro grabbed him and threatened him, asking if he knew who he had just touched. Mr. Hero, who saved Cairo. He threw the boy forcefully to the floor, and he dares to slander a great man. Roman watched the proceedings in silence. The man bowed to him, asking for forgiveness. His negligent son had caused him inconvenience. He would be severely punished. He would carry out educational work so that such things would not happen again, and ask for mercy. A smile appeared on his face and he gestured for the hero to sit down at the table. If he had a minute, would he like to have a cup of tea? Castro looked at the guy with a satisfied smile, and he thought that this was only to his advantage. He didn't think that the chance to establish relations with Roman would come so soon. He wouldn't reject such an apology, would he? How should I understand this? The hero looked seriously at his interlocutor, having said that it was he, not Castro, who decided whether to accept the apology or not. The hero looked at the Count. His son had created a problem affecting Dimitri's family. For a long time, William had been bullying Lauren, and right in front of him, he said that he would break his arm. The hero bowed his head and frowned. As soon as the words fly out of his mouth, they gain power. He cannot close his eyes to the current situation. The Count was indignant. What was he suggesting? Break his son's arm. But a little later he took a deep breath, offering to think and find a rational solution. What should he do? The guy was shocked by what he heard. Let William find his brother and kneel down and ask him for forgiveness in front of everyone. Roman looked into Castro's eyes. He would also have to leave the Royal Academy, thinking that he did not want his brother to breathe the same air as garbage. But if his father was not satisfied with this arrangement, the Count was stupefied. The hero would not refuse to fight. Would he fight him with his family, or would he agree to the offer? Roman looked piercingly at his interlocutor, saying that the choice was his. He turned away and sighed, saying that mongrels were nothing but a headache. The Marquis paid attention to him and he immediately decided that he was of some value. Castro turned around abruptly and pointed his finger at the hero. Nonsense. He is not worth the tip of Castro's fingernail. If it comes to that, he will show him the power of an aristocrat belonging to the central government. The man asked to look at Fabius. He had been observing the situation from the very beginning, asking Benedict to witness everything that had happened. The Count's face became angry. He demanded to convey to the Marquis that Roman had crossed the line, and he had no choice but to impose an appropriate punishment. Fabius was holding a cup of tea in his hand. He wanted to say more gently that William was to blame for the whole situation. He was confused and looked at his interlocutor. Among the aristocrats, Fabius was nicknamed the Raccoon Chirurg. The man's silhouette was comparable to the silhouette of an animal. He stood behind the backs of the other aristocrats. Although the world is full of people with extraordinary abilities, in fact, those like Fabius survived to the end. His eyes shone with a bright light, eyes that can read the situation from all sides, making deals with people on the street, making useful connections. His family line was nothing special, but managed to infiltrate the central government. Two men were walking, discussing something. Count Castro, coming from a distinguished clan, had established friendly relations with the Marquis from a young age. Fabius watched the squabble between the Count and the hero. The problem was that his opponent was Roman. Although it would be more correct to side with Castro, for the sake of victory the Marquis would abandon even a close friend. The man with long hair was against the background of golden gears. The only exception could be blood kinship, but recently Marquis has been trying his best to make Roman his son-in-law. In that case, there is only one answer. The man put the cup on the table, having said that if the Count's child made a mistake in something, it is better not to hide this shame, but to assign an appropriate punishment. The Count was beside himself. Damn it, he imagined his interlocutor. The raccoon had calculated everything. Being confident, he had concluded that he would benefit by staying on Dimitri's side. If a war were to break out with the family line, he imagined everything he had collapsing. They would be cast into hell. Castro bowed deeply. He could not make the situation worse out of pride. He said that after listening to Count Fabius, he realized that he had made a mistake. The hero watched what was happening in silence. He asked him to forgive him. After all, this was his son's business. He lost his sanity for a moment. The boy was angry. Roman thought about it. Aristocrats always mistakenly assume that they have superiority. Now that he had suddenly rushed to the top, there was a chance that he and his family would suffer. The Count in front of him was still bowing, because of the jealousy and envy of these ridiculous creatures. Therefore, it is necessary to show a visual example at least once. The Count stood with his eyes closed. It would not be so bad if Count Castro became him. He said that he would obey the master's words. The young man could not believe what he heard. William would apologize to his brother and leave the Royal Academy. Roman smiled contentedly. He asked him to understand his father's heart. The hero turned around and started to leave. He would consider the matter settled. The boy could not believe what had happened. His father thanked him for his mercy. He watched Roman leave. What kind of person had he touched? The dark-haired boy turned around. The voice said that things were bad. They were William's friends. They were from his gang. The blue-haired boy came up to him and shouted. His brother had gotten into a conflict with William. He was angry about losing and said that he would break the boy's arm. But the older brother heard it. The boy was very surprised. The blue-haired boy was worried when he told it. After that, William had a fight with his brother and dragged him to Count Castro. Lauren immediately jumped up. Brother, the Count was more than capable of killing his brother. He might be in danger this time. He ran quickly, fear on his face, that he might get hurt because of him. Tears were welling up in his eyes. He would never be able to forgive himself for this. In front of him was a communication crystal. His father's voice rang out, asking what was wrong. The young man tried to wipe the tears from his face with his hand. He was told that his brother might be in danger. He intervened to help him. His parents were listening from the other side, but he was taken to the Castro estate. His father slammed his fist on the table, cursing at them. He trembled with anger. He thought that Lauren was trying to avoid unnecessary calls, afraid of causing inconvenience. But if he was calling with tears in his eyes, something had definitely happened. Romero turned to his wife, asking what was the best thing to do. She knew that the Castro family was part of the central government and was close to the Marquis. The woman was indignant. Is that all he cared about? Now their eldest son Roman is in danger. The father folded his hands and closed his eyes. They will think about the relationship with the central government later. Dimitri's family is not that weak. He got up from the table and hugged his wife, thanking her for these words, and turning around, he extended his hand, ordering an immediate call to the vassals of the family. No one dares to refuse. A large lampshade hung on the ceiling. Everyone gathered at the large table. The father said that their eldest son faced danger due to disagreements with the Castro family. Based on Lauren's information, the last thing they saw was how he was taken to their estate. The blonde was surprised by what he heard. Although their opponent Castro is from the central government, everyone gathered listened to him attentively. He is not going to remain silently on the sidelines. Therefore, he needs their consent. Romero frowned, thinking that he might face serious resistance. The first to raise his hand was a man in armor with a red cloak, captain of the Knights Order Dimitri Jonathan. Having said that he agrees, he spread his hand. It is dangerous to oppose the central government, but this is not about just anyone, but the firstborn of the family. He introduced the loyal knights. They are ready to give their lives to protect the young master. The man in the blue bandage clenched his hand into a fist, the head of the Hendrik Forge, saying that he will immediately start all the forges. How much weapons will be needed for the war? The man slammed his fist on the table. The young master is the future Dimitri. Whoever Castro is, he will not forgive them for touching the young master. Everyone present looked at the head. The forge laborers, the miners of the mine, as well as the ordinary citizens of Dimitri. Romero looked thoughtful. Everyone was filled with great determination. Their family had always chosen peace, but from now on they will act as the rulers of the northeastern lands. The setting sun illuminated the entrances to the mines. A cry rang out. They dared to touch the hero of the family. The long-haired man looked indignant. The head of the Iron Mountain Jackok. He ordered all the miners to be gathered, even if they could not fight, but they would help others prepare everything necessary for the war. Another waved his fist in support of him. Responsible for security Morin, the capital aristocrat, attempted on the life of Mr. Roman, destroying that they would increase production, even if they had to forget about sleep. The blacksmiths worked without a break. The sooner they finished, the sooner the young master could return home. Hendrik was a hammer on an anvil. He said that everyone should forget about rest for the sake of the young master. Everyone who lived under the Dimitri family threw all their strength into saving one person. Less than an hour later, the work was in full swing. The whole city was involved in the work. The hero calmly left the estate. His brother bit his nails from excitement. No one from the capital could even imagine what kind of bomb Dimitri dropped. The boy walked down the hallway. He had contacted his father, who had definitely come to the people's aid. But what should he do until then? He broke into a run again, telling himself not to think about it. First of all, he needed to find his older brother, and he came across a group of students who had gathered and were discussing something. Why were there so many people here? And suddenly he saw something he didn't expect. In front of him, his brother was holding the bully at arm's length. Roman. He threw William to the floor, turning his attention to his younger brother. He turned back to the bully. Other students were standing around. He told him to apologize. If he couldn't, his family would pay in full instead. His father stood behind him and yelled at his son. William swallowed his pride. He began to apologize for bullying him all the time. He had only suffered because of his whim. He clenched his teeth, asking for his apology to be accepted. He was leaving the academy and would never appear before him again. The boy stood there distracted. What did all this mean? Castro supported his son, asking him to accept his apology and promising that it would not happen again. He bowed his head to the boy, sincerely apologizing. Later, both brothers went outside. He asked how the older brother managed to do this. He told him to listen carefully. Today, he had not intervened only for him. Roman looked away, saying that they had insulted the entire family, and he, as its representative, felt the need to put them in their place. Lauren listened to him in amazement. If they continued to mock him, forcing him to bow his head, people would begin to belittle Dimitri's authority. The young man lowered his head, asking for forgiveness, but his brother told him to raise it, and he looked seriously at his younger brother. His name was Lauren Dimitri. He wished that each of his younger brothers never had to experience something like this again. 2 horses were drawn on the shield, 2 hammers and a dagger were in front of him. Therefore, he must understand what his strength is and what he can do next. The boy was a little worried. If Castro had known from the beginning how powerful the family was, he would not have been able to treat him so frivolously. He was touched by the fact that he called him his younger brother. The young man frowned and put his fist to his chest. He said that he would remember the words and would not let himself be offended by pain. Roman smiled contentedly upon hearing these words, thinking that he, too, no longer wanted to be cannon fodder in the fight between brothers. The guy was suddenly struck by lightning. He was terribly scared, saying that he needed to contact the family immediately. Otherwise, his father would definitely do something. Castro hit his son hard in the face, calling him insignificant. He grabbed his cheek, and he was his son. Did he even realize what a mistake he had made? The man introduced the entire Dmitri family. Roman was a deity. The strongest kingdoms had fallen off their feet to lure him to their side. The guy was dressed in armor with a red cloak. The count began to yell at the guy again. Did he harm his younger brother? At the very moment when he, Castro's eldest son, knelt down, William turned pale. The prestige of their family had fallen to an all-time low. He pointed at him with a small finger. From now on, in the eyes of the people, they would become idiots who were unable to grasp the true state of affairs. The count grabbed his head, thinking about how he would show himself to Marquis Benedict now. Their servant ran down the corridor. He reported that a magical signal had been received from the Dmitri family. He turned his head in confusion, asking why. Baron Dmitri. Romero's image appeared before the count. The aristocrats of the central government may not take them seriously, but they dared to touch the blood of the family, and they would never stand aside. Castro was completely shocked. He was already all worked up. Why did the Baron once again raise an already decided issue? Romero raised his fist, saying that tomorrow at dawn they would submit a request to the central government for a feudal war. The gold coins fell through his fingers. From now on, the Dmitri Trade Guild would freeze all shipments related to Castro. They would get all the Castro bonds remaining in the gold bank. The count listened in silence. For an enemy preparing for war, money was a significant threat. But that was not all. People were coming to support another man. He had contacted all the forces hostile to Castro. They were ready to cooperate and invest large sums of money in the war, among other things. The man continued to listen to Romero. He told them to use any means and goals to crush his family. The speaker's face was extremely serious. No matter what price Dmitri paid for it, he would destroy Castro at all costs. The count felt weakened. This could not be allowed. He clenched his teeth. There was no mercy in his words. Romero was his father's son. The Baron lowered his head. He warned them for the last time to let his son go. This confused the count. He spread his hands and screamed. The Baron was deeply mistaken. They are not holding anyone from Dmitri's family. The man remembered the boy's apology to the other. The problem with Lauren was also solved. His son William begged him on his knees for forgiveness. What war was he talking about? Romero lowered his eyebrows. Really? He replied that it was. They had already talked to Roman and decided everything. They would be careful so that something like this did not happen again. The Baron agreed and ended the connection. The Baron walked down the corridor. Having decided that his son was a natural leader, he went out onto the balcony. Many people had gathered below. From the top, the forge masters, to the miners in the mines. At some point, Roman completely captured the hearts of these people. They looked up intently. When did he manage to grow so much? Romero extended his hand, announcing that the war was cancelled. They needed to prepare for the banquet. The crowd rejoiced. They could eat as much as they wanted, drink as if it was their last day. The streets of the city were illuminated by the sun. Someone said that he had seen it with his own eyes. Count Castro, one of the influential people in the capital, but he made his eldest son kneel and apologized to his third son Dmitri. The hand took a mug from the counter. He claimed that the Cairo power system was changing. Although it lasted no more than a couple of hours, the man refused to cooperate with people. All the merchants cooperating with the Dmitri Trade Guild said that they were ready to break off deals with the Castro family. The man smiled evilly, asking if they understood what this meant. The Dmitri family planned to start a war with the Castro family. Another guy answered in surprise. A provincial family against a clan family. But what is more frightening? Chests of gold began to appear near the Dmitri coat of arms. As soon as everything happened, large investments went to this family. The guy smiled, holding a mug in his hand. They considered that, about the confrontation between the capital and provincial families, Dmitri had a better chance of winning. The guy smiled broadly. This incident completely changed Dmitri's position. Roman sat in a chair with a cup of tea. The Dmitri family denies wars, but for him, they made this decision. The hero looked into his cup. This was not the Baron's sole choice. It was only possible with the consent of the key figures who formed Dmitri. He imagined the city outside the walls. A small community called Dmitri, settled on the outskirts, was ready to go to war to save him. He remembered his past, how he stood covered in blood. The life of a heavenly demon was held under the auspices of the survival of the strongest in a world where everything was allowed. He remembered the eyes with which he looked at everything. He had seen many deaths, which radically changed his character. Now he drank tea with a smile. But this life is different from the past. Gray walls illuminated by stars, kingdom of Hector. Two people leaned over someone. One asked if the prince was awake. Edwin was lying in bed, all bandaged, asking how long he had been unconscious. The warrior broke through the enemies, an amazing creature named Roman. If he had the opportunity to turn back time, could he completely crush him? Edwin was covered in bandages. He decided that it was impossible. He remembered the battle. He had brought the kingdom of Hector to the deepest depths of despair with his own hands. Dead soldiers lay around. If he had not started the war, he could have bought more time to prolong the existence of the kingdom. The green-haired knight lay defeated on the ground. Instead, Kellen had substituted himself for the knife. Seeing him, the prince gritted his teeth. Because of him, Hector faced the worst possible outcome. From now on, he must do everything to find a way to Hector. Many bloody hands reached out to him, as long as there were people whose gaze was directed only at him. The prince frowned. He could not give up so easily. He woke up and saw two people in front of him, and he was all bandaged. He did not understand how long he had slept. The night sky hung over the kingdom. About a week. Although everyone involved in the war bit their tongues, the news transmitted by their Cairo plunged the entire kingdom into despair. People in the streets discussed what had happened. The demon Cairo single-handedly chopped down thousands of soldiers. But that was not all, he even wounded the captain. This battle was obviously lost. The people were depressed. They were like frogs in a well. This world was teeming with monsters that they did not suspect. The prince knelt before the king. The king asked how he felt. Edwin answered that he was fine. The king glared at him, calling him a foolish boy. He handed over the affairs of the royal family to him because of his lack of ability, but he did not want to solve the problem at the cost of his own son. The prince bowed his head, asking for forgiveness. He looked at the man. Had he heard Jackson's report? He answered positively. Black soil was around the dead tree. In Hector's village, where crop failure began due to a strange anomaly. The forest was completely dead. There were no leaves on the trees. The earth turned black and all living things died out. The skeleton stretched out his hand holding a book with black pages. Apparently, the necromancer's curse was mixed in here. This stunned the old king. The necromancer walked on the ground from which eyes looked out. It is possible that the crop failure that has been plaguing Hector all this time was sent intentionally. Moreover, the entire territory of Hector was affected. The map with the name of the settlement was burning, and this means that black magic, spread over several years, was not without it. The king looked scared. In other words, he said there was a force that was just waiting for them to attack Cairo. The son looked at him. This force lurked in the shadows and deliberately started a war between the two kingdoms for its own benefit. The old man lowered his eyes. The curse that had spread throughout the kingdom could only be dispelled by a great priest. But they had no more power left. The boy remembered how the figure in the plaza ruffled his hair. He asked his father if he remembered how, when he was a child, the master of the heavenly tower had offered to give him anything he wanted. The young prince looked very happy. If he renounced his title of prince and dedicated his life to the magic tower, the king jumped up from the throne. The prince would sell his time to the heavenly magic tower. Edwin, he shouted. But the prince only frowned. He only needed a year. This was the only way that could solve the problem. The mug hit the table with a loud bang. The man in the dark cloak looked drunk. If he was going to die, he wanted to do it on the battlefield. He leaned over the table. Would there be room for a one-armed swordsman? Hardly. That was the reality. Footsteps were heard from behind. Someone said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Roman looked at him with a smile. He decided to ask him directly. What he heard surprised the man. Had he ever thought about joining his wing? He wondered why Mr. Roman would do that. He stood up and bowed. He said that he was sincerely grateful for the offer, but he only had one arm. The warrior stood hunched over. What use could such a man have for him? He was completely useless as a swordsman and would only drag him down. The hero looked at him with a smile. For some reason, this did not sound like a refusal to him. Or was he wrong? McBurney looked at him in surprise. The man asked if he had ever heard of a left-handed sword. A one-armed warrior walked in the middle of the forest. Left-handed swordsman Song Beek. He served as a guard for the imperial family, but devoted himself entirely to the country, losing his right arm in the war. There was a lot of gold in the open chest. The palace recognized his many years of service, rewarding him with wealth and glory, but a warrior who spent his life on the battlefield could not come to terms with a peaceful life. The man stood on the edge, looking at the mountains around. He decided to leave the soldier, even if it would lead to a miserable death. The man trained by hitting a log with a sword. He put many years of sword training until his left hand adapted to the new living conditions. After that, he began to challenge other warriors to duels using a left-handed sword he created. The warrior let his opponent's blood with one swing. The disturbed balance of the body, which was always perceived as a weakness. He skillfully turned to his advantage and used it in attacks. Many warriors died from his blade. Opposite the warrior stood a white-haired man. His last opponent was he from whose hand he met death. Roman smiled. If he follows him, he will tell him about the technique of the left-handed sword. He looked into the eyes of his interlocutor and promises to make him more profitable than anyone else. McBurney was surprised. Will bring profit. This man is his savior. He imagined himself among other warriors. If only he could live the life of someone other than a one-armed cripple. He will do whatever it takes. The warrior knelt before the hero. It was enough for him to say that he would benefit. The hero folded his hands behind his back. From now on, he will devote his life to Lord Roman. That day, McBurney found new hope. The war changed the lives of many people. The bloody sword stuck out of the ground. The prince was wrapped in a cloak. McBurney smiled. The warriors followed the rider along the forest path, and even the slob of the Albert family, Henry, they were all drawn into the maelstrom of change. The boy with pink hair looked up, tears welling up in his eyes. Mr. Roman was so cruel. After all, they had been through the war together. He was sitting on a horse. He could have taken him. The warrior had arrived at the castle walls. It was better to live among people who respected him. Oh well, he suddenly saw something. It was enough for him that he had been released from service. In front of the entrance gates with congratulations to the hero. Henry had done nothing in the war with Hector. The people on the walls were greeting him. But the truth alone that he had been with Roman on the battlefield was enough to change his status radically. The boy was very surprised. A man with a long beard appeared on the screen. He was from the Royal Academy. He couldn't give a lecture about the war that had broken out in the south. Henry was happy. That's it. To increase your Zeknanost, you need to tell how great a man Roman is. The boy was actively giving lectures. He led her praising Roman, playing the role of a mouthpiece that spread his glory throughout the world. The guy gave an emotional speech. This moment became a turning point in the life of an idle aristocrat. A few days later, the warriors followed the hero. The crowd wished him a happy journey. The king watched him from the wall. When he returned to the capital again, the marquis stood on another wall. He would have to make a choice. The guy looked at them. Until then, the entire Northeast would submit to his power, and he smiled, so that he could resist the central government. The army followed the hero along a forest path. Suddenly, someone's cry was heard, which attracted the warrior's attention. My God, this year's entire harvest is ruined. What bastards. Roman turned his head and saw 3 people in the field. They were thinking about how they would now feed their families. The guy asked who they were. Chris approached the hero. They must be farmers, his families. He asked how Dimitri's people ended up on Conrad's lands. The blonde turned to him. There wasn't much land for construction on his territory. Some of the villagers had borrowed land here to farm. Roman lowered his head and thought. Then he turned to him. Having ordered them to be brought, he had to listen to what had happened from start to finish. The peasants stood before the hero with their hands folded. They said that they had signed a contract with the Conrad family, borrowing land here for 10 years. Tears appeared in the man's eyes. In a month, it would be time to harvest, but the Conrad family had announced that they would vacate the land in a week. A knight on horseback was walking through the crops. They held on, saying that they couldn't leave, but they sent the people away, turning the land into a bare field. The man closed his eyes and screamed. That wasn't fair. If they couldn't harvest, how would they live on and what would they eat? Chris listened to the peasant and turned to Roman. He said that what had happened was sad, but they couldn't interfere in this matter. The map showed the boundaries of the lands. The land they had borrowed belonged entirely to the Conrad family. That this could cause a conflict. The blonde looked at the hero. In addition, the Conrad family, along with other aristocrats of the northeastern lands, had formed their own alliance. Their coat of arms was a shield with ornate designs and crowns on top. The Northeastern Alliance, a small union created by influential families, for their own benefit, where everyone covers for each other. The guy was surprised to hear the answer. Inaction will only make things worse, Roman said. He looked seriously at his comrade. They must get to the root of the problem before they feel permissive. But he still bowed in response. If the master has made a decision, it is the duty of the subordinate to follow his will. They were joyfully greeted in the city. The army entered through the main gate, following the hero. He greeted the people on horseback. He was their pride. The father greeted his son with open arms, calling him to him. The boy came up and they hugged each other. He noted that he had tried his best. The boy asked if everything was okay. He nodded happily. How could it be otherwise? As if something special was happening in their lands. The man put his hands on his son's shoulders. He had prepared a grand banquet in his honor. Let him eat his fill today and let him drink as much as he wants. The main thing is to have fun. Roman frowned, asking for a minute of his time. Later, they were standing in his office. Romero replied that he had heard about it, but they had no way to stop the Conrad family from taking back their lands. The man was serious. If they interfered this time, it would be difficult for their peasants to cultivate the land in their territory in the future. The hero was surprised, asking if they were Benedict's people, would they take away their peasants' lands like they were doing now? Father thought about it. Benedict stood as if above everything. Markic was the living embodiment of power. No one would even dare to think about touching his people. On the coat of arms there were horses with hammers and a sword. In that case, what place did he think their family occupied in the northeast? He imagined the burning ruins. He was more than sure now that the Barcos were destroyed, there was no family stronger than them in the northeast. Romero put his hands behind his back. He did not deny his son's words, but he did not see the need to inflate an insignificant problem. The Baron stood in front of the Marquis and his people, setting the locals against Dmitri. Roman answered calmly, saying that there was a need. He lowered his head and frowned. Now the real power is in the hands of Dmitri, but the aristocracy, including the Conrad family, flaunts its idleness. A huge estate stood behind the aristocrat. In the end, Dmitri is just another family to them, and since they are not protected by the central government, as was the case with Barco, they do not see them as a threat. A peasant woman cried in front of the destroyed crops. The Conrad family made a rash decision, daring to touch the people of Dmitri. Did Romero understand what he was getting at? The hero hit his armor with his hand. He said that for them, Dmitri is the strongest family in the northeast, but only in words. Father was a little confused. It was time to sort out the hierarchy. A sinister smile appeared on the guy's face. They must clearly understand who is on top and who is below. A glass of wine was in his hand. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. They have the power and a reason to help their people. Then why should they silently watch as the Conrad family bullies their people? He asked to transfer authority to him. His eyes became wild. He spread his fingers wide in front of him. All that is required of the Baron is to make a decision. He himself buys his hands in blood. The father sat alone in the dark study, leaning on the back of his chair. His son had grown too much. Romero remembered a small boy carrying a sack on his back. In the act, Roman had to experience every hardship of common life with him. He remembered how he put the boy on his shoulders. People called him half noble, but perhaps it was this pain he had experienced that made him who he was now. The Baron looked at his reflection in the wine. True, now Dmitri's family lacked not strength, but the determination of the owner. The moonlight fell through the window behind him. Now it was his turn to take matters into his own hands. A new era had arrived. The white walls of the estate were illuminated by the sun. A few days later, a grand banquet was held for Dmitri. It celebrated the return of Roman. People in different outfits walked to the entrance, getting out of carriages, and all the nobility of the northeastern lands gathered there. Everyone gathered in the main hall. The Bolt family arrived. Someone came to congratulate Mr. Roman. The girl laughed, covering her mouth with her hand. Although they did not acknowledge the Dmitri family as the dominant one, they did not deny its influence. The Svetlovskaya girl in the dark dress smiled. She asked if the hero remembered her. Mrs. Sophia, of course he remembered her. The boy smiled back. They had talked at the last banquet, he asked. She was surprised that he actually remembered. The girl looked at him carefully. Indeed, she thought, he was no longer the Roman he had been before. It would be wonderful to marry such a man. Another boy approached them and bowed to the hero. He introduced himself as Viscount Conrad. It was a great honor for him to greet the hero Cairo, who had repelled Hector's attacks. The hero smiled and turned to him. So it was Viscount Conrad. He replied that he was at his service. The man smiled and extended his hand. He said that he had heard that he had defeated a 5-star swordsman in this battle. He chuckled, adding that he couldn't believe that at such a young age he had achieved such heights. The boy replied that he was exaggerating. People around him began to pay attention to their conversation. In all this time, no one from the northeastern lands had ever made it into the ranker's ratings, but he thought that the boy might be aiming for the very top. The hero bowed his head, saying that he had one personal question. The man smiled, thinking that the conversation was in a good mood. Even though the boy was a commoner, he was quite smart. He replied that he could ask him anything, but what he heard surprised him. The hero heard that he had unilaterally broken the contract with Dmitri's tenants, taking these lands from them. The guests were scared and began to discuss it. Could he ask the reason? Viscount began to worry and wave his arms. One trade guild offered a higher price for these lands, that's all, suggesting that they stop this meaningless talk. Roman smiled back. For that reason alone, the man looked confused. He said that everyone was here to enjoy the celebration in his honor. So why did he decide to bring up such a sensitive issue? Viscount started speaking louder and spread his arms. He had come with good intentions to congratulate the gentleman on his return, so why was he trying to tarnish his good name in front of everyone present? He turned away from the hero. With this attitude, he could no longer keep a smile on his face, and he began to walk towards the exit. With that, he would take his leave. The boy stopped him. He bowed his head, his voice becoming more serious. If he cut off the conversation now and left, he would interpret this gesture as hostility towards Dmitri's family, and he pointed his finger at the place in front of him, repeating that he should return. Viscount Conrad turned around gloomily and asked what he had just said. He waved his hand and shouted that he had indeed driven Dmitri's peasants off the land, but it belonged entirely to his family. The man angrily shouted that he was getting his own back, or should he report every little thing to Dmitri. The man's face was gloomy when he asked this. Roman, clenching his fists, stood in front of him and heard the words of people who said that Viscount Conrad was right. Baron Romero should have organized a meeting to resolve the conflict between the families himself. By what right did Roman bring this issue up for discussion? Besides, how could he be so rude to people who had gathered to congratulate him on his return? The brunette frowned forward, hearing that Conrad, the head of an entire family, was not someone to be treated with and other things. He thought, if it were Barco, would they react the same way? No, they would never allow this. He imagined a map and swords surrounding the castle. The local aristocracy, located in the northeastern lands, were ready to point a sword at Dmitri's family at any moment. There were only two options, either put them all under the knife or force them to obey their words. Roman imagined himself holding the barons on a leash and thought that he should give them a clear choice. Looking ahead, he said that he would ask directly, since when was it allowed in the kingdom of Cairo to neglect the people of other nobles? The hero approached the man and said that he had touched his peasants. He imagined the men with tools in their hands, saying that his people who lived on Dmitri's lands paid taxes to the Dmitri family, people who swore allegiance to them. Looming angrily over Conrad, he said that even in this case, he dared to mention ignorance. The mustachioed man was frightened to hear that. He hoped that he would smile and make conversation with him, even knowing that his people had suffered because of him. Roman remembered how the men sat at the table, saying that this issue had already been brought up at a family meeting. His father had given him absolute power, and he did not plan to turn a blind eye to this problem. The Viscount's eyes widened. He asked what this meant. The guests who had arrived were talking among themselves when they heard the question. He was not going to apologize yet. Let everyone listen. Roman waved his hand and said that if people from other estates were to blame in the future on Dmitri's land, he would ask them 100 times more. With an angry grin, the guy suggested checking which of those who had criticized him today could then say that this was an insignificant problem. The men looked at him in amazement, thinking that if his words came true, they would be the ones who would suffer losses. Conrad imagined the beast in front of the full moon and thought that Roman, his skill was not limited to swordsmanship. He turned out to be a real fox. The fox bared his sharp teeth, but the man thought that he had set a trap and was pressing them with force to prevent them from getting out. The man stared forward, thinking that he was not going to retreat. Now was the right time to unite the alliance's forces. The blonde man looked at Roman and said that this time he was at fault. Waving his hand, the nobleman of the Northeastern Alliance, Viscount Lawrence, said that when deciding on a matter, it was very important to maintain consistency. This concerns Dmitri's people, but he was at the door when opinions were not even informed to the family. Moving his palm, he ordered to admit the mistake and apologize. Lawrence imagined the smiling people, thinking that they did not show any sympathy when they confronted Barco. The Northeastern Alliance is only in name. Lawrence can live if they follow Dmitri's family. The man spread his arms, walking closer, and asked the ladies and gentlemen, do they also think that he is right? Conrad tensely heard the others confirm and tell him to apologize to Roman immediately. What kind of aristocrat could smile and walk over the situation? The man turned to the side, thinking that the people close to Dmitri's family had joined forces to corner them. He bowed, thinking that it was best to retreat now, and said that he would be more careful in the future. Romero asked sullenly if he was sure that their categoricalness would not cause problems. He sat at the table and told his son that the Northeastern Alliance would never retreat. Roman looked at him and said that in order to once and for all put the hierarchy in order, they had to make the rivals exhaust all their strength. He imagined angry men with burning eyes and said that only by uniting and opposing Dmitri, trying to destroy them in every way. Roman raised his palm and said that they would be able to feel absolute powerlessness and raise the difference between them and Dmitri's family. Only in this way would they be able to complete their plan. The man slammed his hand on the round table, shouting that this was an arrogant boy, once known as the fool of the Dmitri family. Now that he had gained recognition in the capital, he could not see beyond his own nose. The men gathered and shouted in displeasure that it was true. His arrogance knew no bounds. The second said that if they bowed their heads to him, people would stop taking the Northeastern Alliance seriously. Conrad frowned and asked if they had a special way to solve the problem. The men at the round table fell silent. Intertwining his fingers, the Viscount said that he was honestly admitting that he was already questioning the meaning of the alliance's existence. He imagined Roman with warriors behind him, said that, roughly speaking, the Dmitri family had an incomparably powerful army, and they also had Roman, who had defeated Butler. Angrily looking ahead, the mustachioed man said that they could not be dealt with by conventional methods. The man sitting at the table raised his hand and asked how about contacting the central government. With hands reaching out to Romero against the background of the coat of arms, the man asked if he was proposing to use the central government to pressure the Dmitri family. The man replied that yes, after the collapse of Barco, they had spent all their efforts to establish ties with him. He imagined himself grabbing a rope with his hand and said that it was time to take advantage of it. The man sitting at the table thought that it was true. They needed to use the central government to create favorable conditions for the alliance, and he said out loud that he would contact them right away. The mustachioed man put his hand to his chest and asked Fabius to allow him to make a request, and he ordered him to speak. The blue-haired man with the mustache smiled and said that he could not help but listen to the requests of Viscount Conrad himself. This is an aristocrat of the central government, Count Fabius. The man touched his chest and said that the matter was that they had recently had disagreements with the Dmitri family. Would Fabius allow the use of the central government to pressure them once? The man and the people standing behind him saw the hologram disappear. The Viscount turned around angrily and asked, "He can't even handle the connection. Count Fabius might be offended. Let him reconnect to the connection immediately." An image of the disgruntled count appeared. The man apologized, saying that the connection was unstable. The blue-haired man said that he had to be such a fool. The man in the hologram looked angry, saying that they apparently plugged their ears on their outskirts. Were they asking to threaten Dmitri? Conrad was surprised to hear that Count Benedict guarded Roman like the apple of his eye. Now he was making every effort to make him his son-in-law, and they were talking nonsense about threats. The image disappeared, and the man finally said that they had enough of this nonsense. Let them think about how to curry favor with Roman. Conrad thought in amazement, a political marriage with the Marquis's daughter. The green-haired boy standing behind him asked why he didn't apologize first. The man stood on the stage with a scroll, and so the conflict with the Conrad family was resolved. Viscount Conrad apologized to the farmers and promised that he would not touch them until the end of the term specified in the contract. The people bowed to Roman standing next to him and thanked him. The worker touched his chest and told the young master that they heard that he fought for them. From now on they are ready to do anything if it concerns him. As expected, the Northeastern Alliance retreated. Roman smiled and said that he was only fulfilling Dmitri's duty. He thought that although they planned to involve this central government, but the current central government has no choice but to do as he says. He imagined the aristocrats from the alliance and thought that it was not for nothing that the alliance was called bats. If this matter was closed now, then despite their humility, someday they will stab him in the back. People waved after the guy who was leaving, who thought that if the first stage was a provocation, then the second one was to face reality. The guy stood on the balcony and told the people standing below that he had news. The Dmitri family was going to hold a sword tournament. The prize money was 100 gold. The residents were surprised to hear that for the sake of fairness, he and Captain Chris would not participate. He introduced the figures standing under the beam of light and said that this was not all. The participants would be divided into 6 groups. In total, they would choose 6 winners. Looking ahead, the brunette said that, as they already knew, he participated in the war against the Hector Kingdom. He and his soldiers had already experienced how big the world was, and this experience made them stronger. Leaning on the railing, he said that they would use the tournament to prove it to them. One of his soldiers would join each of the 6 groups. If someone could defeat the soldier and win, they would receive not only the prize. He imagined the coins falling on his palm and continued that it was also an opportunity to make a wish come true. One of the men raised his hand and asked, "Can people from other families also participate?" Looking at him, Roman replied that if they confirmed that they were a swordsman of the northeastern lands, no other conditions would be considered. The crowd in front heard that the tournament would be held in a month. Let them prepare properly. He hoped that many would participate. The men sat at the table. Words were heard that the sword tournament held by the Dmitri family meant that it was a great chance for them. Conrad sat gloomy, folding his hands, and said that if the victory went to a swordsman from the alliance, then they, as the winners, would have the right to make a wish. He imagined himself extending his hand to Roman, who was standing below him, and saying that if they didn't fish for an apology but acted like adults, sensible people, offering to bury the hatchet and join forces, they would be able to strengthen the damaged relations with Dmitri's clan and regain their lost dignity. A draft swayed the candle flame. He heard that the question was, would they be able to win? The brunette said with a sad look that even without them there would be many who would be interested in the tournament. Would they be able to win, eliminating all competitors? He imagined the image of the blonde and the red-haired man and said that besides, weren't there still Chris and Kevin, who had participated in the duel with Barco? The soldiers smiled confidently, and words were heard that if these guys took part in the tournament, it would not be easy to win. The Viscount waved his hands, saying that the tournament would be divided into 6 teams. Regardless of Kevin and Chris, they just needed to select a winner for each group. He presented a chart with numbers and participants, saying that if they mobilized all the forces of each family and put up an equal number of participants, at least one of them would take the victory for their team. The man sitting at the table said that made sense. Another said that at least one sounded like a good plan. Conrad, looking serious, said that they should remember that there was exactly 1 month left until the tournament. He pictured them standing behind the barons and said that if they could not use the chance given by the heavens themselves, they would eventually be swallowed up by the power of the Dmitri family. The man pictured a mercenary with a sword and said that they needed to snatch victory by any means necessary, even if they had to put up a master from another land, a man from the northeast. The boy stood on the platform in front of a group of people and said that he was sure that they had heard about the sword tournament. Roman crossed his arms and said that from now on, for the next month, they would compete against each other to compare their skills, and he would select 6 warriors who would represent the Dmitri family in the tournament. The boys were amazed to hear that the previous assessment did not matter. Only the assessments received this month would report on their current position. The boys were surprised to think that this was a competition. The hero looked at them and thought that although they had returned from the battlefield, their war was not over yet. He imagined a boy with a sword surrounded by a red glow and thought that the power was like a sharp blade that was ready to cut off a head from the shoulders at any moment. In order for subordinates to strive for such power, they must be given a suitable reason time after time. Roman looked ahead, saying that the one who raised the prestige of the Dmitri family by representing it in the tournament needed a worthy reward. The men standing before him heard that if any of the 6 selected swordsmen were to win, he would teach the winners a top-tier technique. He presented the notebooks, sword, and gauntlet, and said that whether it was spiritual practice or sword technique, he would help him rise to a higher level. Bucky was overjoyed, thinking that even a small part of the master's knowledge would be able to ensure rapid progress. The master was on a completely different level. The soldiers thought intently that the chance to master a top-tier technique was undoubtedly a great fortune. Looking at them, the brunette thought that this tournament had 2 purposes: to make the aristocracy of the northeastern region realize reality and to train his subordinates to perfection. He smiled slightly, thinking that after the tournament came to an end, a very interesting situation would arise in the northeast. The men standing in formation responded, hearing that from now on, they would begin an endless competition. The hand clutching the sheath, the hero thought that there was exactly 1 month ahead. It was also time to equip himself. He imagined himself from his past life, thinking that the heavenly demon Junghyuk was born on the border between life and death. Looking down, Roman thought that although he was used to danger, it was rather stupid to bring trouble upon himself. In this month, not only his subordinates, but he himself must advance. The guy turned to the green-haired man, who asked, did he call him? The head of the Information Guild, Lucas, touched his chest, agreeing when he heard that the name was going to go into closed training for a month. The hero said that he would not accept any report unless some serious incident happened in the family. The guy handed Lucas the sword, telling him to take care of selling it during this time. Holding out the sheath, the brunette said that he had originally called it a firestorm, but since it would find a new owner, he decided to name it Flame. The guy looked at the sword in his hands in surprise and heard that he should decide for himself how to sell it. The main thing was not to reveal that he was its owner. The money from the sale he could invest in the capital of the Information Guild. The hero took the sword out of the sheath, a smooth blade, a shining aura. Thoughtfully looking at the sword, Lucas said that it was immediately obvious that the sword was quite something, so why would the gentleman sell it? First, he would look for a place to put it up for sale. He imagined an auction hammer, thinking that the gentleman had said that he could decide for himself how to sell it, maybe put the anonymous sword up for auction. The green-haired man grinned, thinking that it was true. Those who knew the prices of swords would definitely pay a tidy sum. There were market stalls and a monument with a sphere in the city square. This is Adelion, a city in the northeastern region with the most developed trade, since the teleport gate is located on its territory. The brunette looked at the hooded man and said that this is guest number 23. He moved the crystal over the sword, asking to let him check the thing first. The employee thought that the sword emitted extraordinary energy, and the artifact glowed blue, which means that the goods are of the highest quality. Having put the crystal in the case, the man asked what type of auction he prefers. Lucas answered that free bidding with complete anonymity of the seller. The guy in the hood heard that there is no minimum sale amount for free bidding, and you will also have to pay a 10% commission. He confidently, grinning, answered that he is sure. The man pointed to the arch and called him to come in for an assessment. The man in pince nez smiled, saying that he is Morris, the manager of the auction hall in Adelion. Pleased to meet you. The bald employee examined the sword, saying that he could confidently say that the durability and sharpness of the sword were top-notch. It was rare to find such a good sword. He imagined a blacksmith at work, thinking that it also had the most optimal weight. He assumed that it was forged by a master of his craft. Such a product should cost at least 30 gold. Now they would test the resonance with mana. Next to the sword lay a crystal and stars shone. Mana resonance is divided into 10 levels. You need to reach at least 3 levels so that the sword can receive the title of a true named sword. The appraiser looked at the weapon in amazement, exclaiming that this simply cannot be. Morris turned to him in surprise and asked what was going on. The man replied that the degree of resonance reached 10 levels, although no, the resonance is so high that it is impossible to calculate. The manager opened his mouth in shock when he heard that even the signature swords would break when they couldn't absorb the flow of mana, but this sword, on the contrary, only strengthened its power. The host waved his hands in the Adelian auction hall and strongly recommended that everyone participate in this auction. In the entire history of the auction hall, nothing like this had ever appeared on its stage. The mustachioed man smiled and thought that from the local onlookers to the rich people of the capital, everyone was lured here by rumors. The host pointed to the covered stand and asked to let him introduce the main event of the evening. He tore off the cloth and presented the signature sword Flame. The auction participants looked at it in surprise, hearing that if it was an average signature sword, it would not be put up as the main lot. The red crystal on the sword shone. The host said that the true power of the flame lies in the responsive mana. Presenting the shining weapon, the man said that he remembered that about a year ago, a rapier named Needle with a 7-level resonance was auctioned for a staggering 300 gold. Let them not be surprised, resonance with the mana of flame. He solemnly announced that he was more than 10 levels, but that was not all. The people sitting in the hall chatted among themselves after hearing that he was able to expand the power of the aura poured into him. The host frowned and said that he had seen many swords with names at auctions, but he had never seen one like the flame. Raising his finger, the man finished that they would then move on to bidding. The starting bid was 10 gold. Pointing his finger, he announced 10 gold from number 12, 20 gold from number 29, 30 gold from number 18, and then exclaimed that each bid would now increase by 50 gold. The blonde man with the sign looked at his competitor with displeasure. Words were heard that 100 gold from number 39, 150 gold from number 41. The man in red smiled. A shout was heard that guest number 12 was doubling his bet. His price had skyrocketed to 300 gold. The red-haired man smiled silently, hearing that they were now raising by 100 gold. The guy glanced sideways at the man in surprise, hearing 400, 500 gold, 600 gold again from number 12. The sign with number 53 rose up. The host, like a madman, shouted that guest number 53 was doubling his bet. The final bid was 12 gold. The man in red squeezed the sign in displeasure, hearing that such a price had never been heard in the entire history of the Adelian auction hall. The head of the trading guild that operates throughout the continent and the owner of untold wealth. He imagined a bird with its wings spread. Although he always tries to remain neutral in the political squabbles of the central government, for the sake of a good thing he turns into a fighting rooster, rushing forward no matter who his opponent is. The red-haired man rested his head on his hand. This is the VIP guest of the auction hall, Marquis Valentino. He imagined himself sitting on the throne, and people standing around. At that moment no one could guess what a wave would cover the entire kingdom of Cairo because of his purchase. With his arms outstretched, the host said that guest number 53 doubled the bid. The final bid rose to 12 gold. People turned to look at the sitting man. The host said that such an amount had never been heard in this auction hall. Valentino smiled, thinking that the true value of the flame sword was not only in the degree of resonance with mana. He imagined himself holding the sword and thought that it was a symbol of someone breaking through the 10th level for the first time. A normal sword crossed with a shining one. A named sword and a magic sword, a dilemma that every swordsman faces. The man held a blade that was emitting a glow. Only by using a simple weapon can one reach the peak of one's abilities and release aura, but some swordsmen with mediocre abilities believe that a sword that enhances skills will be much more effective, and so choose a magic sword. The knight with the sword was surrounded by a red glow. But for swordsmen who rose to the rank of ranker, only a named sword that could make maximum use of their aura had value. The man grinned, thinking that such a thing would be worth all the treasures if the master who forged this sword made it a second, third time. On the pedestal lay a blade. The value of the flame could not but rise, since this sword was a kind of first in history. Valentino looked ahead, thinking that the collection of a true master receives recognition of its rarity by one mark, the very first. The participants in the auction looked at the red-haired man in surprise. A greedy collector, obsessed with a passion for collecting, the Marquis Valentino. If someone in these circles was unfortunate enough to cross his path, you can say goodbye to life, so no one dared to act hastily. The man on the stage raised his hand, shouting that 12 gold. Sold to guest number 53 for 12 gold. Valentino stood in front of the man, who asked what kind of payment he preferred, and replied that he would pay everything on the spot. Only then would he be able to see the flame at least a little earlier. The manager replied that he understood. In the chest lay stacks of coins. Words were heard that, to be more precise, there were 13 gold. Morris said in surprise that the amount to be paid was 12. The redhead smiled, asking how he could not know about it. 100 gold, it was a gift from him personally. Let him consider it a sincere gratitude of a regular customer, that's all. The mustachioed manager smiled, saying that that's how it was. He thanked the Marquis. Valentino looked at him sternly and asked in return if he could tell him who forged this sword. He wanted to meet him in person. Morris closed his eyes in fear and said that it would be difficult, and apologized. The man standing opposite said that then nothing could be done. Morris bowed and thanked him for understanding his situation. The redhead replied that it was an obvious choice from the auction's point of view. He looked with a smile, imagining the blacksmith, and asked that if this master sent the thing to the market again, let him be the first to know. 4 white horses pulled the carriage. The man thought it was amazing. A true embodiment of art, a smooth blade, and also the ability to resonate with mana. Valentino looked at the sword with a wide smile, thinking that he had acquired many named swords, but he had never seen one like this. He said out loud that from now on they would throw all their strength and resources into finding the creator of the flame. The dark-haired assistant heard that, considering that his work was first put up for auction at Adelian, they should first check the head of the blacksmith's Dmitri. The man held the sword in his hands with a smile. Valentino's dreams were not something sublime. He looked at the blade. He was driven by a simple desire, that's all. During the month-long closed training outside, a lot had happened. The blonde dodged the blade. The guy tripped the second one. Chris told the fallen opponent that it was a reckless attack. Henderson turned around, gritting his teeth. The guy was surprised to see the blade in front of him. He said that he lost. The blonde was pointing his sword at him, saying that his efforts were commendable, but his attacks always lacked insight, and that he should not forget that his opponent was waiting for him to make the decisive move. Looking to the side, Chris called the next one, and thought to himself that those who were worthy of taking one of the 6 places were he and Kevin, plus Vulcan and Bucky. He looked at the guys fighting and thought that the remaining 2 places were in question. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. He looked up in shock. Looking ahead, he felt a hum and thought, was the air humming? 2 weeks ago, Roman, his eyes blazing, pounded his hammer on the anvil, thinking that when he first met Butler, if he had risked fighting to the end, would he have managed to return alive? He imagined the man in armor, thinking that the reason he had won so far was because he had time to prepare for the attack, but if he hadn't had that time, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the onslaught of the 5-star Aura warrior. The boy stared intently, thinking that his overconfident choice, dictated by memories from his past life, and his mistake. He still couldn't fully accept the fact that from now on he was Roman Dmitri. He imagined himself standing behind his past self, thinking that his past self had confidence in victory, no matter who his enemy was, but the current one was different. The boy quickly struck with a hammer, thinking that in the future many battles awaited him, and this could happen again. In order to survive in battles with the strongest of this world, his current level would not be enough. Even if he met an opponent superior to Butler, he must live without wasting time on doubts. The brunette imagined himself standing on a cliff, thinking that this was what was called the summit. As the sun rose and set, surrounded by flames, the hero pounded his hammer. Roman continued to pound the iron tirelessly, standing in front of the brazier's flames. There were red burns on his body. His face was red hot from the heat. His skin began to melt. The guy clenched his teeth from zeal. His body was endlessly sending signals that it had already reached its limit. The fire was reflected in his pupils. There was not a shadow of hesitation in his eyes. With a blazing gaze, surrounded by flames, Roman screamed, "Everything must be reborn." Both he and the sword that mistook him for its owner. A stream of flame appeared from the guy's mouth. This is a fire-breathing technique. He inhaled the flames, absorbing the mana inside him. Surrounded by rays, the hero held the hammer. Effectively acting as a conductor between the sword and the flames, Roman's body rushed towards the ideal. Bright rays of light burst out from his eyes and mouth. The second reorganization of bones. Roman once again embarked on the path of change. At this moment, the hero walked out of the workshop door. The guy with a muscular body thought that he had laid the foundation for reaching a new level. He closed his eyes, exhaled, and thought that he would do it. An image of a man with a mustache appeared in his mind. He looked at him from the other side. He imagined the image of 2 men with a sword standing next to each other and thought that now he would fight 2 butlers at the same time. A glow remained from the swift jump. Ghostly enemies flew at him from both sides. Roman thought that the heavenly demon sword was divided into 3 levels, 3 styles on the first, 3 on the second, and 3 on the third. The blows left bright marks. The brunette reached out his hand to his sword, thinking that until now he could only use first level styles. He blocked the blows with bright purple flashes and thought that now that he had 2 bone reconstructions, everything had changed. If he could survive the 3rd bone reconstruction, he would be able to use 3 last level styles. Roman resolutely clutched the flaming purple sword and mentally promised that there would be no opponents left who could stop him. He imagined how people stood looking at the man sitting on the mountain and thought that, having the title of an invincible master behind him, which was the nickname of the heavenly demon Junghyuk in the past, bright rays cut through the image of the ghostly men. He thought that now that he had access to 2nd level styles, he could defeat the 2 butlers. The guy looked ahead gloomily, wondering if he was making a mistake by continuing to use the methods from his past life as they were. The ghostly butler glowed golden. The guy thought that the aura control that the swordsmen of this world released like an explosion sometimes showed great power, surpassing even that which existed in Murim. The ghostly opponents struck at the same time, leaving a bright trace. The hero thought that everything depended on the situation and the opponent. He needed to adopt the methods of this world. With a wild look, Roman decided that he needed to destroy the stereotype in his head that the aura control technique in this life was fundamentally wrong. Find a middle ground between this life and the past. The guy was surrounded by a bright glow and purple swirls. He thought of 3-second level styles. A bright purple explosion appeared. The ghostly butler names were shattered into pieces by his strike. Debris flew around. A drop of blood fell to the ground. Roman stood with a smoking sword in his hand. There was blood on his palm. The guy looked ahead, thinking that, returning to life again, following the path already passed earlier, he thought that nothing special could happen. He chuckled, thinking that this was really cool. There was a huge dent on the ground. The hero thought that the Heavenly Demon Sword technique had a new method and had a completely different direction than the past. That meant the boy imagined his past self behind him and thought that the Heavenly Demon Sword technique had room to develop. Standing under the clear blue sky, he thought that perhaps there were many variables in this world that he did not know about. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that they were constantly appearing, testing him and threatening his life. The hero looked at the sky, thinking that the trials that this world gave him would become the driving force of his life. The men climbed the steep cliff. The hero reasoned that by living as Roman, he again started from the bottom, but he would rise to the top. Chris, along with the others, ran to the master and shouted, asking if everything was okay. What happened? He looked ahead in surprise. The boys approached the huge dent in the ground and thought, how did this happen? Turning around, the brunette said that it was fine. The soldiers looked at him in shock, thinking that he didn't use magic, but he turned a piece of land into this. They heard him say that it was fine, so let them go. The subordinates bowed. Chris said that they were going back. He imagined himself standing next to the stone figure of a man. He thought that when people encounter a wall that they do not dare to overcome, they stop in awe, and Chris was such a weak person too. He gritted his teeth, thinking that the master had risen another level. What had he been doing all this time? The brunette seemed to him like he had a halo over his head. He thought that the master was constantly abusing his body and developing, which he hoped for when he showed a smug attitude towards his subordinates. The blondie bit his lip, thinking that someone like him. Clenching his fists, he stood there thinking that in this fencing competition, one victory would not be enough. He would defeat all enemies with an overwhelming difference. The soldiers walked away. Chris thought that he should become even stronger. A month later, Roman clutched the sword with purple stones and said that it was beautiful. Looking at the weapon, he said what name would be suitable. He remembered the salamander, Ifrit, if the previous swords meant new life. The brunette smiled, thinking that he wanted the third sword to express his current self. He rearranged how he stood on a mountain of stretching palms and thought that this was the sword of the heavenly demon, an existence that puts opponents into despair. Resolutely looking at the weapon, he said that its name will be Darkness. Chris stood in front of the brunette's table and said that over the past month, as the master said, they held matches at intervals of every 3 days, and as a result, they selected fencers with a high percentage of victories. The guy handed over the documents, saying that here is the list. Roman carefully ran his finger over the document and read Chris, Kevin, Bucky, Vulcan. His gaze became surprised when he read McBurney and Henderson. The 4 before were expected, but these 2 were a surprise. With his hands behind his back, the blondie asked if they could continue. The brunette replied that they should just continue. Turning to the guy, Roman said that he believed that there was no significant defeat in the world, since this was a competition held under the name of Dimitri. The blondie nodded, hearing the order to prove that they were worthy of being his subordinates. The heroes looked at each other. The brunette said that he was looking forward to it. The day before the competition, the blue-haired guy asked his comrade that he was also participating in this competition. The pink-haired guy replied that of course, to get 100 gold for free. Does he even know how quickly he returned here? The guy pointed at himself and said he would show him how scary a mercenary's sword is, sharpened on the front lines, so let him take a closer look. The other guy exclaimed, seasoned on the front lines. He hoped he would get into a group with Chris and lose from the start. The guy exclaimed with displeasure. He introduced an angry Kevin with a dagger and said that then he would fall under him. He was just a devil. He remembered the 2 bald warriors and asked if he had ever seen Vulcan and Bucky. Their skills were no joke. The guy introduced the 4 warriors and said he would watch anyway. It was good that there were only 4 of them in this competition. Raising his hands, the pink-haired one exclaimed, begging for everything to go smoothly. The guys watched as the host pointed to the long lists. Soon after, the 6 groups of the fencing competition were announced, and the joys and sorrows were sharply divided into groups. Northeastern Alliance, Baron Lolo sadly clutched his head, saying that he would end up fighting Chris. The guy standing opposite said that there was no need to be so desperate. His comrade confirmed, isn't the Baron family's swordsman also excellent? The man with the mustache smiled and said that there was no need to give up so early and lose motivation, and he thought to himself that he would destroy McBurney. He looked down, thinking that their family would have a winner then. Conrad intertwined his fingers, saying that the survival of the Northeastern Alliance depended on this competition. their family would definitely win the competition and lead the alliance to victory. The guy raised his fist and shouted that it was true, they would defeat Dmitri, and the others loudly supported the slogans. The spectators cheered as they sat in the stands on the day of the fencing competition. Lolo exhaled, thinking that he couldn't help but watch the competition. He looked at the warrior named Max and told him not to push himself too hard, there was no need to be rude. The boy replied that he had worked hard to win since he decided to participate in the competition. The boy had a scar on his face. He said that Chris was incredible, but he was also a 2-star swordsman like him, so there was no reason for him to retreat in panic. Tears appeared in the old man's eyes. He replied that he understood, let him have a duel with Chris without regrets. Lolo waved his hand and shouted that instead, if he was ever in danger, he would help him. The boy knelt down on one knee and thanked him. Max turned away, leaving, and thought that this was a chance to leave a deep impression on his master and the crowd. He would definitely do it. As he entered the arena, he was determined that he would definitely win. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He saw Chris surrounded by a blue glow and thought, what is this? The man pursed his lips. The man with the flag shouted that the first round of the competition had begun. Surrounded by a green glow, Mach rushed to attack. The blonde dodged the glowing sword. 1 second. With a sharp movement, he knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands. 2 seconds. The guy looked in surprise as the weapon approached him. The attack left a bright blue mark. 3 seconds. Chris sheathed the sword, standing over the defeated opponent. Mach lay on his back. Hearing that this round was over, the winner Chris from the Dmitri family goes to the next round. Lolo looked at this in amazement, thinking that this can't be, what difference does it make? Kevin frowned. Behind him lay the defeated opponent. Words were heard that Kevin from the Dmitri family wins and goes to the next time. The bald guy with a scar heard that Vulcan from the Dmitri family. The man with red tattoos smiled, hearing that Bucky from the Dmitri family. The competitors looked ahead in amazement, thinking that the rumors were true. These 4 were unbeatable, the only hope left. They introduced 2 more competitors and thought that McBurney and Henderson were beatable. People crowded around the lists after the group was announced. Words were heard that Henderson was participating from the Roman family. This could not be. The man crossed his arms, saying that the Henderson he knew could not even swing a sword properly. How could a guy born a farmer participate in a fencing competition? He introduced the warriors in armor, 6 representatives of Dmitri, each with their own reputation. He introduced Chris, surrounded by a blue glow, and Kevin, a red glow. They were called the Flash and the Ghost of Cairo. The warriors confidently cut down their opponents with a sword. Since many had seen their strength in reality, the participants wanted to avoid competing with these 2 as much as possible. 2 bald warriors towered over the men. Bucky and Vulcan, former mercenaries, their massive bodies were superior to others. It made the people watching them tremble in fear. Next to them stood 2 guys with swords. In contrast, McBurney and Henderson, a one-armed swordsman and a farmer, looked much more modest. The red-haired man's gaze was a little pitiful. To put it bluntly, Henderson had a reputation for being the weakest. The people in the stands shouted if he had heard about it. They said Henderson almost wet himself when he enlisted in the army. A cowardly farmer, guys like him screwed up by deciding to participate. Romero crossed his arms and turned to his son standing next to him. The man turned and said, is there any point in bothering to hold a competition to determine the ranking of the northeastern region? He sat in a chair, saying that even if they held such a competition and showed a friendly attitude, the aristocrats from the association would not truly follow them. Roman replied that it was nevertheless a necessary process. He introduced the man reaching his hand towards the mansion and said that the Northeastern Alliance had the foolish confidence that they could handle Dmitri on their own. Looking at his father, the brunette said that if they didn't realize that they couldn't even get past Dmitri's wall, let alone win each group, they could subjugate them in one fell swoop. Roman turned his gaze darkly and said that taking control of the northeastern region began from now on. The participants stood opposite each other in the arena. The man announced the 5th group, the first round, Taylor and Henderson. One of the spectators laughed, saying that the opponent was a knight from the beginning. This is the end. It's over. The second pointed his finger, saying that Henderson couldn't defeat Taylor. The man with the red scarf, a wandering knight from Lawrence, greeted the guy, saying that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. The warrior standing opposite him recognized him. He remembered how he hit the stone. The hero recalled that the last time they met was when he came to help during the busy farming season. That Henderson dropped his farming tools and appeared before him with a sword, like a swordsman. Taylor pulled out his sword and said that given their relationship, he would give him one piece of advice. With a confident look, the boy stated that he had recently achieved enlightenment and was now a 2-star swordsman. Since this was not the first time they met, he would give him a chance. There was no reason for one side to bleed in a meaningless battle. The red-haired man tensely heard the proposal to withdraw from the competition. Lowering his head, he ordered that this Henderson be erased from his memory. Clutching the sword, the boy said that the moment he showed even the slightest mercy, he would not miss the opportunity to destroy him. The boy pointed to his forehead, saying that he hoped he would not regret this. A cry was heard to begin. A trace was left from a swift jump. Henderson quickly rushed to attack. The hero thought it was hard. Taylor blocked the sword with effort, thinking that this was not some half-baked imitation. Henderson ran forward, leaving a bright trail, and swung his sword using the Asura sword technique. Gritting his teeth tensely, Henderson thought that he had decided that he would become someone worthy of his master by any means. He remembered sitting in a meditative pose next to the guys surrounded by aura, and thought that unlike other people who quickly began to use aura, he had a lot of trouble sensing and manifesting it. He imagined a turtle, thinking that he was the one who always followed others until the very end. He was a turtle. Frowning, the red-haired shouted that even if it was slow, he would get better, he would move forward. With a swift movement, he blocked the sword of the cursed opponent. Taylor thought that he could not lose to him like this. A bright golden aura appeared around Taylor. Henderson jumped back and looked at him. The opponent frowned, thinking that he did not want to use aura against him, and shouted that he was sorry, but this was the end. Leaping high, he swooped down from above. The image of the opponent was reflected in Henderson's eye. He remembered standing in front of Chris, who said that when he first came, he was just a weak person, but now he has changed. Henderson was chopping a barrel in training. In the past month, when others admitted defeat, he continued to yearn for victory. If he had not tried at that moment, given up and put everything aside, his life would not have changed. Henderson looked forward in surprise when he heard this. The blonde extended a clenched fist to him, saying that he was worthy of being next to the master, he would guarantee it. The warriors' voices glowed. Surrounded by a yellow glow, the opponent approached. The sword in Henderson's hand glowed blue. Bright traces were left from the movement of the weapon. The guy with the scarf flew off, falling to the ground. But then he jumped up, clenching his teeth in anger. He was surprised to see the tip of the sword in front of his forehead. Sitting in front of the red-haired man pointing the sword at him, he thought that he had lost. A shout was heard. Group 5, Round 1, the winner was Henderson. The spectators in the stands cheered in amazement. Someone shouted, he said Henderson. He defeated the knight. The man shouted that how could a guy who does farming use aura? The gray-haired man clenched his teeth, saying that it takes more than a year to feel mana. Henderson raised his fist, hearing his name being chanted. The men sitting in the chairs looked at this, hearing the shouts. The Baron said in fear that in any case, things seemed to be going strangely. The angry brunette turned to him and asked, "Didn't they say that Henderson was the weakest in this group?" The other man in the chair raised his fist to his face and asked, "Really, such a sad event as Henderson winning Group 5 will not happen." The mustachioed man angrily told everyone not to lose their composure. He placed his hand on the railing and ordered them to believe him. The winner will definitely be the Northeastern Alliance. A shout was heard further away. The second group, Kevin. The guy in the black boot thought he was 5 seconds slower than Chris. He imagined a blonde with a glowing sword and thought that if someone asked people who the main sword master was, they would all say Chris. The red-haired man frowned determinedly, thinking that he had to prove his worth to his master. Second group, the second round begins. The guy in the stands clenched his fist, shouting support towards Miles. The brunette was clutching a sword surrounded by a green glow. Kevin's opponent, the knight of the Northeastern Alliance, Miles. The redhead managed to dodge the swift blow, while the opponent thought that he had to give it his all from the very beginning. Kevin hit the guy hard in the torso. He swung, leaving a bright mark from the blow, and cursed. Surrounded by a green glow, the guy attacked, mentally begging to hit just once. He screamed when the blow broke his nose and knocked out a tooth. Kevin swung his sword at him with a wild look, thinking that it was just a sword, but the shock was huge, let him give up. He struck with force, leaving bright marks. Miles closed his eyes, taking many blows, and thought, could he defeat this monster? The fans looked on in amazement. The trembling guy on his knees said that he gave up. The redhead smirked contentedly, hearing that it took a little time. Kevin from Group 2 won, confirming his advancement to the third round. Meanwhile, Kevin proved himself, breaking the will of his opponent. The man stood in front of the boys before the first round and said that as they knew, this competition was being held by Mr. Roman. It was also a tournament that Chris, the former vice captain of the Knights, was participating in. The man in the red cloak, the captain of the Knights, Jonathan, said that in order to advance as a knight, Dimitri needed to watch the performance of his seniors. The boys shouted triumphantly, "Yes, sir." The blonde in armor looked away. A shout was heard that Chris from the Dimitri family had won and was advancing to the second round. The people in the stands were talking. The boy asked in surprise, "Isn't this too overwhelming?" The man looked in surprise, thinking that Chris had grown a lot. The blonde looked down, thinking that he was a sword that represented his master. He imagined himself standing next to the lying knights, and thought that he must completely crush him. No matter who his opponent was, others would not be able to take his position next to his master. Chris's swift strike left a blue trail. A cry was heard that Chris had won Group 1 in the second round. The blonde man looked ahead with a wild look, thinking that it was still not enough. A powerful blow threw his opponent back. The guy thought, more and more. The gray-haired man fell over from a strong blow. Second round, 5 seconds. Third round, 8 seconds. Fourth round, 10 seconds. The blonde man clenched his fist. Jonathan looked at him in surprise, thinking, when did Chris achieve such a level of skill? The man looked at the guy standing in the box and thought, what did he do to him? The knight captain looked at Roman carefully. The two young men watched from behind the door. The red-haired one said that it was good that they abstained. These guys were strong on their own. The brown-haired man replied that it was the right choice, to quickly give up and not risk being humiliated for no reason. The armored man stood with his back turned. They were discussing if Farrell could beat Chris. His comrade replied that of course not, the knight was on a different level than them. Looking forward, the blue-haired man said that he could probably last about 10 seconds, right? Would he really lose faster than the other opponents? The guy standing behind said that if he could last at least 30 seconds, he would get silver. The warriors stood opposite each other. The man waved the flag, saying that both participants were on stage. Farrell frowned down, thinking that, to be honest, he had no confidence in defeating Chris, but lasting was another matter. Frowning, he decided that he only needed to last for a minute. Even if he only lasted for a minute, his name would shine. A shout was heard that the last round of the first group was starting. From the rapid start, a trace and blue lightning were left. Chris cut the body of his opponent, leaving a blue trace. The audience gaped at this. They were very surprised. The blue-haired guy stood by the stairs and asked what it was. His comrade replied that he hadn't even seen him take out his sword. Farrell was lying face down on the ground, and words were heard that Chris was thus the winner of the first group. He left the arena to a shout with an offer to applaud and greet the winner. In just 5 matches, Chris's fight time was 27 seconds. This result was enough to shock the Northeastern Alliance. The guy's eyes emitted blue lightning. The first round, Chris's quick victories. Kevin held his opponent by the hair with a wide smile. The second round, Kevin's overwhelming strength confirmed his victory. The shaved-headed guys held shining swords. The third and fourth round, Balkan and Bucky defeated their opponents with powerful physical skills. Henderson exhaled, looking away. The fifth round destroyed the expectation that Henderson would fall, but he confidently achieved victory and gave everyone a surprise. The man in the brown uniform. Now the Alliance's only hope was Group 6, which included the one-armed McBurney. Conrad stood in front of the blonde man and asked how he was doing. With a smile, the swordsman of Viscount Gabriel replied that he was in better shape. The man stood with his hands behind his back and thought that, having lived his entire life in the Conrad family, he was a secret weapon created with special care, and answered out loud that he was naturally good. Gabriel, a 3-star swordsman. The man imagined how the swords surrounded by radiance crossed. This tournament has restrictions on aura. At first glance it seems like a fair rule, but it is impossible to overcome the huge difference in strength with a 3-star swordsman. The mustachioed man turned around, thinking that he was lucky to be able to get to the third round. But this is the end. McBurney is not Roman. Conrad pointed his finger at him and told him to remember that out of all the Alliance representatives, everyone except him had been eliminated. Gabriel listened carefully to the instruction, not to show mercy to the opponent just because he had one arm. Let him trample his pride. The man smirked and agreed, thinking how he could lose to a one-armed man. Gabriel stood in the arena and frowned, thinking that he had lost one arm, so his body balance was off. He looked at McBurney standing with a sword and thought that even if his right arm was healthy, a mere swordsman could not even think about becoming a knight, losing an arm and participating in a fencing competition. The host in the red cloak shouted the start. The blonde man quickly attacked, thinking that there was no need for an aura, it would show him how high the walls of reality were. The sword strikes left bright marks. Gabriel smiled as he attacked, thinking that to prevent this, they had no choice but to avoid turning to the right. He looked at his missing arm, thinking that using only one arm meant that the other side of his body was completely exposed. Gabriel raised his sword over McBurney, shouting that this was the end. The boy was surprised to see the blade approaching. Twisting, he managed to block the blow with his sword. The blonde looked surprised and thought, what kind of strange movement was this? McBurney was spinning around himself rapidly. Spinning like a whirlwind, he was approaching the blonde. Crouching, the brown-haired man pulled his hand with the sword back. Gabriel bared his teeth angrily and cursed. Red rays were spreading from him in all directions. Surrounded by a red glow, the man sullenly thought that this guy's appearance for the third time was clearly not an accident. The balance was not lost. He imagined a diagram of the enemy's silhouette with arrows and thought that he was using the imbalance of the body caused by the lack of his right arm on purpose. McBurney remembered Roman crossing his arms and telling him that the basis of all swordsmanship was to use the balance of the body. He told the boy in front of him that losing one arm was a fatal weakness for a swordsman, but a sword in his left hand transformed the lost balance into a unique sword movement. McBurney swung his sword with concentration, thinking that the creator of the sword was left-handed. Like him, one-armed, how could he possibly create such a sword technique? Was it because he was a special person? The boy imagined himself standing in front of an image of a tree and thought that no, unlike him, who had abandoned reality, he was tirelessly searching for a new path, creating this technique. The boy raked his fingers into the ground, thinking that he was useless. The one-armed man sat tiredly on the ground and thought that he had barely found hope. McBurney, his eyes shining, attacked, leaving bright golden marks, and thought that he would definitely win the tournament in the name of his master. He jumped up and swung his shining sword. He thought that his life as a swordsman was not over. A bright flash of a blow pierced the chest of the screaming Gabriel. He was lying on the ground, struck by a one-armed swordsman. McBurney raised his head and thought of Roman. He stood next to the fallen opponent and mentally thanked him for giving him a new life. In the center of the arena, 6 men stood. Words were heard that in the end, the Dmitri soldiers won the championship. The Northeastern Alliance was just a bunch of talkative people. Now the territory in the Northeast belongs to the Dmitri family. The man clenched his fist until he trembled. He thought that it was all over. Conrad imagined the soldiers standing above him and thought that because of this, the association's status would fall to the bottom. When did the Dmitri family become so strong? The man looked ahead tensely, thinking, in the end, which family did they dare to touch? Even if they borrowed the power of the central government, they could not guarantee victory over such monsters. The man behind them frowned and asked what they should do now. The Viscount replied that he really needed to ask such a thing. He walked away saying that since all the members from the Alliance had been eliminated, there was no reason to stay here. It was time to leave. The blonde man said in surprise that they weren't that strong to begin with. Roman made them like this. The man in armor said that it was truly incredible. Taylor looked down and said that in a prestigious family of swordsmen there would always be the best swordsman. He introduced the guy in the red cloak standing above the others and said that someone with enough strength to gain fame throughout the continent and the ability as a leader to train others was truly an incredible person. Looking forward, the guy said that Roman had become a ranker purely through his own efforts. Did he know what that meant? He introduced the brunette with the sword and explained that it meant that Roman was the first and strongest swordsman, which would make Dmitri a prestigious family. Standing next to the other boys, he said that the future path of the swordsmen of the Northeast was clear. If anyone wanted to succeed as a swordsman, they would have to swear allegiance to the Dmitri family. Crossing his arms, Roman said that everything was fine. They tried. He stood in front of the men lined up and said that some people needed strength, some admired him. The boy with the scar looked ahead and heard that some had no other options. The brunette standing in front of them said that this is why they swore allegiance to him. He does not like complicated relationships. Roman looked at the soldiers and said that it is possible to build strong relationships based solely on emotions, but he thinks that the ideal relationship is one in which people have something to offer each other. He presented the rope and said that since they all wanted something from him, their relationship would remain unchanged even as time passed. Looking at them with a shining gaze, he continued that he highly appreciated their passionate desire. Let them not forget. Henderson pursed his lips, hearing that they were the ones Roman chose, so let them not doubt themselves. The soldiers looked at him and heard that he never doubted their victory. The brunette smiled and said that last, he would give everyone 10 gold and 3 days of leave. Crossing his arms, he wished everyone a good rest. The men thanked him in unison. Words were heard that it was a great honor for them to serve him. He would be loyal to him for life. Lucas touched his chest and said that as the master expected, they refused to confront Dmitri. Looking forward, the green-haired man continued that perhaps they would not confront Dmitri's family until such an opportunity arose. Roman sat at the table and told him that perfect governance was impossible in this world. No matter how holy a country is, there will definitely be those who oppose it. He imagined the heroes and the shining map and thought that you never know when conflicts with the central government may arise. They must minimize the casualties in the Northeast. Lucas looked down after hearing that the Northeastern Alliance was evil in this sense. Looking ahead, the brunette thought that this provoked the Alliance and forced them to face reality. Roman smiled and thought that what was next was the victory of the barbarians. He told the guildmaster to move on to the next stage. The red-haired man slammed his fist on the table. This is the power of North Kairos, Count Douglas. He shouted that they still haven't found those rats. The man in the suit bowed in apology and said that although they had eliminated all the nearby bandits, the location of the bars could not be found. The men shook hands. On the eve of the war, Barco had used his personal connections in addition to the gold bank to raise as much money as possible. The man stood with gold in his hand, and the brunette smiled. To prepare for the unexpected, he had borrowed money from Douglas, an influential figure in the north, and friendly forces to bring Hameros. He remembered how Roman had struck down an enemy with a sword, but Barco had been defeated by Roman. The man lay bleeding on the ground. In addition, Viscount Barco had died while fleeing that night, so the person who knew where the money was had disappeared from this world. The gold bars were stacked in neat rows. Count Douglas, in despair, remembered one thing: the Barco family's secret fund had never been revealed to the outside world. The bloody bodies of the knights lay by the carriages. Count Douglas, who had gotten an idea of him through drinking with Viscount Barco, hired the Black Moon Intelligence Guild and was able to find the secret fund, but while transporting the ingots, he encountered a group of bandits and was robbed. Douglas frowned angrily, thinking that it was impossible for a bunch of thieves to steal so much gold, and out loud he said that even if he had to search the entire northeastern region, he should definitely find the location of the ingots. Frowning, the red-haired man shouted that this was the fair price that Barco deserved and no one else could take them. A man ran into the room, shouting that the Black Moon people said they did not know the location of the ingots. Douglas turned around indignantly and shouted for them to be called right now. The man in the cloak hit his chest with his fist. It was the guildmaster of Black Moon, Donovan. He said that after the gold bars were stolen by a group of thieves, he took refuge in the black market and found out the identity of the criminal. Douglas stood up from the table and asked who it was. The man's eyes widened in shock when he heard that the identity of the thieves was not bandits, but the Northeastern Alliance. He asked what he said. The man imagined the horseman standing in front of the warrior with the sword and heard that it was true that a group of bandits attacked the Count's troops first. However, the soldiers of the Alliance who met by chance attacked the bandits, defeating them. The men saw piles of gold bars. The soldiers stole the carriage with the bars and fled. The hooded man said that they should have known that this was Count Douglas's carriage. Donovan held out a gold bar and said that as proof, he could see the gold bars that were sold on the black market. The serial number was the same as the secret fund of Barco. He looked at the man holding the bag from around the corner and said that they confirmed that the person who sold them to the black market was an employee of an Alliance member, Viscount Conrad. The hooded man heard Douglas cursing and thought that if he hadn't told them about it, they might have committed the perfect crime. The head of the Intelligence Guild smiled, thinking that by turning the master into an enemy, they had brought on a crisis. The Northeastern Alliance, Count Douglas, he had never dreamed of the changes that Black Moon had undergone. He imagined the name holding his shoulders and thought that in fact, Black Moon, an intelligence guild with a high reputation in the Northeast, had already been absorbed by the lower district sect led by Lucas and had become a force under Roman's command. Douglas stretched out his hand and shouted, "Contact the Northeastern Alliance now. He will catch all the rats who dared to steal his money." The men sitting at the round table, one of them said that Douglas was the beast of the North. He was worried about what would happen if their relationship deteriorated. The brunette waved his hand, saying that they all knew the identity of Count Douglas. Conrad asked what they were all talking about. He folded his hands while sitting at the table and said that the Barco secret fund did not only belong to Douglas, they also lent money to the Barco family and had the right to take back their share. The mustachioed man frowned, saying that besides, wasn't Douglas the one who was trying to secretly appropriate all the money for himself? So there was no need to go to him with his head down in the first place. The men sitting at the table looked at each other. One of them asked if it was okay to say that. Conrad replied that it was not the most important thing. Could they exchange the money they earned back for bullion? Pointing his finger, he said that from now on they should all say the same thing about Douglas striking first, thus creating a big problem. Hands went up, words were heard that in any case they could not do anything about it, they would follow Conrad's words. Everyone agreed. A man entered the room, calling out to the gentleman, and said that Douglas had sent a magical message. Conrad looked at him gloomily. The red-haired man on the hologram said what the hell this was. They were stealing his money, let them explain. Conrad spread his hands and asked them to calm down first. They understood perfectly well why he was so angry, but they also lent money to the Barco family. Spreading his arms, he said that this money did not belong to anyone. He did not know if the Count promised a fair reward, but wasn't he the one who stole all the money first? Looking at the hologram, the man thought that he had completely hidden the essence of the matter and pointed out the Count's mistake, if that were an excuse. Douglas's scream was heard. What were these people carrying after they stole his money? The red-haired man was extremely angry and scowled, shouting that it was all his money. Since he had discovered the Barco secret fund, the bars belonged to the Douglas family. The man put out his hand and tried to calm him down, but he heard a loud order to be quiet. Douglas told them to listen to him. The men looked at the hologram, hearing the Count's words that he would contact the central government to inform them that he was starting a war with them, to join forces with the entire Northeast and try to stop him. Douglas scowled, shouting angrily how pathetic the Northeast Alliance was without the protection of the Barco family. He would show them the reality. Conrad turned around, telling the others that he thought they were in big trouble. Lucas put his cup on the table and said with a smile, "That is the Lord expected." The Count had declared war on the Alliance. The boy brought the cup to his mouth and said that if it was the Count, he would not go back on his words after he said them, so everything was going according to plan. He saw the image of a man on the surface of the tea. He said that the Viscount was not someone to be attacked without looking back. He remembered how the man bowed to him and said that if the Count was stronger, the Viscount would be the first to raise the flag, even if he had to give up his pride. He frowned slightly and added that in order to prevent this from happening, they needed to start spreading the word right now. then fighting would be inevitable. He crossed his legs, thinking that when a person is cornered, he thought he can let go of his little pride. The old man served apples in a bag. He said that the atmosphere in the northern region is currently frightening. The girl looked at him in fear, covering her mouth with her hand. The man added that the Northeastern Alliance is preparing to attack the Douglas estate. People passing by were talking among themselves. The man added that he would have to close his business for a while. The tramps sitting in the gateway were discussing that this was true, because one of them heard it directly from the family servant. After talking with the count, he began to smash the furniture and throw it all over the room. The old man put his finger to his mouth and added that from what he heard, they were planning to crush the count. The other man asked if they were getting involved in a war. The master's front men were walking around the market. He thought that there were rumors in the area that the Northeastern Alliance had evil intentions towards the count. The merchants and servants who spread the rumors, all those who lived at the bottom of the food chain, belonged to the sect of the lower district. The hooded guy smiled contentedly. The man slammed his hand on the table and said that he was going to take a look at everything, because he did not understand who dared to do this to me. The red-haired man put his hand in front of him and ordered that a conscription order be issued immediately in the name of his family, because he would never forgive those guys. The man frowned slightly at the hair, turned to the count and said that this war was a scam, and that they were also considering financial compensation to apologize for this incident. The man looked at him in surprise. Conrad added that he should calm his anger, because the rumors spreading around were in no way their intentions. Douglas looked at the interlocutor angrily, called him by name and asked if he looked like a blind man. The man frowned deeply and added that the reason he contacted him was not to take risks and compromise, because it was a declaration of war to crush the bat like people driven by profit. He disconnected from the dialogue, finally saying that they should just take risks and fight with all their might. The dark-haired youth turned to the Viscount and said that this was a big deal, because the Count would attract the northern aristocrats. Frowned and said loudly that they would never be able to win alone. The brunette asked the Viscount to contact the central government. The man called Fabius for help. The man replied that he understood how difficult the situation was, but they could not interfere in these matters. The Count raised his hand and replied that the Northeastern Alliance was to blame for this, so they could solve it themselves. The guys looked down sadly. One of them said that it was over because they could no longer avoid war. Suddenly the crystal on the table shone brightly. The young man turned to the gentleman and said that Roman had contacted. The young man, crossing his arms, looked at the Viscount, who asked what had happened. The man closed his eyes. The guy said that according to rumors, they were having problems now. The Viscount thought that this was obvious, and, apparently, the young man contacted them to mock them. Conrad raised his hands, hearing the words that the guy contacted them because he wanted to hear the situation directly. Avoiding misunderstandings, the man thought that this was not a serious attitude, after which he began to tell everything in detail. The boy crossed his arms and asked what the Viscount was planning to do, since they couldn't just stand there and watch the northern forces advance into the northeastern zone. The man looked at him in surprise and asked if he meant to say that help would come from their side. The boy frowned slightly and replied that no matter what the relationship was between them, the Viscount didn't intend to just watch what was happening in the northeast. The man imagined the boy looming over them and thought that if they quarreled, it would be Dmitri who would benefit the most. He frowned sternly and wondered what the boy's intentions were. The boy smirked slightly, and the man thought that now was not the time to be reckless. He raised his hands and explained that they had been on bad terms before, but now they really needed help from their kind. The man frowned and added that if the boy didn't help, he would be ready for anything in the future, and then decided that now was not the time to talk about pride. He imagined how they could do the same, and thought that once they did this, they would be able to minimize the damage from the war. Roman lowered his hands and replied that it would be more logical not to help the Northeastern Alliance, but he did not want to lose sight of the big picture. The hero presented 3 regions on the map and added that even if you take into account the situation in the northern part, they all need to work together. Roman looked at the interlocutor and said that his family and the Northeastern Alliance ultimately exist within a single northeastern region. The Viscount looked down tensely and thought that the guy was saying this out of pure kindness. The young man crossed his arms and added that his demands were not clear, after which he asked to show sincere regret for what happened in the past and a willingness to work together in the future. The man looked at him in surprise. The guy asked to do this, in exchange for which he would not ignore the Alliance's crisis. The man thought that this was ridiculous. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek. The Viscount thought that Dmitri was the one that the aristocrats looked down on because he was a commoner. The man felt sorry for the Varnish and decided that the boy looked like a great leader who could lead the northeastern region. He looked up at the boy and said that after enough discussion with the Alliance members, they would contact again. A few days later, the army led by the Count was passing through the forest. One of the close knights said that the Count should make sure to make calculations for when this war would end. The man agreed with him. He turned back and said that this was nonsense. He imagined sand falling and added that the northeastern region, which had lost its integrity after the fall of Barcos, was like a crumbling sand castle. The man's horse suddenly stopped. He asked if someone should take over this rich land. The soldiers agreed with him. The count imagined a lion and thought that people thought of his family as a mindless beast. But he did not attack his opponents blindly, because if he had to face this fight anyway, the only way to survive was. The man imagined the lion killing its prey and thought that he needed to maximize his chances of winning. He imagined a castle in the image of a man, thinking that when they were under the protection of the central government, they could not act hastily. But now the northern lords could also participate in the war. The enemy army came out to meet them. The man thought that the northeastern alliance without Barcos was at a loss, so this was a pie that was nice to share. The count turned around, introduced himself, and asked for an answer from the enemy. A cry was heard from the opposite side. The viscount replied that the appointed time had not yet been appointed, and then asked to wait a few seconds. Conrad looked at the enemy army. The count said that, apparently, almost all of them had arrived, so they had no reason to waste their strength in a battle that the viscount would lose anyway. The man timidly said that large and small issues had to be resolved in advance. The watery guy called out to the count and said that someone was coming to them. The man thought that, apparently, the opponents had called for reinforcements. The banner of the Dmitri family rose up. The man frowned in surprise, noticing this. The guy had arrived at the scene, being at the head of his own army. The count turned around and asked him what was going on. Roman turned to him. He frowned deeply and shouted at the man, asking if there was a special reason for appearing on the battlefield, because just like the count brought in the northern lords, the count and the lords were surprised to hear that he had simply brought the Union troops. Douglas thought that bringing in the northern lords had become an excuse for their family to go to war. The boys looked at the count. One of them said that the man did not say that this could happen. The other aunt added that if he knew that this family would participate in the war, he would not have come. The viscount looked at the enemy and said that they were ready. The count frowned angrily. Roman called out to the count and said that they were giving the northerners a choice. He smiled ominously and said that the choice consisted of two options: close combat or a battle of the strongest warriors. The man frowned tensely and thought that now that the war was declared, nothing could be cancelled. Roman frowned ominously. The man thought that if they fought him, they would definitely lose, but this did not mean that they could choose close combat. The troops stood opposite each other. The man continued to reflect on the fact that the number of their troops exceeded the number of the Northeastern Alliance, but Roman had strong soldiers who won the war in the south, so they were not terrible opponents. The man lowered his head, choosing between answers. The boy stopped his worries and said that he had one suggestion, then said that they could arrange a battle of great warriors, but he would have to deal with 3 warriors at a time. The boy smiled and added that if they felt uncomfortable, they could increase the number to 5. Douglas frowned tensely, not believing what he heard. He gritted his teeth and acknowledged the strength of the boy, then thought that making such an absurd suggestion was too much. The young man raised his hand and said that he wanted to end this war as cleanly as possible. The viscount looked back at his soldiers. The count replied that he had to think for a moment. He turned to his allies. One of them suggested accepting the proposal. He clenched his palm and said that no matter how strong he was, there were 5 of them, so the powerful members of each family could not be defeated by one person. The boys looked at him incredulously. The blonde said that it was still dangerous. The dark-haired youth added that the fact that the opponent had won the previous duel meant that there was a chance that the boy had reached the 5th star. The count said that he knew this. He frowned deeply and added that they had no other choice, because they would have to deal with this monster anyway. He introduced his 2 swordsmen and said that they had reached the 2nd star, and had once defeated a 4-star swordsman with a coordinated attack. He looked at the allies and added that the enemy must be as strong as people said, but now that he made a reckless choice to show off his strength, they have a chance. Douglas imagined the enemy's body being cut by quick strikes and said that while he was still arrogant, they might be able to cut off his breath and devour the northeastern region. The guys decided to follow the count. Douglas imagined hanging over the guy's image, thinking that he would make him regret his arrogance. The night observer stepped forward and said that the warriors' battle would be held according to the rule of 1 against 5. The swordsman brothers crossed their arms and said in a voice that they would move from both sides, not aim for blind spots, and they should attack while he was busy. One of them frowned sternly and said that no matter how good the enemy's swordsmanship was, the moment he began to counterattack, gaps would definitely appear. The other brother looked around and said that the final blow would be dealt by the allies. If the lords supported them, they could achieve glory and wealth together. The red banner rose into the air. The people cheered and announced the start. One of the brothers gritted his teeth, activating his mana, and mentally addressed his brother, declaring the start. They prepared for battle. Being embraced by mana, the younger brother agreed with the elder. They approached the guy from both sides at high speed. The men swung their swords, directing the attack at the enemy's head. The heroes grabbed the sword with both hands. In one movement, he cut both brothers in two. The bodies of the men fell to the ground. The count was scared but looked at what happened and thought that he killed the twins with one blow. The guy lowered his head and said that an idea suddenly came to him when he learned that the count had declared war. The boy imagined a man smiling and telling something and said that when the Barco's family was in order, people always tried to solve problems through dialogue. He looked sternly at the opponent and added that they did not try to talk to them. The boys trembled in fear. The young man added that there was only one conclusion, namely that neither the count nor the northern lords cared at all about the existence of his family. The boy looked at them ominously and said that this fact irritated him. He took a step forward. Roman looked at the opponents and said that he would give them a chance to put an end to the battle of great warriors, after which he offered to compete in close combat. The count was scared but looked at him, hearing what was said. He imagined a huge number of soldiers' bodies and thought that in such a fight a huge number of them died. Roman stood in front of the opponents. The count decided that it would be better for him to sacrifice these 5 people instead. He answered with a trembling voice that there is a rule. The lords looked at him in surprise. The count added that they had decided to fight in the battle of great warriors, after which he suggested stopping there. The guy grinned and said that if the man wanted it, he agreed. The guy stood in front of the armed lords. They said that the battle would go according to plan. Suddenly someone called him. The dark-haired youth frowned and said that the mother was already finished, after which he suggested ending the battle of great warriors. The hero looked at them and said that the northern soldiers, like cowards, were raising a white flag. He plunged his sword into the ground and added that he would not use it. The guy raised his hand, threw off his cloak and asked if they liked it now. One of the lords frowned and told the guy not to regret the choice he had just made, after which he thought that it would be a shame if the swordsman backed down even under such conditions. An aura enveloped their bodies. The blonde stepped forward and said that he was not sure either, but it was worth it as long as the enemy did not have a sword. The men rushed into battle. The brunette let out a loud scream. The guy noticed the approaching blade. He smiled slightly. The young man struck the blade, breaking it into pieces. The hero continued the momentum of the blow, hitting the lord in the face. With quick and easy movements, he attacked the survivors. One of them fell to the ground. His mouth was splattered with blood. The guy kicked him with incredible force, interrupting his pleas for help. The lord lay lifeless in the resulting crater. The guy looked at him angrily and asked if there was an objection. The count lowered his head, saying that they had nothing they wanted to say. The guy stood in front of the lined-up army. The viscount bowed low to him and said that the guy had worked hard. The young man offered to continue to get along in the future. Conrad opened his eyes and thought that if they decided to fight with this family, they would kill not the opponents, but themselves. He noticed the guy beaming with joy. This was the moment when the hierarchy of the northeastern continent was clearly organized, as Roman had planned. A few days later, fluffy clouds descended over the place. The men gathered inside at a long table. The guy looked at them and said that at this meeting, Father gave him full authority, and then asked if there was anyone who was still uncomfortable about this. The men closed their eyes and lowered their heads. The guy smiled and said that from now on, he wanted to tell them something new. He folded his hands in front of him and asked them about how they thought the kingdom was moving in the right direction. He imagined a battle at the fortress wall or said that he was on the southern front during the invasion of a neighboring kingdom, and that at that time he had a hard time not because of the enemy. He remembered how the male knights looked at him with displeasure and thought that the problem was the enemies within, since the commander of the southern front did not believe him. The youth imagined how the regions on the map were cut off from each other and said that while the leadership of the central government was fighting for power, the southern front fell. The men looked at him tensely. The boy said that if it were not for him and the soldiers, even now the kingdom would be in a state of war. He raised his hand, frowned deeply, and said that if a war broke out in the kingdom, the central government would take troops from each province and use them as cannon fodder. He imagined a burning manor, and said that unlike the nobles of the manors who lost their troops and suffered, the nobles of the capital retained their power. He frowned sternly, and added that they needed to use this incident to face the reality that it was unfair. The men looked at him tensely. The boy summed up that this was why he decided that changes were needed. He put his hands on the chair and said that just as the capital government wielded power under the name of the central government, the Northeast could join forces to protect each other. He frowned deeply and thought that if his family began to move seriously, the central government would not give him much time. The men discussed his words. The boy added that they should quickly unite the Northeast region. He mentally stood in front of the gray-haired man and thought that if it worked, the central government would not act hastily. The red-haired man looked back and said that if they united the forces of the Northeast region, they would certainly be able to raise a voice against the central government. He imagined a dark, empty land and said that, however, except for some areas, in many regions, including Lawrence, the reality is that the environment in the Northeast is very harsh. He then imagined the carriage entering the fortress and added that the northeastern families brought most of their supplies from outside, and if there was a conflict with the central government, there was a high probability that trade would be blocked. The youth replied that he knew this. He imagined chains enveloping the palace and said that the trade system was directly linked to the central government. He imagined the links of the chain flying apart and said that if the chain could not be broken, the relevant nobles would have no choice but to be on a leash. The hero turned to Lucas and raised his hand, saying that if his allies would just make a decision, he would have a way to solve the food problem. The youth showed the people present a diagram and said that this was their plan for further development. The gentleman folded his hands in front of him and said that the northeastern region, compared to others, had many mountains. In particular, behind his family there was an endless mountain range. Roman imagined the defensive structures built in the mountain and said that his family had an advantageous structure for blocking enemy attacks, and first, he planned to build a large fortress where he could evacuate people. He then imagined the blooming fields on the slopes and said that he wanted to clear the area so that in the future they could grow crops and be self-sufficient. The Viscount looked at him and asked if it was possible. Because it was not such a simple matter, the boy answered in the affirmative. He imagined a man from the heavenly demon cult and thought that the cult lived in a fortress perfect enough to withstand attacks from other sects for several years. He then imagined the mountain slopes and thought that the ranges were spread out for hundreds of kilometers and that it was called 100,000 mountains. The youth imagined the appearance of the man from the cult and began to think about the mountain range and reincarnation in the family of a blacksmith. The boy let go of his gaze and decided that this could be either a coincidence or an inevitability. He took out a piece of paper and said that as they had already seen, it was possible to determine the lands that could be cultivated, and some were already being cleared, so he thought it would take some time. The hero imagined the kingdom and said that if this was successful, they would not retreat despite the threats of the central government, and they would be able to gain strength. The men looked at the papers presented to them. The old man said that it was truly amazing. The red-haired man was surprised but looked at the paper and thought that absolutely everything, from the development plan to the fortress blueprints, was carefully thought out, and instead of offering an abstract direction, the gentleman clearly stated how to act. The head of Lawrence touched his chest and said that he would follow the guy. The Viscount nodded, agreeing with his decision, and said that he would do the same. The rest of the people present also followed their example. The guy smiled and decided that the northeastern territory was finally in the hands of his family, after which he said that the name would be changed to the Dmitri Alliance. The hero's father held a glass in his hand. He took a small sip of the contents and thought that the current family would be led by Roman, and that it was moving in the right direction. He imagined the image of Rodwell and thought that he felt sorry for him for all the hard work, but now Roman was the leader of time, and this was something that no one could change. And he looked out the window and said that the moon was very bright. A month ago, Marquis Valentino was sitting at the table, sorting through papers. The letter said that the sword that Hendrik made had never been put up for auction. The man frowned and thought that if it was not the master blacksmith Dmitri, then he did not understand who the master who created the sword was. He folded the sheets of paper on which was the answer from the man, in which he wrote that this was not his sword, because recently he had not put a sword up for auction, and even if the Marquis searched the entire continent, he would not be able to find it. A dark-haired man ran into the hall, called out to the Marquis and said that in the master blacksmith's collection, according to rumors, a sword of a similar shape to the Ifrit was seen. The Marquis jumped up in surprise and told his subordinate to immediately take him to Dmitri. Hendrik put his hands on his knees and asked why they came. The Marquis sat down opposite him and said that a month ago at an auction he had won a bid for a sword called Ifrit. The blacksmith said that the man had already written about it in a letter. The Marquis smiled and added that, from his point of view, Ifrit was truly a treasure. He introduced the man forging the sword and said that he was sure that the master who had created this sword, which perfectly received mana, was the best in the kingdom. He put the blade on the table and showed it to the blacksmith. Hendrik looked at him in surprise. The Marquis noticed this and smiled, thinking that he was right. The man raised his hand and asked if the blacksmith knew this sword, because, according to rumors, a few days ago a sword similar to this one was found in his collection. The master raised his hand to his chin. The Marquis looked at him with a smile. The master said that he would show the sword, after which he thought that a successor like the Marquis would realize the value of the sword. He placed a blade with a dark edge on the table and said that it was called Salamander. The Marquis looked at it in surprise and thought that just looking at the blade made his heart skip a beat, so he was sure that the sword was made by the same person as the Ifrit. The blacksmith placed his hands on the table and said that as I expected, Marquis, Salamander and Ifrit were made by the same person. The swords emitted a dark aura. The man added that to be precise, Salamander was the first creation, Ifrit appeared after it. Valentino did not take his eyes off the blade, thinking that Salamander was probably his first work, and then remarked that he wanted to have it. The blacksmith bowed deeply when he heard the question of whether he could sell this sword, and then replied that this sword was not for sale. He raised his head and said that he received it as a gift, and as a collector, he feels that he cannot sell it. Mackey's probably completely understands him. Valentino was shocked by what he heard and asked if the blacksmith had just said anything about a gift. He silently looked at the master and thought that this was not his creation, but a sword he had received as a gift, which meant that the blacksmith knew the identity of the master. He imagined the image of the former baron and asked if he had created these swords. The blacksmith answered negatively. The master glanced at the blades and said that they were made by the eldest son of the family. The Marquis imagined the guy's frightening appearance and thought that he was the youngest ranker in the kingdom, but had already made the best sword. Valentino looked at the weapon in surprise and added that in every work, the story behind it is important. If the person who made the sword was just a master, he would be judged by the result, but unexpectedly, it was created by the best swordsman. The man imagined how many hands reached for this sword and thought that people attach special importance to swords, and that the value of the sword will increase because it is incredibly rare. The Marquis gripped the arm of the chair and decided that he wanted to meet the young man right now. He looked up at the ceiling with a smile. The hero jumped back from the knight's blow. He turned his leg, placing it on the floor. The young man made several jerks, simultaneously blocking the enemy's blows. Suddenly, he noticed the men looking at them. The blonde frowned and decided that this was his moment to attack. The hero looked down in surprise, noticing the approaching aura. Suddenly, a bright explosion lit up the room. The people around him looked at him in surprise. Roman gripped the hilt of his sword and said that it was a good trick. The knight was lying on the floor in front of him. The guy added that when he splashes out his strength and the desire to kill, a gap is formed in the attack, so he must have a trump card up his sleeve that will knock the enemy off balance. The knight agreed and said that he would remember this. Valentino watched in surprise. The boy called out for the next opponent. The Marquis thought that this was the level of the eldest son of the family. He remembered the boy's last battle and thought that the whole kingdom was talking about him lately, so he was curious about what place he would take in the rankings. He introduced the various rankers and added that he did not know what would be awarded to him after he defeated the number 2 in the rankings. The man frowned slightly and thought that looking at this in person, he realized that his abilities exceeded the rumors circulating around the world, and if you mention that he is also a blacksmith, then perhaps the kingdom. The hero put his sword on his shoulder and looked away. The man finished his thought by saying that the kingdom had the greatest talent on the entire continent. The butler turned to the boy and said that he had a guest. The Marquis smiled slightly when he heard the agreement, and the hero walked closer to him, extended his hand and introduced himself by name. Valentino looked at his palm with a smile and wondered if these hands had forged the Ifrit. He shook his hand and also introduced himself. The man put the sword on the table and said that he came to the boy because of it. The young man looked at the blade and thought that he had entrusted this sword to Lucas. The Marquis said that during this time he had mobilized all his forces and resources to find the master who forged the Ifrit. He looked up at the boy and asked if he was really the one who had created this weapon. The young man looked at the man's face and thought that the Marquis was the richest man in the kingdom, nicknamed the Greedy Collector, and that among the nobility, maintaining neutrality, he had the greatest influence. The boy imagined gold coins pouring into a handful and added that by owning the kingdom's trading rights, the man had amassed great wealth, the power of which was capable of shaking the balance of power. The hero imagined dark hands reaching out to the man and thought that despite 4 offers from the factions, he had made it clear that he would remain neutral. The hero smiled slightly and thought that this was an interesting person, and then confirmed the man's guess. He grinned and added that he had forged the Ifrit himself. The Marquis jumped up from his seat and said with a smile that it was a great honor for him, and that the boy had no idea how much he wanted to meet him. The Marquis remembered the first time he saw the sword and said that it was as if lightning had struck him at that moment. He raised his hands and said that, after all, their family was a shrine to blacksmiths, and that the boy must have inherited his father's talent. Valentino recalled the previous duel and asked permission to take a look at the sword the boy had just held in his hands. The young man agreed with him. The Marquis picked up the shining sword and asked what its name was. The hero replied that he called it Darkness. The Marquis imagined the crossed swords and thought that they were shockingly outstanding named swords. However, he looked at the blade of the sword with undisguised surprise and thought that the darkness that had absorbed the prevailing darkness was on a completely different level, and that each new sword showed an amazing growth trend. The man imagined the boy forging the sword and wondered how incredible a sword this monster would be able to forge in the future. He put the blade on the table, turned to the boy and said that he had an offer, the conditions of which were quite simple, because, firstly, if the boy was going to sell the sword, he must give the Marquis a chance to buy it back. The blades were lying on the table. The man added that the second condition was that if the boy created a new sword, he would like to see it first and that he did not care about time or place. Roman folded his arms. The Marquis added that even if it was a distant country or some wilderness, he would do anything to get to the boy. The man smiled maniacally and said that if the boy promised to fulfill these 2 points, his family would henceforth support the Dmitri family. The hero frowned in surprise and realized that the man could abandon neutrality. The Marquis presented the split coat of arms and asked if the boy understood what this meant, because he would abandon the neutrality that the family had adhered to until now. The boy frowned and asked him to give a specific reason. The Marquis introduced the other rulers and said that, frankly speaking, he had been under a lot of pressure from the 4 factions lately, and that they would not be able to remain neutral forever. Valentino scratched his temple and finished his sentence by saying that he had thought for a long time about which of the authorities to support. The man introduced the real youth in front and said that he had heard that the youth had approved the alliance of his own family and, in addition, the Marquis raised his hands and said with delight that he had confirmed that it was the youth who had forged the flash, after which he added that he saw no reason not to feel sympathy for him. He imagined the image of the father of the family, a former defense, and said that he understood that the family was not short of money, however. The Marquis folded his hands in front of himself and added with a smile that the more money the better, after which he thought that the youth had really touched him. The hero rose from his seat and said that the aristocrats of the alliance had sworn allegiance to him. He looked sternly at the Marquis and asked if his family was ready to follow Dmitri's family. The man smiled contentedly. He bowed to the boy and said that their family was ready to sleep on straw or jump into a fiery pit, because if it was the boy's order, they would do it with a smile. The hero grinned and thought that he could not even think about such connections, after which he said that he would rely on the Marquis. The man kept his head down, asking if he could reveal the truth about the hero forging the flash. He looked at the boy with delight and said that such a magnificent sword fell into his hands, and he would not stand it if he could not boast to an acquaintance. Roman crossed his arms and decided that the Marquis was a rather peculiar person. The bright sun hung over the Valentino family estate. Inside there were discussions about the famous signature sword. The rulers of the 4 factions gathered in front of the table on which the blade lay. The Marquis said that this sword surpassed all rumors, because it would allow a 1-star swordsman to repel an attack from a 2-star aura. He smirked slightly and added that he had never lied about the items in his collection, and besides, the master who forged the Ifrit. The rulers presented the image of the hero. The Marquis finished the sentence by saying that this is the ranker who put Hector to flight and comes from a family of blacksmiths. Roman. The guys looked at him in surprise. He said that this cannot be, because in that case, this sword belongs to the eldest son of their family. The man confirmed this and said that it was with this sword that he defeated Butler in a duel. The Marquis frowned with a smile and added that in his entire life the guy forged 3 balls, and Flash was the second of them. He presented 3 magnificent balls and thought that people dubbed them the Roman collection. Then he imagined Hendrik, who forged the sword, and thought that thanks to the guy's reputation, the business of their kind's forges went uphill so much that it became difficult to withstand such a volume of work. The youth walked along the night corridor. He turned around, hearing the voice of the man in the cloak, who said that the guy was able to repel the attack of Hector and defeat the butler. Nakin frowned and said that they underestimated him too much, and that the guy even united the northeastern region, monopolizing power. The hero stood with his back to him. The guy in the cloak added that the Empire cannot ignore the future possible threat, so he must choose either to submit to it or turn into an enemy. Roman raised his hand, smiled ominously, and asked why he should follow their choice. He turned to the interlocutor, Mac, and asked if this meant that he was ready to go against them. The young man frowned slightly and said that they should call a spade since they were the ones who threatened him in the first place. He imagined himself sitting on the throne that the man held and said that he was not going to swear allegiance to anyone against his will. The young man looked at the hooded man and thought that the kingdom was a tasty morsel for the Empire, which it had been trying to get for many years, and if Valhalla decided to attack the kingdom, Chronos would never stand aside. He frowned sternly and said that if they did not plan to be hostile to him, then it was worth waiting. Nakin fell into a stupor, hearing the words that the power that the young man would choose would definitely elevate the kingdom to the top, and people would begin to call his family the creators of the king. He fist and said that the young man was extremely brave in solving problems. Coming close, the guy added that if you strain your neck all the time, it will break someday. He imagined Butler and said that even he, whom the guy defeated with such difficulty, is nothing to the Empire because the continent is quite large. His body began to dissolve into thin air. The guy added that they will give the young man more time and hope that he will make a balanced decision. Sheets of paper fell to the floor. With the foundation of the alliance, 4 factions contacted Roman one after another and insistently demanding to make a decision. The guy in the suit put his hands behind his back and asked the interlocutor if he was going to leave the hero alone. Benedict took the sheet of paper in his hand and said that if the guy chooses him, he will not inflate the incident. The man crumpled the paper in his hand and sternly said that if the young man prefers another direction, then he will make him pay. The young man looked out the window and decided that he could no longer use the balance of the power system. He imagined himself standing on a field full of wounded and dead soldiers, thinking that if he did not use the last year to good effect, there would be casualties in the coming war. He frowned slightly and added that first of all, he must find an effective way to ideally resist magic. The heroes imagined a gigantic building and thought that there were 13 magic towers on the continent, the very first of which, the Heavenly Magic Tower, held a scientific conference in which representatives from each of the towers participated to witness the successes. Then he imagined a hand next to which a fireball appeared and added that the Phoenix Magic Tower presented powerful magic of the fifth circle. People looked at the arena in which a fiery tornado raged. The boy added that the gazes of the magicians watching this were filled with coldness. He imagined the irritated faces of the people and thought that the reason for this attitude towards the phoenix was the fundamental problem that had been plaguing the tower lately. The old men looked down. One of them said that it was true that the Phoenix Tower had lost the magical teachings accumulated over generations. The young man finished his thought by saying that it was because the tower had no individuality. Felix grabbed his head and said that 3 years ago he was confused and agreed to temporarily replace the tower head, but this could not continue. He closed his eyes and added that due to the disappearance of the previous tower head's mentor, he was unable to inherit the magical teachings of combustion, which was the secret weapon of the Phoenix Tower, because of which the tower began to lose magicians. He sat down on the back of the chair and thought that one of the kingdoms cut off sponsorship, so he could be expelled at any moment, after which he said that his head was starting to spin. He suddenly looked down, noticing something. On the table was a letter signed by Roman. The blonde took the sheet in his hand and read the lines that the conditions were quite simple. Felix imagined the image of the gentleman. The letter said that if he became the guy's sparring partner for the next 6 months, then he would pay 1,000 gold every month. The blonde frowned tensely and was surprised at the amount, after which he decided that although it was far away, he was not in a position to go through the options now, so he needed to go. The huge wheels of the carriage rolled along the ground. The man sat with the book in his hands and thought that the Dmitri family called the flowers of the blacksmith's kingdom, and that he did not know what about swordsmen, but this place would hardly interest magicians. The blonde imagined a map of the kingdom and thought that there were 13 magic towers on the continent, and 7 of them, including the heavenly one, located in Hronos. Then he imagined a majestic building that people were heading towards, and thought that although magic towers strictly adhere to neutral authority, the kingdom where most of the magic towers are located is rightfully called the Shrine of Magicians. Then he imagined a lifeless forest with burnt trees and added that in contrast to it are the lands of Cairo, unsuitable for magic, and at the very edge of the northwest of these lands is the clan of the Lord, but if it were not for Roman's offer, he would never have ended up there. The guy crossed his legs, thinking that for him, as a representative of the magic tower, it is important to receive 6,000 gold, which is enough to extend its existence for exactly 6 months. He frowned in surprise and wondered if this was true Dmitri. The blonde stood in front of the fortress wall, which had guards. One of the knights ordered him to stop and state the purpose of his visit. The blonde showed him the letter and said that he had come from the magical Phoenix Tower at the invitation of Mr. Roman. While the guards were talking to him, one of the knights examined the carriage. The blonde thought that the system was established and the guards' movements were polished. He noticed the magical devices installed in case of war and thought that even the fortress walls were arriving in perfect strength. The guy frowned deeply and decided that for a provincial town, it had a grandeur comparable to the possessions of eminent families. Roman extended his hand to the guest, introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet them. The magician shook his hand and thought that he did not look like an ordinary person, after which he also introduced himself. The blonde frowned and said that he would not beat around the bush, after which he asked if the young man confirmed the conditions stated in the letter. The hero smiled and answered affirmatively, repeating the words that if the man became his daily sparring partner, he would pay 1,000 gold per month for 6 months. Max closed his eyes, raised his hand and said that he did not quite understand the reason, because if this was a simple sparring, then there were many other mages, so he did not understand why the guy chose him. The young man presented a fire bird and said that, according to rumors, the fire magic of the Phoenix Magic Tower is the strongest of the attacking magic. He raised his hand and added that lately the tower had not been doing well, so he decided that for a moderate fee he could buy the time of such an outstanding mage. Roman took a step forward and said that if he got hurt or died during the sparring, the blonde would not have to bear responsibility for it, but he must promise that he would give it his all. The mage frowned angrily and asked if the Lord was sure he wouldn't regret it, then wondered if he was serious or looked down on mages. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the training ground. The Lord said the mage could attack first. He took the sword in his hand and added that he would give up the right to choose. Felix replied that he wouldn't refuse it. He brought his hands together, created a fireball, and decided that this was the first duel, so he should start by wiping the nose of the eldest son of the family. The man created shining spears of fire. The projectiles headed towards the guy at high speed. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered on the ground. Felix was surprised to see the Lord behind him. He used the next technique, the release of the fourth circle. The mage put his hand to the side, created a magic circle, and activated Inferno. The streams of fire blocked the escape routes. The young man looked around and thought that walls of fire appeared on both sides of him. The magician waved his hands and decided that the guy would be finished. He created a giant spear, put his hand in front of him, and used the flash rune. A bright explosion illuminated the space. He frowned and thought that although the attack had weak power, he would definitely not be able to move with it. The guy in the burning shirt appeared behind the enemy and asked if the magician was going to use the magic of the fifth circle. The magician jumped back in surprise and thought that the guy did not have a single burn even after the fiery pillar. The hero put his hand in his direction. The magician used flicker and moved, deciding that he needed to retreat. The hero quickly turned around. The next second he approached the enemy again. The blonde thought that the guy had already managed to catch up with him. He put his hands in front of him and activated restraint. The hero suddenly stopped. The man thought that he had shackled him by the legs, so this would help him gain about 10 seconds. Roman sank down, gathering his strength. He gritted his teeth, straightened up abruptly, and broke the shackles. The blonde clenched his jaw, frowned, and thought that he would prove to the boy that he was worth 1,000 gold. He spat out streams of fire and used incomplete combustion. He turned around in surprise at the flames. He jumped up, raising his sword above his head. The mage looked at him in surprise and said that this could not be. Roman quickly approached him and offered to end today's sparring. He frowned slightly, smiled, and said that they would meet tomorrow at the same time. The mage looked at the ceiling in surprise and thought that the master had predicted every spell he cast. He spread his arms and legs and added that there was no technique in the world that could predict spells, after which he wondered how he managed to do it. He rose from the floor and wondered if he would be able to defeat the boy if they clashed again in battle. The blondie frowned and decided that at this rate he would never see victory, after which he tried to think of a solution. He imagined the former leader and thought that when the head of the tower disappeared without a trace, the burning that was passed down through generations was also lost, and everyone said that the end had come for the Phoenix Tower. The guy was sitting at the table in front of a giant book, throwing himself headlong into research. He successfully restored part of the spell, for which people called him obsessed. The next day, the blonde looked at his opponent standing in front of him. He raised his hands, created a magic circle under his feet, and thought that if the opponent was able to predict the trajectory of magic, he needed to make it so absurd as to deprive him of the opportunity to calculate its point. The floor under his feet suddenly opened up. The man used the stone tip and climbed up on the resulting cliff. The brunette grinned contentedly. Magu looked at him and decided that the main advantage of magic is that it is not necessary to aim at the opponent. He created a huge stream of flame using a fire wave. The gentleman jumped up, dodging the attack. The blonde decided that this was the best moment. He shot a bright beam of flame at the guy using a fire cannon. Roman stopped the attack with his sword using a shield made of aura. The blonde frowned and decided that it could be an artifact. The gentleman struck Magu with his hand while he thought that the enemy created a shield on his own. He knocked him off the cliff. The magician opened his eyes. The gentleman said that things would not go like this. Felix looked at him in surprise. The guy allowed him to use any methods. He frowned slightly and added that the man could bring more magicians with him and fight as a crowd, and he would also change the conditions. The blonde was surprised but frowned when he heard the words that if he managed to win even once, the master would pay 10,000 gold that same day as a reward. Felix imagined his city and thought that this amount would be enough to provide food for 40,000 people for a year. The guy looked him in the face and asked if he liked the idea. The blonde thought that the enemy did not consider him as an equal from the beginning. He squeezed his hand and timidly agreed, deciding that from now on it was a matter of honor and that he would certainly put him on his knees and empty his family's treasury. The first week began. The guy attacked the barrier mage. The blonde went through a series of endless losses and attempts to study the enemy's battle strategy. Starting with the 8th battle, he began to actively use immobilizing spells. The blonde activated slowdown, stopping the guy in place. The next time he used fog, blocking his view. During the next battle, the mage used a magical trap under the hero's feet. He grabbed his head, wondering why the enemy was looking at all his attacks every time, because 30 fights had already passed, in which he suffered 30 defeats. The blonde touched his chin and decided it was time to admit that he shouldn't dwell on his self-esteem. The man beamed, deciding that he couldn't defeat the guy alone. The robed men answered the challenge. The old man asked if the blonde was suggesting that they fight as a crowd. He frowned deeply and said that magic was a force that was difficult to control, and he was talking about duels, and besides, the guy was a trusted person of the head of the tower, so it was time for him to stop doing stupid things on foreign soil. Knox frowned and added that if something went wrong and the eldest son of the family suffered, they would not be able to cope with the consequences. The blonde lowered his head and said that he understood his concerns, but the stakes in the duel were 10,000 gold. The man was surprised by what he heard. The guy added that if they joined forces and defeated the guy, he would give them half of that amount. The man smiled and asked if they only needed to win once. The blonde confirmed it and said that they shouldn't expect it to be that easy. He looked into the eyes of the interlocutor and added that the enemy should be called the worst enemy of magicians, so they need to develop a strategy. The old man stopped him and said that there was no need for that. He put his hand out to the side and asked the guy not to worry because they would solve this issue in no time. A few days later, they gathered at the training ground. The hero said that he would give in to the first blow. They prepared to attack. The dark-haired guy created a fiery explosion. Felix smiled, thinking that in just a month he had erased the traces of his failure. Roman stood in the middle of the defeated opponents. He raised his hand and thought that thanks to the second bone restructuring, he had reached a level of dominance over cold and heat so that no fire could understand him. The beaten man exhaled heavily, lying on the ground. The guys rolled over on their backs. The dark-haired young man said that Felix said that there is a sky above the sky, but he does not understand who he is in the enemy. The one lying next to him asked what battles he had to participate in. The blonde approached them and asked them to wait in place. He quickly went to the gentleman and said that he would talk to him. Roman looked at his interlocutor in surprise. The blonde admitted that he was not sure that he could defeat him, but at the same time he could not contain his curiosity. He took a step forward and asked how the gentleman managed to predict the spell every time and neutralize it. The guy interrupted him and agreed to tell. He raised his hand and said with a smile that he would tell how he prepared for the fight. The blonde frowned in surprise. Felix looked around in the library and asked if the guy had read all the books on magic there. He imagined a book on fire and thought that mana coming from a magic cycle could resonate with nature, fire with fire. He imagined water and wind, thinking that water resonated with water and wind with wind. The blonde imagined himself gathering wind energy between his hands and thought that at the moment of casting such magic, a kind of signal and a rough attack pattern would appear. The brunette looked at him and said that it was possible to calculate in advance what kind of magic the opponent would use based on the amount of mana, its shape and attribute, which would allow him to react quickly enough. The mage looked at him in surprise and thought that, firstly, the ability to read resonance. Secondly, the knowledge that allows you to recognize the types of spells by just one resonance form. Thirdly, lightning-fast decision-making based on the information received, after which he noted that he could not believe that the master embodied all three conditions at the same time. He turned his back to him and added that his opponent was a monster that could hardly be called a genius. Felix imagined a destroyed building and thought that even such a monster tirelessly works on himself to become stronger, and he only used the disappearance of the mentor as an excuse to escape from reality, but could not achieve anything in the field of the acting head of the magic tower. The blonde turned around and decided to throw all his strength and time into preparing for sparring with the master. The soldiers stood in a row by the wall. Only 2 months had passed, and during this time the magician began to feel alienation, despite the fact that Dimitri's lands were located on the outskirts. Compared to the average families, their soldiers were an order of magnitude stronger and kept unconditional loyalty, and a man named Roman aroused more and more curiosity. A voice was heard near the blacksmith's shop, talking about the gentleman. The young blacksmith raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that the guy sometimes comes to them, but if he wants to gouge out a sword, he uses his personal blacksmith. The blonde approached him. The blacksmith whispered that he heard from the head blacksmith that when the young gentleman is at work, the flame of the brazier envelops his entire body. The blonde imagined the image of a guy engulfed in flames, forging a sword. The blacksmith added that the gentleman looked so majestic, as if the god of fire himself descended to earth. Felix remembered the conversation with the previous leader, who said that one must come into contact with fire every day in order to find his own way to accept it completely. The man raised his hand and created a source of fire. They say that in order to use combustion, one must form a deep friendship with fire, but it is not something he can learn just because he wants to. The blonde raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words that when a huge column of flame enveloped his body and he did not feel any torment, only then could he be reborn as the embodiment of fire. Felix walked through the daytime garden, thinking about how the young master was not afraid of fire and did not react in any way even to the scorching heat. He introduced his father and added that if this family line had been friends with the flames of the brazier for generations, then perhaps he knew how to let fire into himself. Roman turned around, hearing the address addressed to him. The blonde walked up to him and said that he heard that he absorbed the fire of the brazier while forging. The brunette slightly lowered his head. The mage asked if he had some special way to merge with the flames. The blonde raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words that he used his own unique style to cope with fire. The mage thought that he definitely had the knowledge he needed. Felix folded his hand and said that he wanted to get straight to the point. He bowed deeply and said that the magical Phoenix Tower needed this technique, after which he asked to teach it to him. The blonde imagined the stern-looking guys and thought that the past 3 years were like a protracted nightmare, and after so much torment, Felix saw the light in the gentleman and decided that he finally managed to find a clue. Roman looked at him sternly and asked why they should be so generous to them. The blonde frowned tensely. The gentleman frowned and said that he thought he was paying them a fair wage, and then asked what the Phoenix Tower could offer him. The blonde gathered the 4 mages in the hall and said that they needed to hear their opinions. Knox frowned and said that, to be honest, the blonde could be sure that the gentleman was a natural enemy of the mages. He imagined the young man standing opposite them on the battlefield and said that it was not for nothing that there was an expression that if you can't defeat your enemy, it's better to go over to his side. He imagined the tower on his hand and added that they were despised in the kingdom, so he didn't see anything wrong with giving the gentleman the Phoenix Tower. Felix was surprised, but he looked at him and asked if he really thought so. The boys looked at him with a smile and said that they had their own eyes too. The blonde frowned and thought that it was not like any of the 13 magic towers wanted to personally establish ties with a foreign country, but they had to change that prejudice. The men lined up in front of him. The boy said that from now on he entrusted the future of their tower to this family. A long procession of tunics entered Dimitri's estate. The blonde thought that after their conversation, the Phoenix Tower had taken up the move in earnest. Felix stood up from his seat and asked his interlocutor what was going on. The dark-haired guy asked him to look at the paper, saying that it was a budget project that Dimitri was allocating to them. The mage picked up the document and thought in surprise that he thought that the move would hit their budget, but the family allocated them 24,000 gold every year, so he didn't know how to feel about it. The guy imagined coins raining down on the mage and thought that people called them monsters that devoured money because in order to rise to the highest circle. He imagined crystals, coins, and books and finished the thought by saying that mages needed expensive goods, like magical teachings or stones. The dark-haired guy is tense. He frowned and said that he also did not believe his eyes, but he was told that if this was not enough to cover the tower's expenses, then they could submit an adjusted budget plan for consideration. The blonde looked at him in surprise. The interlocutor added that he thought the head should go outside for a while. The man went outside and saw a gigantic construction. He frowned, not understanding what kind of giant it was. Chris looked at the construction with a smile and said that they decided that the Phoenix Tower would want to expand its influence, so now it will be able to take on 1,000 new employees. The magician approached him and said that he was still a little confused because he did not think that the master would do so much for them. The knight turned to him and said that the young master, more than anyone else, values Utwo 100B, Utwo 100 buys people. Magu looked at him in surprise, heard the words that they would have to get used to it. Hans raised his hand with a smile and said that Murphy should not deviate from the young master's daily routine for a second while the man was away. The boy enthusiastically wrote down instructions that he should hand him a towel on time to wipe away sweat, prepare water at the right temperature in advance. The man closed his eyes and smiled softly, thinking that although he was worried, this boy had graduated from the academy, so everything would be fine. He imagined a small blonde doll and thought that his granddaughter would like the gift. The dark-haired boy bowed to him and said that he had been waiting for him. The butler asked what this meant. The boy extended his hand and asked to go into the carriage. Hans asked if he was waiting to take him away. The man looked at his interlocutor in surprise, hearing the words that it was the young master's order. The teddy bear fell to the floor. Harrison frowned in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The gentleman's servants were cleaning up their house and putting food on the tables. The woman ran up to him. The waiters were smiling and talking. The woman said that she didn't understand what was going on, but the young gentleman had sent these people. The guy wondered why he was doing this. Lucas approached them, bowed and introduced himself, then said that the young gentleman had sent him to repay Mr. Hans for his service. The guy frowned tensely, interrupting his words about how they could trust him to prepare for his daughter's birthday. Harrison said that he didn't understand anything at all, because his father was just a butler. He turned pale when he heard the words about how the young gentleman valued the mister very much, then asked if his father had told him about the gentleman. Harrison imagined Roman treating his father rudely and thought that there had been a time when he had been called a fool, because he had not understood at all how his father had been rejected with the rings and how much he had sacrificed for him, and although he did not agree, his father had never completely lost faith in him. The boy remembered how the man had told him with a smile that the young master had been through a hard time and that he had lost his way, but in reality he was very kind. Harrison pursed his lips, holding back tears, and said that he thought his father was trying in vain. He wiped the tears from his face and thought of his father. A large banquet was laid inside the palace. The guests were surprised by such a feast. 3 guests entered Harrison's house and wondered if they had come to the right address. The sound of soldiers' feet was heard and everyone was ordered to move aside. The soldiers fired along the red carpet and the silhouette of a man was visible. Harrison didn't understand why the guest had suddenly arrived with security. Harrison saw his father with a gift. The blonde immediately ran as fast as he could to his father. The son hugged his father tightly, happy to see him back. A pile of chests with gifts stood in the corner. They understood that it was time to open the gifts. Harrison began to unpack the gift with his daughter, realizing that it was the first gift from her father. The delighted girl held a doll in her hands. Harrison understood that it was a beautiful doll, and his daughter asked him to buy her a doll every day, so he thanked his father. The blonde looked away with a widening smile, wanting to open the next gift. He saw a red box with a beautiful ring, realizing that it was a ruby ring from Viscount Conrad. The three guests immediately drooped and were stunned by such an expensive gift. The red-haired girl did not understand why an aristocrat would wish a child from a commoner family a happy birthday. Then there were some more beautiful decorations in boxes with letters. It was a gift from Count Adelaine and Viscount Lawrence. Harrison and his family stood in front of the guests. They were all trying to understand why this vaunted aristocrat needed to send them gifts. All the expensive gifts were presented to the aristocrat only to prove themselves to Hans. They remembered that Hans played with little Roman. This was due to the fact that the butler looked after Roman even in the times when he was called a fool and raised this boy from the cradle. Hans's silhouette shone brightly against the background of the main character. They knew that Hans had become an important person for the aristocrats, who would act as a link between them and the boy. The little girl held her doll with delight and smiled. Harrison knew that these were too serious gifts for a small child, but that did not mean that he could not accept them, realizing the complexity of the situation. The blonde held the letter in his hands and timidly looked away. Harrison replied that for the last time there was a gift from Mr. Roman himself. His father with a mustache looked away animatedly, realizing that the young master had sent a gift. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened and he was stunned. He held in his hands a letter of recommendation for admission to Glory Academy. He looked at this letter in shock and understood that for the sake of his daughter, Mr. Roman wrote a letter of recommendation to Glory Academy. He imagined Glory Academy under a clear sky. It was the best educational institution that a commoner could dream of, and it was not so easy to enter, even with money. The blonde quickly turned to his surprised father, realizing what was happening. The girl looked worriedly at her dad, who was crying into the letter. He was very happy with his father and young Master Roman for such an opportunity. They were transported to Roman's castle. The butler was telling his master that it was too expensive a gift. Hans was having a dialogue with the protagonist under the window. The assistant said that the fact that Roman remembered him and recognized him was enough to feel that his efforts were useful. The protagonist stared at his assistant. He remembered how the exhausted boy was holding his chest. The mentor with white hair looked to the side and asked the bloody demon if he regretted following him. The two of them stood on the battlefield with corpses. The bloody demon, kneeling, replied that he did not regret anything. He mockingly looked out from under his bangs and told his mentor that he believed in him, and this made him want to follow the master all his life. The protagonist understood that Hans was the connection left behind by Roman. The protagonist stood in front of his butler and told him that, looking back on the years he had lived, he realized that he had spent more time with him than with his father, and despite the difference in social status, a man named Hans was special to him. The mustachioed butler looked at his master with trepidation. Roman told the assistant that he was his man, and by showing him his loyalty and sincerity, he had the right to receive something from him in return. The brunette looked at Hans with a smile and sincerely congratulated him on his granddaughter's birthday. A year later, they were transported to the Cairo branch Valhalla Temple region. A watering can was used to water the front garden and flowers. Yalas was watering the flowers and noticed that it was boring. The guy with a sad look looked through his glasses and understood that as soon as Roman returned from the southern front and mentioned the Battle of the Rankers, an unprecedented event occurred in the Cairo kingdom. He imagined the magic rankers emitting blue flames. He realized that the Cairo rankers had stopped competing with each other and had been preparing for a duel with Roman for a year. He imagined the main character in a red cloak. Yalas had a hard time telling where Roman's line was drawn, and after his duel with Homer's, he was officially awarded 100th place in the Cairo rankings. In another battle, Roman defeated the blonde, drawing blood. I didn't know that the master had also defeated Butler, who was ranked second in the Hector kingdom and thus showed his abilities. This was where the dilemma came from. He introduced the protagonist with a sly grin. Yalas was thinking that from 1st to 99th place, each of them could become his prey. The bespectacled man smirked slightly and thought about what would happen no matter what choice they made. Once Roman took action, there would be a huge change in the Cairo rankings. Suddenly, his assistant ran up to Yalas and said that a message had arrived from the master himself. Yalas looked back with a smile when he heard that Roman was about to start the official ranker battle. Benedict held the letter in his hands and was glad that the guy had finally made his move. He sat in his spacious office and knew that something strange had been happening on the border of Cairo lately. The light of the lamps was directed at the empty chairs. It all started with the head of the Phoenix Magic Tower from the Frank Kingdom, and then important figures of the magic towers located in Kronos disappeared. He imagined several gloomy towers. The Chronos Empire, which suffered the most damage, was sure that it was the tricks of other states. The ruler glowed in front of his army on the throne. The Emperor of Chronos announced to everyone about the conquest of the continent. Two lands on the map intersected, Chronos and Cairo. At such times, the smaller states suffered the most, especially Cairo, bordering Chronos, because the reality was that war was inevitable. Benedict was in the shadows and thought about how to confront the enemies. They needed a solid system of power sharing, otherwise they would not survive the era of turmoil with a weak king. He imagined the protagonist running to attack the soldiers. Benedict knew that if the aristocratic faction managed to recruit Roman, then they would no longer be able to ignore the current power distribution system. He held his glass and knew that if Roman suddenly did not give them the answer they wanted, it would be bad. He immediately broke his glass with a drink. The old man looked ahead angrily, clenching his fists and trying to find out where Roman was now. Right in front of him, the assistant spread his hands and answered that the young master was currently in the north. The old man stared ahead and thought about Roman deciding to rise from the bottom. At this time, Yalas held a letter and announced the official battle of rankers. The blonde grabbed his blade, being 99th place in the Cairo, Jaden ranking. The blonde remembered that the young master aimed for the very top and in the end, challenged him. The protagonist walked forward towards the armed blonde. Jaden knew that if the boy was truly such an incredible master as they said, he would hardly want to get involved in a protracted war, wasting his strength on low rankers. The brunette frowned through his bangs, and the blonde knew that if he looked closely, he was an ordinary boy. Roman stood in front of the blonde, preparing for a duel. Jaden heard that the boy had already scheduled the next fight for the ranker, considering him impudent. Jaden immediately surrounded himself with a blue aura, wanting to use his full strength in the fight. He immediately rushed to run into the fight. The blonde received a glowing blow to himself. Jaden ran in horror under the brunette's hand. The defeated blonde lay on the floor, when Yalas added that this fight was one-sided and there was no point in it. The bespectacled man crossed his arms and looked at his master, wondering if there was a need to go down the thorny path of duels and if it would not be better to start from 30th place right away. The main character grinned maliciously and said that even if people called him a hero, they tirelessly questioned his abilities. He imagined himself standing on the mountain and throwing off all the fighters. The nobleman realized that by defeating many rankers, he would prove that he achieved this solely due to his strength. Yalas was slightly surprised, realizing that this was true. He began to smile maliciously, raising his hands, because this was the very Roman he wanted to get. There was an opinion among the people that Roman would not be able to rise from 99th place to first place through a series of victories. The main character stood in front of an army of fighters. They knew that even if he defeated a person a day, he would spend at least 99 days on all this. The protagonist defeated the 98th ranked player. However, less than a week later, people's fears were completely dispelled. Yalas enthusiastically shouted that 99 Roman defeated the 98th player Deli and rose to this place in the ranking. The protagonist stepped aside with his foot. He arrogantly turned away from the fighter, wanting the next opponent. 97th place received a hard blow to his face. The brunette stood with a sword next to the defeated fighter. The two fighters looked at what was happening with alarm and realized that it was a very exciting sight, because Roman was able to defeat 3 rankers in just one day. The brown-haired one bared his teeth and realized that although they were the weakest rankers, they still had the strength of 3 stars. They saw how the red aura emanated from the protagonist, because they noticed that he spent less than 10 seconds on all 3 fighters. In just 2 days, Roman defeated all the rankers up to 91st place. The fighter's foot stepped onto the water's surface. Jaden tried to escape from the monster's mouth. The monster bloodthirstily slammed its mouth shut. The blonde immediately jumped up from such a dream. He looked ahead with difficulty, sighing heavily and trying to comprehend what was happening. The healer looked back at the player and noticed that he had woken up. The blonde tried to understand what he was doing here. The healer raised his eyebrows, holding the box in his hands, and noted for the guy that he himself should guess, because he rushed headlong at a strong opponent and fell flat with one blow. At that moment, the player was lying unconscious, and the healer said that a whole day had already passed since he lost consciousness. The healer began to place flasks on the rack, and he was glad that, at least out of all those who fought Roman, Jaden was the only one who woke up. The blonde became curious about how many Roman had managed to fight. The blonde was dumbfounded and amazed when he heard that the gentleman had defeated 5 rankers in one day, including Jaden. The healer reached for one of the test tubes and asked the boy if he understood what that meant. The healer introduced the main character against the background of small fighters, and said that these rankers were not his opponents from the beginning. Jaden grimaced, clutching his chest. He bared his teeth angrily and realized that his body was about to fall apart. The healer looked back at the boy and said that he would not be able to move fully for a whole month. The healer noted that he did not know what kind of magic Roman used, but the muscles in Jaden's body turned into a complete mess. The blonde frantically looked around, trying to understand if this was possible. He bared his teeth in sweat and realized that he needed to stop the others. A pile of sealed bet letters in space. It was a message from Jaden, warning that he was 99th place and he personally had to fight Roman, and he wanted to say that the aristocrat was beyond reality, like a monster. One of the rankers was reading the letter with a dumbfounded look, which said that Jaden could not stand against him for even a second, because with just one blow Roman turned his muscles into mush, and according to the doctor's conclusion, he will not be able to move for a month. Two guys were discussing what was written in the letters on the table, which said that the fight with Roman was not a valuable experience and will leave only fear behind. The brunette at this time was driving the 85th place ranker into the ground. A bunch of messages popped up that the guy defeated all subsequent places in the ranking. A week passed, and there were no rumors about the main character. A bunch of hands were reaching out with white flags as a sign of defeat. Feeling the insurmountable difference in ability, all the rankers from 31st to 39th place surrendered without a fight. The blade was stuck in the letter along with the table. It seemed as if everyone had united, accepting defeat, and only the ranker in 30th place accepted Roman's challenge. The blonde in 28th place turned to the guy Fernando, trying to reason with him. The brown-haired guy walked forward without looking back when they tried to ask him why he was so reckless. The red-haired guy in 23rd place approached the blonde, who was trying to reason with Fernando. The blonde said that Roman was at least a 5-star level and only rankers starting from 10th place in the Cairo ranking could become worthy opponents for him. The curly-haired brown-haired guy adjusted his armor and said that it was his choice. He was called a fool, as if it was so important for him to fight Roman, even if it tarnished their reputation. Fernando looked at his colleagues and asked them to call a spade, because the stain would be on their reputation, not his. He looked at his friends tensely and said that they were chickening out by accepting defeat, so he asked them not to force him to give up too. Fernando saw two friends trying to leave the room, calling him stubborn. He clenched his fist tightly, realizing that his reputation as a ranker meant nothing to him, and all he needed was experience with a strong opponent that would compensate for his lack of ability. The fighter stood against a white background, casting a shadow. The spectators in the stadium watched the beginning of the duel between the protagonist and Fernando. They were curious if 30th place would last even a minute. The guy said he didn't know about the rest, but Fernando was recognized for his solid foundation and swordsmanship. They knew that Fernando was one step behind the 4-star aura swordsman. The curly-haired, brown-haired man held his blade, glowing with aura. The spectators knew that 30th place was ultimately the limit that Fernando could climb thanks to his efforts. At this time, the player understood that Roman would use him as a sacrifice. He looked at the brunette with the shining blade and understood that in exchange, he would see the world that Roman lived in, so that he himself could move forward at least one step. They waved the red flag and gave the command to begin the battle. Fernando rushed into the battle from the very beginning, straight ahead. He emitted a yellow light in front of the brunette. The guy tightly clutched his blade. Fernando furiously looked at his victim. He cut with his blade, but Roman managed to duck. The fiery silhouette of the player hovered above the main character. The protagonist managed to dodge his head from the blow of light. Then he stood up abruptly, waving his cloak. Out of breath, Fernando stood behind the main character and understood that his enemy was only dodging, and he thought that he was too weak in his eyes. He bared his teeth angrily and realized that Roman could trample his pride as much as he wanted because he had long forgotten what it was. A stream of purple light flashed through space and a voice was heard addressing Fernando. The curly brown-haired man frowned in bewilderment when he was told that from now on he had to direct the flow of mana as he was told. He bulged his eyes in shock, realizing that Roman had spoken to him, thinking it was magic. The brunette stared at the enemy and informed him that the reason he was weak, even with 4 stars, was because of his unstable mana output. The brunette added that if the guy continued to use the same methods, he would never be able to become stronger. He imagined 2 streams of mana running along the limb and stated that with a normal mana output, he would receive and release it through the output channel. The aristocrat imagined 2 streams of blue aura running past the silhouette. The protagonist knew that it was not only the Cairo kingdom, all swordsmen on the Salamander continent used the same internal mana channel. The brunette looked through his bangs with enthusiasm and noted to the enemy that there was more than one mana channel. The curly-haired player was horrified by this news, thinking that it was the delirium of a madman. The aura stream was thinning out blue light. It was an emission of aura in which a person splashes out mana through his channels, although each uses his own, different from others, technique, but the formation of a channel using a generally accepted algorithm is known to everyone and the only true principle. Fernando was surprised with a puzzled look that there was more than one mana channel. The fighters stood opposite each other and the brunette said that it would be difficult to master the already formed channel again, but said that it would be worth the risk once because it was worth it. The curly brown-haired man angrily grinned and did not know exactly what his enemy was thinking, but still decided to play along with him once because he did not care about other people's views and reputation. They immediately clashed in a furious fight with swords, and Fernando decided to trust him, even if it turned out to be a whisper of the devil. Roman asked him to suppress the mana energy and hold it. A turbulent stream of water splashed against the wall, and the protagonist declared that then the mana itself would show him the exiting path. This stream of water tried to break through the wall. The aristocrat reported that as soon as the guy felt a new path, he should push the mana out. Fernando frowned and closed his eyes, thinking about mana. He immediately glowed with a bright light and felt mana, trying to understand how this was possible. The brunette grinned maliciously from under his bangs and thought that it was time to end this. He immediately swung his blade at his enemy. A stream of purple light flew straight into Fernando's head. A moment later, the guy was lying unconscious. The spectators noticed that the guy was flattened in 2 counts, especially since he was the head of the guard, 30 in the rating. The spectators knew that the guy only once again confirmed how incredible Roman was, and this was a significant difference in classes. Fernando immediately jumped up, thinking about his enemy. He saw the nobleman leaving the arena and tried to stop him. The men in the stands looked around and tried to figure out where Fernando had gone. The curly-haired, brown-haired man ran up to the protagonist and asked him how he knew about his dilemma. Fernando said that he thought he simply didn't have the talent for aura, but he couldn't even imagine that the problem was in its emission. The brunette looked at Fernando and said that the fact that he used a 4-star aura already indicated that he had reached a high level. The curly-haired, brown-haired man raised his eyebrows in bewilderment when he was told that compared to the level of mana, his emission power was catastrophically weak, and in this case, there was a high probability that the problem was in the aura channels. The brown-haired man clenched his fists and was about to say honestly that he saw hope in his words. The fighter put his hand to his chest and stated that so far he had only managed to grasp a thread, and he thought it would be difficult to make progress on his own. He looked closely at the nobleman and asked him if he would teach him how to pierce the aura channel. The brunette crossed his arms and stated that teaching was no problem, but he did not like deals without payment. The curly-haired, brown-haired man bowed his head and asked what the nobleman wanted in return. The brunette crossed his arms and looked at Fernando, telling him to follow him and live for him. The boy knelt down in front of the nobleman, realizing that this man must leave him on the true path. He stated his name and swore allegiance to his master. They were transported to the aristocratic faction. The high nobility sat around the table in a circle. They discussed how Roman had been acting unpredictably lately, and at this rate he could actually defeat Count Nicholas. Benedict sat on his chair and said that there was no need to rush to conclusions, although the protagonist had the merit of defeating Butler. But Count Nicholas, ranked 80th in the entire continent, was a high-flying bird. The old man introduced Nicholas against the background of another king. He knew that he was the royal knight, and the first sword of Cairo was known for the fact that others could not approach him. Nicholas stood in front of the protagonist, and the nobles knew that Roman's actions had revealed a new potential that no one could even imagine. Owen looked back at Benedict and asked, purely theoretically, what would happen if Roman defeated Count Nicholas. The old man sat with a grim grin and stated that the reason why the royal faction was still afloat was because of Count Nicholas's existence. He added that if Roman defeated him, it would create a scaffold for a new power in the Cairo kingdom. He presented the geographical location of all the regions on the map and noted that they should have prevented this. Benedict slammed his fist on the table and said that if the master did not accept their offer, they would have to eliminate Roman, no matter what methods they used. The old man thinned the light, looking at the nobles, and said that everyone should secretly summon an army with their family to the capital. He added that no matter what choice Roman made, they would not let him escape from their hands. The 10th place in the ranking, Geron, a faction of the Chronos Empire, was kneeling and surrendering to the protagonist. The brunette looked to the side. He looked at the stadium and realized that the stage was ready. He furiously shouted that he was sincerely disappointed. All the spectators were stunned and numb from such a statement. The noble said that a year ago he proclaimed the official start of the Battle of Rankers and hoped that the Rankers of Cairo would prepare to fight him. He waved his cloak and noted that after defeating Geron, the ranker in 10th place, he realized that there was no opponent in Cairo who could accept his sword except for Count Nicholas. He introduced the white-haired old man with the flaming sword and said that he now wished to shorten this meaningless process. The brunette sadly looked ahead and said that in 3 days, at this same place, he would fight the rankers from 9th to 2nd place in turn and defeat them all, wishing to challenge the first sword afterward. Roman's statement raised the whole kingdom on its ears. The guy clenched his fists and said that he was going to refuse. Being in 9th place in the faction, Bruno looked up and said that he and Geron were almost on the same level in ability, but Roman defeated him with a stunning margin. The red-haired guy, being the 2nd place in the aristocracy faction, Oscar crossed his arms and said that there was no way to back down. Oscar imagined the protagonist pointing his finger and saying that Roman had badmouthed Mr. Geron in front of everyone, saying that his abilities were not up to rank 10, and that he was going to fight them all on the same day. Oscar stood up from his chair and slammed the table, saying that if they refused to participate, people would call them cowards, so he called all the Cairo rankers. He imagined Benedict in front of a huge castle and said that they should wear the protagonist down as much as possible, and that there would be a good reward for that. Oscar frowned and swore on his life that he would definitely fight Roman and defend their pride as swordsmen for all to see. All the rankers raised their hands enthusiastically, agreeing with Mr. Oscar's plan. They wanted to show this upstart the harsh reality and unite the strength of all the rankers. The aristocrat grinned maliciously, showing his teeth. 3 days later, all armed rankers from 9th to 2nd place went to the arena. The spectators watched the events with delight. The blonde did not think that the rankers would react to the provocation, and in this case it was difficult to predict who would win. The main character looked at the crowd of rankers and realized that this was reality, because when feeling a threat, aristocrats always join forces, becoming one. Roman looked ahead, imagining the clock, and understood that Cairo would not allow him to waste time any longer. The brunette frowned through his bangs and knew there were only 2 options left. Either he would consume them or let himself be consumed. The first to enter the arena was 9th place Bruno. They pointed their swords at each other, and Bruno knew that the protagonist had been aiming for a quick fight from the start. They believed that all 8 rankers would hold out until the end to turn this into a protracted war. The protagonist cut a bloody wound on the player. Bruno was spitting out his blood from his mouth. The protagonist looked back and wished for the next opponent. He immediately defeated 8th place, cutting the enemy, and again wished for the next opponent. 7th place, being a red-haired guy, he also defeated. The blonde in 6th place received a crushing blow to the face. The ranker in 5th and 4th place was also knocked down by a foot, and Roman wished for the next one. The blonde in 3rd place was already lying on the ground after losing. Oscar in 2nd place bared his teeth in fear and understood that this could not be. The brunette looked closely at his victim and realized that he was the last. The knight ran to the king and said that the fight was unequal, because in just one day, Roman defeated all the rankers from 9th to 2nd place. Daniel covered his face with his hand when he heard that no one else would stop the main character from challenging the very first sword. Daniel was sad that all this led to such consequences. Daniel turned to Count Nicholas and asked him if there was a way to avoid a duel with Roman. White-haired Nicholas looked at the king. He imagined a bunch of hands reaching out to Daniel. The king noted that he had no doubts about the first sword. But if Count Nicholas was defeated in the current situation, then his already precarious position would be destroyed by the aristocratic faction. Nicholas looked ahead and answered His Majesty that this would not happen because he needed to believe in him. Daniel looked back sharply as his first sword wanted to prove once again that he had a reason to wear this title. Count Nicholas was about to leave immediately and told him to wait. The door slammed shut. The first sword met the royal faction, Vantner, on the way, who asked him if he was confident that he could handle it. The white-haired count looked back at Vantner and asked him what kind of person Roman was. Vantner imagined a black tiger and said that at birth, nature awarded him the nature of a predator, although he had not yet achieved the world calling, but he had unshakable confidence in the chosen path. He imagined the protagonist sitting on the couch, crossing his arms and asking Nicholas to be careful. Vantner closed his eyes and said that if he was defeated, then the royal family of Cairo would end. Count Nicholas immediately began to leave and said not to worry, because he would protect the royal family at all costs. The next day, the capital of Cairo, Kairos, where the weather was sunny. The crowd watched as the protagonist walked into the arena because they knew that this was the day when greatness was felt in his steps. Roman entered the arena. The count grabbed his sword and ordered to attack the enemy. Nicholas grabbed his sword and said that he was the first sword of Cairo and wanted to show him the harsh reality. The main character waved his sword and calmly accepted this offer. They waved a red flag to signal the beginning of the fight. Count Nicholas bared his teeth with fiery passion. The guys clashed in a furious fight. The spectators looked away from such an onslaught of energy. The swords of the fighters cut the air, colliding with each other. Galas watched from the sidelines at the streams of light of the fighters and was surprised. He felt the air shudder with each clash of swords. He grinned maliciously through his hand and knew that this was the fight he had been waiting for. Count Nicholas grinned maliciously and noted that his enemy was a funny guy. The brunette looked out from under his bangs and said that the title of the first sword of Cairo was not just a title. Count Nicholas cut the air with his sword to attack. All the spectators in the stands closed themselves from the flow of wind, surprised by such a fight. The brunette looked intently through his bangs. He dealt a powerful stream of light to the count. From such an onslaught, Nicholas retreated back. Count Nicholas covered himself with his sword, flying back. He realized that he was forcibly pushed back. In the distance, he saw his enemy. The brunette grinned maliciously, feeling that the blood was boiling in his veins. A powerful light strike occurred, destroying the earth. The protagonist fought with Count Nicholas in a tense duel. The blonde count covered himself with his sword with difficulty, realizing that this could not continue any longer. The red stream of light from the sword cut through the air, and the first sword understood that his enemy was practical. The main character flew back when the count realized that if he won, he would hardly go over to the royal family's side. The count swung his sword, flying back. He swung his sword, exhausting the fire, because there was no way he could lose. The main character's eyes widened in shock. He saw Count Nicholas direct a powerful stream of fire using a secret weapon. The fiery stream of light covered the count's face. This stream of fire was directed at the brunette. A powerful fiery emission of destruction skill energy occurred. The main character absorbed this stream of light using the heavenly demon sword technique. Another powerful explosion with purple flame occurred, because this was the second level of the first style. A cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the arena. Count Nicholas sat bloodied, head down, thinking that he had lost. The protagonist stared ahead. He saw the first sword barely getting up, wanting to continue. The aristocrat did not understand why his enemy was making such sacrifices. The count bared his teeth maliciously, trying to understand why he was asked this question. The wounded count pulled the sword forward and declared that it was the first Cairo sword and therefore Roman could destroy it, but he could not break its will. Nicholas ran forward through the ruins. He swung his sword at the protagonist. The protagonist inflicted a bloody wound on the count and understood that this was a man worthy of admiration. The white-haired warrior screamed in pain. He immediately plopped down on the ground without strength. The first Cairo sword, and this was the last moment of the life of a great man who took over an entire era. The spectators watched in horror. Yalas looked out from under the rubble and noted that Roman thus became the first ranker of the kingdom. The bespectacled man stared ahead. He turned away from the protagonist and understood that they had underestimated him. They realized that no matter how they thought of him, this monster would still exceed all their expectations. Yalas walked out of the arena, realizing that the nobleman was not going to bow his head to Valhalla. Yalas was already fading into the shadows and understood that therefore they had to get rid of Roman. They were transported to the center of Kairos, where the protagonist was walking with an army. People knew that he was so young and had already defeated Count Nicholas. The protagonist walked with other rankers and was the first sword of Cairo. The brunette walked forward and was called out. The leader of the aristocratic faction, Benedict, approached him and said that he heard that the guy had even defeated Count Nicholas and expressed his admiration. The armed army ran forward. They all surrounded Roman, and the faction leader said that looking at Count Nicholas's defeat made him wonder why it took him a year. The brunette stared ahead as Benedict began to comprehend everything. It was a huge castle with a gate into the forest. The leader realized that this time was needed for the Dmitri family to reorganize and expand their power. Through his mustache, the leader stated that now was the time to make a choice. Would Roman follow the aristocratic faction or choose someone else? Benedict extended his hand and said that if he chose the former, it would be good, but if he chose the latter, he would pay a heavy price. The brunette slightly lowered his head when asked for his decision. The main character looked down sadly. He remembered how the eldest master of the heavenly demon sect Bikoyal looked at him mockingly and said that their future relationship would now depend on his choice. Three boys in different robes looked towards the protagonist and asked him to choose whether he would follow the example of his brothers and join his ranks, enjoying fame and wealth, or appear before him as the heir to the sect. The white-haired protagonist looked up at the lord of the sect. The protagonist frowned and looked ahead, realizing that it was submission and conflict, wondering what choice would be in his favor. He began to climb the steps and wonder what he wanted. He went up to Mr. Hoyal and apologized to him. The brown-haired man looked away from under his bangs. He saw a sword being swung at him. The brunette remembered himself with white hair and said that he was not one of those who could live for someone else. Benedict clenched his fist and said that the guy had made a stupid choice. He stretched out his hand, spreading his fingers and realizing that one way or another, power and reputation were in his hands, and no matter how strong Roman was, he could do nothing about the current situation. The faction leader believed. The protagonist stood in the ranks with an army of warriors. Benedict, in the name of the head of the central government, said that from that moment on, the Dmitri family, making unjustified attacks on neighboring lands, was suspected of inciting rebellion. The old man immediately extended his hand, giving an order to the soldiers, and noted that a thorough investigation would be conducted regarding this and asked the boy to humbly surrender himself for arrest. Suddenly, blood splashed on Benedict's face. The protagonist defeated one of the soldiers of the aristocrat faction, bloodying him. The old man cried out that the master decided to disobey and thought that this should be regarded as a rebellion. Roman's army was surrounded by other soldiers of the aristocrat faction. Roman asked Benedict to call things by their proper names, because this was disobedience not to his majesty, but to Benedict. The brunette looked forward animatedly and said that of the two of them, it was more likely that the old man was planning a rebellion. The gray-haired leader cried out that the boy was completely crazy, because the central government represented the kingdom of Cairo and acted in accordance with the will of His Majesty the King. The bloodied soldier lay on the ground, and the old man noted that with his reckless choice, the master had doomed his family to death. The protagonist frowned and said that His Majesty the King would decide which of them would be right. Chris and Kevin rushed forward to clear the way for their master. Chris began to cut the soldiers with a blue stream of light. Kevin finished off the soldiers with his red aura. The old man with a rock was angry and called the guys crazy scoundrels, because he understood that no one knew that these guys would arrange a massacre right in the middle of the square without a shadow of fear. The protagonist stepped into a puddle of blood. He immediately swung his blade, cutting the soldier. Benedict and his assistant rushed to run away while the army fought Roman. He ordered all the fighters to run to the attack, and added that if someone was found who brought the head of this guy, then a generous reward awaited him. One of the fighters angrily shouted for the guy to stop, because he was in Kairos and could hardly think that after such a thing he could get away without punishment. Roman cut off his head and told him to do what they had to do, and he would do his own thing. It was time for reprisals. They were transported to the palace of the king of Cairo, who was informed that a battle was unfolding right now in the very center of the capital. The guard was kneeling before the king and said that Roman was unilaterally exterminating the faction of the aristocracy. Daniel convulsively held his head and did not know how to understand the massacre in the capital, thinking that it was a rebellion. Simon, being a royal knight, vice captain, shouted that everyone immediately call the royal knights and all the court guards, because the rebels could rush into the palace at any moment, and their primary task was to protect the majesty of the king. Daniel held onto the ledge of the chair and understood that in the end there was no escaping fate. The blonde king was dumbfounded when he heard Roman asking for an audience. The protagonist knelt down and placed his hand on his chest, greeting the king. The king looked at Roman warily and ordered him to skip unnecessary formalities, trying to find out the guy's actions. The protagonist knelt down and began to say that immediately after the end of the rancor battle, Benedict came to him accompanied by a couple hundred soldiers and demanded that he join the aristocratic faction. The brunette looked down with a sad look and said that he obeyed the king's majesty, not Benedict, and therefore rejected his proposals. Roman stood in front of the king and said that if his majesty promises him one thing, then the Dmitri family, like the Cairo sword, will destroy the entire aristocratic faction and eliminate the chaos standing between the authorities. The blonde looked ahead in a daze, realizing that he would be rid of the aristocratic faction. The protagonist stood in front of the king, who realized that he was being offered a deal. The brunette noted that he was on the southern frontier when the Hector kingdom crossed the border. He recalled how this ruined wall was against a gloomy background. The lord remembered that even though the Cairo defense line had time to repel the attack, it attacked in a matter of seconds. Daniel reached for the mechanical scale and realized that the root of all their city's problems were the four factions, and if only the power system was established, then the southern front would never be taken away from them. The protagonist looked forward from under his bangs and asked Daniel if Cairo had undergone any changes in the past year. The blonde leaned forward from his throne when he was told that the current situation on the continent was quite ambiguous, and Roman asked the king about how long he was going to turn a blind eye to it. The protagonist stared ahead and believed that the center of the Cairo unification should not be Benedict, who had crushed the central government and imagined himself to be the king, but Daniel. The blonde stared ahead in a daze when they said about him. Vantner closed his eyes and wondered if this could mean that Roman had chosen his majesty. Simon looked around anxiously, wondering if this was a rebellion. The protagonist sat in front of the king, glowing with an aura. Roman noted that the king might doubt his intentions, but in this matter, the Dmitri family had put their lives on the line. The brunette put his hand to his chest and asked the king if he was ready to use the chance given to them by the Dmitri family. The blonde stared ahead and said before making a decision, he wanted to ask the answer to the question. Daniel looked at the protagonist from below and asked what the Dmitri family wanted as payment for this. The protagonist presented a large tree with roots and said that he wanted the independence of the entire northeastern region, including the Dmitriv lands, and if the king proclaimed the northwestern region a duchy and also granted it independence, he would not forget that they had the same roots and would always be ready to throw forces to help Cairo. The blonde's eyes widened, thinking about the independence of the Dmitrivs. The brunette put his hand to his chest and addressed his majesty, stating that if he could not get everything, then let him choose what was best for Cairo. The blonde, with a dejected look, thought about what would be the best choice for Cairo. He frowned at the protagonist and said, does he imagine how the Empire would react if they captured Count Denver and Count Gregory? Roman knelt down and said that it was unlikely that the Empire would act immediately, because the borders with Valhalla were too far away and there were quite a few obstacles, and Kronos was currently busy with a conflict with an alliance of kingdoms in the south. The main character looked intently through his bangs and said that their primary task was not Cairo, but resolving the conflict in the south. The blonde looked animatedly from his throne and realized that Roman planned to repel a large number of enemies in a short time and their destruction was necessary for the kingdom of Cairo. But the empty spaces after their disappearance could create new problems. He imagined Benedict crossing his arms against the background of black silhouettes. The main character, dumbfounded, noted that they would only choose the best option and their duty to eliminate them, thereby reducing the risks. Daniel looked down on Roman and understood that he did not just rely on luck to build a strategy, but immediately studied the situation on the continent. The king slightly pursed his lips, realizing that Roman was truly worthy of respect. Simon rushed to his king and said that the Dmitri family was using the noble faction as an excuse to gain their own benefits and they should not be allowed to do so. The protagonist stated, even if it was already asked if they had any other choice. Simon looked back in a daze. The brunette put his hand to his chest and stated that while everyone present here turned a blind eye to the noble faction's atrocity, he chose to draw his sword against them. The boy replied that all they wanted was to receive payment for their sacrifice. He imagined the two continents, Cairo and Dmitri, bordering each other. The Lord added that even if Cairo became a duchy, it would not change their common roots. Simon bared his teeth in anger, realizing that Roman was making it clear that this would not be a rebellion. Simon looked at the protagonist and realized that there was no mistake in his proposal and the fault lay with the useless king who allowed Cairo to be torn to pieces. Daniel closed his eyes sadly and realized that this king was him. He imagined himself on the small throne next to Roman. He realized that the royal family was no longer able to restrain Roman and in that case he had to make a choice. The king angrily bared his teeth and thought about whether to continue living and be content with what he had or to give up the impossible and create a new kingdom of Cairo. He imagined how they were playing with him like a puppet on a stick. Daniel realized that even if their intentions were not pure, it would be better to join forces with Roman, who did not hide his ambitions, than to dance to the tune of vassals who perceived him as a scarecrow. The blonde waved his hand, wishing to end the conversation. The brunette smirked as he looked at the king, who said that he had named the entire northeastern region, including Dmitri, a duchy in the name of the royal family and granted Baron Roman the title of duke. Daniel looked ahead in a daze and declared that the guy should crush the rebel Benedict, who was sowing discord in the country. Count Denver held the letter with his eyes closed and realized that Roman was a truly terrible person. He squinted his eyes tightly and realized that after the protagonist attacked Benedict in the capital, neither Dmitri nor the noble faction would stop until one of them was destroyed. The count leaned back in his chair and realized that Roman had chosen the palace and must have planned to lend the king his strength in the confrontation with the noble faction. Denver understood that this was a duel between the king's faction, Dmitri, and the noble faction. The count smiled mockingly, thinking about how when the two forces collided in a mortal fight, Valhalla would be able to seize the moment and benefit from it personally. Suddenly, a guard burst into the count and said that things were bad. The guard reported that Roman, along with an army, burst into their estate. He immediately tried to scream as he was grabbed by the throat. The protagonist slammed the guard into the ground. Brunette released the fallen fighter and turned to Denver. Brunette walked forward with a frown and ordered the count to bow his head before the royal order. The count was shocked and dumbfounded, realizing that Roman had come here, although he was not involved in the aristocratic faction. The count immediately jumped up and tried to calm down, saying what kind of royal order it was and what he meant. Denver was standing at his desk when he was informed that he had entered into a secret conspiracy with Valhalla, passing secret information to Cairo, and as a result, His Majesty ordered the count to be taken into custody. Brunette stared at Denver and said that if he made even one extra move, he would execute him on the spot, considering his action as the beginning of an uprising. The count angrily clenched his fist, trying to understand what kind of uprising this was, because everyone knew that he obeyed Valhalla. The count, frightened, extended his hand and asked Roman if he thought he could withstand the consequences of his actions, since Valhalla would not stand aside. The protagonist reached for his sword and told the count to watch what he said. The count frowned angrily, thinking that he was a scoundrel. The protagonist pointed his sword at the count's head and told him to lower his voice, since it seemed that he still did not understand the situation. The tip of the blade was aimed at Denver's neck, and the brunette explained that this was a battle, so it did not matter if they limited themselves to eliminating the faction of the aristocracy. The protagonist glared at the count and said that he must eradicate all rebels like Denver, who obey Valhalla and Kronos. Roman declared that from now on, the count will have a very interesting pastime. Count Gregory was also surrounded at this moment, thinking that the people would be able to escape without punishment. The count saw Simon standing in front of him with an army and told him that he should have known what would happen if they tried to touch him. Gregory added that the Kronos Empire was using this as an excuse to bring troops into the kingdom. Simon, being the vice captain of the Royal Knights, heard the question, would Cairo be able to handle this? The knight walked forward and the vice captain understood that Gregory was right, because the Kronos Empire would use all its strength to take over the entire continent. Simon walked towards Gregory, realizing that His Majesty had made a decision and Cairo had entered a path of no return. The Count grinned maliciously, asking Simon if he was able to comprehend his situation. Simon dealt a crushing blow to the Count and told him to shut up, because he had no choice anyway. Simon scowled. If Kronos were to cross the border, he would scold him and hang his head on the fortress wall. He realized that Roman had said that they should not be left with any chance. They were transported to Benedict's domain, who was walking down the corridor. The old man was thinking about Roman joining forces with the king. The out-of-breath old man walked forward and knew that he would have to usurp the throne someday, but he did not think that this moment would come so suddenly. He imagined the pieces on the chessboard and realized that if he gathered all the military power of the aristocratic faction, it would not be so difficult to crush Cairo by force. Benedict frowned deeply, realizing that Roman had defeated Count Nicholas and become the strongest, but he understood that not everything in this world would obey his desire. Benedict's domain was shrouded in green walls and lamps. He ordered everyone to gather the aristocrats and tell them to send all the soldiers to the capital. The guard turned to the gentleman and said that Count Fabius had replied that he could not come. He immediately contacted Fabius through the blue communication crystal and explained that the Count had gone mad, because not only had he not sent soldiers, but he was also refusing to attend the meeting. Benedict was furiously angry, thinking that this was Fabius' choice. Fabius rubbed his chin through the communication crystal and said that since it came down to it, he suggested being honest with each other because he was betting on Roman to win this fight. Benedict looked convulsively at his colleague, who told him not to look at him as a lackey who would run at his first call. The old man asked Fabius if he was sure that he would not regret his choice. Fabius mockingly held his chin and said that if he made a mistake in his choice, then nothing awaited him except death. The Count frowned through the crystal and said that he might start as a traitor, but from now on he would do anything for Roman. The old man stood there dumbfounded when asked if he had heard rumors of how much Roman valued his people. Fabius looked at Benedict and said that their respected faction leader seemed to be unaware of how things were currently unfolding, much less aware that the aristocratic faction had almost fallen. Benedict's eyes widened and he was horrified to hear about the faction's fall. At the same time, Valentin extended his hand forward and swore to support the Dmitri family. A crowd of people were crowding in front of the gate with the coat of arms. Dmitri's ally Valentino had bribed all of Cairo's mercenaries. They presented the geographical location of the neutral force and the aristocratic faction. Due to the actions of the neutral forces led by Marquis Valentino, the aristocratic faction could no longer recklessly throw soldiers around. They were transported to the court conference room, where the protagonist and the king with the counts were. Roman reported that a few days ago, Count Fabius from the aristocratic faction and several families under him decided to go over to their side. The blonde was immediately stunned, realizing that these aristocrats were strong, because even if he had not accepted the Dmitriev's offer, they would have successfully carried out a coup on their own. He saw the protagonist pointing his finger at the map and understood that this war was led by Roman. The brunette said that if the aristocratic faction managed to successfully gather troops, they would move on the capital, but in the current circumstances they would be forced to take up defensive positions. The main character pointed his finger and said that now that the faction had mobilized all its forces, they had a chance to deal with all the rebels at once. Daniel looked at Roman and said that the palace would support her with all its might, and let every order given by him be considered his will. The protagonist hit his chest when he was told that the king had appointed him commander-in-chief in this war. They were transported to Benedict's castle, where the counts were sitting at a table in a meeting. The old man was informed that in a week the royal troops would invade the lands of Benedict, and first they had to lock the gates, take up defense and wait for the moment to strike back. Brown-haired looked at the old man and said that Valentino was extremely strict in his neutral position, but even such a man declared that he supported Roman. Benedict crossed his arms angrily when he was asked if they could win this war. Owen looked around anxiously and said that at the moment the faction could not use even half of its fighting power and suggested an option to turn to the supporters of Kronos and Valhalla. Benedict crossed his arms and looked down when he was informed that their leaders had also been taken into custody, and if they offered them favorable terms, he was sure that they would agree to take their side. The faction leader remarked that it sounded good. The brown-haired man looked at him as the old man wondered how long it would take to lure these leaders away. The Count noted that it would take at least half a month to convince them and gather the troops together. Benedict handed over the rights to settle this matter to this guy. They all sat at the table in a meeting. They knew that although the war had come suddenly, they had been preparing for a war with the royal faction for a long time. Benedict said that those who would seize power in Cairo with their own hands would be their faction of nobles. The rays of the sun seeped into the room. The bandaged Nicholas woke up and was glad that he was not dead. He immediately decided to get up, realizing that only the external injuries already looked serious. He frowned and looked ahead and realized that Roman did not intend to kill him. He remembered how he received a powerful cut on himself from the brunette, and still did not have to worry about the consequences. The main character looked ahead and said that he had no intention of betraying the kingdom. The bandaged swordsman looked to the side and realized that he needed to scout out the situation first. He saw a guard run up to him. Simon looked at Nicholas sadly and noted that he thought he was going to die, but was glad that the Count had woken up. Nicholas praised Simon for his work. The Count looked at his assistant and tried to find out from him what had happened while he was unconscious. Simon looked at the captain and said that they would soon send troops to the front and entrusted Roman with command of the army. He explained that they were planning to strike at the Benedict faction. Nicholas sat with his arms folded and sighed, wishing that he would be taken to the gathering place of the troops. He looked ahead and said that he definitely had to be there. The protagonist was walking forward at this time. Roman was walking along the red carpet between the troops. Count Nicholas was handing him his sword. The protagonist looked at what was happening and knew that the stronghold of the military elite was personally handing him the sword. The brunette looked at the drawn sword and realized that King Cairo and Count Nicholas, despite the chaos in the system of power, still had not lost their sincerity. Roman immediately stepped onto the red carpet. The protagonist held the sword in his hands. He addressed the people, saying that Cairo had to endure terrible times and now they were going to conquer the rebels. Roman looked ahead with a serious look. He noted that although the pain of killing his compatriots could not be erased from memory, Nicholas looked menacingly ahead. Roman added that when this war was over, Cairo would regain peace and tranquility. The protagonist held the sword in front of himself. He said that in this war he would always be at the forefront, so they should trust him and go forward to victory. The protagonist held the sword above his head. The people shouted Roman's name. Thus began the battle on which the fate of one kingdom depended. White clouds floated above the castle. Roman said that speed was important in this war, and the more time they gave the aristocratic faction, the more choices they would have. The protagonist looked ahead with a menacing gaze. He noted that they should forget about building a fortification and prepare for the first attack. The man looked at the catapults. He said that as expected, they were using flares. Garrison Captain Cameron. The captain looked ahead with a sly grin. He thought that a powerful magic shield was installed along the perimeter of Benedict Castle, and it could withstand dozens of flare volleys, adding that if you feed it with mana stones in time, it would instantly restore its durability. There were people in red cloaks standing in front of the catapults. Cameron wondered what the hell they were going to do. The people put their hands in front of them. They began to report that the groups were ready. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He thought that in case of such a siege, he had enlisted the magic tower to his side, adding that the task of crushing them rested on the shoulders of the Phoenix. The blonde moved his hand to the side. He told the Phoenix disciples that they had a chance to repay their master for his great mercy. The blonde looked ahead with an enraged face. The master of the Phoenix magic tower, Felix. He said that they would show the enemy why their tower ranks 13th among all the magic towers on the continent. The magicians began to cast a spell on the catapult. Felix said that they would use amplification magic to make the charge more powerful than a normal flash. The magician opened his mouth wide, using the activation of the fire attribute amplification spell. A fireball shot out from the magic circle. It attacked the castle. The captain looked at what was happening in shock. The knight looked at Cameron in bewilderment. He said that the durability of the first defensive circle was rapidly declining, and if this continued, they would not last long. Cameron gritted his teeth as he watched the scene. He wondered why the mages from the magic tower, who usually maintained neutrality, were involved in a feud. The captain looked at the mages, noting that they were of such a level. The knights ran towards the blue crystal. The captain shouted for them to activate the emergency defense system, and even if a hail of attacks fell on the mana stone in the defensive magic circle, they must protect it at all costs to prevent the defensive power from falling. Simon looked away in confusion, asking where this army of mages came from. Chris looked forward with a menacing expression. He said that not long ago, the Phoenix magic tower settled in the lands of Dimitri. Simon asked what the magic tower that proclaimed neutrality was in the lands of Dimitri. Chris looked at the knight with a slight smile. He said that they swore allegiance to the Dimitri family as they had decided to become the Sword of Cairo. The mages cast spells over the cannons. Chris said that it was natural for the Phoenix Tower to also express its allegiance. The mage shouted that it was time to prepare for a second volley of reinforcement magic. Simon looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. He wondered that an organization that would be welcomed by everyone swore allegiance to a family of nobles. Simon widened his eyes, thinking about the lands of Dimitri. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest. Simon added that they had acquired a fighting force comparable in level to a kingdom. The knight imagined Roman kneeling before the king. He thought that His Majesty had made the right choice, and this war would end with the victory of their king. The protagonist looked ahead with a terrifying gaze, telling him to burn everything there to the ground. The knight raised his head, looking at the sky. The sun shone brightly above the protagonist's head. Simon noted that the skies had not abandoned Cairo. The sun was faintly visible in the distance from the castle. Cries for mercy could be heard from the fighters. After sunset, the sounds of battle died down and a short respite came for the soldiers of both camps. The nobles sat around the table. The man asked how much longer he thought they could hold out. The noble said that if attacks like that day continued, it would be difficult for them to hold out for more than 10 days. Brown-haired asked if that was all they could do. Benedict looked at the Viscount, asking what they had heard from Baron Winston. Owen said that for now, the combined forces of the noble faction were stationed in the vicinity of the northeastern region. Benedict looked ahead with a menacing expression. He asked what the likelihood was that the attack on Dmitri would fail. Owen introduced the formidable knight. He said that they would definitely win, since it was not for nothing that Baron Winston was called a great commander and the pride of the entire faction. The blonde looked at the old man, saying that 3 days would be enough for them to crush the Dmitri gang. The old man frowned, thinking about a fate. He said that was true, and there was no point in relying on one imperial faction. The old man folded his hands in front of him, saying that he was handing over command to Baron Winston. Benedict narrowed his gaze, saying that he should definitely return victorious. The soldier slapped his hand on the map. He said that if they set out from there, the lands of Count Adelian began behind that area. The red-haired guy looked at the Baron. He said that he had recently contacted headquarters, and they would not last more than 10 days, adding that if they attacked Dmitri at that very second, then 10 days would be enough for them. Winston said that pointless battles would only make the situation worse. The man held a pin in his hand, saying that in that case, they should minimize battles on that campaign. The aristocratic faction, Baron Winston. Pins were placed on the map. The Baron said that the only shortest route was through the 3 areas marked on the map: Adelian, Rollo, Conrad. The Baron presented images of 3 men. He said that these 3 were not true confidants of Dmitri, and their possessions were absorbed during the northern battle, unlike many of Dmitri's confidants in the northeastern region. Winston presented a city. He said that Adelian, as a major trading city, would not want to lose relations with the central government, adding that they would try to regain neutrality. Winston looked at the map thoughtfully. He said that on the other hand, Baron Rollo and Viscount Conrad might have grudges against the Roman family, adding that the soldiers should try to contact the 3 lords. Winston grinned bloodthirstily. He said that if they only opened the way for them to pass, they would repay them in full. An hour later, the 3 lords accepted the noble faction's offer. The horses' hooves pounded the ground. The soldier looked at his commander, asking what he trusted the nobles of the northeastern region, and what if they deliberately lured them into a trap. The commander said he knew. There were soldiers standing behind the commander. Winston said that even if it was a trap, all of Roman's elite warriors were busy besieging Benedict, and the remaining soldiers were nothing more than a bunch of ragamuffins. Winston looked ahead warily. He asked the soldier what he thought they could stand against the elite army of the noble faction. The soldier looked at the commander in confusion, saying that it was impossible. Gray clouds floated over the mountains. The commander said that in an open area like that, their forces would not be enough to repel the attack even if the entire northeastern region came running. The soldier looked at the commander in shock. He thought that Winston had thought of everything down to the last detail, noting that after all, those from the western front were birds of a different feather. A faint light appeared in the darkness. Winston widened his eyes. Many lights appeared in front of the commander. The man opened his mouth wide. He addressed the Baron, saying that the faction of Marquis Benedict were rebels, ordering them to lay down their arms, otherwise they would be tried for mutiny. Captain of the Knightly Order Jonathan. The soldier looked at the situation in confusion, turning to the commander. Winston looked at the captain furiously, telling him not to talk nonsense, noting that Marquis Benedict was not a rebel. The commander looked ahead with a serious expression. He said that on the contrary, he had a proposition for them, noting that if they were allowed to pass, the Marquis would show them mercy and accept them into his ranks. The commander began to emit a powerful aura, saying that if they continued to show hostility. He glared at the captain, noting that they would kill them all right there. The captain stood motionless, telling Mr. Knox that it was up to him. Knox folded his hands in front of him, saying that he would obey him. The mage of the 5th circle, Knox. The mage began to gather fire energy in his hands. Knox struck a fireball towards the opponents, using the fire cannon skill. The fireball was directed at the soldiers. A bright flash of fire engulfed the soldiers' bodies. Jonathan extended his hand in front of him, ordering all the soldiers to attack. The soldiers began to attack their opponents. Winston watched what was happening in bewilderment. He thought that this could not be, adding that he had never encountered such a powerful army even on the western front. Jonathan raised his sword, heading for the attack. The commander looked at the captain in horror. A slashing attack hit the commander. Jonathan used the Asura sword technique. Winston said that some knight from the outskirts could not do it. A fireball hit the wall. A week after the siege began Benedict, a soldier shouted that the castle wall had fallen, and they should quickly patch the holes. Benedict looked ahead in horror. He said that at this rate they would not hold out for long, asking what was wrong with Baron Winston and why he had not yet contacted. The fighter lowered his head, approaching the Marquis. He said that a message had come from Baron Winston's adjutant. The Marquis looked at the fighter in shock. The fighter said that the entire army that stormed the Roman fortress had fallen, and the Baron had died on the battlefield. The aristocrats gathered around the table. The man said that it was all over and Baron Winston's army had been smashed to smithereens, noting that Castle Benedict could collapse at any moment. The green-haired noble looked away worriedly. He said that the connection with the imperial faction nobles had also been cut off, asking if it was still not too late to open the gates and surrender. The Viscount slammed his hand on the table, asking what they should surrender. Owen glared at the boy, asking if he knew what he was talking about. Owen noted that Roman had raised all the forces hostile to him to the ground. The Viscount glared at him menacingly. He asked the Marquis how he felt about forgetting about the imperial faction and turning directly to the Empire. The Marquis looked at the Viscount, asking what he meant. Owen said that this fight was over for them anyway. The old man furrowed his brows. Owen said that rather than meekly awaiting the coming of death, it is better to survive, even if it means bowing your head. The old man slightly opened his mouth, telling them to contact Kronos, noting that he himself would make an agreement with them. A projection of a man appeared. The man asked for forgiveness, noting that they were cooperating with Count Gregory, not with him. The Kronos Empire, Baron Charlton. The Baron looked at the Marquis, asking why he needed their help. Benedict said that King Cairo had launched a total purge, and his subordinates Count Gregory and Count Denver had been taken into custody. The old man frowned. He said that this choice would not affect the Kronos Empire in any way, adding that it did not matter who the ally was, and that all the Empire needed was to seize on a mistake, asking if that was not the case. Charlton glared at the Marquis. He said that he spoke painfully smoothly, asking him to answer his question about what he expected from the Kronos Empire. The old man looked at the Baron with a serious expression, asking him to attack the western front of Cairo. Immediately after Kronos accepted the proposal, less than 12 hours later, and 3 border lines, 2 of them were broken. Daniel looked at the crystal, thinking that he once called Marquis Benedict uncle. His Majesty clenched his hand into a fist. He thought that now he had driven him, or rather the kingdom, to the very edge of the cliff. His Majesty imagined the disposition of the troops. He thought that if he called off the attack on the Benedict fortress and the aristocratic faction, and transferred his forces to defend the western front, then the Cairo kingdom could survive. The king imagined the image of the old man. He thought that the surviving aristocratic faction would become even more impudent, hiding behind Kronos. The blonde turned his head to the side, calling out to Simon. The blonde man looked ahead with an enraged look. He noted that even if he remained a weak and incompetent king, at least he would not go down in history as a traitor to his country. Daniel told Simon to contact Roman. Daniel looked at the projection of the protagonist. The blonde man said that Marquis Benedict had made an alliance with the Kronos Empire, adding that the second line of defense on the western front had already fallen, and it was only a matter of time before the third one fell. His Majesty looked ahead with a serious look. He said that eliminating the aristocrat faction was an important matter, but the imperial army could not be allowed to do whatever it wanted. The protagonist looked at the king with a menacing look. He said that he would regret it in the future if he could not suppress the entire rebellion at once. Daniel said that he understood. His Majesty imagined a skull above the city. He said that the horror that had engulfed the West would soon engulf the entire kingdom. The protagonist looked at His Majesty with a serious look. Roman said that they had been prepared for this since they had decided to purge, and it did not matter whether it was Count Gregory or Marquis Benedict. Daniel imagined himself mired in mud. Roman asked what he thought would happen if they left the enemies who had sold out their homeland in the rear, noting that for now it was only one step back. His Majesty raised his dirty leg. Roman said that in the future, in order to go back one step forward, he would have to sacrifice many people. The protagonist looked at the king with a serious look. He thought that perhaps, if Daniel had been born in peacetime, he could have become a good king. His Majesty closed his eyes. Roman thought that the king still could not accept reality, and this was exactly what was needed to fight in such dark times. The protagonist imagined a wall with a magical sign. He said that, unlike the 2 previous lines of defense on the western front, a capable army was stationed in front of the third. Vantner and Simon looked ahead, confused. Roman said that Kronos had prepared for this attack in a hurry and had not been able to mobilize all their fighting power. The protagonist introduced the soldiers. He said that they should trust the commanders of Cairo, and if they could stall for time. The protagonist looked at the king with a menacing expression. He said that in 3 days he would deal with the entire faction of Marquis Benedict and reach the western front and stop the attack of the Kronos Empire. His Majesty looked at Roman with a menacing look, saying that in 3 days, at all costs, he would punish all the rebels. The soldiers fled along the ground. Roman moved his troops into the night when the aristocratic faction let their guard down. The soldiers hid in the bushes, looking at the gate. They blocked the retreat road from Benedict's fortress, waiting for the magic shield on the fortress walls to reach its limit. The protagonist stood at the head of the soldiers. Roman told the army that the shield covering the wall would not hold out any longer and that they would make the final attack the next day. Fabius walked along the ground, addressing the commander-in-chief. The soldier stepped forward, asking to be allowed to stand at the forefront. The protagonist looked at the warrior with a serious expression. Fabius thought that as he had found out, Roman was one of those who fairly requited what was deserved. The warrior recalled the conversation with Benedict. He told Roman that he was a member of the aristocrat faction, but refused to carry out the order to gather, thus joining their ranks. The warrior looked at the commander-in-chief with a menacing look, asking for a chance to prove their loyalty. The protagonist smirked slightly, saying that he was similar after all. The protagonist introduced the old man. He noted that the blood demon was characterized by boundless loyalty. The mad demon was driven by the desire to become stronger, but the two-faced demon changed as many as 3 masters before rising to the rank of the 4 heavenly kings. Roman introduced the smirking old man, noting that he was quite bizarre. The protagonist looked ahead with the appearance of a white-haired guy. He noted that he fought for his life until the very end and remained next to the final winner, Jung-hyuk. Roman said that there was no need to flash a fake smile in front of him. Fabius held his fist to his chest. The protagonist said that if he proved his usefulness, he would turn a blind eye to his past. The protagonist pointed at the warrior with a smile. He said that he would be the one to fight in this war. Fabius smiled bloodthirstily. The traitor of the noble faction, Count Fabius. The warrior said that he, Fabius, would fight to the death. The soldiers stood on the wall. The next day, after learning of the Chronos Empire's support, the noble faction soldiers became even more spirited, filled with pride. The mage took a step forward. Felix stood in front of the gate, thinking that it was his turn to repay his lord for his faith. Felix flashed his fiery eyes. A fire dragon appeared behind the mage. Felix noted that it was the secret weapon of the Phoenix magic tower. A magic circle appeared. The mage used the burning skill. The soldier looked back with a smile. The warriors looked at the mage engulfed in flames. The soldier asked what the hell was that, telling them to look over there. Felix, with a fiery gaze, used the fire rain skill. Fire arrows poured out of the sky at the soldiers. The soldier shouted for them to run. Fireballs attacked the wall. The soldier shouted for them to grab their shields. An explosion occurred on the wall. The soldier shouted that the defensive magic had been broken. Felix looked ahead with a bloodthirsty grin. The wall had been blown up. The soldier shouted that the fortress wall had collapsed. Fabius, with a menacing look, shouted for the soldiers to follow him. The warriors rushed to attack. Fabius shouted that they would punish the evil rebels without sparing their own lives. The soldier swung his weapon, telling him to die. The warrior attacked Fabius' horse. The warrior created a magic circle in his leg using acceleration. He jumped away from the horse. Fabius took on a task that others would try to avoid, and by risking his life, he proved his worth. The warrior charged the soldier, plunging his sword into his head. Not a small age. Fabius swung his sword, killing soldiers. No one would blame him if he stayed behind the soldiers, like the other nobles. Fabius attacked the knight, but in this choice, he put his life on the line. The bloodied soldier lay on the ground. Fabius collapsed to the ground, thinking that he played his part, and from that moment on, it was Roman's time. The protagonist walked through the exploded wall. The soldier shouted at them to stop Roman, noting that the demon Cairo had appeared. The protagonist smirked maliciously. The soldier shouted at them to kill him by any means necessary. Roman said that it meant he was a demon, noting that he liked it. Cameron looked at the scene warily, saying that this was the demon Cairo incarnate. The protagonist left behind piles of corpses. Cameron said that he was truly an incredible monster. The magic crystal stood on the table. The soldier said that things were bad, and the troops broke through the fortress wall. The nobles were sitting around the table. The soldier said that the protective magic had exhausted its power, and Roman was mowing down the soldiers sent by each family in stacks. The green-haired noble looked at the crystal in shock. The soldier said that they needed to run immediately, abruptly breaking away. The protagonist took the communication crystal, asking if they, Marquis Benedict and the other traitors, could hear him. Roman held the sword and the crystal in his hands. He told them to be sure that they would not have a chance to survive, so let them resist to the last, because even if they kneeled, bowed their heads, and burst into tears until their throats were torn, he would still punish them and their 3 generations for betraying their homeland. Benedict stared in horror ahead. Roman stared at the crystal with a wild look, telling them to wait, as they would meet soon. Young Benedict knelt before the king. Several decades ago, His Majesty said that they could not endanger the people because of the war with the Empire. Benedict objected to the king. The white-haired boy looked at His Majesty in bewilderment. The king said that this was all, and he could go. In the past, Cairo was ruled by an indecisive king, and while he hesitated, the imperial faction subordinate to Kronos and Valhalla rapidly grew in strength. crushing the power of Cairo. Two black silhouettes stood above the coats of arms. Young Benedict stood next to a silver coffin, and also the funeral of the Queen of Benedict's younger sister. The white-haired boy said that they say this is a hereditary disease of the family and the weak medicine of the small state is to blame for everything. Benedict shed bitter tears. He said that if she was treated with the Empire's advanced methods, perhaps she could survive. Marquis Benedict was filled with doubts about the path the Cairo kingdom was taking. Young Benedict spoke to the nobles. He said that he could no longer trust the Cairo royal family and would form an independent government to lead Cairo down the right path. The people began to raise their fists in the air. Benedict addressed the Cairo nobles, telling them to follow him. Thus, the noble faction was born. Benedict sat on the throne in his later years, but her ideals gradually began to change and Marquis Benedict ascended to the invisible throne. The old man clutched his head, not understanding when everything had gone downhill. He imagined the protagonist reaching out to him. The old man noted that Roman, that bastard, had scattered his plan to absorb Cairo into ashes. The Marquis bared his teeth, noting that at this rate he would not escape death. The Marquis rose from his chair, saying that first of all they needed to escape from there and then borrow the Empire's forces to turn the situation to their advantage. The nobles rose from their seats, running from the hall. The Marquis told them to move quickly, and if they were captured, then the faction of nobles would be finished. Benedict's eyes widened in horror. The fighter plunged his sword into the soldier's body, saying that they were late. The red-haired guy was sitting on a pile of corpses. He told the Marquis that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The Marquis looked at the fighter in fear, ordering the soldiers to attack him immediately and kill that bastard. The soldier rushed at the fighter with his sword. The fighter cut off his hand. The blonde shouted at them to protect the Marquis. The fighter broke through the knights. The fighter cut the knight's body in half. The soldier was coughing up blood. Blood splashed on the floor. The fighter grabbed the soldier by the hair with a bloodthirsty grin. The knight begged for mercy. Benedict watched in horror. He turned his back on the fighter and rushed out of there. The old man ran to the exit. Chris appeared from behind the wall, asking where he was going in such a hurry. Benedict looked at the weapon in fear, thinking that he was such a son of a bitch. Chris attacked the knight behind the old man. Chris killed the knight one by one. Benedict's eyes widened as dead soldiers lay behind him. The old man rushed away from Chris. He ran with a dejected look, thinking that he could chase him as much as he wanted. The Marquis ran out into the street, thinking that he would get out of this hell by any means necessary and would certainly take revenge. The old man noticed a cave nearby, noting that this was it. The Marquis was trying to crawl into the hole of the cave. Soldiers were patrolling near the gate, saying that it was unlikely that he could escape and that they had to find him. The Marquis barely squeezed through the hole. He noted that the throne of Cairo was right before his eyes, but everything collapsed because of one scoundrel. Benedict bared his teeth in anger, thinking that he would repay this shame. The old man looked away warily. The Viscount told the old man that it was over. Benedict wondered if it was Viscount Owen. The blonde man approached the cave. He asked the Marquis that he had not felt anything strange when he escaped, noting that they had no chance of escape in the first place. The Marquis widened his eyes, thinking that he was getting closer and closer, wondering if he had been discovered. Owen approached the cave, asking him to come out. Benedict covered his mouth with his hands in horror. Owen furiously asked the Marquis what he thought. He didn't know where he was hiding. Tears were streaming from the blonde's eyes. He said he was a complete loser for trusting a ruler like him. The sword pierced the blonde's body while he was sending the Marquis to hell. The protagonist braced his hand against the cave. He looked into the hole, telling Benedict to come out. The old man was walking on the ground in one boot. The soldier told him to move his legs. The soldier led the old man in shackles. People shouted that it was Marquis Benedict, asking what he wanted to escape alone, sending him to hell. The old man fell to his knees in front of the protagonist. He looked at Roman with an enraged face. Benedict said that he was slandered, noting that he dedicated his entire life to serving this country, asking why they were going to kill him. The old man continued to sit on his knees. He said that while a weak-willed king was destroying the kingdom, he was the one who kept Cairo afloat to prevent it from disappearing, asking if he could sincerely submit to such a king in his place. The Marquis gaped, saying that the Kronos Empire had crossed Cairo's borders more than once, and the country itself was literally crawling with traitors. The protagonist looked at the old man with displeasure. Benedict told him to try to say that he was wrong. Roman stared at the prisoner. He said that he would not criticize his choice, noting that he was sure Cairo had a chance to resist the Empire's influence. Benedict looked at the protagonist with confusion. The protagonist told him to look at the results, asking what he was able to achieve in the end. The protagonist introduced the king and the aristocrats in the circle. He said that even the creation of the aristocratic faction did not change the system of power, and besides, he did not think about the safety of the country at all. Benedict looked at the protagonist in fear. Roman asked what this was the moral duty he was talking about. The brunette put his sword to the old man's throat. He said that there was nothing shameful in the weak bowing their head for the sake of protecting the people. Roman looked at the Marquis with a menacing look, telling him to think for himself what he had renounced in the first place. The Marquis looked at the brunette in horror, asking him for mercy, noting that from now on he would live for the sake of the royal family and rather for the sake of Dmitri. The brunette narrowed his eyes, saying that it was too late. The protagonist cut off the head of the Marquis Benedict. These were the last seconds of life, the outstanding personality of Cairo Marquis Benedict, who was once called the current government. Light sunlight was breaking through the window. The royal palace of Cairo. The soldier told His Majesty that he reported a victory. The knight bowed his head to the king, saying that Roman had besieged the fortress of Benedict. Daniel thought that he had succeeded. Daniel stretched out his hand in front of him, thinking that, however, now was not the time for joy, and Kronos' actions did not inspire confidence, ordering Roman. A beautiful orange sunset was visible above the city. Daniel said that later he would fully reward him for his military merits, and now let him immediately go to the border front. On the table was a magic communication crystal. Western front, third line of defense. The soldier said that this was the order of His Majesty the King. They must hold out for 3 days, during which time the rebellion would be suppressed, and he would send Roman to the Western front, asking for a little more patience. Flora sat with a serious expression. The fighter told Flora that she was right. The only woman on the Western front and a famous person. The blonde sat at a desk in the academy. After meeting Roman, Flora left Lawrence, entered the Royal Academy, learned the art of combat there, and volunteered for the Western front. The blonde pointed to the side with a serious look. She became the first female advisor in the history of Cairo, and because of the unique case, the society was divided in opinions, but she proved her competence and began to gain recognition. There were pawns on the map. The man said that from the point of view of common sense, it was impossible to suppress the Marquis' rebellion in 3 days. The brown-haired man looked ahead in bewilderment, saying that they needed to prepare for a protracted war. The head of the circle of advisors, Baron Knoll. The guys gathered around the table. Knoll said that even if the rebellion was suppressed and they used the teleportation gate, it would still take a day or 2 to get there, asking the man if he thought it was feasible. The fighter crossed his arms, saying that they were all right and that in the worst case, they might not be able to suppress the rebellion. The commander-in-chief of the Western Front, Count Bandenburg. Bandenburg looked at the girl in surprise, who said that she thought differently. The blonde looked at the count with a serious look. Bandenburg asked what was different. Flora noted that the 3-day deadline was most likely set by Roman himself, and in that case, it would take a maximum of 5 days. The count looked at the girl with a serious expression, asking where the guarantees were. Flora imagined the image of a formidable protagonist. She said that she could say from personal experience that he could not be judged by generally accepted criteria. Flora looked intently at the count. Bandenburg noted that this was an unfounded statement. Flora said that Kronos was also pressed for time. She looked at the count with a serious gaze, saying that they needed to invade Cairo before Marquis Benedict was defeated, noting that there was only one way. The girl slammed her hand on the table. She said that this was an analysis of Kronos' past attack strategies, and when invading simply to intimidate, they relied on close combat. The girl imagined images of mages. She said that in a case like this, when an indisputable victory was needed, they would use battle mages. Bandenburg said that they already knew that. The Kronos Empire was visible on the map. Flora said that since it was the Kronos Empire, which included 7 magic towers, it was likely that new tactics were being used to increase magic power. The blonde narrowed her eyes, saying that they should get rid of the variable in the form of mages. Flora imagined a mage. She said that since the mage's defense was critically reduced while casting a spell, they were forced to use magic from a safe distance. Flora imagined magical stones under the mage's feet. She said that they would determine the mage's future location and would set up magical traps on the ground. The commander-in-chief frowned, saying that this was impossible. He noted that they could not calculate the exact location in the first place, and the mages would determine the traps using mana. Flora looked at the commander-in-chief with a serious expression, saying that this was why they should propose a duel of representatives. Bandenburg looked at the girl in surprise, asking if that was really it. Flora frowned. She said that was correct, and that in order to participate in a duel of representatives, they would have to redeploy military forces. Flora imagined herself looking at the fighters. She said that when that happened, they would be able to determine the mage's location. The commander-in-chief looked at the blonde thoughtfully, asking what she proposed to do with the mana tracking. Flora said that the swordsman who would come out to fight would play a very important role in this matter. The girl looked askance at Bandenburg, saying that when he detected the aura, increasing the concentration of mana in the air. The girl imagined a mage in a circle of red aura. Flora noted that even a mage would not be able to detect the traps. A shadow fell on Rodwell's face. Flora looked down thoughtfully, saying that the question was who would participate in the fight. The fighters looked away, dumbfounded. Rodwell said that, frankly, the chance of survival was negligible. Rodwell made his move, saying that he would participate in the fight. He looked at the guys with a serious face, noting that someone had to do it, asking for permission to participate. The guys stared at Rodwell. Vandenberg sat with his back to him, telling Rodwell that he would be participating in this duel of representatives. An orange sunset was visible above the castle. Flora approached the brown-haired man, asking why he always took on the most dangerous assignments. The girl looked menacingly at the guy, noting that his service was already over, asking why he was still there. The blonde crossed her arms over her chest, saying that in her opinion, he was out of his mind. The brown-haired man looked at the blonde with a cold gaze. Flora said that people call him a patriot, but for her he is just a psycho who is so eager to die. The guys were standing on the wall. Flora told him to think about his future, noting that one day he will become the commander-in-chief and he cannot die there. The brown-haired man put his hand on the wall, saying that he needs it. The blonde looked at the guy in bewilderment. Rodwell said that she saw Roman's brother, asking what he was like. The brown-haired man looked down with a serious look. He said that at first he denied the changes in his brother, not wanting to accept him. The guy imagined his brother's image, noting that now he was ready to do anything to gain his recognition and surpass him. Flora looked at the guy in surprise. Rodwell said that that was why he extended the service, asking what she was doing there. The blonde looked away with a cold look. She said that she was there only to avoid repeating the same mistake, adding that it was better to end this conversation. The guys stood with their backs, looking at the sunset. Flora said that his counter-question brought her to her senses. The girl shoved her fist into the guy's hand. She said that in any case, he should return victorious. The guys looked at the beautiful sunset. Flora said that she hoped that he would definitely survive. Rodwell raised his sword above himself. He said that he was Rodwell of the Cairo Kingdom, challenging the Kronos Empire to a duel of representatives. The young man slightly opened his mouth, thinking that he might die that day. The man stepped onto the ground. The brown-haired man thought that he was now standing at the crossroads of life and death. The knight smiled slightly, saying that his name was Osbert and he would be his opponent, a 3-star swordsman with no rank. The judge waved a red flag, saying that it was time to begin. Unlike Cairo, where it was enough to rise to 3 stars to become a ranker, even the last place in the Kronos Empire ranking belonged to a 4-star swordsman. Rodwell fought with the knight. He gritted his teeth. Rodwell repelled the swordsman's attacks. Osbert asked where he was going. In other words, they lived in different worlds. The soldier smiled happily, shouting at the swordsman to finish him off. Osbert fiercely attacked Rodwell. Rodwell thought that this was an expected result. He bared his teeth fiercely, thinking that he could not close the gap between him and his brother. The swordsman held his sword in front of him, attacking the boy. Brown-haired thought that he would fight to the very end. A sword blade appeared in front of the guy's eye. Brown-haired noted that if he did not dodge, he would lose an eye, but if he dodged, he would lose. Brown-haired attacked Osbert in response. Osbert spat blood from his mouth. A shadow hung over the guy's face. The swordsman fell to the ground. Rodwell covered one eye, smiling contentedly. He told them to get out of Cairo. Rodwell's leg appeared from the shadow. The bloody knight looked ahead, asking if the plan was a success. Brown-haired breathed a sigh of relief when Flora said that it definitely was. The blonde smiled slightly. A man in armor sat in a chair. He said to prepare the Flash and the mages. The commander-in-chief of Kronos, Count Fabio. The battle mages stood near the weapons. Gray clouds floated above the castle. Flora and Vandenberg looked down. The man asked Flora when she thought about detonating the magic traps. The blonde said that a quick explosion could give the enemies time to prepare. The girl imagined a red magic trap. She noted that the trap was effective within a 300-meter radius, and if the enemy went beyond that, they would not be able to kill everyone in one blow, and according to the plan, the error in calculating the radius was about 100 meters. Flora looked down menacingly, saying that the mages were most vulnerable when the spell reached its peak. She imagined how the mages were engulfed in blue lightning. The blonde said that if they activated the traps at that moment, the backflow of mana would deprive the mages of their abilities. Vandenberg frowned, saying that he understood her, and then waited for her signal. The mage began to gather magical energy in his hands. Many mages began to cast spells. Flora widened her eyes, saying that it was time. Vandenberg looked ahead furiously, telling them to blow them up. The mages looked down, dumbfounded. A bright flash of lightning engulfed the mages. Fabio rose from his chair, saying that the pathetic bugs would not calm down. The commander-in-chief looked at the explosion site, turning to the Kronos soldiers. He opened his mouth wide, saying that they would show the true power of Kronos to this loser who thought he could stand up to the Empire. The soldiers rushed into the arena, saying to attack. The knights began to knock the soldiers off the walls with spears. The knight shouted for them to defend themselves and knocked down the ladders. A soldier with a bloodthirsty grin climbed the wall. An arrow pierced his head. The Kronos soldiers began to fall from the walls. The blonde held a bow in her hands, telling the knights not to let their guard down, noting that the enemy had lost their mages and the situation had turned in their favor. Flora looked menacingly ahead, telling them not to give up under any circumstances, and that once the Western Front fell, their families in Cairo would be in danger. The Kronos soldiers continued to climb the walls. The battle lasted until the next day and was unusually fierce. There were a lot of dead soldiers lying near the wall. The Kronos Empire, which seemed like it could immediately capture the fortress, gradually began to give up its positions. The sun was rising from behind the mountains, and on the third day, Roman's royal guard reached the Western Front. The protagonist sat on his horse. Fabio climbed onto his horse, turning to the side. Seeing the army that Roman brought, the Kronos Empire deployed its troops. The boys gathered around the table. Vandenberg told the protagonist that he was simply incredible and had dealt with the rebellion in just one day. Vandenberg sighed in relief, saying that thanks to him they could catch their breath. Roman noted that it was not time yet, and now they needed to mobilize all forces. The man looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, asking why, noting that Kronos and his minions had fallen in defeat in the siege and the enemy should retreat soon. The protagonist pointed his finger at the map. The fighter asked if he could find out the reason. Roman said that the enemies had invaded Cairo territory. Roman pointed his finger at a place on the map. He said that if they had put up with Kronos' oppression until now they should show a different side of themselves. The boys looked intently at the protagonist. Roman said that His Majesty the King had given him power in this matter, adding that they should gather troops and prepare to open the fortress gates. The protagonist looked at the boys with a menacing look. He said that they would go in pursuit of the enemies returning to the Empire and fight them back. Rodwell looked at the protagonist in shock, wondering that this man was really Roman's brother. Rodwell remembered how the protagonist sat in front of bottles of wine. He noted that he remembered Roman's brother as a good-for-nothing drunkard. The protagonist was led in by the knights from the bar. Rodwell noted that his life was far from fencing and it was common to see how the guards kicked him out of the tavern for another rowdy behavior. The brown-haired man looked at his brother, wondering how in such a short time the man had changed beyond recognition. Rodwell looked at the protagonist, imagining him younger. He noted that his brother's voice and his face, adding that although he was no longer the same as before, he was definitely his older brother. Rodwell lowered his head, thinking that he lived only for the desire to raise the prestige of his family on the Western Front. Rodwell widened his eye in the darkness. He noted that brother Roman in the blink of an eye devalued everything he had achieved. He lowered his head. Rodwell thought that everyone around him called him future Dmitri, wondering that in reality he was just marking time. The brown-haired man looked ahead in horror, wondering what he had been doing all this time. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. Noel frowned, saying that if they caught up with the Kronos army, asking what benefit Cairo would gain from this. The blonde looked down in bewilderment. She said that over the past few days, the soldiers of the Western Front fought tirelessly, sparing no effort, adding that opening the fortress gates now was akin to a death sentence. Vandenberg looked ahead in confusion. He said that the Western Front was a strategically important object and their duty was not to exterminate the Imperial Army of Kronos, but to protect the safety of Cairo. The boys looked at the protagonist in confusion. Vandenberg asked if they really needed to stir up the hive and stir up the conflict. Roman asked that they really thought that was the best way out, noting that they knew the true state of affairs. The protagonist presented a map with arrows on it. Roman said that Kronos was in confrontation with the alliance of the southern kingdoms, and the enemy could not concentrate all their forces on them. The protagonist looked at the boys in fury. He said that the kingdom of Cairo would no longer tolerate the atrocities of the empire, Kronos, and this alone was enough to understand the significance of such a decision. Vandenberg swallowed in confusion, asking what he should do then. Flora looked at the night sky. She looked up, remembering Roman. She thought that the protagonist was still the same, adding that she thought that he had changed at least a little since those carefree days, but she would never be like him. Flora widened her eyes in surprise. The protagonist stood next to his brother. He told Rodwell that he heard that he was wounded in the eye in that battle. Rodwell said that there was nothing to worry about. Roman noted that thanks to this, it was possible to deal with the Kronos mages. Rodwell looked at his brother in surprise. The protagonist said that if it weren't for him, the Western Front would not have been set up before his arrival. The brown-haired man looked away in confusion, asking what kind of nonsense. The protagonist thought that Rodwell was his blood brother. The brunette remembered images of smiling people. He noted that in this life, he built new relationships with the people around him and was going to get closer to Rodwell in the same way. The brunette looked at his brother. He said that it must be now. He is not so happy to see him, but he must remember one thing. The wind lifted the brunette's cloak. The protagonist said that if he follows him tomorrow, he will show him what the price is for touching a member of his family. Roman looked ahead with a terrifying look. He said that for his lost eye, the Chronos Empire must pay with many lives. The protagonist looked at the brown-haired man, saying that he must remember that they are brothers. The man looked at the knight with a sad look. He said that the rebellion of Marquis Benedict turned into a complete failure. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs Baron Charlton. Fabio looked at the projection of the man. Charlton said that the Royal Guard had arrived at the Western Front and he had better deploy his troops. Fabio called the Marquis a pathetic worm. Fabio said that they had gone to meet him and attacked the Western Front, asking why he hadn't lasted a day, noting that he couldn't give up and run. The Baron closed his eyes. Fabio said that they had suffered many casualties in the past few days and his honor would not allow him to run away like that. The Baron said that of course he shared his feelings. The Baron imagined the soldiers being killed. He said that the Chronos Empire was currently focused on the conflict with the Alliance of Kingdoms, and if the army's ranks were thinned even a little, the consequences would certainly be felt in the south. The Count clenched his teeth nervously. The Baron told them to think rationally. The night sky was visible above the tent. The Count agreed with the Baron, saying that the next day at dawn he would give the order to retreat. The troops stood near the cliff. The next day, the knight told the commander-in-chief that he would leave reconnaissance soldiers just in case. The Count's face darkened at what was happening, saying that it was not necessary. Fabio looked at the knight furiously. He said that he would be only glad if they sent a detachment in pursuit, and then he would have a chance to destroy them and destroy the Western Front. Black silhouettes were visible behind the soldiers. The knight looked ahead, dumbfounded. Vandenberg and Flora were galloping on their horses. A soldier approached Fabio, saying that the enemy was approaching. The commander-in-chief looked away in bewilderment. The soldier said that the enemy was attacking from the rear. The commander-in-chief grinned bloodthirstily, thinking that this should be kept up, noting that Cairo had made a stupid mistake. The commander-in-chief looked at his soldiers, giving them orders. He looked at the soldiers furiously, telling them to kill all the pathetic bugs that don't know their place. Vandenberg looked at his enemy with a menacing look, addressing his army. The troops went to attack each other. The night before, the guys were sitting around the table. Roman said that as they expected, the Chronos Empire was preparing to deploy an army, noting that their plan was simple. The protagonist presented the disposition of the troops. He said that since the enemy was stretched out in a long column, they would split their forces in two and attack them from the center and from the rear at the same time. He noted that he wanted Rodwell and Chris to strike the center, and Marquis Vandenberg with advisor Flora to strike from the rear. Noel looked at the protagonist with confusion, saying that it was a good plan, but dividing the forces was too risky, especially attacking the rear. Roman looked at the guy with a menacing look. He said that as soon as they attack the center they will send soldiers, including Chris, to the rear. The protagonist presented a broken coat of arms. He said that they need to break the column, sowing chaos among the enemy and push through their ranks, then they can gain an unconditional victory. Roman noted that Cairo will certainly win. The knight slashed the soldier's throat. The soldier looked menacingly ahead, telling them to pull themselves together. The soldier took up his sword, saying that their enemy was Cairo, noting that they were brave soldiers of the Empire did not let themselves be broken. The soldiers began to attack the knights. Vandenberg gritted his teeth in displeasure. He thought that, as expected, the Imperial soldiers, accustomed to fighting in an order of magnitude skillful, they would be outnumbered. Vandenberg opened his mouth, telling the army that they cannot retreat, and they must show the Imperial monsters the will of Cairo. The soldiers put their shields in front of them. At the same time, unlike the Vandenberg soldiers who were fighting hard, a one-sided massacre was unfolding in the center of the column. The knights attacked the soldiers by emitting a blue aura. They were using the spiritual practice of the Asura. The soldiers looked at what was happening in horror, not believing their eyes, noting that they looked like ordinary soldiers. The soldier asked how he was able to use the aura. The Cairo soldiers cut the Empire soldiers. The protagonist stood next to his brother, watching the fight. Rodwell widened his eyes, asking how to understand this. He looked at what was happening in bewilderment. The brown-haired man thought that the Roman soldiers were not just fighting on equal terms, but suppressing the Empire soldiers who were famous for their strength. The Cairo knight attacked the soldier. Rodwell looked ahead in shock. He noted that it was not that this soldier was special, but that all the Roman soldiers had turned into monsters. The brown-haired man turned his gaze to his brother, noting that his older brother Roman had started this. The protagonist looked menacingly ahead. Rodwell recalled the image and words of the protagonist. The brown-haired man looked at his brother, thinking that back then he hadn't understood what his words meant, but now he apparently understood them. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, turning to Chris. He looked at the blonde, saying that from now on, they would divide the remaining squad in half as planned. Chris looked at the protagonist. Roman told him to take the soldiers and go to the rear. The protagonist narrowed his gaze and said that he would deal with the Chronos soldiers who would move in that direction himself. Rodwell looked at his brother in horror. Chris rushed forward with the soldiers, telling the second group to follow him. The brown-haired man's eyes widened, wondering if he would actually leaving his brother. An arrow hit the soldier in the head. Flora looked away in fear, turning to the commander. She thought that they were starting to be pushed back. Vandenberg extended his hand to the side, telling the army to build a wall of shields. The knights built a wall of shields. The soldiers looked at the knights in bewilderment, wondering what the hell, noting that they themselves attacked and now went on the defensive. The knights held spears and shields in their hands. The fighter shouted for them to press their bodies against the shields and not to leave a single gap. Black silhouettes were visible not far from the knights. Vandenberg looked behind him, saying that reinforcements were already close, adding that they should remove their shields and attack the enemy. Chris's eyes sparkled, holding a sword in his hand. Vandenberg said that they will show all their strength to Dmitri. Chris bared his teeth, emitting a blue aura. He attacked the soldiers of the Empire with lightning. Flora held a bow in her hands, watching the blonde man. She thought that as expected of Roman's knights. Flora watched in confusion, noting that he had pushed back the Charon Empire with a small force. A soldier stepped onto the ground, telling them to get out of the way. The Chronos Empire, a 3-star swordsman. The swordsman emitted a green aura, saying that he would be his opponent. Chris cut off the swordsman's head, using Cairo in the light. It was at that very moment that the man who would shake the entire continent truly made his existence known. Chris stared ahead with a menacing gaze. A dusty crater with drops of blood. This was the center of the Chronos Empire army. Roman stood in the center, surrounded by the enemy army. The hero fought off the soldiers with swings of his sword coated in energy. The cloaked swordsman stared intently through the splashes of blood. Fabio watched this with disbelief. The commander said that it couldn't be when he heard his name being called. The rider looked down and saw a soldier running up to his side. The soldier said that things were no better in the rear and that at this rate they could be routed. Furious, grimacing, Fabio shouted at the soldier that first of all they needed to get rid of the foreign Roman, and if they killed him and went to the end of the detachment, he abruptly stopped. The swordsman in the red robe smiled from ear to ear. Roman, like a whirlwind, rushed through the encirclement of knights. The eyes of the commander opened in amazement at this. The Imperial thought it was madness because the guy decided to run straight through the entire army. The man dug his foot into the ground and shouted for him to stop. Gustavo, captain of the 10th Knightly Order. He opened his mouth in rage and growled that he would be Roman's opponent. The men stood facing each other, clashing blades. Ranked 78th in the Continental rankings and 35th in the Chronos rankings. The blonde blocked the brown-haired man's blow with a surprised face. In surprise, the protagonist thought that the guy was stronger than Nicholas. The swords crossed, fighting for victory. Pushing the guy away, Gustavo flew into the air. Roman stood on the ground, blocking a hail of blows from the captain of the 10th Order. Two knights, raising their swords above their heads, walked behind the protagonist. The swordsman in the cloak turned around and stared at the arrivals. Roman spun among the opponents, striking at the attackers. The blonde opened his mouth in shock and thought that Roman did not move even when they attacked him at the same time, and this made him more dangerous than the blonde had assumed. The hero bent down, striking with his sword. Gustavo thought that if he left the guy alive, it was unknown how the war would turn out. Placing his hand on his stomach, the man was ready to risk his life to eliminate the threat. The knight stood, releasing a mass of energy after removing the restrictions. Roman stood in front of the knight, thinning the energy. Staring at the blonde, the hero thought. A golden core with cracks in the center of the stomach. The protagonist thought about the fact that Gustavo was now using innate energy and thought it was a strange action. A child with a red core against a tree. Innate is not a power that can be artificially accumulated, but the life energy that a person has received since birth. Roman was reading a book while sitting at a wooden table. The hero was thinking about how he had studied materials about the continent in the past and learned that this world had not yet invented a way to use innate energy. The guy was standing in front of a man surrounded by a pillar of light. The brown-haired man knew that if he had met him a year ago, he would have been in trouble. A beam of blinding light shattered the space. A golden pillar of light crashed into the standing hero. Roman calmly blocked the blow, looking at his opponent. The blonde, furious that the guy blocked his blow, grimaced. Stepping on the ground, Jung-hyuk used the technique of the third style of the second level of the Heavenly Demon. Gustavo, carried away by the waves, begged for it to stop, stretched out his hand forward. Submerged under the water, the swordsman asked the brown-haired man to stop. The surface of the water was ink-colored. The knight stood in front of the column of smoke. The two knights stood side by side, shock written all over their faces. The mangled body lay on the cracked ground. The men could only mutter that Captain Gustavo had lost. Standing in the crowd, the hero turned away from the corpse. The protagonist kicked the Imperial commander's horse. The noble fell painfully to the ground. Sitting on the ground in front of Roman, Fabio screamed that he was an Imperial noble and the hero was a bastard. The Imperial opened his mouth, his eyes bulging. The commander-in-chief screamed that he was an Imperial noble and the hero was a bastard. The noble opened his mouth, his eyes bulging. The captain screamed that even if there was a war, the brown-haired man would not be able to cope with the consequences of killing an imperial noble, and he would spend his whole life in fear of death at the hands of the empire. The noble frowned over his bulging eyes. Roman opened his mouth and said that he knew the price of choice. The commander, in fear, crawled away from the boy. The imperial screamed about his surrender, but the hero cut him off. Standing menacingly over the fallen man, Roman said that it was all over. The protagonist swung his sword and cut off the enemy's head. Before he died, the man thought that the bastard was planning to kill him. Standing among the dead, the man looked up. The rear area. The gaze of the standing crowd was directed at the column of smoke. The man in the cloak wondered what kind of explosion this was. Standing behind, the blonde told the count not to worry. Looking confidently at his interlocutor, Chris said that the commander would not make him worry. Count Vandenberg was shocked that the captain's deputy could be so confident. The signal flare exploded in the air. Roman Dmitri had succeeded. Vandenberg understood. The royal palace of Cairo stood against the backdrop of clouds. The king was sitting in the throne room of the palace. Daniel saw a guard run into the throne room. The king's face lit up with a smile from the news he brought. The blonde could only think about the Almighty God. The ceiling with a chandelier. King Cairo looked at the projection of the soldier. Vandenberg told the king that there had been a clash in the western region and they had managed to kill Count Fabio, the commander-in-chief of Kronos, and the remaining soldiers had been captured. The blonde man raised his head and asked the projection what the situation was with the casualties. 3 figures stood in front of the count's image, listening to his answer. Vandenberg said that thanks to Roman Dimitri's great contribution, the allies had suffered minimal damage. His Majesty thought that he had done his job too well. Daniel looked around, thinking that they now needed to successfully negotiate with the Kronos Empire. Raising his hand, the king ordered the 2 people in front of him to ensure the safety of the empire's prisoner in order to complete the matter without any additional casualties. The 2 figures in front of the king knelt down, saying that they listened to him and obeyed him. The plain of the western front was ablaze. Flames rose from the ground. Roman stood with his eyes closed and his hand on his chest. The protagonist ordered the soldiers to deal with the encirclement. Hearing his name, the guy turned around. Baron Knoll, standing behind, asked for a little time. Bowing his head, the Baron asked to forgive him for disputing the hero's decisions all this time. Standing and bowing in front of the guy, the man continued to speak. Knoll certainly wanted to apologize to the commander and also express words of gratitude, because thanks to Roman, it was possible to save the Western Front. Looking straight at the interlocutor, the protagonist thought that Baron Knoll was a good person. Looking at the interlocutor, Roman replied that it was not worth it, because unconditional faith on the battlefield was like a deadly poison, and the opposite opinion was also necessary. The Baron sighed with relief and thanked him for hearing the words that he was only doing his duty. The men stood nearby, looking at the colony of prisoners. Knoll said that capturing prisoners would give him an advantage in negotiations with the Empire, but he refused. The shocked Baron looked at Roman, who continued the thought that there was no point in hoping for negotiations. The protagonist, frowning, said that the Empire would never agree to that. The group of armored knights walked forward. They were aggressors, who always invaded other people's territories first, using their strength. If they were attacked in response, they would certainly use it, since wars between states needed a compelling reason, but this was nothing compared to logic. A figure in the shadows, sitting on a throne, towered over Daniel. The surprised Baron looked at his interlocutor, listening to his thought that the Empire only cared about them losing to a small kingdom. Knoll asked what they should do then. Looking at the brunette, the guy replied that they would have to endure this someday for the sake of the kingdom's continued prosperity, since the side that took a step back would have to bear all the losses. Roman moved a chess piece. He said that in this way, they would have to endure another war, which would be called negotiations. The palace in the kingdom of Cairo. The projection spoke, frowning. On behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, announced Kronos' position, noting that the Empire had attacked the kingdom at the request of Marquis Benedict. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Baron Charlton. The trio stood in the hall, looking at the projection. The Baron said that, however, since Marquis Benedict, who had been the reason for the attack, had been defeated, the order to deploy had been given, thus clearly expressing their position. In anger, looking ahead, the minister asked about what Cairo had done. Roman was killing the surrounding soldiers. The Baron said that not only did the kingdom attack the retreating Kronos troops, but they also massacred the Empire's valuable personnel, such as Count Fabio and Captain Gustavo. The hero cut off the head. The king exclaimed in shock that they were at war, asking if it was wrong to punish the enemy. The blonde raised his eyebrows at the answer. The Baron replied that it was wrong, so the Empire wanted a fair price to be paid. Daniel, standing in front of the projection, shouted that Kronos attacked first. The blonde shouted in anger that Cairo would officially raise this issue with the world community. The minister grinned evilly, telling him to do as he knew. Even with the captured prisoners, Kronos would never sit down at the negotiating table. Charlton, grinning and looking at the king, said that in exchange, they would give him a choice. His Majesty's eyes widened. The Baron told him to give him one of his hands. The protagonist was on his knees, clutching his hand. The Baron said that if he personally came to the Empire, presented his hand on a platter, knelt down and asked for forgiveness, the Empire would no longer remember what happened. The Minister of Foreign Affairs looked ahead, saying that if he did not agree, then he should wait for a large-scale war with Kronos. The blonde stared at his interlocutor in shock. Daniel's lowered hand was tightly clenched when he thought that due to weakness the country should endure these insults. The Baron gave a period of 10 days, during which he must give an answer. Standing behind, the man called out to his Majesty. Narrowing his eyes, the brunette shouted that Kronos was going to eliminate Roman in advance, knowing that in the future he would become a threat to them. Daniel opened his mouth and said that Roman is the hero of Cairo. The protagonist rode a horse in front of the soldiers. His Majesty said that not only those present knew about this, but also the entire people of Cairo. The king raised his hand and asked what would happen if they renounced the hero, saving their own lives, adding that then there would be no people loyal to their kingdom. Staring at his interlocutor, the blonde ordered Roman to be called so that he could talk to him himself. The protagonist was kneeling before the king 2 days later. Daniel, having explained the situation, asked what they should do. The hair on the back of the guy's head fluttered. The hero replied that by accepting the offer, Cairo would become a vassal of the empire. Raising his head to the king, the brown-haired man looked at him. The guy glared at the king, telling him that he would go to the empire himself to solve the problem. The blonde, shocked by Roman's request to send him as an ambassador, opened his mouth. The king screamed, sitting on the throne, that he would never fulfill this request because Kronos was eager to punish the hero. Leaning forward on his throne, the king declared that if the protagonist boy came to the empire on his own, at worst he would lose his life. The servants stood there, confused by what was happening. Fabius bowed to the king and asked for permission to speak. Daniel looked at the man and allowed him to speak. Approaching the throne, Fabius said that Roman's desire to go to the empire was a dangerous choice. Fabius placed his hand on his chest, asking that in that case, why not send a person to the empire who could fully express Cairo's opinion. King Cairo looked at the count in surprise and asked if he himself wanted to visit Kronos as an ambassador. Smiling predatorily, Count Fabius answered the blonde's question that on behalf of the kingdom, he would convey the kingdom's position to the barbarians. The raccoon Cairo suggested a new solution, because perhaps Fabius was the best fit for this role. The protagonist stared intently at the elder. The king's eyes widened, looking at his subject. The courtiers stood nearby, watching what was happening. The raccoon, shrouded in a red aura, stood in the shadows. There were only a few politicians like Fabius and Cairo, able to read the situation quickly and confidently, making decisions that would benefit him. The count stood next to the kneeling hero. Although Fabius was the core of the noble faction in the past, looking at how he was not afraid to speak out in front of Roman, his abilities could not be called just talk. Fabius's eye, looking forward, glittered in the light. A dark figure with a blue aura in the crown. Daniel said that the count could lose his life as soon as he set foot in the empire. Is he sure he is ready to take such a risk? Confidently looking at his king, Fabius replied that he will do his best to complete the mission. Reaching out his hand to Roman, the blonde king asked him what he thought. A dark, gloomy corridor lit by the moon. The protagonist stood with his back to Fabius. Turning to the count, the hero extended his hand, asking what the raccoon's purpose was in volunteering to be an ambassador, telling him to tell him what he wanted. Fabius placed his hand on his chest and said that he, being a traitor, did not dare ask for unconditional trust, but was ready to swear an oath to him here and now. He closed his eyes, placing his hand on his chest, said that he did not expect Roman to treat him the same way as his men, but Fabius wanted to devote his entire life to serving him from now on. A squad of knights stood in the group. The count asked Roman to consider that his ulterior motive was to prove his loyalty to him. The main character stood with a puzzled look when asked to use the count for good in the future. Fabius looked sarcastically from under his brows and said that he was ready to do anything if he could live near him as a powerful man, possessing wealth and glory. The protagonist stared ahead and realized that the offer of this count sounded surprisingly sincere. Fabius got down on one knee and begged him to accept. The count stood in front of the protagonist, who thought that Fabius, moreover, if he dared to say such a thing, had already learned the true nature of his relationship with his subordinates. The protagonist bared his teeth sarcastically and realized that he liked the count more and more. The protagonist looked down on Count Fabius. He looked animatedly at his man and told him that he would be able to enjoy everything he wanted. A few days later, sunny weather stood over the fortress. The diplomatic delegation of Cairo, led by Fabius, was leaving the fortress with soldiers. The protagonist watched what was happening from the tower. The Count was riding horses with his assistant, who asked him how he managed to survive after betraying his masters. The old man looked back at the young man, who said that he did not understand at all, because usually if he went broke on all fronts, but this time the Count managed to stay alive under the wing of an influential person. Fabius looked away haughtily and said that people are mistaken about some things. The brunette was slightly surprised when he heard that even betrayal has its own romance. The Count imagined himself standing in front of arrogant people. He said that next to the powerful of this world there are those who give everything to climb to this place, so he always served faithfully and truly. He imagined how a black heart was held on a plate and noted that if there was someone who would bravely make sacrifices that even loyal vassals were not ready for, and wondered what the master would do. He assumed that he would probably keep it to himself to use. He imagined himself handing the heart on a plate to the master. He tried to understand that this was a unique chance to use it, and he was given a reason to accept even traitors. Fabius looked back and declared that the lecture was over because he did not like the life of a traitor either. He walked forward on his horse and understood that the reason he decided to betray was because there was no one to whom he could swear allegiance. Fabius slightly lowered his head and thought that maybe Roman was that person. They found themselves in the capital of the empire, Alexander. Fabius looked at the empire with a little surprise. The Count looked to the side when he was told to follow his assistant. They walked along a huge corridor with statues of knights. He saw the sun pattern on the knight's armor. He saw how the blue color thinned from this guy. The Count understood that this guy was only from the 7th Knightly Order, but he already had such a powerful energy. The Count followed the grim warrior and tried to understand from this energy that this man was stronger than Count Nicholas. The courtier was about to open the large door in front of his majesty. A bright light seeped through the gate and announced that an ambassador had arrived. Fabius looked at the bright light with anticipation and understood that right now he was going to enter an unknown world. He and the king's assistant stood in front of his majesty on the throne. The Count realized that just one wrong word and he would say goodbye to life. The healthy king rested his head on his hand because he was the Emperor Kronos. The emperor looked at the guest with narrowed eyes and thought that it was Roman. The Count sweated slightly, feeling that his majesty had taken his breath away. Just as he was about to introduce himself as the Count, he was immediately grabbed by the face. The king's assistant abruptly pinned Fabius to the ground. The emperor watched what was happening and noted that his representative clearly said that Roman must appear in person and give his hand. The Count bared his teeth with the hand on his face and began to justify himself. The emperor looked ahead sadly and said that he understood Cairo's intention. The assistant held the Count's head, and the emperor said that he should have cut off the hand and declared a full-scale war. The Count immediately pulled away from the hand and turned to his majesty, saying that Cairo did not want war. He was pinned to the ground again, and he asked for another chance to explain himself, and after that they could cut off anything they wanted. The emperor looked at the Count haughtily and told him to remember what he had just said, and if he could not convince him, he would die on this spot. Fabius put his hand to his chest and closed his eyes, realizing that what he was about to say should convince them that for Cairo these were forced measures and that the empire was not in a position to act rashly. The knights in armor stood in a row. Without yet fawning or belittling the pride of the opponent, Fabius spoke ingratiatingly. The scroll was open on the table, emphasizing that the empire had no serious reason to interfere in the rebellion and that all 5 kingdoms, with the exception of Valhalla, agreed with Cairo's point of view. The protagonist stared ahead and said that even if a war broke out with an alliance of these kingdoms, Kronos would emerge victorious and the question would be what would happen after. Roman stood opposite the Count under the night light and said that when the empire was noticeably weakened, the threat of war with Valhalla would loom over it, and by mentioning it, Fabius would make them tense up. This was the best path they could choose. The Count at this time bowed before the emperor and said that their kingdom wanted peace, and if with all this Kronos still wanted war, then let him cut off his head. The emperor looked at the Count with disdain and said that he was quite clever. Fabius' eyes widened when the emperor ordered the release of the prisoners from Kronos, and in return he would turn a blind eye to the problem. The emperor smirked slightly and tried to figure out what to do with Roman, because that was another matter, and from now on an assassin would come to him every night. The Count tried to understand this phrase. Fabius's mouth opened in horror when the emperor said that Roman had killed his people and he should take payment for the spilled blood. The Count clenched his fists in anger and realized that the Emperor of Kronos had not wanted a large-scale war with Cairo from the very beginning. His hand reached for the dim rays of light above the map. The Count understood that the Emperor had driven the kingdom to the edge of a cliff to free the prisoners and staged this whole farce, intending to raise the prestige of the empire by killing Roman. He imagined the bloody corpse at the Emperor's feet. The Emperor slightly opened his mouth and said that next time such a clever trick would not work. The protagonist wanted to prove his abilities. Fabius bowed sharply, wishing to ask for forgiveness. The next moment, the Count looked at the protagonist at the window and did not expect that Roman knew that it would be like this. The brunette looked back and said that there was not a single time that the Kronos Empire made concessions because they had him as their target from the very beginning. The Count frowned and opened his mouth, asking Roman if he was sure he could handle it. The protagonist said that he would solve this problem, and asked the Count not to take it to heart. The brunette looked forward animatedly and understood that this was the endless threat of murder that was part of the life of a heavenly demon. He looked ahead sarcastically, imagining the smirk of the emperor, because he wondered who the emperor would send. The king sat on the throne and looked down menacingly. He stated that Count Gregory had colluded with the Kronos Empire, thereby putting the country in danger. The man was kneeling with his hands tied. He looked at the ruler and admitted his action. The Count frowned and asked if he had done anything wrong. Gregory jumped up and exclaimed, "Is it a secret for anyone that he obeys the Kronos Empire?" Daniel frowned and said that his confession alone is enough to dub the aristocrat a rebel. The Count chuckled and noted that the king was mistaken. If they killed him, the empire would not stand aside. Gregory's gaze was full of determination. He warned that His Majesty the Emperor would take revenge with blood. The prisoner looked at the ruler and asked to hand him over to the Kronos Empire so that it would be safer. Daniel frowned and thought that his words were not without meaning. The king also wanted to deal with the imperial faction once and for all. But in this case, it is possible that an even greater wave of anger would fall on Roman Dmitri. The hero looked at the blonde. He asked to speak out. The brunette looked seriously at the king and said that the Kronos Empire plans to make the swordsman pay in blood. But the Count's words have nothing to do with this matter. The prisoner was surprised. The guy said that Count Fabio and the knight Captain Gustavo were such important figures for the empire that Gregory was no match for them. The man looked at the hero in shock. Kronos was already paying full attention to him. The brunette looked at the criminal and noted that even if the king executed the Count, it would not change anything. The guy looked at the ruler and added that the peace in Cairo had ended the moment Benedict was sentenced. He asked the blonde to make a decision in favor of the country. Daniel looked ahead in confusion. The man thought that he was once again indebted to Roman. The ruler stepped forward and said that the royal dynasty would not forget the dedication of the Dmitri family. The king looked down at the Count and said that he had not only conspired with the Kronos Empire, but had also tarnished the good name of Cairo. Gregory became nervous and tried to object. Daniel extended his hand and declared that he was sentencing the rebel who had endangered the country to death. Cairo's square. Count Denver looked ahead, devastated. He said that the hero should not have been treated as a target for recruitment. He should have immediately realized that he was a threat to the empire and eliminated him. The man turned to the swordsman and said that it was not too late to swear allegiance to the empire. He was nothing compared to the world of the empire. The criminals stood on the platform before their execution. Denver said that there were countless talents in Valhalla that the hero could not hold a candle to. The man looked at the brunette with fury and exclaimed that even if the conversation with Kronos was over, the same could not be said about Valhalla. If his head fell from his shoulders, the relationship with Valhalla would also be over. Roman smiled and said that he hoped so. The Count clenched his teeth. Nooses were placed around the necks of the criminals. The redhead muttered that the boy was a fool who had set two giants of the continent against him. The floor slipped out from under his feet. The execution had taken place. Thus, the three factions of Cairo had set out on the path to destruction. The knight knelt. The commander-in-chief of the Western Front, Count Vandenberg, had bravely repelled the attack of the Kronos Empire, raising the prestige of Cairo. The king stood over him and said with a smile that as a reward he would grant the hero the title of Marquis and land. The blonde looked away and added that there were other heroes who had risked their lives in the war with the empire. Behind the Count sat three more warriors, Baron Knoll, Flora Lawrence and Rodwell Dmitri. They had achieved brilliant success, for which each was granted a promotion and 1,000 gold as a reward. The ruler smiled and said that of course, if it weren't for the help of Roman Dmitri and their entire family line, they would never have been able to win this war. Everyone stood up. Daniel said that they won this battle thanks to the hero, and he was obliged to reward him accordingly. The nobles were outraged that Dmitri already had so much power that all three destroyed factions could not compare with them. The officials looked at the ruler with concern and noted that he was giving the hero power that exceeded the influence of the royal family. The advisor frowned and shouted at them not to talk nonsense. They looked at him in surprise. The man reminded them of how their country had caved in under traitors. If they acted for profit like these politicians, then the past would inevitably repeat itself. The king furrowed his brows decisively and agreed. Cairo was powerless to restrain Roman. In this war, he showed that he had much greater power than Cairo, so Dmitri should not be treated as a duchy, but as an equal and friendly country. The blonde folded his arms and declared that he wanted to wisely use the chance he had earned with hard work and show the world the birth of a new Cairo. For this, on the day Dmitri was officially proclaimed a country, King Daniel would congratulate them with all his heart. Kevin and Chris smiled. The ruler granted the Dmitri family the title of Duke. The man spread his arms and proclaimed the entire northeastern region, including Dmitry Fortress, a duchy. The protagonist smiled. On this day, the land that was once considered a god-forsaken outskirts took its first step as the Duchy of Dmitry. The townspeople discussed the hero's contribution to the country and his impossible rise. On the entire continent, no one his age had ever reached the 5-star level. Who knows, maybe for the first time in the history of the kingdom, a swordsman will appear who rises above 50th place. Maybe it was the exceptional nature of his actions, but people all over the continent, regardless of country, were talking about Roman. Street musicians were composing songs about his exploits. With the mention of Roman, the prestige of the Dmitry family itself skyrocketed. But this whole chain of rumors did not appear on its own. It was started by one estate, Cairo. The butler approached the gentleman and reported that everyone now knew Mr. Roman. The man grinned and said that the master's plan was perfect. The man objected that this was not enough. It took only 2 years for the baron's modest family to turn into a duchy. The voice said that their goal was the entire continent from beginning to end. It had a wild look. It wanted the people of the continent to idolize the main hero. The aristocrat looked out the window and said that it was necessary to spread the fame of his exploits so that he would become a hero of the continent. Henry grinned and said that meeting Roman was destined for him by fate, so he should rise even higher. How Henry Albert's life turned out during this time. By igniting people's interest in Roman's achievements, he raised his own prestige to the skies. The Royal Academy of Cairo invited him to give a lecture that he could not even dream of in the past. He had the chance to teach the offspring of famous families. Just one lecture caused an unprecedented furor. Henry's relatives became proud of Henry and recently stopped caring about their financial situation. Fame and wealth followed him closely. The professor of the academy put his hand on his heart and said that while listening to the lecture, he could not calm his raging heart. The aristocrat looked at him in surprise. The old man exclaimed that he made him look at reality. The heroes of Cairo sacrificed themselves on the southern front so that they could live in peace. So why did they not even think about gratitude? At that moment, Henry had an epiphany that changed his life into before and after. The reason why people honored him was ridiculously simple. People watched Roman Dmitry through him. People started to recognize him because of the main character. Looking back at history, you wonder how exactly heroes whose names thundered throughout the world managed to earn such fame. It's all because people like me spread the word about their heroic deeds. Since then, Henry found his purpose. He told the world about Roman's achievements. The guy twirled the glass in his hand and said that he and the hero were not close. But for his own comfort, he would tell the whole world how great he was. The aristocrat smiled. This is Henry's method of survival. Dmitry's fortress. The young man stopped and looked up. Rodwell thought that for the first time in many years he was here. The guy showed the knights a pass. The city was lively. There was a loud conversation in the tavern. One of the men smiled and said that since Mr. Roman equipped the mine shaft with magical artifacts, they had never heard of anyone dying. The guy was sitting at the bar. Behind his back, everyone was praising Roman. He took a sip darkly and thought that there was no place for him here anymore. The young man had lost his way. Now he would have to choose, stay or go back west. Romero's office. The two brothers went inside. They stood before their father. The leader said that he had called them over the matter of the family line's succession. In a few days, Dmitry would have a new beginning in the duchy. This meant that they would have a much greater responsibility and duty on their shoulders. Rodwell looked down. Romero looked at his sons and said that he wanted to choose an heir. The young man with the bandage lowered his head and said that he was renounced as heir because he believed that his brother was more suitable. The man looked at him in surprise. Rodwell continued to look at the floor. He said that he had made a choice in favor of the family line and asked to let him go. The leader was shocked. The hero looked at his brother. He added that he needed time to sort himself out. The door slammed shut. Romero looked at Roman. He sighed and lowered his head. The man said that he had once wanted to place a heavy burden on Rodwell's shoulders. People always said that commoners like Dmitry had a limit set by their origin. So he mastered the sword and watched the middle son, who excelled all the others. The headman thought that he would be the heir to the family and would be responsible for the future of the family. So Rodwell lived with hopes placed on him from an early age. Today, his father was going to tell him that he could not allow him to take the place of the heir. The man squeezed his hand and said that he felt guilty before him. He frowned and said that even now he did not think that he had made the wrong choice. The brunette looked at him confidently. For the sake of the future of the people of Dmitry, Roman should become the heir. The man looked at his son and said that he had a request. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to take care of his brother. The hero looked at his father carefully. This was his last request before the boy inherited the family. Roman agreed. The boy furiously swung his sword and hit the target. Rodwell frowned and clenched his teeth. The sword sank into the ground. The young man was sure he was aiming for the head, but as soon as he swung, the target was a little further. The difference in sensations. Rodwell leaned on his weapon and exhaled. The hero approached him and said that he would never be able to defeat the enemy in front of him like that. His brother looked at him in surprise. Roman explained that his body movements were honed by long training, and the loss of one eye meant more than just a visual limitation. The swordsman walked up to the younger one and said that the error was in the sense of distance and information, and the fear that came from it. Everything that the brother knew before had changed, but if he stopped clinging to losses and wisely used everything he had in addition to this, he would be able to see another world, different from the one in which he relied entirely on vision. The brunette looked closely at his brother and offered his help. The young man stood up and grinned. Rodwell asked why he should listen to him. The hero listened silently. The boy wondered why the swordsman cared about him so much if he had already become the heir. He gritted his teeth and asked to leave him. The brothers stood opposite each other. Roman turned to his brother and said that their family had faced great changes. Kronos and Valhalla disliked them. It was unknown what kind of intrigues they were plotting. In addition, the alliance of kingdoms could not be fully trusted. The brunette looked confidently at his interlocutor and said that they must grow strong so that they could defend themselves. He looked down and said that so far he had managed to pull everything off alone, but time would pass and the hero would inevitably reach his limit. If the Empire attacked them with an army, then he would have to go to the battlefield. The young man with the bandage looked at the guy, dumbfounded. Roman turned to him and reminded him that he was his younger brother, his blood. If they needed a person to lead Dmitri in the hero's absence, it should be Rodwell. The swordsman put his hand on his brother's shoulder. The young man's eyes widened. In the southwest of the continent there were 4 kingdoms, Umberto, Redford, Odelia, and Frank. Situated on the border with the empires, they founded the Alliance of Kingdoms for their own protection. United in order to survive, they instinctively felt how important Roman Dmitri was. A few days before Dmitri was proclaimed a duchy, the Kingdom of Umberto, Assembly, one of the officials approached the king and said that the rebellion that unfolded in Cairo was quite a big threat, but Roman resolved the problem without a single hitch. Count Verdi frowned. He added that the hero attracted the Alliance of Kingdoms to his side, anticipating the wrath of the empire. This clearly shows that he has not only physical strength, but also high intelligence. The man looked closely at the ruler and noted that there was no guarantee that the union of the southern kingdoms would last long. He waved his hand and suggested that Roman was the key to the continued existence of their kingdom. The count put forward an offer to marry the princess to him. King Umberto frowned and said that the princess had a lover. The man banged the table and exclaimed that it was not the time to worry about some insignificant feelings when this was their only chance. The official looked at the king. He agreed and ordered his subordinate to marry Roman Dmitri at all costs. Time passed, Dmitri was proclaimed a duchy, and it was plunged into a festive atmosphere. The hero's parents smiled. The interlocutor reminded them that their son was already in his 20s, and wasn't it time to think about marriage. The man smiled and said that Princess Umberto was called the treasure of their kingdom. She had it all, beauty and intelligence. She graduated with honors from the famous academy. The official clenched his fist and exclaimed that the wedding of Umberto's first girl and Dimitri's first man sounded wonderful. A man came up from behind and added that the princess already had an admirer. Viscount Ringo grinned and said that, according to rumors, the lady often meets with the son of some baron. The official looked at him in surprise and exclaimed that someone was spreading rumors. The red-haired man bowed to the Duke and said that the kingdom of Redford had many girls from noble families. Marquis Marthin joined them and noted that for Umberto and Redford, marriage to the Duchy of Dimitri was an unaffordable luxury, and only Odelia suited their status. Romero and his wife watched the aristocrats argue in surprise. The Duke looked serious. He asked them to stop because they were not interested in a marriage of convenience. The head smiled and said that if his son met a girl who won his heart, they would accept her with open arms. The men looked at the Duke in surprise and bared their teeth. At the same time, the terrace, a man with blonde hair stood on the balcony. He was called. The blonde turned around and saw Baron Larson. Felix asked if he had come as a representative of the Frank kingdom. The man approached the blonde and said that the sudden disappearance of the Phoenix Tower had confused His Majesty the King. He asked how the other man felt about returning to Frank. The Baron looked at the guy seriously and said that from now on they would spare no expense in financing it. The other man looked ahead and said that the Frank kingdom had broken the agreement with Phoenix. The man shuddered and exclaimed that this time everything would be different. The blonde smiled and said that it was useless to offer him. The guy put his hand to his chest and said that they had found a man who recognized their value and swore allegiance to Dimitri. He told the other man to return to Frank and convey that from now on Phoenix had nothing to do with the kingdom. The hero watched the guests in the hall. As expected, both empires did not send representatives. The brunette frowned and thought that Kronos had declared his intention to kill him, so it was no surprise, and Valhalla was not going to turn a blind eye to the death of Count Denver. Both empires had shown a desire to conquer the entire continent. Battles between empires and an alliance of kingdoms awaited them ahead, but the alliance with neighboring kingdoms was also short-lived. Ultimately, the hero would have to confront the empires on his own. Hans approached the gentleman and said that a guest was waiting for him in the office. The guy turned around and asked if he had an appointment. The butler looked at the host excitedly and said that this was the prince of the kingdom of Hector. Edwin bowed politely and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The brunette looked at him carefully. The redhead congratulated him on the proclamation of Dmitri as a duchy. The swordsman sat down on the sofa. The prince expressed admiration that his interlocutor had dealt with the rebellion in Cairo in one fell swoop and even repulsed the Kronos Empire. The brunette looked at the guest seriously and replied that they were not on the right terms to praise each other. Edwin sat down opposite him and said that he himself did not expect that they would meet somewhere other than the battlefield. He looked closely at Roman and said that the war between Cairo and Hector was provoked by someone behind the scenes. Hector started the war because of a crop failure that had been going on for many years. Then evidence came to light that the crop failure was artificially caused. One after another, reports began to come in about blackened earth and piles of animal corpses. This was directly related to the necromancer's curse. The prince looked down gloomily and said that black magic was an area that a person should not touch. During the investigation, they managed to find out something. 10 years ago, the Kronos Empire suffered the same crop failure as Hector. They deliberately hid this truth, but it turned out that these signs were the results of experiments in the field of black magic. They will subjugate the entire north of the continent and begin a full-scale takeover. This problem does not only concern Hector. The guest lowered his head and said that this could happen to the future duchy of Dmitri. The guy leaned forward and looked at the hero. He suggested joining forces to stop Kronos. The guy looked nervously at the brunette. The hero crossed his legs and said that he expected this. The prince was surprised and wondered if he had really learned the truth before them, which they had managed to uncover with difficulty with the information power of the kingdom. Roman said that his sources had found circumstantial evidence. In addition, it was too obvious who benefited from the two kingdoms shedding blood. The hero looked at his interlocutor and asked why they should participate in a plan led by Hector. Edwin looked at the guy in surprise and asked if he was rejecting the offer. The brunette frowned and corrected himself by asking if Hector was in a position to offer such a thing. The Hector kingdom was at a dead end. It would take time to restore fertility to the parched lands, and the support of the Sky Tower alone would not be enough to completely solve the country's problem. The hero looked at the prince with a predatory look and demanded good reasons why they should join forces. Everyone in the hall was chatting noisily. Edwin sat opposite the swordsman and was silent. His hands were shaking. The guy said that he would not deny Hector's weakness, but he could not understand. He was offering support in a war that the hero would have to shoulder entirely. The redhead exclaimed, "Besides, isn't Hector's plan a continuation of the fact that you dragged the alliance of kingdoms into the matter?" He shuddered in surprise. The hero agreed that the alliance could only survive against the enemy of the empire if it united. The swordsman looked at his interlocutor and asked if he trusted the alliance. Could he guarantee that this relationship would last until the very end? Roman stood up and decided to tell how Kronos would destroy the sand castle called the Alliance of Kingdoms. He looked down at the prince. Human relationships are extremely complicated. They express trust and loyalty to their people and suspect everyone who remains behind a high fence. The prince looked at the swordsman carefully. The hero said that the kingdom of Umberto bordered Kronos the closest. Systematic losses had shaken domestic policy, so, first of all, they would decide to recruit Umberto. King Redford had spent the entire state treasury on gambling. His vassals tried to solve the problem, but eventually turned to the gold bank. The brunette looked at his interlocutor and smiled. He said that betrayal would be the way out for the debt-ridden Redford. Then Frank and Odelia's fate would hardly be any different. They have the same problem as Cairo in the past. Cairo restored stability by eradicating the aristocratic and imperial factions, but don't expect those kingdoms to follow Cairo's example. The brunette stood by the window. He said that the four kingdoms of the alliance had enough weaknesses to bend under the empire. This included Hector. The prince shuddered. The hero was right. The alliance of kingdoms was nothing more than a sand castle that could collapse at any moment. Roman turned around and said that he saw the sincerity of the Hector kingdom. Unlike the other kingdoms, they had a good reason to take revenge on the Kronos Empire. The only question was whether the current Hector with its bad situation had any value. He asked again why Dmitri should join forces with Hector. Edwin threw his head back and smiled. The guy said that the other one was merciless. He said that if this continued, the kingdom would begin to crumble from within, following an inevitable path of collapse. The prince agreed that Hector did not deserve to lead the plan, but even so, they were not going to give up on revenge. The brunette looked at the boy carefully. The redhead stepped towards him and said that war was a battle of attrition, and even Dmitri would need cannon fodder to pave the way for him. Edwin stood in front of the hero and promised that Hector would always be on the front lines. In his opinion, an alliance with Hector, who had a clear goal, suited him better than an alliance with a hypocritical alliance. The brunette smiled. He told the prince to remember these words. Edwin turned around and before leaving, added that when he met the hero on the battlefield, he realized for the first time that there were variables that could not be influenced. Locked in the Sky Tower, the prince worked tirelessly to make himself as variable as the swordsman. The redhead frowned and declared that Hector would definitely become stronger, explosive magical power just bursting out. He became incomparably stronger. Roman smiled after him. Thanks to Edwin alone, the kingdom of Hector deserved to take a place in his future plan. A week ago, Flora was playing chess with an old man. She looked at the interlocutor and said that after the battle that unfolded in Kairos, Roman Dmitri went to the Benedict castle to deal with the rebels. Ultimately, the rebellion was instantly suppressed, but this decision had many dangerous consequences. The girl frowned and noted that if the battle dragged on, the imperial faction would certainly join the rebellion. The interlocutor took the piece and said that this bold decision was supported by the magical Phoenix Tower. A protracted rebellion would only play into the enemy's hands. He looked at the interlocutor through his glasses and asked what she thought about the decision to open the fortress gates. The blonde asked if it was necessary to endanger the Western Front. The old man agreed that it was a risky choice, but the hero had an unshakable confidence that he could defeat Captain Gustav on his own. The man looked at the lady and said that war was an experience that could not be acquired in a book. Even risky decisions could turn into brilliant moves depending on the situation. There was a fine line between courage and recklessness. Her eyes widened. The old man added that this war had become a game played by Roman's personal forces. He placed a piece. Checkmate. The blonde stood in the street. She was called. She turned around. Her father was coming down the stairs. The man said that he sincerely supported her desire to learn strategy, although he did not understand the reason for it. The Viscount looked at his daughter and said that he would not spend a day without worrying if something happened to her on the Western Front. They stood in the garden. The leader suggested that she return to Lawrence. The girl said that she had experienced a lot on the Western Front. The blonde looked up and said that she couldn't just stand there silently and watch houses burn and people die every time the Kronos Empire crossed the border. The man looked at his daughter in confusion. Flora continued that the war was approaching, and by that time she should gain as much experience as possible and become more skilled. The aristocrat turned around with a smile and said that she was going to join Dimitri's army. Chris looked at the gentleman and asked what he would do with her. The brunette sat in a chair and reasoned that Flora was a valuable asset, but they had to think about accepting her into the army or not. He ordered to tell her that the girl had a week. The hero looked at his subordinate and explained that the aristocrat had to join the training and prove that she was fit for the army. Only then would he officially accept her into service. The blonde nodded and thought that, in fact, this meant a refusal. Early in the morning, the soldiers were running. The girl was breathing heavily and was surprised that just running lasted an hour. The strain was serious. She had fallen far behind. A blonde soldier was running ahead. The girl looked at him in surprise. Chris turned around and ordered everyone to run 10 times to the top and back in the order of their arrival. The soldiers rushed forward. The blonde watched as the warriors walked away. Flora leaned on her feet and thought that the only thing left to do was to run. The knight folded his hands behind his back and told them not to expect that they would always be able to fight in the best shape. Every day they had to exhaust themselves to the limit. The warriors looked at the commander. The man said that physical training was necessary for everyone, regardless of the position they occupied. The girl caught up with them. The blonde continued that in order for no landscape to prevent them from fulfilling their duty, they had to stand on their own 2 feet to the last. Flora fell to the ground and thought that this was a stone in her garden, but she honestly worked through the entire physical training. An hour for a warm-up run, an hour to climb the mountain. In total, the basic training took 2 hours. The blonde frowned and announced that they were going to spar with swords. The soldier swung. His opponent parried the blow. Chris passed by and said that on the battlefield, the most important thing is your effectiveness in combat when you reach your physical limit. The real war begins when you are so tired that your whole body feels like it is chained. The blonde was lying under a tree. She was sweating and looking away. Was this their usual training? The training bar was too high. The soldiers resisted willy-nilly, but Dimitri's fighters did not show even a bit of discontent. On the contrary, she felt enthusiasm burning in them. The blonde stood up and thought that she could get used to training gradually. The girl was not going to give up like that. She determinedly knitted her brows. A few days later, Roman's training area. The hero was training with a sword. Chris stood next to him and reported that Flora was serious about continuing her training. The brunette turned around. The blonde said that the girl was a decent bowman, but very weak in hand-to-hand combat. She definitely needed to practice this. And in tactical training, which began on the 3rd day, her team won 9 out of 10 times. Roman looked at the scroll and asked the knight if Dimitri needed the girl. The blonde looked resolutely at the master and replied that their family needed such a person. The hero smiled. The end of the rebellion. The foundation of the duchy Dimitri. Half a month had passed since then. Dimitri Fortress Alley. A man was running down the street. He crashed into a man in a cloak. Chronos commander Sierra turned around and told him to watch where he was running. Innkeeper Thomas apologized. The man disappeared around the corner. Sierra muttered that they would put the plan into action tonight. She ordered to gather information about the Duke's guards without making unnecessary noise. Dimitri Square. The woman sat on a bench and watched the guards. There was an aura around them. Sierra noted that they were ordinary soldiers, but they could easily compete with knights. If something went wrong, you could lose your life. A figure appeared behind the tree. The woman glanced sideways in that direction. The man reported that, judging by the results of the mine survey, in the event of an emergency, the Duke's guards would arrive at the scene within 5 minutes. The commander frowned. Same thing at night. The man reported that there were many strong soldiers in the duchy. The woman chuckled and thought that they had increased security, expecting an attack from Chronos. She smiled and imagined how she would break through all the guards and plunge a dagger into his heart. The woman ordered to tell the guild members that they were acting according to plan. Night. Several people in cloaks gathered in front of her. Sierra said that they needed to get inside in 15 minutes. Everyone nodded. She smiled and thought that no matter how strong Roman was on the battlefield, they were predators in the dark. Invisibility. A magical artifact, an invisibility cloak. The figure jumped above the guards and pointed a blade at one of them. The guard parried the attack. He took the artifact and reported the discovery of an intruder on the fortress wall. The soldiers stood in front of Sierra. She clenched her teeth nervously. The two intruders were surrounded. The woman turned around and shouted to quickly deal with the guards and leave. The man took a step and greeted the right hand of the Ekorch Guild. The man stood in front of the woman and smiled. She asked who he was. The man took off his face mask and introduced himself as Lucas. The head of the Information Clan smiled. The woman looked dumbfounded. Could it really be that same Information Guild operating in Cairo? The guy smiled and said that they knew about their invasion of Dimitri's territory 2 weeks ago. The owner of the inn where they stayed and the merchant they met in the square during the day, these are all their people. And also the blacksmith, the miner, the homeless beggar, they are all Dimitri's eyes and ears. Sierra looked at him darkly and thought that if he lingered here, he could lose his life. She raised her hand and ordered that the path be cleared. They rushed forward. The guard cut down one of the intruders. The commander watched in shock. Her eyes widened and she noted that the enemies were strong. Lucas stepped forward and gave her 10 seconds. He pulled out a blade and released an aura and asked her to explain why he should leave them alive. She grabbed the dagger and exclaimed that there was another, true sword in Ekorch, which had just penetrated inside and killed Roman. The guy grabbed her by the face and threw her to the ground. Lucas grinned and said that they knew that too. The woman looked at the enemy in fear, surprised that they already knew everything. The man said that if she had nothing to add, then all she could do was die. The former mercenary wiped his sword and ordered the second group to clear the surroundings, and the first to surround the courtyard with a tight ring. The guard asked if they needed to go into the estate. Lucas smiled and replied that they just needed to let him have fun. Dimitri's inner estate. A girl jumped in the window. The sword of the Ekorch Assassins Guild. Special class assassin Ilya. Her targets are big shots. Not only had she successfully completed 9 out of 9 orders, but she had also distinguished herself by her particularly cruel behavior, flaying her victims. And this was her 10th order. She smiled and thought that there was no more attractive prey than a hero who had become famous across the continent. The assassin summoned her familiar. The mouse ran across the room and stopped near the bed. Judging by the sound of his breathing, he had fallen asleep about an hour ago. Ilya thought that he was a fool who was peacefully indulging in sleep, not even suspecting what awaited him. The door opened. She took out the medallion and used hold. The woman grabbed the blade and smiled. With that, the mission was over. The hero looked at her and asked if she had controlled the rat. The assassin swung and thought that failure was impossible for her. The man deflected the blade with his finger. The hand with the weapon jumped back. She clenched her teeth. The hero rose up on the bed. He was radiating a dark aura. The woman looked on in shock. She saw her body being cut into pieces. The killer jumped back screaming. Ilya grabbed her throat. Was it really an illusion? The brunette approached her and said that she was too noisy to be a killer. He swung his hand and struck. The woman took out the ball and thought that she needed to run. A bright light appeared. The killer ran down the street and held her severed arm. Even with the arrival of the guild members, she could not count on the success of the mission. She heard voices around the corner. Her main goal was to survive. She looked around the corner and saw a blonde man. This guy had defeated several enemies with lightning and a sword. According to the plan to kill Roman Dimitri, he should be avoided at all costs. Like Cairo, Chris, the woman froze in fear. She did not understand how they guessed about their plan. The killer changed her route and ran. The woman was breathing heavily. A soldier, engulfed in a red aura, was walking towards her. He stepped over the corpses and said that he was afraid that the mercenary would escape another way. The boy came closer. The red-haired man bared his teeth and asked if the master had cut off her hand. the demon Cairo, Kevin. He stood in front of the intruder. The woman pushed away and attacked the boy. The boy quickly dodged and moved to the side. He swung and struck. The killer sat down on the ground. Kevin stood behind her. The warrior came closer and said that if the master had not given the order to leave her alive, he would have cut her off piece by piece while she was still breathing. The boy looked down. His eyes were burning. The woman looked at him in fear. They should not have taken this task. A week later, the tower, a scream, bloody tools on the floor. Blood was coming from the woman's mouth. She said that she would tell everything. All crippled, she sat in front of Lucas and asked him to just kill her. The man smiled and said that they were not planning to get rid of her yet. The traces of torture left on her body were an example of retribution for their crime. He grabbed her by the hair. Lucas brought a bottle and ordered her to drink. She wondered if it was medicine or poison. The killer drank. The bottle fell to the ground. The man said that the master had left for the Chronos Empire a week ago. The mercenary was coughing. The warrior stood in front of her and said that they had found out where the Ekorch base was. Now he was going to let her go. The man smiled and advised her to hurry if she did not want to let her master die. The Ekorch base. A whole week had already passed. The woman looked at the ball and asked to wait a little longer. The head of the Braha Guild frowned and said that it was too early to draw hasty conclusions. The interlocutor agreed. The crystal was glowing. The voice said that if they failed, they would have to pay a heavy price. The guild leader frowned. She thought that so far there was no news from her subordinates. If they failed, then they would have to cancel all previously taken assassination orders and direct all forces to eliminating Roman Dmitri. The casualties would be colossal, but this was the only way they could enlist the support of Kronos. The woman stood up and noted that she did not think she would have to intervene personally. The protagonist stood behind her. The leader turned around abruptly. She grabbed the daggers and threw them at the brunette. The blade stopped in front of his face. The guy used a protective barrier. Braha recoiled in fear. She tried to feel for the button on the table. The swordsman quickly reached out and grabbed her by the throat. Roman lifted the enemy off the ground. The leader of Ekorch was caught. The hero bared his teeth. In order to catch the enemy, he crossed the border of the empire. The swordsman pressed the button instead of the guild leader. The alarm went off. The leader was out of breath and said that hundreds of killers had heard the alarm and were already heading here. The guy replied that there were about 30 people left at the Ekorch base. Braha was surprised. The Duke had already calculated their reserves. The brunette smiled and asked how she thought he had gotten into the estate. There were corpses in the corridors. The hero pushed the killer away. The head hit the wall and fell. The guy looked at the scrolls. Ekorch is an organization of hired killers whose main client is the Chronos Empire. The swordsman took the scroll and unrolled it. Their list is not only his murder. Based on who became their target, one can guess the intentions of Chronos. First rank assassination Calderon Drake. First rank assassination Count Rondon, the eldest son of the head of the military leadership Umberto and the magnate Redford. The man burned the scrolls. Chronos' intentions are gradually emerging. At the same time, Dante Assassin's Guild branch in Cairo. The man in the cloak was shouted that he needed to contact Ekorch immediately. Ilya appeared all bandaged and said that there was no time to explain. Crystal could not establish contact. The woman frowned and thought that the situation was difficult. If the base does not respond, there was the second option. She ordered to contact Kronos. The assassin stood before the figure of a man above the crystal. He noted that the mission had failed. The woman exclaimed that Roman had guessed their plan and had set traps. Ilya looked at the interlocutor with alarm and reported that the entire group of mercenaries had been destroyed, and Roman himself had crossed imperial borders to attack the Ekorch base. The man asked if that was the entire report. She stared at him in surprise. The man grimaced in displeasure. The assassin looked at him in shock and asked if they had really been used as bait. The interlocutor said that if they had carried out the mission as originally planned, they would have paid the promised reward in full. His Majesty the Emperor had officially announced his intention to kill Roman Dmitri. The entire continent knew that they were after his head. What would happen to their reputation if the assassination failed? Ilya looked at the man with fear. He continued that they had only made a wise choice, and, on the contrary, they were grateful to them for it. Because of Ekorch, Roman left his domain. The girl coughed up blood. She vomited. She remembered the liquid she had been given to drink. It seemed Lucas had used a slow-acting poison to lure her into talking to Kronos. Roman Dmitri was much more dangerous than they could imagine. The girl did not want to tell her interlocutor about it. She fell to the floor. Thus, the best assassin of the century met her miserable end. The estate was on fire. The hero looked at the flames. He turned and left. Night. The swordsman stopped in the forest and demanded to be seen. Figures emerged from behind the trees. They approached the guy. They were 3 shadows that had grown, devouring the darkness of Kronos. As expected, the Emperor had attracted the most dangerous force to kill him. The shadow's eyes flashed. He asked how long ago the guy had discovered their presence. The brunette smiled and replied that from the very beginning. The enemies rushed at him. The guy took out his sword and cut the assassin. The enemy's body was restored. The boy looked at the shadow in surprise. Attacks don't work on them. His eyes lit up. Lightning. A dark attack pierced the enemy. This is unusual magic. The boy braced himself for the attack. He doesn't know the nature of this strange power, but he has experienced something similar in Muram. Creatures that use the now forbidden power to suck the strength out of the living. It seems that here it is called black magic. The hero repelled the attacks. The Chronos Empire has stepped onto the path of evil. The energy is approaching the swordsman. He bared his teeth. An aura was burning around him. A heavenly demon that will trample evil and rise to the top. He clenched his fist. The shadow froze. The brunette appeared in front of the enemy and attacked. Dark liquid splashed onto the ground. Roman looked down and crushed the substance. Another figure looked at him, wondering how the boy managed to stop the regeneration. The shadow stared at the swordsman in shock. Only divine power will work against black magic that uses the aura of darkness. The brunette frowned. The enemy has a weakness. First, when the shadow's bodies gather together after dissipating like smoke, they cannot escape physical attacks. You just need to wait for that moment. Second, when the shadows take on an incorporeal form, they leave a barely noticeable trace of mana. Even after dissipating like smoke, they will return along the connecting links of mana. So the hero only needs to destroy this chain at once. Brute force was used. Roman bared his teeth. His eyes were burning. He will not stand on ceremony. The hero grabbed the enemy by the head. Bloody tears of a demon. The guy pressed the shadow into the ground. The fighting skills of the demonic sect, based on strength alone, were called devilish skills by people. The last enemy looked at the hero and thought that even together they could not defeat him. The plan failed. The enemy tried to escape. He rushed to the side. Roman Dmitri turned out to be more dangerous than expected. They used his past battles as a basis and developed a plan, taking into account the possibility that he had become many times stronger. It seemed that even this could be considered excessive vigilance. Shadow frowned. He did not understand where this devil came from. The killer froze. He found himself on the ground without legs. The brunette looked at him carefully. He was slowly approaching. Shadow tried to crawl away. The hero handed him the artifact and ordered him to contact the Empire and report what had happened. The killer looked at him with fear. He contacted the customer and reported that the plan had failed. The voice asked what this meant. Shadow sat under the sword and told Baron Charlton that they had completely wrong ideas about Roman. Shadow used as many as 18 demons, but none of them could leave a scratch on him. Even shadow abilities are powerless against him. The man looked at the artifact and muttered that the hero was hiding his true power. The voice turned to Roman and said that he was incredible. The brunette grinned. Not only did he destroy the Equarch base, but he also dealt with all the shadows. The Baron frowned and admitted that the plan had failed. He clenched his fist and warned that this would not make Kronos surrender. The man folded his arms and said that he would send assassins until the hero gave up the ghost. How long could a mere mortal withstand the onslaught of the Empire alone? The swordsman grinned and said that it was his turn to warn them. He grabbed the shadow by the neck and squeezed. The assassin groaned. The Baron shuddered. The hero said that he sent him a gift and it was somewhere in the estate. The guy turned to Charlton and said that it was a deadly poison that he was using on him. Roman smiled and said that if they wanted to kill him, it would be better to declare war. The man was horrified. He jumped up and ordered everyone to search every corner of the estate. There were no signs of forced entry into the estate, but they found a vial in the warehouse. The Baron looked at the find and wondered if this clear liquid was a deadly poison. The man flinched and ordered a carriage to be prepared for a trip to Behemoth. The Behemoth Magic Tower is an organization specializing in various poisons and is also considered the best in the entire continent in the art of creating antidotes. The magician Matteo looked at the bottle through the magic circle and noted that they had brought a very interesting thing. The Baron yelled at him and demanded to know if it could be neutralized. The old man nodded. He went to the tied man and poured it on his face. He screamed. Matteo used cure for poison. He looked at the test subject in surprise. He screamed. The antidote did not work. Charlton watched in shock. The wizard asked where he got this terrible poison. The old man trembled and said that at the moment he could not neutralize it. The Baron froze. What did Roman Dmitri create if even the magic tower could not do anything? Charlton bowed before the emperor and reported everything about the movements of the main character. The ruler looked at him and asked what kind of person he thought this Roman was. The aristocrat replied that he considered the swordsman indestructible and he would not bow his head before anyone. The emperor ordered him to summon the demons of the abyss. The Baron was horrified. The king leaned on his hand and demanded to show the hero what happens if you go against Kronos. They will tear the famous hero Roman Dmitri to pieces as a warning to everyone, so that they will not even dare to think about rebelling against the Empire again. The Baron bowed and obeyed. The hero walked and thought that even with the help of magical power it will not be easy to neutralize the poison. This poison belongs to the Tang family, which own thousands of deadly Murim poisons. The Chronos Empire will have to act more carefully. The butler hung up the master's armor. The guy shook himself and thought that the threat of retaliation with murder would make them refrain from actions that would harm them. But this was only a temporary measure to delay the moment. The brunette adjusted the scarf on his neck. The war would break out anyway. During this time, he needed to prepare to be fully armed. He was handed a letter with an invitation from Valhalla. The guy unfolded the paper and read the contents. He was invited to a festival celebrating the warrior spirit. If in 100 days, the day before the festival, he did not arrive in Valhalla, it would be regarded as a refusal. Chris looked at the gentleman and said that this year the representative of Valhalla, Barbossa, who was nicknamed the 12th Sword of the Continent. Obviously, he intends to officially avenge the murder of Count Denver, a 6-star swordsman and 6th in the Valhalla ranking. Monster Barbossa, 11th in the continent's ranking. The brunette grinned. The methods of Chronos and Valhalla are completely opposite. While Chronos did not shy away from any methods and means, the Valhalla Empire was absurdly straightforward and attacked openly. The blonde stood in front of the master. He noted that he saw no reason to accept the invitation. Now that Dmitri had become a duchy, their safety was of the utmost importance. Roman threw the letter aside and agreed that refusing the invitation would not cause any problems. He looked at his subordinate and added that if he ignored the invitation, the Valhalla Empire, which attached great importance to military honor, would proclaim itself the winner and undermine his reputation. The brunette looked at Chris and said that in the eyes of his subordinates, he must be an unshakable authority and instill in them the confidence that being in his ranks meant being a winner. The blonde looked at the master, stunned. The hero could avoid the threat if he refused Valhalla's invitation, but just one refusal would cause a crack in the people's faith. He clenched his fist and declared that he would accept Valhalla's invitation in 100 days. The swordsman frowned and looked forward with determination. This was his duty. With these events, the second season ended. Around this time, a rumor spread among the assassin guilds. The Ekorch who were supposed to kill Roman Dmitri were killed. Thanks to this, the number of assassination orders in the northeastern region dropped sharply. In particular, people were afraid that they might accept orders related to Dmitri. Just one precedent was better than hundreds of words. It struck fear into the hearts of people. Kevin sat and thought that this time, the master went to the Ekorch headquarters alone again. The boy frowned. How long would he just watch his master's actions and do nothing? Many people say that their growth is abnormally fast. But for him, this is not enough to be a person who can walk the path that his master is walking. Kevin folded his arms and thought that he must become stronger in order to defeat the predators ruling this continent. He glanced at the voice from the corridor, saying that this time they invented a magic circle that increases the concentration of mana in a certain area. The red-haired boy looked out at the voice. Felix said that the invention was not yet perfect, but most of the errors could be corrected in half a year. The boy told the knight that the circle not only strengthened magic when used, but it could also be used for training purposes by swordsmen with an aura. Kevin was peeking around the corner. Felix looked at the soldiers in shock and said that this was reckless. The protagonist's knight stood in front of him. The wizard repeated that this magic circle was not yet safe. Kevin did not smile. He said that the most important thing for them was the opportunity to help the master in the future. The blonde looked at them intently. The enemy they would have to fight was an empire that had undergone hundreds of years of training. The wizard frowned and said that safety was the most important thing. The soldiers looked at Felix. The blonde said that if they became cripples before they could help the master, how would they look him in the eye without shame? The soldiers smiled. 15 days later, the earth shook. The workers were shouting that the ceiling was about to collapse. The air shield artifact was activated. The guy looked at Morin and called him over. The miner came up and looked at him in surprise. There was a passage in the crevice. The workers were looking at the gate. Runes were glowing on the doors. Morin said to call the magician Felix immediately. The guy touched the door and said that it was saturated with magical energy throughout the area. The blonde crouched down. The hero stood behind him. The magician said that if they tried to open it by force, there was a high probability of an explosion. First, he would try to use mana. The guy's eyes were glowing. He was casting a spell. The hero crossed his arms and watched. The door opened. Flash. A gust of wind reached Roman. Arrows flew at him. The guy protected himself with a mana shield. The arrows fell to the floor. Felix looked nervously at the gentleman and noted that there seemed to be a dungeon with various traps inside. The brunette moved there and said that he would check. The mage looked at the swordsman with alarm and said that it was too dangerous because they did not know what traps were installed there. He asked to give him time to determine their type. Roman looked at him and refused. The aristocrat said that if someone lived inside, then they already knew of their presence. The brunette went inside and said that the longer they delayed entering, the greater the danger would be. He ordered the mage to wait. The guy walked through the dungeon. The tile beneath him collapsed. The secret passage with the Eagle family's traps was the same. Spikes appeared from the wall. Sharp slabs fell on the hero. Spears flew from in front. He reflected all the attacks with mana. His eyes were burning. The swordsman moved on. The brunette looked ahead. From the depths, a voice demanded to stop and said that this was their land. Roman pulled out his sword and introduced himself. The guy said that these endless mountain ranges belonged to the Duchy of Dmitri. He demanded to reveal himself and his identity. The bearded man objected. The swordsman frowned and said he was not negotiating. The endless mountain ranges were part of Cairo. They were inherited by Dmitri. Someone came out of the shadows. It was a short, red-haired man with pointed ears. He exclaimed and asked not to impose his human laws. The guy looked at him in surprise. The man's hands were shaking. He said that they had been living under these lands for many years. The brunette stood in front of a group of dwarves and thought about what to do with another race. The guy looked at them decisively. An aura surrounded him. Roman said that this land may belong to them, not Dmitri, but it is important to him to be assured that they do not pose a threat. The red-haired man frowned and became indignant, but suddenly fell silent. He turned his attention to the hero's sword. The guy was holding a shining weapon. The dwarf asked to take a closer look at it. The brunette looked at him in surprise. The man blushed and smiled. He asked for at least 3 minutes to look at the sword, and then they could think about accepting a compromise. The dwarves looked at him in admiration and wondered how in the world such a sword could exist. It was perfect. The men crowded around the blade and wondered if the dwarves had made it somewhere else, because the sword was soaked with the energy of nature. The redhead turned and asked who had made it. The hero replied that it was him. The sword was shining. The dwarf was surprised. He looked at the weapon in shock. The memory of the sword. The dwarf saw the process of creating the blade. Tears flowed from the dwarf. The swordsman looked at him. The man said that if this was a hero, then this was possible. He sank to the floor and bowed. The dwarf asked to restore their land. The brunette crossed his arms and asked what he meant. The interlocutor looked at the warrior and decided to tell why the dwarves migrated to this place. The name Endless Mountain Ranges was given to this place by people, but they have an end. What lies beyond them, the dwarves call Arcadia. It is a world where all races live in harmony. The dwarves came from there. Once upon a time, in the times when the human world had not yet developed as it does now, a wave of severe frost came to the mountain ranges, causing the entire land to freeze. Even the world tree, the foundation of this world, froze. This was the beginning of a catastrophe. The different races that inhabited Arcadia began to die of cold and hunger. The ancestors of the dwarves were forced to leave that place in order to save their people. The brunette frowned and asked to get down to business. The dwarves settled here in the endless mountain ranges. Several decades ago, they found the fire demon underground. It was such a dangerous force that it could burn the entire world. But if used correctly, it would become the only hope for thawing the world tree. The dwarf looked at the interlocutor and said that in the sword's memory he saw him freely wield fire. He believed that their meeting was the will of God. The guy looked at the man seriously. He begged him to bring the fire demon. The dwarf looked at the swordsman and said that if he fulfilled this request, they would do everything the guy asked. He made a promise on behalf of Brown Boulder that he was leading the dwarves. The brunette thought about it. Living as Roman Dmitri, he had met similar people in the past. Was it a coincidence? Dmitri came from a family of blacksmiths, and the endless mountain ranges were similar to the hundreds of thousands of great mountains of the heavenly demon sect. And although he was following a different path than in his past life, his experience from it was very helpful. Roman looked resolutely at the interlocutor and said that he would help. The dwarf happily looked at the warrior. Lava. Brown Boulder led the hero to the fire and said that they could not go further. He added that the fire demon was dangerous and asked to be careful. The brunette looked down and said that there was no need to worry. He stepped onto the hot ground. The guy walked on lava and thought that no matter what brought him here, he would live for what he believed in. The fire core. It glowed above the surface, almost like a small sun. The hero's cloak was charred. The guy's face was burning. It was dangerous. He stepped closer. Immunity to cold and heat no longer worked. The only way to cope with this heat was to absorb it. The warrior's eyes flared. The art of flame. The flame reached out to the hero. He extended his hand and demanded the fire demon to come to him. The skin on his fingers was burning. The guy thought that if the path he was walking and the goal that fate wanted for him coincided, then this was not the result of fate. He almost reached the core. This was the life that was formed from his decisions. The brunette's eyes widened. A fireball was reflected in them. He, who had received the blessing of the flame, would accept it. There was a strong connection between the fate of the core and the hero. The hero's astral body looked at the ball and replied that it did not care what kind of creature it was. If it wanted to join him, it would obey. The spirit noted that this was an amazing answer. The swordsman grabbed the ledge. He climbed up, holding the core in his hands. The dwarves looked at him in shock. The hero looked closely at the ball. He handed it to the man. The dwarf looked at the core. Their ancestors always said how disgusting human greed was. However, the hero was different. The dwarf accepted the ball. The others bowed their heads to Roman and thanked him. They would always be loyal to their master. The boy smiled and replied that this was enough. Dimitri would not be an enemy to the dwarves. Fiery energy shone in the swordsman's belly. A particle of the demon's flame settled in his dantian. The hero will have to think about how to use it in the future. There is a letter on the table. The Golden Bank has sent an ultimatum. Count Rondon is sitting at the table. The servant in front of him said that if 100,000 gold pieces are not paid in 2 weeks, they will exercise their rights as a creditor. In this case, Redford will collapse. The man folded his arms and asked if there was no possibility of negotiations. He was told that the Golden Bank categorically refused any concessions. The Count frowned and sighed. He had been trying his best to save the country for the past few years, but there were still many problems. He exhaled and asked what His Majesty the King was saying. The servant replied that he was no longer the man they knew. The ruler was immersed in drunkenness and women every day, and in his free time he went to the gambling tables. There must be external forces pushing His Majesty to such antics. As long as they exist, the problems will only get worse. The Count frowned and wondered what they should do. A photograph of him with his father. People were condemning the new heir to the Rondon house. Unlike his respected father, he was known as a money-grubbing nonentity. The man stood up and ordered a list of those who could help them. The Count frowned and said that they first needed to settle the debt to the Golden Bank. 10 meetings and 10 refusals. First, he turned to those with whom he had good relations, but most refused even a meeting, reacting extremely coldly. He stood in front of the gate. The Count had gone so far as to ask for help from the newly founded state. He looked up and thought that now was the time to grasp at any straw. Quick steps. The butler was breathing heavily. The month the young gentleman had spoken of ended today. Now they could pay a visit. Hans approached the workshop and said that the hero had been expecting a guest for several days who wanted to meet. The door opened. The brunette went outside and said that he was just about to leave. The boy was radiating energy. His mood changed again. The butler looked at the owner and asked if he had trained well. The hero replied that he was able to concentrate thanks to him. He frowned and asked who was looking for him. Count Rondon bowed and introduced himself. Roman was sitting across the table from him. The Count was the one the boy had seen on Ekorch's assassination target list. Chrono's top target. They were sitting across from each other. The Count apologized for the meeting and asked to borrow 100,000 gold. The man said that if they were unable to repay the debt to the Golden Bank, Redford would inevitably fall. The nobleman looked at his interlocutor seriously and clarified that he understood the importance of Redford. The brunette smiled and sipped his tea. He thought it was smart to talk about the importance of the request and not just beg. Rondon looked at the swordsman and said that if Redford fell, the Alliance of Kingdoms would lose one of their strongholds against the Chronos Empire. He moved forward and asked Roman to give them a little support. Redford can't survive without outside help. The man was surprised. The guy said that he had heard rumors about the Count. Everyone was talking about a rich man from Redford who robs everyone around him and has already amassed a huge fortune through brutal business methods. People called him trash or a heartless miser. The brunette smiled and noticed that the Count he had met seemed like a completely different person than in the rumors. He asked why the interlocutor was trying so hard for Redford. The man lowered his head and said that he was being watched. He did not want to look like a patriot and a rich man like his father, so he created the opposite reputation for himself. Rondon exhaled and said that everyone whose property he allegedly took and ruined were associated with traitors to the motherland. He no longer wants to see people suffer and the country destroyed. The man is sure that the Chronos Empire is behind this. As collateral for this deal, the Count is ready to offer Rondon lands and the family heirloom of their house. If Redford returns to its former glory, then the Rondon house and the entire country will never forget the hero's mercy. The man leaned on the table. He bowed his head. The swordsman agreed. The boy smiled and took the cup. Roman told the Count to try his best, just as Cairo did, so Redford should endure at any cost. The man looked at him in surprise. The boy smiled and said that then the chance will definitely present itself. The Count looked amazed. He remembered his father's words that if he does not give up until the very end, the chance will definitely appear, and he must not miss it. The Count lowered his head and exclaimed that he will definitely repay the mercy of the Duchy of Dimitri. In the tavern, they were discussing the upcoming festival in honor of the souls of Valhalla warriors and the fact that one of the 12 swords of the continent challenged Roman to a duel. People were talking about the hero chickening out and not accepting the invitation. The brunette looked at the letter with a smile. He squinted and thought that Valhalla was clearly up to something, so it was necessary to answer them properly. Kevin turned to the master. He frowned and asked why he was excluded from the trip to Valhalla. The brunette leaned on the balcony railing and replied that the danger of this trip was not limited to him. The guy frowned and said that without him, Dimitri was in danger. Therefore, the one he trusted the most should stay here. The redhead blushed. The master said that the guy was the best for this role. The young man was happy and thanked him for his trust. He promised to do everything possible to protect Dmitri. The swordsman turned to him and thought that Kevin was a simpleton. The brunette looked ahead and thought that a difficult battle awaited them ahead, which they must win. Therefore, it was imperative to create a precedent showing that the 12 swords of the Empire are not invincible. Roman grinned. For this, he was going to Valhalla. The wind blew the leaves off the trees. The men walked along the path. The guy said that there were many ways to protect the country, then asked why not reveal the truth. The interlocutor imagined a man sitting in an embrace with a woman, and said that Redford's problems were not limited to His Majesty's behavior. He imagined rioting people against the backdrop of a burning building, and said that even if he were overthrown, the country without a king would plunge into even greater chaos. He frowned slightly and added that he thought it would be better if he took on the condemnation of the people. He smiled awkwardly and added that, therefore, until they created a basis for Redford's survival, the people should not know the truth. Heroes looked at him. He remembered the smiling guy and his words about the hero being able to blame him if he wanted. Yu Haiyan lifted his fan. The guy thought that the hermit scientist was a very unusual person because he believed that people are born kind. The scientist carried a little girl on his shoulders. Roman finished his thought by saying that although he was the heir to a noble family, he still did not strive for power. The hero imagined Yu Haiyan and Jung Hyuk standing back to back and thought that perhaps because he did not live quite like the gray-haired guy. Yu Haiyan put a checker on the board. The guy finished his thought by saying that, apparently, because of this, they were drawn to each other, often spending time together. The men sat opposite each other. The gray-haired man and the guy said that, according to rumors, they went to poor areas to help people. He took the checker and added that, probably, the enemy acted with the best intentions, but people will endlessly wait for him because of such actions. He frowned slightly and added that if he didn't show up again, people would get angry and blame him. Jung Hyuk looked at his interlocutor and said that it was human nature, because if you help once, people will wait for the second time, and it doesn't matter if it's a poor person or a rich person who does it. The interlocutor smiled contentedly. He slightly lowered his head and said that maybe he was right and people would blame him, but he was just doing what his heart told him to do. The gray-haired guy looked at him tensely. The young man raised two checkers of different colors and said that if there were people like Jung Hyuk in the world, there should be people like him too, to maintain balance. The gray-haired guy smiled and agreed with him. He remembered the dead body of the guy covered with a cloth and thought that although he was different from him, he liked this man, Yu Haiyan, but a year later he was found dead in a poor neighborhood. His body was naked. The young man put his hands behind his back, looked down and said that this was great stupidity. The entire poor neighborhood was on fire. The guy thought that on the day of Yu Haiyan's death, Jung Hyuk turned the entire poor neighborhood upside down. The man dressed in the dead guy's clothes fell to the ground in fear. The guy thought that the fox, after sending many people to the next world, managed to find the killer. The man apologized with tears in his eyes and said that he simply coveted his clothes, but did not want to kill. The young man's hand suddenly twitched. He tore the head from the shoulders of the killer with incredible force. The boy frowned angrily and thought that a person remains a person, whether he is rich or poor, but if you sacrifice yourself, in the end it will become a compulsion. Roman looked at the smiling interlocutor, remembered a comrade from the past and thought that the man reminded him of Yu Haiyan. Early in the morning, standing by the cart, the man bowed to the boy and thanked him for his help. He smiled broadly and said that he would return to Redford and pay off the debt in full for a long time. The men shook hands. The boy asked him to take care of himself. The gentleman watched the cart leave. The wheels of the cart quickly rolled along the stone floor. Night hung over the center of Redford. The chests in the cart were noisy from the shaking. The man looked at them and remembered the boy's words about him being careful. Rondon remembered how the young man looked at him and said that if the people realized that there was no high wall between the family and the kingdom, anything could happen. The boy frowned slightly and added that self-sacrifice was not the only way to serve the people. The man lowered his head with a smile and thought that it would be very good if the boy was a man from his region. He touched the lid of the chest and added that duty was only the beginning, and that he would use this opportunity to change the balance of power in the kingdom. The men with sickles shouted as they noticed the carriage. The knight swung his sword, blocking the way to the carriage, and then he noticed a small child with a sword. The boy threw sand in his eyes. The knight fell to the ground. The men loomed over him ominously. The next second, the man's blood spilled across the floor. Another knight quickly turned around and thought that this was an unusual rebel. A dart hit him in the neck. The man in the cloak stood behind them all, with a pipe in his mouth. The knight staggered and thought he was losing consciousness. He bowed his head. One of the rebels swung a club at him. The carriage door swung open, and an order was heard from it to stop immediately. The man came out and said that the valuables in the carriage were important money to pay off the national debt. The guys looked at him. The count added that if they were citizens of the kingdom, they should not attack them. He frowned and shouted at them to stop, because without this money the kingdom had no future. The guy with the club climbed onto the roof of the carriage and said that this was nonsense, then called the man a traitor. He hit the count on the head. The man fell to the ground. They were robbing the gold. He watched as they rejoiced at the stolen treasure. The man began to lose consciousness. Roman walked down the street on a horse. Under the loud shouts of the crowd, people asked him to wipe the noses of the people from Valhalla. Soldiers walked behind him in neat rows. People led the principality of Dmitri. Kevin smiled, put his hand to his chest and thought that he would definitely protect this family. The butler smiled softly and blessed the guy for a safe journey. The horse galloped along the forest path. Lucas frowned tensely and thought that he urgently needed to tell the master the news. Jacqueline was sitting at the bar. The bartender said that, according to rumors, the count's family was trying to steal state money. The man introduced the count riding in a carriage and said that there was information that tomorrow morning they were going to escape to the principality of Dmitri with this money. The guy slammed his glass on the table and said that they were dirty traitors. He went upstairs and shouted at everyone, saying that he was not going to tolerate this anymore, after which he offered to stop the count together. The people inside began to shout the guy's name. After the assassination attempt, the guys were stunned to find a huge amount of money and said that, apparently, there was at least 10,000 gold coins there. Jacqueline approached the chests and thought that with this money the people of the kingdom could not worry about food for at least a year. He clenched his jaw and decided that the count's family really turned out to be traitors. The commoners came out of their houses, hearing the guy's call. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that he would give everyone a coin from the gold taken from the traitorous count. The woman smiled with tears in her eyes, seeing the outstretched money. Jacqueline firmly believed that he was a noble robber. The guy smiled widely and closed his eyes. He believed that he was doing the right thing, returning the villain's money to its rightful place. The bank representative sat opposite the treasurer and said that, as it seemed to him, the Golden Bank showed understanding for the situation in the kingdom. He frowned with displeasure, raised his hand and added that they still not only had not repaid the principal debt, but had not even paid the interest. The treasurer spread his arms out to the sides, apologized and said that the count was not one to break time agreements. He was worried, but he tried to justify himself by saying that something must have happened to the messenger on the way. The bank representative shut him up. The blonde man frowned angrily and said that they had taken on the responsibility of representing the kingdom, but were constantly putting off paying off the debt. He glanced at the empty chair and added that today, on the appointed day of the meeting, the count had not even shown up. He smiled sarcastically and said that apparently the count had abandoned the kingdom and decided to save his own skin. The treasurer rose from his seat and turned to the bailiff. Suddenly, there was a noise behind the door. One of the soldiers frowned in surprise. Roman entered. His name was announced. The men at the table looked at him in surprise. The guy apologized with a smile for being late and offered to get down to business. He took up a cup of tea. The bailiff asked him what he was doing there. The guy, with his eyes closed, picked up the cup of tea and said that the count had had an accident, so he had come as his representative so they could contact him with any questions. The blonde frowned angrily and said that since he was the representative, he should understand the situation well. The bailiff folded his hands on his stomach and said that the bank had classified the Redford Kingdom as a malicious debtor. He imagined a burnt-out battlefield and added that they were ready to use any means to repay the debt, and that time was money for them. The brunette smiled and told the interlocutor not to beat around the bush but to get straight to the point. The bailiff took the watch in his hand and said that they should collect interest for a 5-minute delay. He raised one eyebrow, grinned and said that they should add 10% of the debt amount, which meant that if they immediately paid 110,000 gold, they would forget about all the troubles with the kingdom. The treasurer frowned in surprise and said that the count had an accident on the way to the kingdom. The young man put the tea on the table and asked if the only way to solve the problem was to pay 110,000 gold. The blonde explained that they were not obliged to take into account the debtor's obligations. He presented the calendar sheets and added that only the date promised for repayment was important, so they should receive interest for the delay. The brunette looked at him and said that he had a question. He frowned slightly and asked if they needed the money or were using this as an excuse for a conflict. The treasurer looked at him in surprise. The bailiff frowned angrily and asked about what the young man had just said. Roman looked at him sternly and said that he did not understand the bank's intentions, because not a single creditor in the world would unleash a war to collect a debt. The blonde jumped up from his seat and said that their bank was different from ordinary creditors, and that debt relations with them were based on trust. The bailiff presented a burning castle and said that the reason everyone always repays their debts to the bank is because they are setting an example. The young gentleman looked at him and said that he still did not understand it. He presented a chest of gold coins and said that the kingdom was already in a difficult financial situation due to the king's departure, and repaying the debt was difficult, but the bank still gave them a loan. He crossed his legs and said that the words about a debt relationship with a reliable partner and the actual actions contradict each other. The bailiff frowned angrily and asked if the young man wanted to say that they lent money wanting the kingdom to collapse. He slammed his hand on the table and added that this was an absolutely outrageous statement, so the negotiations were over. The bailiff quickly headed for the exit. The young man looked at him with a smile and asked him to listen to the end, after which he added that the kingdom would repay the debt. The document and the pen lay on the table. The creditor said that the debt was repaid, but the principality made a big mistake. He looked back at the boy angrily and added that he hoped they would meet again in the future. The treasurer smiled awkwardly and thanked the boy heartily, saying that thanks to him the kingdom could avoid a major crisis. The young man brought the tea to his lips and said that he did not need gratitude, because he helped for a reason, after which he suggested that they go to the count. The man opened his eyes slightly. The young gentleman asked him if he had come to his senses. The count jumped out of bed and shouted something about gold from the carriage. Roman remembered how Lucas told him the news and said that when they arrived, having learned the news. Then he remembered how his men found the count lying unconscious on the ground and finished the sentence by saying that the people who attacked him had already distributed all the gold to the people. The count frowned tensely and thought that now their kingdom was definitely over. Suddenly he looked at the guy in surprise, hearing the words that he had settled the matter with the bank. The men looked at each other, discussing what had happened. The count closed his eyes, tears streamed down his cheeks. He said in a trembling voice that the kingdom would be in great debt to the principality, after which he sincerely thanked the boy. Roman looked at him and, calling him by his last name, said that he thought the man was very much mistaken. Rondon looked at him in surprise, hearing the words that now was not the time for gratitude. The man pursed his lip. The boy frowned slightly and added that the kingdom's incompetence led to the worst-case scenario. The man remembered the moment of the attack and decided that the young master was right, because perhaps the culprits of this whole situation were the king's incompetence and himself. Tears appeared in his eyes. He decided that his ideas were too soft. The young master turned to the exit and said that from now on he would decide everything himself. He frowned and added that he would do it not with the count's methods, but with his own. He suddenly stopped and said that he had warned the count. Looking at the front door, the boy added that fragile tolerance would rid people of fear, but then anything could happen. The young man remembered how the count reminded him of a friend from the past and said that the man still trusted the people. The count silently listened to the words that his choice was reckless because as a result, he broke the promise he made to the young master, and even 100,000 gold could not solve the problem. The young man imagined the battlefield on which dead soldiers lay and said that if it were not for him, the kingdom would have been drawn into the war. The count trembled, heavily apologizing. The young master turned to him. The man said that he knew that words would not fix anything. He clutched the blanket and added that the master did not abandon their kingdom and paid off the debt, so he thinks he definitely needs something. Rondon raised his head and said that the young man could speak frankly since he would do whatever Roman wanted. The young master smiled and said that the promise between the kingdom and the principality was still valid. He turned to the count and added that the debt of 210,000 gold had no deadline for repayment, but it would double after that. He smiled widely and said that he wanted the count to tell the people the truth about what he had really done. The young man remembered his comrade from his past life and thought that perhaps this was what he wanted to do for him. He imagined Yu Haiyan's smiling face. The young master walked over to the bed and added that he wanted everyone to know that the count was a patriot, not a traitor. He smiled maniacally, raised his hand, and ordered a rebellion to seize the throne. The count looked at him in surprise. The people at the bar were drinking, praising the kingdom. Jacqueline looked around in confusion and asked where the pub owner had gone. The guy sitting next to them said with a smile that it doesn't matter because the man told them to drink all the beer so they can enjoy this moment to the fullest. The guy in the green shirt smiled and asked if they saw the guards fall. He remembered how the bayonets pierced the knight's body and said that if they joined forces, even the Sorrow swordsmen couldn't do anything, so they didn't have to worry about anything. The people raised their hands above their heads, saying that even if the royal family came from the knights, they would defeat them. Chris and the guards went inside. The blonde man ordered to find and bring Jacqueline. Jacqueline looked at them in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The people grabbed their weapons. One of the guys rushed at the knight and asked who they were, then said that they would not allow the hero of the kingdom to be touched. He directed the attack at the blonde man, wishing him death. The next second, the knight was beheaded by the man. The woman raised her hands and screamed in horror, noticing what had happened. The people around were stupefied. The man said that this was not the emblem of their kingdom. The blonde put his sword in its sheath and said that whoever stood in their way would be executed. The people wondered who they were. Suddenly, the knight noticed something. Jacqueline came up to him and said that he was the one they were looking for. The blonde grabbed his head and slammed it on the floor. He dragged the guy along with him. The people noticed this in a rage and said that they did not dare to raise a hand against the hero of the kingdom. The citizens raised their pitchforks, rakes, and serps, saying that the guy was a hero who saved the kingdom from oblivion, even having abandoned the royal family, that this time they would save him. The people ran after the knights, calling out the guy's name. A huge crowd gathered in the square in front of Roman. The guy thought that the perfect stage was ready. He addressed the people with a calm expression on his face. The tied-up youth was kneeling next to him. The Lord said that he would punish the criminal immediately. Jacqueline lowered his head. The Duke added that his crime was inciting rebellion and inciting citizens to rob the carriage with the Count's gold coins. The people stopped his speech, saying that the Count was a traitor to the homeland. They frowned in rage and shouted to prove that they knew that the Count was plotting against Dimitri's family, and that they had heard everything, and the gold coins were the property of their kingdom, so they learned that the Count was planning to escape with this money to his principality. The guy silently listened to their words that he was a foreigner and had no right to judge the guy, so he must immediately release him. The young man looked at them sternly and asked if they had any evidence. Jacqueline frowned and said that it wasn't even 10,000 gold, because he was carrying a huge sum of 100,000, which he was trying to steal. If the Count wasn't going to use it to escape, then they didn't understand why he needed it at all. The gentleman looked at him and asked if it was just their guess. The guy said that he was twisting his words. The young man frowned angrily and said that it was a fact, because the Count was scum and everyone knew it. The young gentleman threw him the list and ordered him to read it out loud. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. He timidly read out the lines that with this document the bank confirmed that Roman had paid off the kingdom's debt of 110,000 gold coins to the bank. The young gentleman presented 3 chests of gold and said that according to the people, it was 100,000 for his escape, but a few days ago the bank issued an ultimatum about the money, so the Count went to him and borrowed it from him. The boy then imagined how Jacqueline called the people together and said that because of their foolish behavior, in addition to the 100,000 gold, they also had to pay interest of 10,000. He frowned sternly, saying that this was the truth that they had ignored until now. The boy frowned and said that this was nonsense, and this document was definitely a fake, because the Count was just trash who turned his back on the people who were experiencing great hardship. He imagined mountains of gold splashed with blood and said that while the people were starving, the Count was making a huge fortune for himself. Then he imagined a luxurious hall with servants and added that the man enjoyed luxuries that they could not even dream of. The young master looked at him sternly and told him to show him the evidence. The boy was confused but raised his eyebrows. The master added that his words alone could not serve as proof that the Count was a traitor. He looked at the citizens and added that they could only believe the terrible rumors that the Baron spread because of his conflict with the Count. The boy introduced a slyly smiling man and added that he was the traitor who was engaged in the slave trade with the Kronos Empire, so the Count put his life on the line to expel him. The people looked at the boy confusedly. The master asked what they saw, after which he said that they hated him only because he did not starve like them and did not sacrifice himself. The hero waved his hand and firmly said that if someone could prove that the Count was a traitor, he would release Jacqueline. Jacqueline looked at the boy confusedly. The gentleman asked if the Count was really the traitor they called him. The men began to whisper, saying that if you think about it, their friends had disappeared after going to the Baron's mansion to look for work, and they thought they had decided to look for better jobs in the capital. The gentleman frowned and said that he had asked the Count why he had not told them the truth, at the risk of being called a traitor. Roman remembered their conversation and said that the man had told him that in an age of hatred, the one who deserves criticism will become king. The hero produced a flaming map of the kingdom and said that the man knew that it would not be a riot like today, but an uprising that would turn the empire upside down. He looked at the prisoner and asked if this uprising was his own idea. The boy frowned tensely and asked what he meant. The young gentleman introduced the man riding in the carriage and said that the information that the gold coins would be transported in the carriage to pay off the bank was kept secret, but he and his men knew about it. Roman looked at him sternly and asked who had given him the information. The people looked at each other. The young man also asked if that person was among them. The people around suddenly realized that it was the owner of the pub. The boy frowned tensely, thinking that he was the one who had not been seen since yesterday. He remembered how they killed the soldiers. The young master asked him if they thought it was strange that they were able to defeat the swordsmen with aura. He frowned and added that they had the opportunity to see the truth, but they did not. Roman imagined the prisoner crossing water and said that they succumbed to the imperial agitators and crossed a river that could not be crossed back. He then imagined the bodies of the dead guards and said that although the Count was the one who cared about the kingdom more than anyone else, because of them, his innocent soldiers died. The young man frowned and asked the prisoner if he thought that he was a hero who saved the kingdom. Jacqueline looked at him, lost. Weapons fell from people's hands. Tools fell to the ground with a clang. The guy looked down and realized that it was all a provocation, and that he had done terrible things. Suddenly, he remembered a conversation with one of the guys in the bar. He said that the stranger must be having a hard time too, because working for a traitor is not an easy task. He scratched his neck and added that Rondon probably even steals wages. The guy behind the counter replied that the Count is not as bad as people think. Jacqueline looked at him in confusion. The stranger smiled and said that he could not tell everything, but there was no need to hate the Count so much. The guy exhaled, frowned suspiciously, and thought that the stranger had problems with his head. He howled in despair, thinking that he had made a mistake. The young gentleman turned his attention to him, hearing an apology in a timid voice. The prisoner lowered his head and begged for forgiveness. His pitiful voice echoed across the square. The boy asked what they should do now. He grabbed the gentleman by his clothes and screamed for him to tell him what they should do now, because he didn't understand anything. He was kneeling in front of Roman, saying that even though he now knew the truth, he found it hard to accept this situation. The young gentleman looked at him, interrupted his words, and said that the boy had not robbed the carriage for his own benefit. He had given the coins to the people, thus confirming the reason why they had taken up arms. Jacqueline despaired, hearing the words that the water had already flowed under the bridge, and even if he cried, those who had died because of their mistake would never return to life. The gentleman took hold of the ball's handle and added that he wanted to prevent such situations from happening again. He placed the blade on the boy's shoulder and said that the prisoner must take responsibility. Looking at the prisoner, he turned to the citizens and told them to remember today. The people around looked at what was happening in confusion. The young gentleman said that Jacqueline was not a hero of the kingdom, but would be remembered as someone who accepted death for her sins. The young man raised the blade above his head and added that when people in the future made the same mistake, Roman's sword reached for the sun. The boy added that they should remember that no one would be responsible for their sins except themselves. The prisoner smiled in panic. The next second, the young gentleman beheaded him. The horses were unlikely to follow the Count down the street. The man lowered his head and thought that the people's anger had reached its limit, and if the root of the problem was not eliminated, everything would happen again. He imagined bloody hands fighting for the crown and thought that in the end, the future of the entire kingdom was at stake, so someone had to take up arms and overthrow the king from the throne. He pursed his lip and added that he never thought that this person would be him. Rondon turned to the commander of the knights. He turned to the boy and said that if the imperial knights attacked them, they should not hesitate to neutralize the commander and take control of his subordinates. The man imagined a silhouette of a man standing against the backdrop of bloody splashes and said that this battle would decide the fate of their kingdom. He looked back at the road and added that the boy should remember that if they could not take the throne, the kingdom would cease to exist. The man approached a large building in the capital of Redford. The door creaked open. The man frowned tensely. A squad of imperial knights came out to meet him. The Count frowned and thought that there would probably be no other choice but to fight the imperial knights. The man with a scar on his forehead said that the imperial knights were protecting the kingdom for the king's family. He looked at the Count and added that they knew that their obedience to the emperor was considered treason, but they decided to change the situation of the empire. The man closed his eyes and added that this time they would close their eyes and cover their ears. The knights bowed and said that the Count could do what he had to for the kingdom. The man looked at them in surprise and thought that he was not the only one who wanted the kingdom to change. He took a step forward. The man opened the doors. He looked inside in fear and turned to His Majesty. The emperor was lying on the floor. The man rushed to him and tried to call out to him. There was a letter next to the ruler's hand. The man ran up to him. His Majesty wrote in the letter that when he learned that the Count had been attacked, he could not contain his anger at himself. Rondon desperately tried to shout to the emperor. The letter said that he only regretted that although he knew how devoted the man was to the kingdom, he continued to treat it with disdain, but he decided to leave this letter to reveal the whole truth. Blood was flowing from the king's mouth. The man wrote in the letter that he once received a letter that said that if he did not indulge in fornication every day, the lives of his children would be in danger. Rondon was shocked when he read what was written. The emperor added that he considered these words a joke, ignored them, but in the end it became reality and that there was a force threatening the members of the imperial family. The Count frowned tensely and wondered who they were. He held the letter in his hands. The emperor also wrote that in the end, the contents of that letter became reality. The Count imagined a bloody toy and a hand lying next to it, reading the words that the force took the lives of not only his eldest son, but also his little daughter. Rondon also imagined the image of the emperor's second son, reading the line that he was now poisoned. The Count introduced the emperor as he was having fun and read the lines that in exchange for his wild lifestyle, he received an antidote from them, which he secretly gave to his son, which is the only reason he is still alive. A tear rolled down the man's cheek. The emperor wrote that he could not protect either the kingdom or his own children, and that he was an absolutely incompetent king. Rondon was kneeling, reading the lines that if he became even more greedy for the sake of protecting his children, then a huge number of the kingdom's inhabitants could suffer. The throne was illuminated by a direct beam of light. The emperor added that he himself would end his life so that they would not have to stain their hands with blood. He squeezed the sheet of paper, seeing the last line in which the emperor asked to take care of the kingdom that he destroyed. The door leading to the prince closed. The man entered, bowed and said that His Majesty had passed away some time ago. The blonde sat with his head down. The man asked him if he really knew about everything. The prince put his hands on the arms of the chair and said that he was sure that there was some kind of conspiracy behind all the events happening in the kingdom, because he couldn't help but know. The count raised his hand and asked with a cry why he didn't tell him about it if he knew the truth. The young man replied that it was empty talk that wouldn't change anything. He smiled pitifully and added that he was ashamed to admit it, but he didn't want to die from poison. The count frowned and asked if the prince wanted him to inherit the throne. The guy smiled slightly. Light rays of light penetrated inside through the window. The guy said that for the empire to survive, it was not enough for him and his father to simply renounce the throne. He imagined the sprout rising in the bloody ground and said that in order for all power to pass into the hands of one person, it is necessary to destroy absolutely everyone whose venom has royal blood flowing through it, so that they do not become sources of chaos. The blonde looked ahead and added that, knowing that the man had dedicated himself to the kingdom for many years, he believed that he was the right person. Sweets and coffee were lying on the table. The count asked in a trembling voice if this was really the only way. The prince imagined the bloody floor on which the crown lay and said that his father had already made his choice. Now he could make the same decision with peace of mind. The count squeezed his hand and said in a timid voice that if it were not for such troubled times, the young man would undoubtedly become a wonderful ruler. The blonde smiled softly. The poison began to spread throughout his body. He thanked the man for these words. Rondon looked at him in surprise. The prince said that he had one last request. He closed his eyes, blood trickling down his chin. The young man asked to make sure that their deaths were not in vain, because he had to bring the kingdom back to life. The prince lowered his head and died peacefully. A huge fire burned in front of the building 10 days later. The bodies of the prince and the emperor were consumed in the flames. The earl touched his chest, closed his eyes and decided that he would not let Redford fall. The soft rays of the sun illuminated the building. He thought that he would create a kingdom that would constantly question the truth in front of it, listen to the voice of the people and would not fall victim to plans like the Chronos Empire. The man frowned sternly, tears streaming down his cheeks. He decided that he would avenge them personally. He, standing by the fires, ordered the coronation to be held in a few days. The soldiers addressed him as the king. The man went out onto the balcony. The people below rejoiced in the name of the kingdom. The count put on his crown and robe, thinking that he would now rule over this nation. He remembered how the young lord approached him and said that now those who called him a traitor and those who shouted that they respected him, they were all just citizens of the kingdom. The count looked at the boy in surprise. The young man raised his hand and added that from now on, how they would treat him would depend only on his rule. The man frowned and decided that his kingdom. Rondon raised his hand above his head and finished his thought by saying that they would not make the mistakes of the past. The young lord watched the count from the window, thinking that if Redford got back on his feet, he crossed his arms and smiled softly, deciding that his family would have a strong ally. He looked at his soldier, turned to him and said that they would go to the Valhalla Empire. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the border town of the empire. A knight in a light cloak with a spear in his hand said that they should conduct an inspection. The young gentleman appeared before him and thought that the reaction was unusual because they had an invitation. The guard extended his hand to the young gentleman. Chris frowned tensely. The guard asked not to make a fuss inside because strangers were not welcome in the city. People in light clothes or with bare chests were walking inside. The young man imagined the city from afar and thought that the empire was quite closed, because it was surrounded by southern jungles, and since we were formed in such an environment, then they also do not like strangers. Chris looked and said that everything looked exactly like in the rumors. The young gentleman frowned slightly and replied that, as they say, the most difficult opponent on the continent is the inhabitants of the empire. He imagined evil people and added that if the people are not local, everyone will be hostile, because strangers will not be given a warm welcome. The blonde looked at him and said that they had no manners at all, because they sent an invitation and did not even send anyone to accompany them. The brunette smiled maniacally and said that he thought this meant that despite the invitation, the empire did not recognize his existence. There was a sign above the door on the street that said hotel. The guys went inside and sat at the bar. One of the people slammed his glass on the table and said that because of them the taste of alcohol would be spoiled. He approached the young gentleman and said that although I do not know where they came from, strangers had better quietly go upstairs and go to bed. He smiled, leaned over and added that it seemed to him that they did not have difficulties in life. Keeping a smirk on his face, the guy said that they were like slaves. The young gentleman silently lowered his head. The local exploded in rage, insulted the guy and said that he should not pay attention to him, after which he again repeated the words about the hero leaving. The people at the table were laughing and discussing something. The guy said that the gentleman was annoying him and that he would deal with the weaklings now. He smiled widely and shouted that if the guy did not get up from his seat right now, he would grab him by the hair and drag him upstairs himself. The brunette turned to his knight with a smile. The young gentleman closed his eyes and said that now they would let the people know that they had arrived in the empire. The local guy frowned angrily. The knight's hand moved towards him at high speed from the side. The guy asked Roman what he was carrying. The blonde slammed him hard against the counter, agreeing with the commander's order. The rebel lay face down in the broken table. He rose heavily, cursed, and asked if the knight thought that the fact that he had struck first would help him. He hung over the blonde and said that he would show him what Valhalla was. Chris frowned sternly. He punched the troublemaker's body. The guy spat out his own blood. The young gentleman handed the bartender a bag of gold and said that it was compensation for the mess he had made. The man was stunned when he saw the glitter of gold. Roman crossed his arms, smiled, and asked what was the busiest place in the city. The man happily replied that he would take them to the busiest street in the city. People had gathered in the square. The local man said that from there you can get to any point in the city, so there are always a lot of people around. He raised his hand and quietly told the guy that he should not make a mess like he had before. The young man smiled and thought that even though they called themselves an empire, but it was just a country that had not yet acquired the dignity of an empire. The locals were going about their business. The young gentleman added that if Kronos could not control his extraordinary greed, then Valhalla could not get rid of its savagery. He frowned slightly and decided that he would act accordingly. He crossed his arms and shouted at the top of his voice, saying that he was the heir to the Archduchy of Dimitri. People turned around in surprise. The guy added that if anyone wanted to challenge him, they should feel free to do so. The man from the bar awkwardly turned away and walked away. People indignantly discussed what the guy had just said. One of them stepped forward and said that he did not dare to come to their empire and commit tyranny. A very tall man approached him, threw his weapon over his shoulder, and said that he would be the guy's opponent. He swung his axe. The young man leaned back, moving away from the trajectory. The man noticed that he had not even wounded his opponent. The young gentleman looked into his eyes. He instantly came closer, smiling right into his face. The guy slapped his opponent with incredible force. The man froze for a second. The guy thought that this was the most humiliating gesture towards a warrior. He scowled angrily and insulted the boy with a swollen cheek. The young gentleman immediately slapped him again. The opponent tried to say something again, but the boy shut him up with a blow to the face. Every time the opponent tried to say something, the boy gave him a powerful slap. The man fell to his knees and said that he surrendered. People began to shout in discontent that it would be better for him to die, because it was a great shame. One of the men said that the loser should leave, because he himself would show the will of the empire. A little while later, he received the same slap from the young gentleman. The boy lost his bearings and thought that this was definitely not a human hand. Roman continued to strike with a stern look. The local thought that if he simply retreated, he would laugh, but since there was no other way out, he would pretend to have lost consciousness. The man fell on his back. The boy stopped, looking at him closely. He stepped on the man's chest, causing him to cough. The hero smiled maniacally and ordered him to get up, then said that he had not yet lost consciousness. One of his subordinates approached the Baron and said that they had received a message that right now in the square, a young gentleman was fighting against the people of their empire. The Baron smiled and said that this was quite expected, because this was the reason they did not send an escort. The guy touched his chest and added that none of them could cope with the gentleman, and everyone was shouting that they were surrendering. The Baron continued writing the document. They say that proud warriors are shamefully easier this farewell. He smiled broadly, put down the pen, and said that he would personally show the young gentleman what place he had ended up in. The hero stood in the square in front of his defeated opponents. A blonde man approached him from behind and asked what the hell was going on. A squad of soldiers stood behind the man. He said that the guy was a stranger and a guest of the empire, but he allowed himself to do such things. Roman looked at him calmly. The man said that if the hero did not name a fairly good reason, then he would have no choice but to punish him. The young man replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. He introduced the fighting people and added that their empire was a country where force decides everything, and they themselves wanted him to prove it. The man gritted his teeth and thought that he would never have allowed that a person born outside their country would be more warlike than the local population, after which he said that despite this, he could not ignore the situation. The man introduced a valiant warrior who raised his sword to the sky and said that in their empire, battles are a majestic event, full of honor. But such publishing on the enemy is strictly prohibited, so they will conduct an investigation according to the established procedure. He spread his arms out to the sides and added that after that he will personally take the guy to the capital. The young man calmly refused. The man frowned menacingly and said that he had no right to refuse, because this is the land of their empire. The guy extended his hand to him and said that since this is the land of the empire, then he will deal with the problem according to local laws, and then demanded a duel. He smiled slyly and added that if they do not want to conduct an investigation against him, then they should attack with all their troops and force him to submit. The man put his hand forward, thought that the guy was provoking him, and ordered the soldiers to arrest the young master. The armor on the knights' bodies disintegrated and revealed animal skin. The helmet fell to the floor with a clang. The wolf man raised his hands and roared. The young man looked at them in surprise and realized that they were beastmen. The soldiers' bodies were enveloped in an aura. The young man thought that they were an ethnic minority that was found in the southern jungles and were also the strongest people of the empire. He imagined a child drinking wolf milk and thought that elite warriors were fed with the milk of beasts from birth. Then he imagined them sacrificing an animal and said that after growing up, warriors undergo a ritual and take the form of an animal. The beasts surrounded the young man. The man said that he should not have looked down on their empire. He frowned sternly and ordered them to attack at once. One of the warriors attacked the young man with his claws. The young man stopped him by punching him in the jaw. Animals. He struck another opponent. The beast man fell to the ground in front of him. The young man stepped on his head. He pressed it down slightly and said that if he admitted defeat, the young master would spare him. The boy smiled widely and said that he apparently could not speak. A wheezing sound was heard from the animal's mouth. He trembled and timidly asked to speak, saying that he was wrong. The young man smiled maniacally and said that he could speak after all. The commander of the soldiers looked at what was happening in surprise and thought that even swordsmen using aura could hardly cope with beastmen, but he defeated them very easily, after which he decided that the young master could be much stronger than they thought. He looked at the boy and admitted defeat, saying that as they promised, they would escort the boy to the capital. The young man smiled contentedly. He remembered the letter from Lucas and thought that the empire was a rather dual country. He imagined a chess piece and added that although it seemed pleased with the current status of the empire, it had ambitions to unite the territory, which were similar to those of the Chronos Empire. The boy crossed his legs, crossed his arms, and thought that the empire had decided to provoke him even before he stepped onto the stage, which proved that Valhalla had changed, and its inhabitants could no longer be called southern barbarians. He imagined himself fighting Barbarossa and thought about what would happen if he defeated him. The young man imagined images of several people and added that the conservatives might accept such an outcome, but the progressive forces ruling the empire were unlikely to. He placed his hand on the table. The young gentleman smiled broadly and said that this meant that no matter what the outcome, he would not be able to avoid danger. The male servant bowed to the young gentleman and his army. He put his hand on his chest and introduced himself as Sanchez, after which he said that he was escorting them to the capital on the orders of the Baron. The men walked through the dense jungle, discussing something. The young gentleman looked back and thought that the guy was talking too much. Night fell. The guys gathered around the fire. The guide said that he had heard many rumors about the young gentleman, and they truly delighted him. He smiled and added that despite the fact that Roman was not born in Valhalla, he still gave the impression that he was a historical warrior. The guide imagined a soldier running between the rocks and said that although the books write that only one swordsman managed to split the earth and cut the sky. He smiled broadly, exhaled, and added that the young gentleman was just a man. The knight looked at him in surprise. The guide asked if the gentleman really defeated the soldier Gustavo, because rumors are usually exaggerated, so he does not really believe in them. The blonde man frowned and told him to watch his words. The young gentleman stopped him and said that it was okay, then told the conductor that he thought he had something to say so he could get straight to the point. The young gentleman frowned and asked what qualities the gentleman had that he was chosen as Barbarossa's opponent. The young gentleman imagined the two men and thought that in the Empire's ranking, Barbarossa was ranked 6th and Morales was ranked 12th, but they were both known for their bad relationships in the Empire. He then imagined them as children and added that, having been born in the same place, they had competed with each other since childhood, so they were constantly compared. Morales watched his opponent walk down the stairs. The young gentleman thought that he had outstanding skills. He was worthy of the title of genius, but he could not compare with his opponent's talent. The gentleman imagined Morales kneeling before the cloaked man and thought that 6 months ago he had been chosen as a warrior for the festival that everyone had been waiting for. The boy imagined the priests raising the shining silhouette of the man and thought that, according to rumors, all those who died would go to Valhalla regardless of whether they lost or won. The hero imagined the smiling man and added that this was why he had gladly accepted the offer, because he had also learned that his opponent would be his childhood rival. Roman imagined the god of war looming over the man and thought that Morales felt that the deity had created the perfect stage for him. He looked at the guide, imagined the image of the man, and thought that he was Morales' apprentice. The guide frowned and said that the opportunity that the young gentleman had stolen was the desire of any warrior in the empire. He looked at the boy and added that he did not believe the rumors circulating about him, because, in his opinion, they were too groundless. The guide frowned deeply and added that even the continent's #1 swordsman had not reached such a level by the age of 20, and then asked if the young master thought he was worthy of fighting Barbarossa in his master's stead. The hero closed his eyes and asked the guide what his judgment was based on, and the boy responded by asking if there was a need for a basis. The young master frowned at the words that his reputation was just empty rumors, and then said that he would personally prove otherwise. Roman remained in his place and said that there was still time before the festival, so the guide could tell the others that the young master would accept the challenge of anyone by putting them in his place. He smiled ominously and asked if that was appropriate, since it would be good if he challenged him himself. The guy grabbed the hilt of his sword and said that he would give up such an honorable place as if it were nothing. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise, noticing something. Chris activated his aura. A pale glow covered his eyes. The guide looked at him in shock. He froze in place and thought that the night was a flash of Cairo. The boy placed the dagger on the log and thought that if his subordinates were at such a level, perhaps the rumors were not so empty. He pursed his lips and added that even if so, the festival was still only for honorable, recognized warriors. He turned around, frowned, and said that the young master would not regret what he just said. A light breeze blew through the stairs of the building in the capital of the empire. Jonathan shook the master's hand, introduced himself, and said that he would be in charge of escorting. He smiled widely and said that he heard from the guide that in order to prove that the master was worthy of fighting the enemy, he would accept the challenge of the warriors of the empire. The men sat down at the table, smilingly asked if everything would be all right. The young gentleman replied that he would sort it out completely. A light trickle of tea flowed down into the cup. The Viscount replied that he had nothing more to add. He folded his hands in front of him, smiled maniacally, and said that the young gentleman should know that for the sake of a successful festival, at the end of the preparations, it was a tradition for warriors to shed blood. He imagined a warrior knee-deep in blood, and said that a total of 30 people would fight in a huge arena. There would be no surrender, because it was necessary to remain the last one alive or die. Then he imagined a shining palm and added that the warrior who remained victorious would receive the blessing of Valhalla from His Majesty the Emperor himself. The Viscount opened his eyes and added that to brighten up the eve of the festival, perhaps the young gentleman would decide to invite some of his men to participate. He lowered his hands and added that swordsmen who were not even in the rankings could participate in the duel. He introduced Chris and said that, as far as he heard, the young master had a Cairo Flash, and that he was quite good, after which he corrected himself and called the knight a Dimitri Flash. The young master brought the cup to his mouth and said that he would do as the Viscount said. The man said in a joyful voice that it was just wonderful. He rose from his chair and said that the guy could rest in this place until the start. He scratched the back of his head, smiled awkwardly, and added that after what he said to the guide, it would be difficult to enjoy the rest. Jonathan began to walk away, smiled evilly, and said that in 2 days, on the eve of the festival, he would hope to see a smile on the gentleman's face again. The guy looked after him with an obvious smirk. Bartolo punched the gate and called out to the young gentleman, saying that he had come to challenge him. The man frowned and ordered the boy to come out and get acquainted with his knife. The men standing at a distance watched him, discussing whether the young gentleman was inside and that their countryman was level 89. Suddenly, the gate began to open. The brunette came out to Bartolo. He walked past the surprised man without a word. He stood in front of the crowd and said that until sunset, he would accept any challenge thrown at him. He looked back at the man who had called him and said that he could attack. The boy grabbed the weapon with both hands, an aura engulfing his body. He decided to see how much impudence he had. He lunged forward, raising the sword above his head. The young gentleman watched serenely as the blade of the sword approached his head. Suddenly, a purple flash appeared in the air. With one movement of his hand, he decapitated his opponent. He looked down and said that he was a master at bragging, but it turns out that his abilities were so-so. The severed head rolled across the floor. People looked at it in surprise. They frowned tensely. What happened? On Earth, if this had not happened in this empire, people would have immediately retreated. He noticed the menacing eyes looking at him and thought that they immediately caught fire with the desire to compete with the master. One of the men raised his head and asked for a fight. He waved his hand and threw several shurikens at the guy. The young man frowned, watching the projectiles. He opened his eyes wide. The guy swung his sword, simultaneously cutting both the enemy's body and his projectiles. People watched this in surprise. The guy said that the next one can attack. The man with the sword rushed forward with a scream. Suddenly, the blade of the young man cut him into many pieces. The young master extended his hand to the side. The blood of his opponent gushed behind him. He called out for the next opponent. He cut the chest of one of the men, calling out for the next. Roman cut the spine of the next opponent. Over and over again, the boy's calls to attack him were heard throughout the square. Several dead bodies lay on the bloody ground. The boy looked at the others in rage and said that the sun was still high, and apparently there were no more people willing to compete with him. The people stepped back, looking at the boy. He turned to the gate and said that they still had a whole day left, and if anyone wanted to. He went inside, finishing the sentence by saying that they could knock on the gate at any time. The rays of the setting sun painted the sky amber. The people discussed the fact that it was all over and that everyone who challenged the master lost their heads. The hooded guy overheard two men talking about how the stranger was quite strong and they didn't know how the warriors from their empire were feeling now. Sanchez raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the words that, according to rumors, the first to lose his life was one of the strongest warriors, Bartolo. The local frowned and added that it would be good to put the strongest warrior against the stranger, because perhaps that way they would be able to displace him from the festival stage. The cloaked guy listened carefully to the words that Morales probably had a chance because his opponent was Barbarossa. Sanchez walked away. The people in the street continued to discuss something. The cloaked guy thought that no matter how strong the young master was, he would not be able to stand up to Morales. The flames of the fire burned in the jungle. The guy came to his master, who was cleaning his sword. The man lowered his head and asked if he knew why he was going to fight Barbarossa. The young man looked down and said that it was probably because of an evil fate in the past. The man exhaled heavily and said that this was also a factor, but the main reason was different. He looked at his subordinate and said that one of the 11 blades of the continent that the Empire was proud of, Barbarossa, was not one who could boast of martial honor. The man remembered spitting out his own blood. Barbarossa watched from behind the door as his opponent spat out a huge amount of blood. The man held a vial of green liquid in his hands. After a while, he pointed his sword at his opponent's shoulder. Barbarossa smiled maniacally as he watched the man. Morales frowned maliciously and said that he was disgusted by both the rulers who were devoid of honor and pride and their henchmen. The man remembered practicing his skills in an empty square, saying that the main reason was that he trained in swordsmanship for the sole purpose of defeating his opponent. In another, he imagined a young gentleman with a shout, adding that some upstart had suddenly appeared and taken his place with such ease. The man stood up from his seat and said that the boy should go and gather all the people of the Empire. The boy understood where this was going. Morales straightened his shoulders and said that he needed to make everyone understand that the festival stage belonged to him alone. The monster finally showed his face. The locals happily shouted that the man should glorify the honor of the Empire even more. The warrior headed for the boy's residence. The people said that the young gentleman was not worthy of taking his place. The man said that he only wanted to ask one thing. He presented the 2 hanged men and said that the Empire had only called him to avenge the death of the Count. Roman looked at him with a calm expression. The man finished the question by asking why he had agreed to the offer so easily, knowing about the intentions. The people began to talk, discussing what had just been said. The guy smiled and said that the Empire could not defeat him. The man looked at him with a smile and asked if he was saying this only because he managed to defeat Barbarossa. The young gentleman replied that if it were not true, he would not have had to accept the invitation. Morales grabbed his face, laughed and said that the guy was no slouch. He smiled widely, his body engulfed in flames. The man said that he liked people like him, who still had some warrior pride left, but would still defeat him and take back this place. Roman smiled maniacally, his body engulfed in magical fire. He said that he was getting interested. The 2 men stood facing each other. The young master said that everyone who had fought him so far had never doubted their victory. He held his sword out in front of him and asked the man if he thought it would be any different in his case. The warrior smiled and frowned and said that they had to find out who would be the strongest warrior at the festival. The mana around his body flared up like a fire. He took off with explosive force. The man delivered a sweeping blow, which the boy dodged. He looked away in surprise, following his opponent. Morales attacked the boy blocked his sword. The boy held the block, looking at his opponent. The man lowered his weapon and thought that it was amazing, because he was only in his early 20 and he was already at such a high level. Morales raised his leg and said that the boy should try to parry it. He hit the ground, lifting the boulders into the air, thereby pushing the boy up. The young man, standing between the boulders, thought that the man wanted to take advantage of the situation around him to the maximum, and although he did not shine with his physique, he had a smart head. Morales attacked the guy, saying that now he would not run away. The guy's leg stretched out to the rubble. He rested against one of them. Roman used Lightfoot and began to fly between the rubble at incredible speed. The man frowned tensely and was surprised that the enemy was moving, pushing off from the fragments of stones. The hero headed towards the enemy at high speed. The man could not understand if this was possible in principle. Morales blocked the guy's attack with his sword. The guy's blade emitted a bright glow, touching the enemy's sword. The young gentleman swung his leg, not taking his eyes off the enemy. He kicked him, pushing him back a few meters. The man crashed into the building at high speed. The people around watched what was happening in surprise. The guy landed on the fragments of stones. He frowned in surprise when he heard a cough. 2 eyes lit up in the darkness. The man said that he was having fun and that the guy could not even dream of running away. The beast's paw grabbed the boulder. The man added that he would use all his strength to defeat him. A huge bear came out. The man transformed into the true form of a primitive man. His paw was engulfed in flames from the aura. The guy frowned in surprise and noticed this. The man rushed into battle, attacked the guy and told him to meet his end. He blocked 2 attacks and thought that the man did not just change his appearance, because the speed of the response also increased greatly. He frowned sternly. The young master blocked the bear's attack. His pupil radiated dark energy. The guy swung his blade. He cut the beast's chest using a special stance. The man lowered his hands and coughed loudly while blood spurted from his chest, after which he said that it was worthy. The bear fell to its knees behind the boy. The young man lowered his head and thought that the man was a true warrior and a true spirit of Valhalla. He looked at his opponent and decided that he was glad that he had the chance to meet him. Blood was dripping from the bear's mouth. The man thought that this fight was probably his last, but he had no regrets. He raised his head and called out to all the warriors, asking them to remember this day. The people looked at him in surprise. The man added that the heir of the Dmitri family, Roman, accepted their invitation, even knowing about the true intentions of Valhalla. Tears rolled down his eyes. The man called the boy a true warrior endowed with a military unit. He imagined a crumbling statue of a warrior and added that he was very happy, because now their empire has lost its roots and was conquered due to political intrigues. The young gentleman looked at him in surprise. Morales said that they should praise him and enjoy his performance. Sanchez watched what was happening in confusion. The man asked to watch carefully and forbade everyone to interfere with his battle. He began to take the form of a man, coughing heavily. The man lowered his head, thinking that soon the angel of death would come for his opponent instead of himself. A tear ran down his student's cheek. The guy remembered how they sat by the fire, and the man said that he did not know if he would survive the fight with Barbarossa, so he would have to continue his work. The man smiled softly and added that the people may not remember their former fighting spirit for long, but they will remember how fiercely he fights. Smiling broadly, he asked the student if he was reasoning correctly. The boy turned around and thought that his teacher was very irresponsible, because if he just left them for the great purpose, then he did not know what to do with them, because they had looked only at him all their lives. While people were watching what was happening, a timid voice was heard from the crowd calling the name of the young gentleman. Sanchez turned around in surprise, hearing people chanting the name Roman. Their voices became stronger and stronger. They shouted this name over and over again. The young gentleman looked at them with a serious expression. The rays of the setting sun illuminated the residence of the Marquis. The man said that, according to rumors, Morales fought with a stranger and died in battle. He raised his glass, smiled, and said that everything turned out very interestingly, because, as it turns out, there was someone who managed to impress him. Jonathan bowed to the Marquis and said that he was waiting for his order because they could take action in time before Roman entered the scene. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the word that the brute had managed to think with his head before his death. The Marquis remembered how Morales addressed the citizens before his death, and said that before his death he tried to change the people's opinions so that no one would interfere in the upcoming battle, and if he neglected this fact, there was a risk of arousing suspicion. The man closed his eyes, asking his subordinate how well he knew Barbarossa. The guy in response asked if the man was one of the most exemplary citizens and one of the 12 strongest warriors on the continent. The Marquis imagined Barbarossa against the background of a snake and said that he was cunning. When it came to winning, he would never be too picky. Then he remembered how the guy Morales and offered to completely trust him, as in that case. The man smiled broadly and thought that no matter how hard anyone tried, the dead could not be brought back in life. His voice was heard from the guy's residence. The young gentleman said that the fight was already over. He crossed his arms and asked why Sanchez was looking for him. The guy bowed his head to him and said that he wanted to apologize for his disrespect, after which he said that the reason he came to him was the will of his teacher. He handed the gentleman a scroll and said that on stage the master tried to reveal to people the ugly truth about the empire. Roman unrolled the sheet. Sanchez added that nothing would end with the fight against Barbarossa. The guy frowned deeply and said that even if the gentleman beat him in battle, one could not say with certainty about the safety of his life. The young man read the lines of the will. Sanchez said that some influential figures conspired with the Kronos Empire. He imagined the hands hanging over him. Sanchez added that inviting the gentleman to the festival was just an empire plan to capture him. The young man imagined the blood spurting out and said that their state did not plan to let the gentleman go alive. He frowned deeply and added that it would be better if he left the country immediately, and he would help with that. The guy was surprised but looked at the gentleman, hearing the words that he knew everything. The brunette looked down and said that the relationship between the two empires was rather strange. He imagined a chessboard and said that people believed that Valhalla was simply tolerating the atrocities of its neighbor, but in fact, they were in an alliance. Sanchez raised his eyebrows in surprise. The young gentleman imagined a handshake and added that until these two great powers deal with the surrounding threats, their alliance was only to minimize unnecessary damage. He crossed his arms and said with a smile that if you think about it, you can easily come to the conclusion that the two empires are in collusion. The interlocutor frowned tensely and said that he did not understand why the gentleman accepted the invitation if he knew about it. His hand trembled. He asked if the interlocutor was sure that he could handle the consequences. He clenched his fist tightly and added that every person still has his limit. The guy imagined a portal and said that when the gate to Dmitri is blocked, it will be impossible to escape from the grip. The young gentleman lowered his hand to the glass and addressed the interlocutor by name. He raised the drink with a smile and said that even if the truth hidden under the surface is revealed, it will not change anything. He imagined chess pieces standing on a map and said that in order to protect themselves, the weak countries of the continent, including his principality, must accept the fact of the empire's cooperation. Then the gentleman imagined himself walking away from the dead people, asked how people would react if he won one of the 12 balls of the continent, and returned home if Valhalla had lured him into a neighbor's trap and was trying to kill him. He broke the glass in his hand and said that from now on, changes begin, and he hoped that his actions in the future would give rise to a war with the empire. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise and thought that this was very reckless, but, as it seemed to him, the gentleman really thought so. He remembered his teacher, who had said discontentedly that if Sanchez met a real warrior on his way, he needed to know what kind of life he had lived. Morales sat on the back of the guy doing push-ups, saying that even if he could not live the same way, it would still be a lesson for the rest of his days. The young man walked away from the estate in the middle of the night. He took hold of his cloak and thought that from now on, it would not be easy. The host raised his staff to his mouth and said loudly that soon 30 people would enter the arena at once, after which he invited them to look at the brave warriors. The stands were full of people, they were discussing who would win, and that the outcome could not be predicted before the stage. The dark-haired man touched his chin and said that the flash of the young gentleman would also enter the stage. His interlocutor replied that he was looking forward to him, but perhaps he would not have enough strength compared to the other warriors. They remembered how the young gentleman killed Morales and said that considering that Roman destroyed him. Then they introduced Chris, rushing past the guards, and finished the sentence by saying that he too could be a difficult opponent. The man with the ball went up to the stage. The host introduced him as Gonzalez. A girl went up to the stage with the men. She was introduced as Nira Bane, and the men walking next to her as Cargwin and Gala. After a few participants, Chris came on stage. The host also introduced him. The blonde remembered standing next to the young gentleman, who said that their journey to this empire from the very beginning to the end was a series of dangers, because they would try to kill him on the eve of the main battle. The blonde frowned in surprise, hearing the words that he was still a sword that he trusted completely. The gentleman smiled, raised his hand and said that in order for them to recognize him, he must cut off the heads of 29 warriors with his own hands. The knight fell to his knees. He bowed his head and said that he would do it for the glory of the principality, following his order. His pupil's aura, the host announced that the blonde began to move. Mom around him took on a lightning form. The commentator added that the knight was the first to rush forward to the warriors. Gonzalez frowned, shouted and said that it was stupid on his part to aim at him. The knight used a flash and instantly tore the head off his shoulders. The blonde turned around and thought that in order to get rid of all 29 people, he could not hesitate for a second. He made several dashes, destroying 3 opponents. People were happily watching what was happening, shouting with delight. The knight formed a square with his movements, surrounding 2 opponents. The commentator said that he was incredibly fast. He suddenly noticed how one of the men killed the other. He stopped, mentally cursing. The guy clenched his jaw and decided that he had not managed to deal with all 29 opponents. The opponent frowned, flared up with an aura and said that the blonde did not even understand the importance of the fight. He attacked the knight. The blonde blocked his blow. Chris slid along the floor. The men stood opposite each other. The red-haired guy gritted his teeth and said that he was disgusted by the sight of people like him, born in small states. Chris raised his sword, holding it with both hands. The red-haired guy said that people like him compete with each other, so they always think they are the best. The knight instantly moved, leaving a trace behind. They clashed, attacked each other. The red-haired guy began to lose consciousness. Blood gushed out of his body. The Duke crossed his arms and said that this was an excellent result. People shouted joyfully. The commentator said that the arena was completely covered in blood on the eve of the festival, so this can be considered a blessing. He brought the staff to his mouth and added that their final winner is Chris. The blonde grabbed his stomach, that I am in the arena. He suddenly fell to his knees. The guy breathed heavily. He clenched his teeth and thought that early deeper than he thought. He suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise. Hearing the voice of the master in his head, Roman said that he needed to bring himself to his senses. The boy's body was enveloped in an aura. He agreed with the order of the Lord. Chris loosened his grip on Yorana. He rose to his feet. The commentator said enthusiastically that he stood up again. The boy smiled happily and said that the winner should pay respects to the emperor. The blonde looked at his majesty and thought that he was the only one left for this role. The boy knelt down. The people were horrified to see his actions. Chris presented the sword to his master, ignoring the emperor. The people on the thrones talked among themselves, discussing that this is not allowed, but he is a foreigner, although even in this case he must show respect to the empire. His majesty raised his hand. He leaned down and asked if his name was Chris. The blonde raised his head and confirmed it. The emperor smiled and said that it was not easy for an unknown fighter from another country to win, but he managed to surprise, and thanks to him he was even able to have fun. The emperor smiled evilly and asked why he was doing this. The knight silently looked at him and listened to the words that the emperor was not trying to judge him, and did not want to impose laws on foreigners at all. His Majesty smiled and added that he was curious because no one had ever behaved like him before. The blonde man with a serious expression said that just as the warriors of the empire sacrificed themselves for His Majesty, he also entered the arena for the sake of his ruler. The emperor looked at him in surprise, nodding slightly. The blonde man frowned. The man said that he was truly an outstanding talent, because he was endowed with outstanding abilities at such an age and also blindly loyal to his master. The emperor introduced the girls and mountains of gold. They say that their country has been nurturing such talents since ancient times and that this is truly a paradise for capable young people. He stretched out his hands in front of him and said that he had a special offer. The emperor smiled and said that if the blonde would now swear allegiance to him, he would give a reward greater than the one the duke had previously offered him. The blonde looked at him in surprise, and the emperor asked him what he thought about it. Chris imagined himself following his master and said that if it were not for his help, he would never have been able to reach such heights. He frowned slightly and added that this was why the loyalty the emperor expected from him no longer belonged to him, but to the young master. He bowed his head and said that although he was grateful for the offer, he had to refuse. The emperor exhaled heavily and said that in that case he could not do anything. The voice of the master was heard in the arena. His Majesty said that their holiday was over and the spectators could once again greet the winner. Jonathan received a blow to the cheek. The Marquis scowled angrily and shouted at him, saying that because of his overconfidence they had exposed themselves as insignificant liars in front of the emperor. The Viscount trembled and timidly asked for forgiveness. The man kicked him in the face and ordered him to shut up, saying that he did not dare open his mouth at all. Jonathan covered himself from the blows and asked for one last chance, promising to deal with the stranger. The Marquis breathed heavily, saying that it was too late because Barbarossa himself had begun to act, so they could only pray for his success because there was still a chance to turn the game around. Night fell over the young master's estate. One of the subordinates brought the guy tea. He calmly poured the liquid into the cup. The blonde with an unperturbed expression quietly told the master not to drink anything, because his opponent had already made his move. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard a voice in his head. The young gentleman asked him who he was. The blonde calmly replied that he was on Morale's side, and now he hoped that the young man would not succumb to Barbarossa's cowardly tricks. Roman drank a little of what I had, smiled and thought that, apparently, Morale's efforts were not in vain. The blonde was surprised to see that the boy had drunk the tea. He frowned and said that he had simply taken it and drank it, knowing the contents. The young gentleman smiled and said that he knew that his opponent was skilled in the art of poison, but the poison would not do him any harm. Small waves spread across the surface of the liquid. The boy added that if the one who had been hurt really wanted to help, he should take the remaining tea so that they could prove the presence of poison. The blonde looked at him and said that he would take it, but that there might be problems in the future since Barbarossa usually did not use poison on a festive night. He remembered how Barbarossa held the sword on the defeated Morales, and said that after it was over, even if there was evidence, no one wanted to listen to it, especially if the words came from a defeated person. The brunette smiled and said that the guy could not worry about it. He tilted the cup and added that if everything went as he planned, then the subordinate would get what he wanted, because the enemy must be caught red-handed. The girl huddled in the corner, scared but trembling. The man in the room screamed that he was not guilty of anything. The guy grabbed him by the clothes, swung his palm and said that if he really thought this was unfair, he should bring someone who would take responsibility. The Viscount quickly ran down the corridor. He ran into the room and ordered the young master to stop, asking what it was. Roman turned to him and menacingly said that the servants had just sold him poisoned tea. He looked at the scattered gold coins and said that the owner of the house, apparently, gave them a bag of gold as a reward. The Viscount gritted his teeth, hearing the words that, apparently, someone wants to lose in the arena, after which he thought about Barbarossa being caught by the tail. The young man did not take his eyes off him. The Viscount said that this could not be, and that he insulted their empire since the holiday, their sacred event. The man frowned and added that if something like this happened, they would immediately take action and punish the culprit because his accusations were very serious. Jonathan raised his hand and said that if the young master suspects someone or what you are afraid of, then he can offer to refuse to participate because they can find a replacement. The brunette looked at him angrily and said that he will go to the arena as planned, but he is not going to let what happened go unpunished. He stood in front of the man and added that if anything was found in the tea, they would have to take responsibility for it. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the Marquis's estate. The man asked the fighter if everything was alright with him, because the enemy was tired of knowing the poison. Barbarossa put his hands behind his back and said that he preferred this particular poison because its effects were different from all the others. The fighter imagined how a snake was sent to his enemy, and said that at first it had no effect, but gradually absorbed life force or the face lost its color and, as it seemed to him, now the guy thinks that I had no effect on him, as expected. The Marquis frowned slightly and agreed with his interlocutor. Barbarossa smiled maliciously and said that from now on the man should not doubt him. The man thought that he was a real expert in his field, and he would be the one to decorate the finale in the best possible way. Night fell over the city. People discussed the fact that it was better not to place great hopes on tomorrow's holiday. The guys were sitting in a bar. One of them said that he accidentally learned from the servants of one of the customers that in the house where the young gentleman was staying, there was a fuss because of poison. They imagined a guy bending over, blood flowing from his mouth, and said that, it turns out, Roman was poisoned. Then they imagined the image of Barbarossa, discussing that it could be his doing, because it seemed strange to them that every time he goes into the arena, such a fuss is raised. The guy in the hood smiled broadly and said that since there is no evidence, they can't find the instigators either, so everything is quiet, after which he asked if it is possible to win in a poisoned state. But nevertheless, the young gentleman announced that he will go up to the arena to protect the military unit. Although he is an outsider, he is worthy of recognition. The emperor sat on the throne, people lined up in the corridor in front of him, that a strong resonance arose among the people. The leader of the conservative faction looked at the emperor and said that now that the people suspected that he was involved, they had to find out the truth, even if it meant postponing the festival. His Majesty the man looked at him and said that these were just rumors, because Barbarossa was strong enough to defeat the boy, so he did not need any poison. His Majesty smiled and said that since the Marquis said so, he was all in anticipation. The faction leaders looked at each other. The Marquis thought that these rumors were definitely the work of the conservative faction, and now it was up to the fighter himself to bury the truth. Bellfire imagined Barbarossa, who extended his hand to his opponent and thought that he had to prove the strength of one of the 12 balls of the continent. The commentator in the arena spread his arms out to the sides and said that they were escorting the main heroes of the festival into the arena. Barbarossa slung his sword over his shoulder. The man introduced him as a renowned warrior of the empire and one of the 12 balls of the continent. On the other side, a young gentleman entered the arena. The announcer introduced him as a young stranger who came from the principality. Barbarossa looked at the boy and said that he was worried about his well-being. He touched his chin, stuck out his tongue and said that the eye he drank takes time to take effect. The youth took up the sword and said that when he first learned of this world, he held the weapon in front of him and added that he was curious about the 12 balls considered the strongest, and now that it was time to make a decision, he responded to the Empire's invitation. The young gentleman smiled slyly and warned that the poison his opponent was so eager for would never take effect. Barbarossa activated his aura and said that this was empty bravado. He held the sword out in front of him. The young master thought that the man would be a great training for future opponents, because if the fight with him seemed difficult to him at all, the war with the Empire would be impossible. The guy looked at the enemy with an ominous look and said that if he repelled all his attacks, he would admit that the Empire's threshold was too high. The announcer waved a red flag, aggressively starting the fight. The young man jumped from his seat, splitting the floor. He directed an attack at the enemy, using the technique of the heavenly demon sword. Barbarossa blocked his sword with a smile. A powerful shockwave threw the men to the sides. Barbarossa rested his foot on the stone floor. He raised his hand back, smiling widely. The man made several swings of the ball. The guy used the second style of the second stage, blocking the attacks. The wind created by the battle fell on the people. The young man slid a few meters on the stone floor. He put his hand to the side. His blade was engulfed in energy. Roman attacked the man with a powerful dark beam. Barbarossa gritted his teeth under the attack. He thought that this couldn't be happening. It was too powerful in a poisoned state. He dispelled the attack and cursed at the guy. An explosion of purple aura appeared in the air. Smoke filled the arena around the man. Two shining eyes appeared in the darkness. The guy thought that the strongest people of Mirama called the third stage style of the heavenly demon the level of heaven. Barbarossa raised his eyebrows in surprise. The hero created a bright beam of energy using the first style of the third stage. Barbarossa began to incinerate alive. In the end, he dissolved into white light. The guy stood in front of the resulting trench, calling this technique Doom. He looked in front of him and decided that the enemy had disappeared from the face of the earth. The spectators looked at the arena in shock, realizing that the man had disappeared without a trace. The announcer raised his staff and said that the winner of the duel was the young master. The guy hid the sword. The people shouted happily. The announcer announced the birth of the new 12th sword of the continent. A servant from the manor walked to the stage. He approached the guy, holding a cup of tea in his hand. The blonde frowned slightly and said that for the sake of the young master he bet his life. The man handed him a darkened cup and said that he must reveal the truth and help the empire get on the right path. Roman looked into his eyes. The people were discussing who he was. The young master took the cup in his hands and loudly said that last night someone put poison in his tea. The Viscount frowned in surprise when he heard the word that the guy brought up this issue, but Jonathan, on the contrary, accused him of insulting the empire. The people listened to the guy's words in shock. The young master added that he was disappointed not with the poison, but with how the empire reacted to this incident. He raised the vessel higher and said that now in his hands is the proof that there was poison in the tea. The people said with horror that the cup had turned black and realized that poison was indeed used before the sacred duel. The hero imagined himself lying dead on the floor and said that if he lost now, the truth would be buried and he would disappear into the backwaters of history as a pathetic man, but he still wanted to ask the emperor something. Roman raised the cup towards his majesty and asked if this was the warrior origin that Valhalla aspired to. They blame him for wanting to reveal the truth. The emperor glared at the guy and said that they made a laughing stock of the empire. The Viscount jerked in fear when he heard the question of whether Roman was telling the truth. The man quickly apologized to the emperor. The man fell to his knees when he heard the order to come forward. The culprit loudly said that he had served all his life in the name of the empire, after which he asked not to kill him. The emperor thrust his sword into his shoulder. He looked at him angrily and said that he had stained the honor of the empire, so he had no right to speak. Blood spattered both sides. His Majesty called the man a scoundrel who had spoiled the festival and was singing the praises of the souls of fallen warriors. A loud cry was heard in the arena. The man fell dead. Drops of blood were dripping from the tip of the sword. His Majesty looked back at the young master and asked if that was enough. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.